Chapter 151. The four parties were shocked, the arrogance of the heavens and the heart were unstable, and they broke the barrier strongly. Dead. Extreme silence. Obviously, hundreds of thousands of monks gather here. However, no one made a sound. Everyone was sluggish, looking up at the back that suppressed the eternal age. Is that a fairy? A monk shivered, feeling a shock from his soul. No, how can I feel more terrifying than immortals? Even immortals will kneel down in front of that one. Another big power elder shuddered. Terror. So horrible. How could? With Ji Qingyi's plain and watery character, Rao couldn't help being surprised at this moment. When the female fairy vision appeared behind her, the Sifang Tianjiao was affected. But now, as soon as Jun Xiaoyao's vision came out, the entire audience, Tianjiao's vision, fell to pieces, knelt down. Even the fairy-like figure behind her was lying on the ground, shaking. This is simply unbelievable. The senior elder of the academy, his old face was extremely shocked, and his whole body was cold. He suddenly felt that the decision of the dean and others was too wise. Jun Xiaoyao is too evil and too scary. If the Holy Spirit Academy goes against him, I am afraid that there will be no good fruit in the future. Thinking of this, the grievances in the heart of the elder were also calmed. As for the Yinyang Sun and Xiaolan, the vision behind them had long been broken. Even the two of them were pressed by the pressure, lying on the ground, without image. They were completely scared, and never dared to provoke Jun Xiaoyao anymore. Sure enough, in the future, the sun will be the one unparalleled in ancient and modern times. Jun Linglong's eyes showed excitement. Her seven-orifice exquisite heart had predicted a corner of the future. The figure in white, with his back to the common people, hundreds of millions of creatures, chant the name of Emperor Tiandi. Now, the scene that emerged made her more certain. My choice is correct. Jun Linglong was very pleased, with fanatical worship in her eyes. This is the sun she follows, a man who will suppress the existence of 9 heavens and 10 earths, the universe of all heavens in the future. Hundreds of thousands of monks around, shocked and adored. Not to mention other people, even Jun Xiaoyao himself was a little stunned. Because the figure in white clothes has only one back, no one knows what he looks like. Will it really be me in the future? Jun Xiaoyao was surprised. But he didn't care. His fate is only in his own hands. He will not be bound by any framework. Even if the figure with his back facing the common people is really him, Jun Xiaoyao will break his limit and surpass the peak. Enter the Tiandao Tower. Jun Xiaoyao looked around and saw that the surrounding Tianjiao hadn't moved, one by one under tremendous pressure. Jun Xiaoyao walked straight into the Tiandao building. Then, the horrible figure in white clothes slowly dissipated. All Tianjiao breathed a sigh of relief. How could this be? Fahai couldn't calm down, trembling all over. He asked himself, after a long period of retreat in Xiaoxi Tian, he went down the mountain, not to mention sweeping the fairyland, at least he could be at the top. The results of it. As soon as he left the house, he encountered Waterloo and was so crushed that he could not lift his head. Damn. Fahai's eyes were faintly gleaming with blood. Jealousy, anger, unwillingness, resentment, all kinds of emotions were rolling and brewing in his heart. If there are people from Xiaoxi Tian here, they will definitely lose their color and exclaim. This is the Buddha body and the devil heart. No, I don't believe in this evil. King Jin Wing Xiaopeng was also breathing heavily. He is competitive in character and asks himself not to lose. But now, being struck by Jun Xiaoyao was a bit unstable. Jun Xiaoyao, who on earth are you? Could it be the reincarnation soul of the great emperor, the reincarnation of a true fairy? Ji Qingyi sighed deeply. Transcendence, if she was a little bit hit. But soon, Ji Qingyi recovered his mood. After all, she is a saint of human immortality, and her heart will not be unstable. After that, these Tianjiao also entered the Tiandao Tower one by one. You said, can the king's son break the record? It should be possible. The emperor's son is the most hopeful to step on the 49th floor. Is it possible for the son of the Jun family to step on the 50th floor in the legend? Is that possible? Even the ancient masters can't reach the 55th floor. Yes, the number of Dian, 40 out of 9, is rumored to be 55th, it is impossible for anyone to set foot on it. Many monks were talking excitedly. Because they believe that today may witness a real miracle. In Tiandao building, Jun Xiaoyao entered the first floor. Looking at it, the entire first floor is a special space. Sure enough, everyone who enters Tiandao Tower will be automatically assigned to an independent space for testing. Jun Xiaoyao thought. At this moment, 10 puppets suddenly appeared in front of him. Every puppet has the cultivation base of the great perfection of the Dao realm. You know, this is only the first layer. Hee, it seems that Tianjiao, who has no leapfrog challenge ability, can't even pass the first level. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. For some young supreme, peerless Tianjiao, leapfrog combat is the basic operation. As early as when Jun Xiaoyao was assassinated by Netherworld, he had killed the Nirvana Masters. As for how many levels he can fight now, Jun Xiaoyao himself is not sure. With a flick of his hand, mana surged. The 10 puppets in the Taoist realm were shattered one by one. Jun Xiao stepped forward and stepped onto the second floor. Soon, the second floor was also passed. Then comes the third layer. For other Tianjiao, a very difficult test. For Jun Xiaoyao, it is simply effortless. This. Outside, all monks were dull-faced. After each monk enters the Tiandao Tower, his name will be displayed on the outside, indicating how many floors he is located on. And looking at the 3 characters Jun Xiaoyao that almost rushed up like a rocket, all the monks' breathing almost stopped. Too fast. Although men sometimes cannot be too fast. But now, obviously the sooner the better. And Jun Xiaoyao's speed has far surpassed the rest of Tianjiao. Ji Qingyi, Jun Lingsong, King Wing Xiaopeng, Fahai and others are not slow. But it pales in comparison with Jun Xiaoyao. 10 floors. 20 floors. 30 floors. Jun Xiaoyao pushed all the way around www.novel.com every time he reached one floor. He didn't even look at the test in it. Push it straight out with one palm, breaking the 10,000 magic with one force, and then continue to enter a higher level. Jun Xiaoyao also looked down upon the fate of every floor. What he cares about is the top level, the chance of the reincarnation of the Holy Spirit. It wasn't until the 35th floor that Jun Xiaoyao's pace slowed down slightly. Because here, it is no longer an ordinary test. There began to be formation restrictions around him, suppressing Jun Xiaoyao's mana, physical power, and so on. He felt that he was suppressed in all aspects. On the opposite side, a dim brilliance manifested, and an ancient figure emerged. Ah! It's the ancient figure who left his mark in the Tiandao building. Jun Xiaoyao looked at it. Chapter 152. Like a broken bamboo, destroying the youngest son of the ancient emperor, fighting against the young emperor. Since ancient times, there have been countless Tianjiao who broke through the Tiandao Tower. Jun Xiaoyao didn't expect that Tiandao Tower could actually brand some of the figures of outstanding people into a test. The ancient man on the opposite side, his face blurred, holding a scarlet blood-clotting spear in his hand. A spear penetrated through it, and the void seemed to be broken, bringing layers of wind. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and grabbed it, endless mana surging, condensed into the spear of the underworld. Blessing the horrible supernatural power of the idol's jail-breaking force, a spear was thrown out, and the tip of the needle faced the wheat. Boom. The spear of the underworld quickly penetrated the phantom of the ancient master. Jun Xiaoyao continued to step on to the next level. The suppression of that formation has become stronger again, and his strength in all aspects has once again suppressed. And this layer also revealed a phantom of an ancient figure. He squeezed the seal of the treasure bottle, like a day, to kill Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao displayed the method of demon strengthening the prison force, transformed out of the furnace to contend, and finally put the phantom of this ancient figure into the smelting process, and his life was refined and dissolved. In this way, Jun Xiaoyao stepped over the 40th floor. The outside world has long been silent. Jun Xiaoyao rides on Juechen, the rest of Tianjiao is completely beyond the reach. How do I feel that Tiandao Tower seems to be a sightseeing place for the Jun family godson? Some monks asked dumbfounded. To Jun Xiaoyao, Tiandao Tower is like walking on the ground. And when Jun Xiaoyao stepped on the 45th floor, the formation rules that had formed him disappeared. Jun Xiaoyao fully recovered his strength. But Jun Xiaoyao did not relax. Opposite, golden light surged, and a dragon chant came out. A vague golden figure appeared, the firstborn dragon horns, the whole breath was extremely strong, a ray of dragon power, shocking the eternal. This is... Jun Xiaoyao's face finally became a little serious. Outside, seeing Jun Xiaoyao staying on the 45th floor, some monks couldn't help but wonder, what is the test on the 45th floor that can actually delay the step of the Lord's Son? When everyone was puzzled, the elder took a deep breath and said, the 45th to the 49th floor. In these 4 floors, what appears may be the young emperor, the young emperor. What? Hearing this, countless monks took a breath in all directions. Young emperor. The youngest son of the ancient emperor. This is terrifying. Just hearing the name is enough to make countless Tianjiao scared. In other words, Jun Xiaoyao is now fighting with the young emperor, the youngest son of the ancient emperor. It's too abnormal. Is this what the contemporary Tianjiao can beat? An ancient elder also couldn't help sighing. Since the ancient era, the rules of heaven and earth have changed, let alone stepping into the realm of immortality. It is very difficult to prove that Tao becomes emperor. It is indeed a bit bully to let the contemporary arrogances to deal with the young emperors and young princes. I can understand why no one can step on the 49th floor in this age, because this is simply impossible. Another monk shook his head. Wanting to beat the young emperor, the youngest son of the ancient emperor, is a difficult thing to accomplish. Not to mention defeat, even contending is impossible. Who knows, the son of the Jun family is also a monster that cannot be measured by common sense. Don't forget the figure in the white clothes he manifested before. Some monks reminded. Everyone trembled in unison. Indeed, the figure with its back facing the common people is stronger than any great emperor or ancient emperor. Today, they might really be able to witness a miracle. Inside the 45th floor of Tiandao building. The war is breaking out, the glory is surging, and the mana is overflowing. Jun Xiaoyao pointed out his palm, a giant golden mana hand, cracking the void. On the other side, the phantom of the firstborn dragon's horns blasted out with a fist, entwining a golden real dragon. Is this the brand of the true dragon young son? Jun Xiaoyao was surprised. His physical strength is unparalleled in the world, invincible in the same realm. It is precisely because of this that, in general, Jun Xiaoyao rarely uses bells and whistles to directly slap the enemy. There is no 1 in 10 who can take his slap in the face. And now, the figure of the firstborn dragon horn can actually contend with him back and forth in the flesh. Except for the true dragon cub, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't think of other possibilities. The body of the dragon is a strong body, let alone the young son of a real dragon. What about the young real dragon? My body is unparalleled in the world, even the real dragon has to lie dormant. Jun Xiaoyao pushed with both arms to release the glory of immortality. The power of 40 large Luo fairy bones was released together. Suddenly, the power of Jun Xiaoyao skyrocketed many times. He squeezed Ren Wang Yin and struck out, and the void was cracked. The space in Tiandao building is no more stable than the outside world. Therefore, at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao broke the ultimate strength, directly breaking the space. The virtual shadow of the young real dragon is also full of golden light, and it is bombarded by a Taigu Longquan, which also represents the ultimate physical strength. Boom. The force of terror tore through the void, and black cracks spread around. Under such a horrible confrontation, the young real dragon phantom was directly smashed by Jun Xiaoyao, a seal. Jun Xiaoyao successfully stepped into the 46th floor. Outside, watching Jun Xiaoyao step onto the 46th floor. There was dead silence everywhere, and everyone blushed, and then burst into exclamation. The king's son actually succeeded. A miracle. Did he defeat the young emperor, or the youngest son of the ancient emperor? Many monks whispered to each other. This scene had never happened before when Tiandao Tower was opened. Not to mention stepping on the 46th floor, even the 40th floor is extremely rare. Hey, Ji family goddess has also stepped on the 40th floor. Some people also noticed. The Jun family's heavy pupils have also stepped on it. The Yi family's star royal body is also. A little Tianjiao stepped through the 40 floors. If in the past, this would definitely attract the attention of all quarters. But now, there is Jun Xiaoyao Pearl and Jade in front. These Tianjiao, who have stepped through the 40 levels, really can't attract much attention. On the 46th floor, Jun Xiaoyao's opponent was a slender figure with Qinglian in his hands. The strength of this figure is stronger than the previous true dragon young son. Moreover, his mana was shocking, and every move made the void shatter. Is this a young emperor? Jun Xiaoyao guessed. First, the youngest son of the true dragon, and now the young emperor. No wonder it was difficult for anyone to climb the 49th floor in the ancient times. This kind of challenge is too difficult. This time, even if it was Jun Xiaoyao, it took a lot of effort. Among the 5 great magic arts, Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com Yuan Wang Taoist Sword, Slaughter Immortal Sword Arts, are displayed one after another. All kinds of martial arts supernatural powers, invincible spells, cast out from the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao destroyed the phantom. The 47th floor is a figure with a back body and wings, with a red flame. Jun Xiaoyao figured that it should be a young Zhen Huang. After that, Jun Xiaoyao still split this true phoenix with a palm. On the 48th floor, Jun Xiaoyao's opponent was a stalwart figure with a pagoda in his hands, with a surging breath, suppressing the heavens. In this battle, Jun Xiaoyao also had to display some trump cards, such as the Eucharistic Vision, the Pilgrimage of the 10,000 Saints, and the Tribulation Light in the Supreme Bone. In the end, that terrifying figure was wiped out. 49 floors. Jun Xiaoyao walked away with deep eyes and a calm expression. Chapter 153 On the 49th floor, the weird girl with a ghost face, the hand of God shows. Tiandao building has 50 floors. However, it is rumored that no one can set foot on the 50th floor. Rumor has it that it is the resting place of the Samsara Holy Spirit. Since ancient times, the 49th floor has been the highest floor of Tiandao Tower. In modern times, Jun Xiaoyao was the only Tianjiao who set foot on the 49th floor of Tiandao Tower. Not to mention whether you can get through it in the end, just being able to step on it is already a miracle and will be recorded in history. 49 floors. The outside world was crazy, countless monks were shocked, and felt that they had witnessed a scene that could be recorded in history. The elder of the college also trembled in heart and liver. Even if he is a strong saint master, he is in deep shock at this moment. At this time, from the depths of the Holy Spirit Academy, a voice transmission suddenly fell into the ears of the elder. The person who transmits the sound is the dean of the Holy Spirit Academy. After listening to the voice transmission, the old elder's face was stunned and said, "What, is this really the case?" The grand elder's mood was complicated, and he didn't expect the academy to make this decision. It's still the talent and strength of the son of the Jun family is too enchanting, otherwise, the dean will not make this decision. The elder sighed deeply. It is really embarrassing that a long academy that has been passed down for countless years has to bow to a teenager who is not a teenager. Just when everyone outside was in madness, Jun Xiaoyao had already reached the 49th floor. He was also very curious as to how extraordinary the gatekeepers of the 49 floors would be. At this moment, a little rain fell on the opposite side. A hazy and slender figure appeared. It was a young girl, with white muscles and bones, shrouded in mist, not real. On her face, she wore a grimace mask. The eyes under the mask were deep and indifferent, glowing with a faint light. She also wore a bronze ring on her finger, sometimes transformed into a bell, sometimes transformed into a tripod, and sometimes transformed into a sword. Jun Xiaoyao noticed an unusual aura. He actually felt a sense of danger. To Jun Xiaoyao, this seemed very incredible. He came all the way, pushing the current Tianjiao horizontally, and no one could hurt him, let alone make him feel dangerous. But the girl in front of him with the grimace mask made him feel a rare sense of danger. This feeling was too new for him, it was an experience he had never had before. At this moment, the ghost-faced girl made a faint voice. The flowers of the other bank bloomed in 7 colors, and the flowers became immortals for 1,000 years. "Brother, where are you?" After speaking, the deep eyes under the girl's mask suddenly turned to Jun Xiaoyao. "Brother, it's you." "What do you mean?" Jun Xiaoyao frowned, not knowing the situation. "When did he have a sister?" No. You are not." The ghost-faced girl suddenly started shaking her head frantically, her eyes under the mask seemed to turn blood. Patches of blood-colored flowers spread from her feet and turned into a realm of extinction. Not good. When Jun Xiaoyao's expression changed, he also took action. He directly displayed the Eucharistic Vision, the worship of Halloween. The phantom of the saints of all paths, emerging from the void, worships him. A terrifying coercion spread out, colliding with the girl's other shore flower field. One is the Eucharistic Vision, and the other is the weird realm of the ghost-faced girl. The whole space is broken and cracked in an instant. Surrounded by absolute darkness, only Jun Xiaoyao and the ghost-faced girl stood opposite each other. She shot at Jun Xiaoyao, and the bronze ring in her hand turned into a bronze long sword and swept towards Jun Xiaoyao. With one sword cut out, the sword glows like a starry river, and the power is terrifying to the extreme. It can be said that the vast majority of contemporary Tianjiao can hardly withstand the casual sword of this grimace girl. Jun Xiaoyao didn't keep his hands either. He knew that this ghost-faced girl was very strange and couldn't be measured by common sense. He displayed military skills, swords, spears, swords and halberds, axes and hooks, turning endless magical weapons into torrents, colliding with the swords of ghost-faced girls. With a single sword, she cut open the torrent of magic soldiers. The sword's power remained undiminished, and he cut off at Jun Xiaoyao. Interesting, it's been a long time since I met a decent opponent. Jun Xiaoyao was not afraid, but felt a trace of long-lost excitement. It is too rare to meet opponents who make him feel dangerous. Jun Xiaoyao took out the Temperament Saint King gloves, purple gold gloves, glowing with gods, a sacred atmosphere diffused out. This glove is forged from the Saint King's hand bone fused with a little trace of purple gold, and its power naturally needs no words. Jun Xiaoyao put on a glove on his right hand and directly faced the bronze sword of the ghost-faced girl. There was a clanging sound, the violent sparks collided, and the metal vibrato vibrated everywhere. The ghost-faced girl was directly shaken back, and the bronze long sword in her hand was about to get out. Not bad. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly when he saw this scene. His ridiculous ancient sacrament, superimposed idols, and prison power, coupled with Thanos' sacred king gloves, this punch will smash a hole in the sky. If you bless the Daluo immortal bone, the power is almost impossible. This ghost-faced girl, receiving a punch from him, just being shaken back was enough to prove her amazing strength. But this is still not enough for Jun Xiaoyao. It would be great if you could find a suitable boxing technique. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. If you can have a supreme boxing technique, with the gloves of the Thanos King, plus your own physical power. It's so sour, I can't believe it. The ghost-faced girl shot again, and her other jade hand flicked out, transforming countless flowers from the other side, giving a sense of ominousness. This method. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes condensed. He had heard vaguely before that there was an immortal emperor in a foreign land, named the Other Side. Rumor has it that its body is the weird flower of the other side. However, based on this alone, it would be a bit arbitrary to conclude that this ghost-faced girl is related to a foreign land. Forget it, just focus on the present. Jun Xiaoyao secretly said. The most important thing for him now is to pass this level. Even if the ghost-faced girl called her brother before, Jun Xiaoyao would also kill her. He is an emotional breaker. Jun Xiaoyao's chest, blazing brilliance burst out. It is the supreme bone supernatural power, God Jieguang. The terrifying tribulation light illuminates the surrounding darkness. This light seems to be the catastrophe that God has brought down. The ghost-faced girl is also urging her ultimate move again, a black hole vortex appears, as if it can swallow everything. The God's tribulation light www.novel.com was absorbed into it unexpectedly. When Jun Xiaoyao saw this, the supreme bone in his chest burst out again. The blazing light gathered and turned into a giant hand that covered the sky with endless runes. That giant hand of robbery, like a ruling from God, strangling all creatures. It is the complete form of the first great supernatural power of the supreme bone, the hand of God. Rumble. The hand of God crushed down, fluctuating to the sky, and the space that was already broken was annihilated into endless space dust. Even the weird ghost-faced girl, under the strong pressure of the hand of God, is about to collapse. At the moment when her figure was about to disappear, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to see, tears flickering under the mask. We'll see you again, brother. Chapter 154 Create Miracles, reach the 50th floor, fight 6 elves. After the ghost-faced girl's voice fell, it was directly crushed into mottled light spots by the hand of God. Jun Xiaoyao showed the color of thinking. The imprints of the ancient masters left in the Tiandao building should have been separated for a long time. It stands to reason that the ghost-faced girl should also be an old character. How could it be his sister? It's confession. Jun Xiaoyao thought. But after another thought, it should be difficult to find a second person as handsome as yourself. How handsome must the ghost-faced girl's brother be to mistake him for Jun Xiaoyao? Jun Xiaoyao shook his head, temporarily not thinking of a clue. In fact, he didn't like it, being involved in these inexplicable causes and effects. Next, it's the last 50th floor. Jun Xiaoyao showed strange light in his eyes. Whether you can transform your supreme bones, whether you can sign in successfully, is on this last layer. A ray of light wrapped Jun Xiaoyao's body and went to the last level. At this moment, outside the Tiandao building, the atmosphere can no longer be described as dead silence, it is completely silent. The noise between heaven and earth seemed to be pulled away, leaving only absolute silence. Everyone looked at Tiandao Tower blankly. The words representing Jun Xiaoyao directly passed the 49th floor. Lying in a big trough, the son of the Jun family has passed the 49th floor. A monk uttered a fragrant mouth with horror. Miracle, I saw a living miracle. The 49th floor, breaking the ancient record, it is rumored that only some top ancient figures can pass the 49th floor. The entire Holy Spirit Academy was boiling, and there was an uproar in the crowd. Although many people had already expected it in their hearts, Jun Xiaoyao's achievements were definitely amazing. But this performance still made many people tremble fiercely. Those Tianjiao in the Tiandao building do not yet know about Jun Xiaoyao's situation. If he knew it, he would definitely make his scalp numb and tremble all over. Hey, the dean's decision is indeed correct. The great elder was completely speechless. Outside the Tiandao Tower, the sentiment is exciting. In Tiandao building, the rest of Tianjiao are burying their heads in the barrier. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao appeared in a vast desert. Is this the last layer? Facing the foreground, he was not surprised at all. Faintly, Jun Xiaoyao felt a peculiar power. He lowered his head slightly and saw a small withered tree bud among the gravel under his feet. Reincarnation. Jun Xiaoyao murmured. Rumor has it that the remains of the Reincarnation Holy Spirit are on the 50th floor. But right now, he looked around, only a piece of wind and sand. At this moment, a figure suddenly emerged from a distance, dressed in white, covering Xianhui. No surprise. Seeing that figure, Jun Xiaoyao sighed and laughed. What did he say? He was also a traverser, and he was still familiar with some routines. The figure on the opposite side looked exactly like Jun Xiaoyao. The appearance, breath, cultivation base, and realm are exactly the same. Sure enough, I didn't expect it to prove myself and fight against myself. Jun Xiaoyao was not surprised, even a little boring. The most powerful enemy is actually himself. This is a bad stock. Just when Jun Xiaoyao thought this way, the second figure emerged again. Jun Xiaoyao was taken aback for a moment. Is it different from what he guessed? However, that figure was still exactly the same as Jun Xiaoyao, as if it were copied and pasted. Then, the third way appeared like Jun Xiaoyao. Then came the fourth way. The fifth way. Finally, 6 figures appeared, surrounding Jun Xiaoyao. Every one is just like him, otherworldly and powerful. Even Jun Xiaoyao was a little confused for a while. This. Do not play cards according to the routine. What about the one-on-one self-battle? How come 6 hit him 1? This reincarnation of the Holy Spirit, don't you want people to pass through the 55th floor at all? Jun Xiaoyao's mouth twitched slightly. He finally knew why no one can pass through the 55th floor of the Tiandao building throughout the ages. Because this is not fighting oneself at all. Instead, fight 6 selves. Who can stand this? In exchange for any ancient person, even the ancient emperor, it is impossible to deal with 6 selves at the same time. What's more, all the methods, supernatural powers, and even physique are exactly the same. Boom. The 6 copies of Jun Xiaoyao didn't give him time to prepare, so they shot directly. Surging gods can burst out, and they also possess the ancient Eucharist, and even the power of idols to restrain the prison. 6 golden idols burst out at the same time, which can shatter the heavens. Even if it is as strong as Jun Xiaoyao, there is a sense of suffocation. He also shot, pushing his mana to the extreme. The golden chi and blood rose up and turned into a golden idol. With a fling of the trunk, the void shattered. There was a big collision here suddenly, the sky was shaking, and the earth was bumping. However, perhaps it is because the 55th floor is the resting place of the Reincarnation Holy Spirit, so the space is relatively stable and does not collapse immediately. This battle was very shocking, and the sky was about to fall apart. If outsiders could see it, it would definitely be shocked. This is not like the battle of Guijing Tianjiao at all. It's more like the 7 gods fighting. On Jun Xiaoyao's body surface, the azure gold azure dragon armor was directly sacrificed. Because there is no defense, it is impossible for him to block 6 of his attacks at the same time. But at the same time, those 6 replicas also sacrificed the Azure Sky Ancestor Dragon armor. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes sank slightly. This may be the most severe battle he has experienced since joining the WTO. It is very difficult for ordinary people to deal with oneself, and it is almost impossible to overcome. Let alone 6 selves. Jun Xiaoyao displayed all kinds of methods. Yuan Emperor Dao Sword, Slaying Immortal Sword Art, Hell Furnace, Hand of God, Holy Body Vision. But the 6 replicas also performed the same moves. Jun Xiaoyao is carrying it with his own formidable strength. Change to any other Tianjiao, whether it is Ji Qingyi, Jin Wing Xiaopeng King, Yi Xingyun, or even Jun Lingsong, it is impossible to persist. No one can beat 6 identical selves. But Jun Xiaoyao looks cold and detached, like the Supreme Fairy King who breaks all shackles. He didn't want to limit his achievements to the white figure with his back facing all sentient beings. Not to mention the 6 counterfeit copies in this area. My way, be invincible, overwhelming all beings of ancient and modern times. 6 only a few replicas, how can they stop me from being invincible? Jun Xiaoyao's expression is high and cold, like a celestial dust, like a divine king's border, with his fingers turned overturned, the sky is cracked. But under such a pressure test, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly discovered that there were once again giant elephant particles in his body, which had transformed into dragon elephant particles. This is a limit breakthrough under pressure. Soon, Jun Xiaoyao transformed the 20,000 giant elephant particles into dragon elephant particles again. His physical strength once again violent 1.8 billion caddies. Adding up all the power www.novel.com, a full 3.7 billion caddies. With this punch, the stars outside the sky will collapse. What made Jun Xiaoyao even more pleasantly surprised? Those clones did not increase physical strength. In other words, these replicas can only replicate the state of Jun Xiaoyao when he stepped into the 50th floor. And can't become stronger with him. Just when Jun Xiaoyao began to feel certain that he could deal with these duplicates, there was a mechanical sound of the system in his head. Ding, you have arrived at the sign-in place, Tiandao Building, do you sign in? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes brightened, this is definitely a big opportunity for him to come back. Sign in. Chapter 155 Sign in with 7-star rewards, 6 reincarnation punches, let him be miserable 0. Ding, congratulations to the host, get a 7-star reward, 6 reincarnation punches. As the system's voice fell, a wave of information containing the most profound and mysterious chapters poured into his mind. Supreme Fist, 6 reincarnation fists. It turned out to be a 7-star reward, and it's still a boxing technique. Jun Xiaoyao showed excitement. The 7-star reward was already an extremely rare reward, and it exceeded Jun Xiaoyao's expectations. What surprised him even more is that this is still a supreme boxing technique. It was a pity that Jun Xiaoyao was unparalleled in his flesh and possessed Thanos Sage King gloves, but he didn't have a suitable fist technique. Right now, when dose comes, I will give pillows. Not only signed a boxing technique, but also a nearly invincible boxing technique. In Jun Xiaoyao's mind, a vague figure appeared, shaking his fist. 6 vague vortices emerged, as if everything in the world would be trapped in this terrifying fist, and the heavens would be split by it. These 6 copies of Jun Xiaoyao rushed up again. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes bloomed with unprecedented divine light. The 6 reincarnation fist is an extremely mysterious method, which is simply to surpass the supreme method and reach a new realm. Even with Jun Xiaoyao's current strength, it is impossible to fully display the true meaning of 6 reincarnation boxing. But this does not prevent him from showing it, let alone the power of this punch. More importantly, because the 6 reincarnation punches were signed in by the system, it is impossible for the 6 replicas to perform this punching method. No matter how powerful the rules of Tiandala are, it can't influence the system. Jun Xiaoyao took out the Thanos Sacred King's gloves and put it on, and then directly punched it out, blessing the power of the Eucharist, the power of the idols to suppress the prison, and the power of the dragon bone. The superposition of the 3 layers of power makes this punch seem to be able to smash the stars. But not only that, Jun Xiaoyao also evolved 6 reincarnation fists. 6 terrible whirlpools of reincarnation emerged, accompanied by his fists. With this punch, it seems to kill the creatures, and all things fall into reincarnation, which is terrifying. Rumble. With a punch, the space finally collapsed. Even though the space on the 55th floor is relatively stable, it still cannot be compared with the outside world. Jun Xiaoyao's punch was too powerful, and it directly smashed the space out of a large black hole. As for the copy of his fighter, it was smashed and exploded in a sudden, without any suspense. Jun Xiaoyao turned around, once again offered his fist and smashed into another replica. 6 terrifying vortexes of reincarnation involved the copy, as if it had experienced 6 reincarnations, and the body began to crumble. This punch is too strong, it is invincible, any creatures involved in it must be crushed into powder. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao has transformed another 20,000 dragon elephant particles, so compared with supernatural power, these clones are far inferior to him. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao's strength naturally surpassed these clones. The next battle is very simple. Jun Xiaoyao punched a child, and with an extremely vigorous posture, he exploded each of these duplicates without any bells and whistles. Until the last copy was destroyed, the whole world seemed to be quiet. Jun Xiaoyao is standing on the top of the sky, his white clothes are moving, his grace is peerless. He succeeded. No one has ever crossed the 55th floor of Tiandao Tower. Even if it is the ancient outstanding person, the immortal Tianjiao, the 55th floor that can't be surpassed, he has passed through. Leave him 1,000 catastrophes, I am unparalleled in the world. Jun Xiaoyao stands on his hand. At this moment, he seems to be heaven and earth. The only king. And when Jun Xiaoyao cleared the 55th floor, the entire Tiandao building also inspired an unprecedented vision. The galaxy shook, the earth trembled, and countless phantoms of distinguished people from ancient and modern times appeared around the Tiandao Tower, all bowing to worship. This scene shocked the minds of hundreds of thousands of monks around. "Look, the name of the son of the Jun family," a monk exclaimed, unable to believe it. Jun Xiaoyao's name has reached the top 50 floors, representing him and successfully surpassed the 50 floors. At this moment, no amount of pen and ink can describe the shock in everyone's hearts. If Jun Xiaoyao passed through the 49th floor, it was a miracle. So now, what Jun Xiaoyao has created is a miracle. Because from ancient times to the present, people who have passed through the 49 floors are rare, but there are still some. On the 55th floor, no one has ever cleared the customs. The number of Dayan is 9 out of 40. Many people believe that no one can pass the 55th floor. But now, Jun Xiaoyao has set a precedent. How about the 55th floor, Jun Xiaoyao can pass? It's horrible. If the son of the Jun family continues to grow up like this, it will be almost a sure thing to prove that Dao becomes emperor in the future. More than just proving Daoqing emperor, I feel that the lord of the Jun family has the qualifications to set foot in the realm of immortality. Wizards. Enchanting. Looking at the immortal domain for 100,000 years, only the son of the emperor's family is the only one. A top power celebrity sigh deeply. In the future, Emperor Road will be opened, and I can't think of who will be the opponent of the emperor's son of God. It can be said that at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's brilliance covered everything. There are countless goddess Tianjiao, under the shining light of Jun Xiaoyao, they can only be dim. In Tiandao building, King Jin Wing Xiaopeng is breaking through. His strength is also very strong, breaking through the 44th floor. However, at a certain moment, Tiandala suddenly trembled, and he had some kind of palpitations. What's the matter? King Jin Wing Xiaopeng puzzled. On the other side, Yixingyun also gained something. The marks of opportunity in the Tiandao Tower made his memory clearer. It turns out that the Star Palace is called the Promised Star Palace, and it is among the 10 places in the lower realm. No wonder I can't find a clue in the fairyland. Yixingyun had a clear understanding and gained a lot. However, he also noticed the abnormality of Tiandao Tower. Ah! What happened to Tiandao Tower? Yixingyun was suspicious. In the 43rd layer of space, Fahai was fighting the phantom. His whole body was glowing with golden light, and his physique exploded several times, like a golden Buddha. This is Xiao Shitian's method of not spreading the physical body, Zhang Liujin body. Through the opportunity of Tiandala www.novel.com, Fahai has completed the Zhang Liujin body. Not only that, but a sea of blood appeared in his eyes, with an ominous meaning. This is the embodiment of his Buddha's body and demon heart. Tiandao Tower has changed. Fahai muttered. On the 46th floor of Tiandao building, Jichingi stretched out, her white and graceful body shrouded in the glory of immortal Dao. She has a fuzzy face and wears a veil, which makes it unreal. but in the clear pupils, there was a shining and firm color. Her goal is 49 floors. At this time, the heavenly Tao Tower suddenly shook, there was an abnormal change, and there was auspicious voice singing. How could it be that Jun Xiaoyao stepped on the 49th floor? A hint of surprise flashed across Ji Qingyi's crystal pupils. Chapter 156 Reincarnation, the Remains of the Holy Spirit, the True Meaning of Reincarnation, the 4 Tianjiao. In her vision, the 49th floor is already the limit. As for the 55th floor, Ji Qingyi hadn't even thought about it. Jun Xiaoyao's ability to set foot on the 49th floor did not make Ji Qingyi feel too surprised. The figure with the back facing the common people that Jun Xiaoyao revealed before was enough to prove his talent and strength. Qingyi can't fall behind. Ji Qingyi's tone was firm. Although she is a woman, and her character is aloof, she is like a fairy. But there is still a willingness to win. After all, in a world of great controversy, it is only possible to prove the Tao if you win over others. Ji Qingyi also has the heart to prove Tao. She flicked out her jade hand, manifesting the immortal teaching magic method, immortal imprint, pressing against the phantom shadow. In the Tiandao building, all the Tianjiao were working hard to reach the 49th floor. Jun Xiaoyao has already cleared the customs. He looked around, and an ancient figure suddenly appeared in the desert in the distance. That figure, wearing a linen robe, shrouded his thin body. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed, and he walked away. However, the closer to the lonely figure, the more pressure Jun Xiaoyao felt. At the same time, there is a peculiar power of reincarnation permeating. Every step Jun Xiaoyao takes, the power of reincarnation will be a bit rich. Jun Xiaoyao also noticed that his life essence was fading rapidly. Now Jun Xiaoyao finally understands why this space appears in the form of a desert. Because under reincarnation, everything will wither and collapse. If you change to another person here, it is estimated that just a few steps closer, the whole body will decay, fall into weakness, and become gray-haired. But Jun Xiaoyao is different, he is a ridiculous ancient sacred body, the most indispensable is blood. It can be said that even the blood of a young real dragon is not necessarily better than Jun Xiaoyao. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. The closer you get, the stronger the power of reincarnation will be, and in the end it will multiply. Is this the power of the Holy Spirit? Even if there is only one remains, it cannot be approached. Jun Xiaoyao murmured. He knew that the body of the Holy Spirit was the reincarnation gold. Only after death, there is still such a terrifying power of reincarnation permeating, which Jun Xiaoyao did not expect. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao was only a few tens of feet away from the remains. The power of reincarnation here is extremely rich. If they were replaced by any other Tianjiao, Ji Qingyi and Jun Lingsong would probably not be able to bear it and would age quickly. No, it shouldn't be like this, the test of the 50th floor is not over. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly realized. At the 55th floor, there is one final test, which is to fight against this force of reincarnation. But how can the power of reincarnation be so easy to deal with? Jun Xiaoyao thought. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a small withered tree bud on the ground. He had seen it before, when he first entered this floor. Reincarnation, rebirth, death, endless rebirth. Jun Xiaoyao muttered absent-mindedly. He sat cross-legged suddenly, and began to comprehend. Jun Xiaoyao's talent is undoubtedly, even without the blessing of the system, it is enough to be called unparalleled in the world. The supernatural powers of various monarchs can be understood by Jun Xiaoyao at a glance. But now, he was inspired and began to comprehend. Reincarnation is not just a simple death, life toward death, endless life, is the true meaning of reincarnation. Jun Xiaoyao fell into enlightenment. The supreme bone in his chest began to release its brilliant brilliance. The strong power of reincarnation around it is like the convergence of rivers and seas, converging towards the supreme bone. Vaguely, there seemed to be a terrifying supernatural power brewing in it. And at this moment, on the skinny remains in the linen robe, a gleam of fireflies suddenly appeared, carrying a faint soul fluctuation. Is it a descendant of his line? It's really talented and enchanting, extremely terrifying. From this fire-like soul light, there is a wave. Time flies. In Tiandao building, Tianjiao continued to be sent out because of failure to break through. After all, no one can pass the customs all the way like Jun Xiaoyao, and the momentum is like a broken bamboo. The son of Yin and Yang, Xiaolan, Washiqing, and others stopped at the 30th floor. It stands to reason. This result is already very good. After all, in the past when Tiandao Tower was opened, there were very few Tianjiao who set foot on the 40th floor. But this time, the Great Elder couldn't be happy. Let's not talk about Jun Xiaoyao's abnormal number. Some other monarch sequences, as well as the golden-winged Xiaoping King, Yi Xingyun, Xiaoxi Tianfozi, etc., performed extremely well. Everyone in the Jun family, even the weakest Jun Linglong, is at the same level as Yin Yang Xingzi and others. The other sequences even stepped onto the 40 level. In contrast, these saint sons and saints in the academy were really embarrassed. When Yin Yang Xingzi and others walked out vigorously and saw Jun Xiaoyao at the top, their expressions are also confusing at the same time. Afterwards, the Dao Xin of Yin Yang Xingzi and Xiaolan received a fatal blow once again, and was devastated. Hua Xiqing, Lingmu even showed an unprecedented worship. Sure enough, the son of the Jun family is a godlike figure, and he has created an impossible miracle. Thinking of Jun Xiaoyao agreeing to talk to her before, Hua Xiqing couldn't close her legs in excitement. And when King Jin Wing Xiaoping, Yi Xingyun, Fa Hai and others came out, they had not had time to be proud of their achievements, but they saw the cruel facts. How is this possible? King Jin Wing Xiaoping couldn't calm down, completely doubting life. He thought that he could compete with Jun Xiaoyao, but now, they have already broken the eternal record. This result made him unacceptable. King Jin Wing Xiaoping has broken through the 45th floor, and is already considered an evildoer, but compared with Jun Xiaoyao, it is not a fart. Yi Xingyun and Fa Hai felt the same with him. The two of them also froze, as black as the bottom of a pot. A sense of powerlessness spread in their hearts. In Tiandao Building, the most eye-catching ones are naturally Jun Lingsong and Ji Qingyi. One of them is a double pupil, the first order of the Jun family. One is the goddess of the Ji family, the goddess of the gods. If there is no Jun Xiaoyao Jade in front, then the two of them should be the most eye-catching today. What caused everyone to take a breath is that Jun Lingsong and Ji Qingyi both broke through the 48th floor and reached the 49th floor. The first sequence of the Jun family is truly extraordinary. Yeah, I really envy the Jun family, there are many outstanding people. Ji family goddess talent is also amazing, I wonder if they can break through to the 55th floor. I see, after all, not everyone can be compared with the son of the Jun family, the son of the gods is a monster. When everyone was discussing, the result also came out. The two of them did stop at the 49th floor. However, this achievement is already extremely amazing, which means that they are all the best in their generation. Unfortunately, Jun Lingsong stepped out of the heavenly Dao Tower with his hands www.novel.com eyes were still covered with cloth. But everyone could vaguely feel that Jun Lingsong's aura became stronger. In the Tiandao Building, Jun Lingsong also got a chance, and his double pupil has undergone a great transformation. On the other side, Ji Qingyi also moved out of Lianbu lightly. She shook her head slightly and murmured, "The ghost-faced girl is indeed powerful and weird. It is too difficult to defeat her." In turn, Ji Qingyi thought of the abnormal state of Tiandao Tower before. Could Jun Xiaoyao really cross the 49th floor? Ji Qingyi subconsciously raised her eyes. From this look, her jade face rarely showed a look of error and astonishment, and she seemed to have lost her soul. 50 floors. Ji Qingyi couldn't help covering her red lips with her jade hand. Chapter 157 The Second Supernatural Power of the Supreme Bone, Samsara Nirvana, Samsara Holy. Ji Qingyi's personality is quiet and plain, aloof. Practicing in Rengxiangio's retreat all the year round has brought her a sense of immortality, and her mood is like an ancient well. But at this moment, Ji Qingyi seemed to be knocked down into a mortal, showing a look of surprise and consternation. Jun Xiaoyao did not break through the 49th floor. It's 50 floors. It broke the record that the predecessors had never broken, and created a precedent that the ancients had never created. Although there is only one level difference, the meaning is completely different. No one can break through the 50 floors, but Jun Xiaoyao has broken through. Ji Qingyi lost consciousness for a long time. She has also seen countless talents, but no one can surprise her. And now, Jun Xiaoyao has done it. He even did something that Ji Qingyi couldn't do. This is a blow to Ji Qingyi, who has always been aloof. This kind of feeling is like a female fairy who is aloft and worshipped by all spirits, and suddenly discovered that a fairy king appeared in front of him. In front of this immortal king, she became extremely small, and even a faint sense of powerlessness rose in her heart. This feeling is very uncomfortable. Hey, cousin Xiaoyao, really extraordinary. Although Jun Lingsang's eyes were covered with cloth, he saw everything in his eyes. This prestigious monarch's first sequence also had to admit that the cousin's ability was far beyond his expectations. He wanted to compare with Jun Xiaoyao in the Heavenly Dao Tower and let Ajio know his strength. As a result, Jun Xiaoyao is still being compared. As for the two sequences of Jun Daolin and Jun Xiyu behind him, they were shocked and lost. They had always had opinions about Jun Xiaoyao's occupation of family training resources. But now, looking at that radiant Jun Xiaoyao, they couldn't say anything to complain. Good people occupy more family resources. Is it wrong? That's right. To blame, it is their talent, which is far inferior to Jun Xiaoyao, and will not be the backbone of the Jun family in the future. At this moment, Jun Xiyu also completely retracted his previous opinions about Jun Xiaoyao. She even began to feel that Jun Xiaoyao seemed to be more dazzling than Jun Lingsang. Since the son of the Jun family has successfully passed the barrier, why hasn't he come out? Maybe it is passing on some kind of great opportunity. Some Tianjiao showed envy. Only the great elder sighed deeply. He understood that it was very possible that Jun Xiaoyao had seen the remains of the reincarnation Holy Spirit. In the outside world, countless people were shocked by Jun Xiaoyao. In the 55th floor space, Jun Xiaoyao, who was sitting on the ground, finally reacted. The supreme bone on his chest began to release black and white brilliance. That is the concrete manifestation of the power of reincarnation. At a certain moment, Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes, and in the depths of his eyes, there seemed to be two gleams of black and white. The second great supernatural power of the supreme bone, Samsara Nirvana. Jun Xiaoyao stood up suddenly, a breath of reincarnation burst out of his chest, black and white brilliance emerged, spreading everywhere. In an instant, the surrounding desert began to change. The small withered tree bud on the ground gave out green buds at an astonishing speed, and then grew rapidly and turned into a towering tree. Around Jun Xiaoyao, there is a 100-mile boundary, and the desert is turned into an oasis. In a thought, the vicissitudes of life. This is the supreme bone magical power, the horror of reincarnation nirvana. But it's not only that. The power of reincarnation is not only the power of life, but also the power of death. As Jun Xiaoyao continued to urge the reincarnation of nirvana, the black light swept through, and the towering trees began to wither, their leaves withered, and finally turned into a piece of dead wood, collapsed into dust. It's somewhat similar to the Pan Emperor Year's sword, but there are still essential differences. Jun Xiaoyao thought. The Emperor Pan sword is the power of time. And this Samsara Nirvana is the power of samsara. However, the effect does have similarities. Samsara Nirvana is just a rudimentary form, and there will definitely be more advanced changes afterwards. Jun Xiaoyao thought. It is like God's tribulation light, whose complete moves are the hands of God. This reincarnation of nirvana is just a rudiment, after which it should be able to transform into a complete supernatural power. However, the rudiment of this style alone is already terrifying to the extreme, and it is enough to become a killer. Moreover, the power of reincarnation of the supreme bone can also be combined with the 6 reincarnation fists to make it exert greater power. Afterwards, Jun Xiaoyao once again cast his eyes on the remains of the reincarnation of the Holy Spirit. To be honest, Jun Xiaoyao initially thought that the remains of the reincarnation Holy Spirit should resemble some kind of metallic human state. But not at all. The remains of the reincarnation Holy Spirit, just like ordinary humans, are only withered, as if dehydrated. At this moment, a very weak soul fluctuation suddenly came. Little friend, are you the Jun family? Huh. Jun Xiaoyao showed strange light in his eyes. He saw the faint light spot above the remains of the reincarnation Holy Spirit. Is there any remaining soul left? Jun Xiaoyao thought. He nodded slightly and said, yes, at Xia Jun's house, Jun Xiaoyao. Sure enough, in our time, the Jun family was a terrifying figure who stood upright and overwhelmed the heroes of the immortal territory. Even some Dashang holy spirits did not dare to show up, for fear of being killed by that person, and sacrificed to become emperor soldiers. Oh, there is such a thing. Jun Xiaoyao was surprised. Dashang holy spirit, that is enough to be on par with the great emperor and ancient emperor. The great emperor, who proclaimed himself abandoning heaven, is abandoning the existence of God. The remnant spirit of the reincarnation Holy Spirit said. It's the ancestor, Emperor Qitian, Jun Qitian. Jun Xiaoyao reacted. This is a sudden batch of characters. Rumor has it that his talent is extremely enchanting, and even provokes the Heavenly Emperor seal. If he takes it, he can prove Dao to become an emperor without hindrance. As a result, the fierce man said directly. Heaven is crowned, but it is cumbersome. I have witnessed the Dao, thousands of catastrophes become immortals. He did not accept the emperor seal that God gave him. Finally, relying on his own strength to prove the Dao, it stretched for 100,000 years of luck for the Jun family. The Jun family can power the immortal territory, standing up until now, but not only by one or two people, but every generation, there are evildoers like Jun Qitian. For example, the previous generation was Jun Xiaoyao's father, the white-clothed Wang Jun has no regrets. And this generation is naturally Jun Xiaoyao. I have a feeling that, as if he hasn't died. The remnant spirit of the Samsara Holy Spirit suddenly said. What? Jun Xiaoyao was surprised. That fierce man is still alive. However, on second thought, with the background of the monarch family, there may not be no remaining emperors. After all, the 18th ancestor of the Jun family is already the supreme powerhouse. What kind of state will the top 10, and even the top few, reach? The existence of an emperor does not seem to be unusual. Senior, what do you want to express when you say this? Jun Xiaoyao said straight to the point. The remnant spirit of the reincarnation Holy Spirit said, I know that with your talent, you will definitely be the core existence of the Jun family in the future. I only have one request. I hope you can take care of the Holy Spirit Academy in the future. Oh. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, the Holy Spirit of Samsara would make such a request. The world of great controversy opens www.novel.com. The turmoil of all realms, that black mist will float from a foreign land, even if it is immortal, it will also be destroyed, let alone a college. Tao. At this time, Jun Xiaoyao completely understood. The remnant soul of the Holy Spirit in reincarnation, I am afraid that something has been foreseen. He didn't want the Holy Spirit Academy to collapse in the tide of the times, so he asked for help from Jun Xiaoyao. With the identity of Jun Xiaoyao in the background of the Jun family, it is not difficult to take care of the Holy Spirit Academy. But Jun Xiaoyao is not a bad person of the mother's heart. He wouldn't do anything for nothing. It seems to know Jun Xiaoyao's thoughts. To return to the remnant soul of the Holy Spirit, don't worry, I will naturally not put forward the conditions in vain. This thing is my last gift. In the chest of the reincarnation Holy Spirit, a hazy brilliance emerged. This is. Jun Xiaoyao revealed a different color. Chapter 158 The Reincarnation Fairy, The Road to Choose in the Future, the Golden-Winged Xiaopeng King. When the hazy brilliance emerged, a powerful force of reincarnation also spread out. However, at this moment Jun Xiaoyao has understood the true meaning of reincarnation. Coupled with the blessing of the Supreme Bone, these powers of reincarnation can no longer have much influence on him. Jun Xiaoyao took a closer look and found that among the hazy brilliance was something that looked like a seed. That seed, black and white, exudes a strong power of reincarnation. The power of reincarnation here is not comparable to this seed at all. This is. Rao is Jun Xiaoyao accustomed to seeing all kinds of rare treasures, and when he saw this seed, he was surprised. He knew that this was definitely a rare treasure. The remnant soul of the reincarnation Holy Spirit said, this is the reincarnation immortal seed that I condensed with the power of reincarnation, the essence of Taoism, and I think you are in the realm of the great perfection. The next step is Hadao. This reincarnation fairy seed will surely have an effect on you. Reincarnation fairy. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. Xianzhong is definitely a rare treasure. For ordinary monks, immortal species are out of reach. Even ordinary spirit seeds are not affordable to anyone. Ordinary monks can only use the most inferior seeds of harmony. Those seeds of harmony will hardly have any bonus effect on the monks. Well, is this little friend still satisfied with this gift? Reincarnation Holy Spirit said. Not bad. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. If it is a General Tianjiao, it is absolutely joyous and extremely excited to get a fairy seed. But for Jun Xiaoyao, it can only be considered good. If it weren't for this immortal seed, which contained the power of reincarnation, Jun Xiaoyao would be even less interested. Such an attitude makes the remnant soul of the reincarnation Holy Spirit be speechless for a while. He gave Jun Xiaoyao the reincarnation immortal seed condensed from the essence of his body, and Jun Xiaoyao didn't respond. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao got the Reincarnation Fairy Seed. "Senior, don't worry, I will take care of the Holy Spirit Academy in Xia," Jun Xiaoyao said. "With the promise from the descendants of the Jun family, I'm relieved. Next, you leave, my remnant soul can't last too long," Reincarnation Holy Spirit Remnant Soul said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. He glanced at the remains of the Reincarnation Holy Spirit. "Ahem, little friend, what do you think of the dead body?" Remnant Holy Spirit of Samsara coughed dryly. "This kid, wouldn't he be paying attention to his remains?" Senior laughed. "I just want to admire the appearance of seniors." Jun Xiaoyao's face was not red, and his heart was not beating. Just now, he was indeed paying attention to the remains of the Reincarnation Holy Spirit. After all, the body of the Reincarnation Holy Spirit can mold the reincarnation gold of the Emperor soldiers. Such a large amount of reincarnation gold, I am afraid that no one will not be tempted. But after taking a look, Jun Xiaoyao still gave up. Just as the remnant soul of the Samsara Holy Spirit said, the essence of his body has been condensed into a Samsara Fairy Seed. The remains have no value. "Senior, goodbye." Jun Xiaoyao arched his hands and turned to leave. Reincarnation, the Holy Spirit looked at the back of Jun Xiaoyao, and suddenly regretted. Shouldn't he entrust the college to this guy? However, since ancient times, the only person who passed the test was Jun Xiaoyao. The Holy Spirit has no choice in reincarnation. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao's mouth was filled with a faint smile. This trip to the Heavenly Dao Tower was very rewarding. The Dragon Elephant Particles transformed, signed 6 Reincarnation Fists, the Supreme Bone Magical Power was brewed, and the Reincarnation Fairy Seed was also obtained. How to use this Fairy Seed? Jun Xiaoyao was thinking. If he refines this immortal seed at this moment, he will be able to break through to the Hadao realm immediately, or even directly to the great perfection in the Hadao realm. And the Reincarnation Fairy, indeed fits his Supreme Bone Magical powers. But Jun Xiaoyao still felt something wrong. He felt that the Reincarnation Fairy could not release all his talents. Jun Zhantian also said that afterwards, let him find the origin of the world. The choice of Xianzhong is about the future. Different choices represent different paths, which is very important to Jun Xiaoyao. Forget it, if I break through the Harmony realm, then I must choose the most extreme path, or else I am blinded by this talent. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. He is not in a hurry to refine and prepare to use this Reincarnation Fairy Seed to comprehend the full version of the magical power of Samsara's Nirvana. That power is obviously stronger than Samsara Nirvana. After the incident, Jun Xiaoyao also left. But in the outside world, all the monks did not leave. They all wanted to see with their own eyes. Jun Xiaoyao came out. I also want to know what kind of opportunity Jun Xiaoyao got. Just as the crowd held their breath, there was light on the top of the heavenly building. The figure of Jun Xiaoyao, like an immortal under the moon, volleyed out. Dressed in white, she is white and without dirt, her figure is slender, and her skin is flowing fairy radiance. He is like the son of a god, a real fairy under the moon, a fairy bone, handsome and beautiful. There was no expression on the face of the fairy that was enough to make billions of girls crazy, it was very plain. It seems that for Jun Xiaoyao, breaking through the 55th floor of Tiandao building is not a big deal. Everyone in the audience held their breath. Jun Xiaoyao's dust-free posture shocked everyone. How difficult is Tiandala to break through? Not to mention ordinary monks, even the top arrogant will be extremely embarrassed, and the victims are everywhere. But what about Jun Xiaoyao? Not to mention the injury, there is not even a bit of dust on the white clothes. This gave people an illusion, as if Jun Xiaoyao had just returned from a stroll. How does the son of the Jun family feel that he didn't suffer any injuries? Didn't he break through the 55th floor? It stands to reason that it should be a hard fight. Many people are incredible. Ji Qingyi looked at the peerless figure in Tian's white clothes. With her status, she felt ashamed. Jun Xiaoyao is too detached, too deep and unfathomable, and has a more immortal temperament than her. What are you doing so looking at me? Jun Xiaoyao was surprised. He didn't feel that he had created any miracles. It's just breaking into a building, what's the point? Son of the Jun family, have you ever seen that one after you pass the 55th floor? The great elder said with a hint of excitement. That person, but the source of their Holy Spirit Academy www.novel.com. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. The elder's heart trembled fiercely. The audience also resounded one after another inhalation. They did not expect that Jun Xiaoyao actually saw the legendary reincarnation Holy Spirit. Most of the women present had bright eyes, staring at Jun Xiaoyao closely, like a group of she-wolves staring at lambs. And most of the monks showed an unprecedented look of worship and admiration. Feeling the frenetic atmosphere, the faces of Jin Wing Xiaopeng Wang and other Tianjiao were ugly. They were not reconciled and did not understand, how could Jun Xiaoyao pass the 55th floor unharmed? King Jin Wing Xiaopeng couldn't suppress the jealousy and unwillingness in his heart, so he couldn't help but shout. Jun Xiaoyao, what special means did you use to break through the 55th floor? Chapter 159 Fight against the Golden Wing Xiaopeng King and Fahai, 6 reincarnation fists show their power. The words of King Golden Wing Xiaopeng made the 4 wilds quiet. In fact, everyone wanted to know how Jun Xiaoyao passed the 50-story test. The child can pass if he wants to pass, so why explain to your golden crispy chicken? Jun Xiaoyao was disdainful and didn't bother to explain anything. However, these words made a group of people startled and dumbfounded. To call the Golden Wing Xiaopeng King Golden Crispy Chicken is simply a naked humiliation. Jun Xiaoyao, you. Jin Wing Xiaopeng Wang was so angry that his internal organs were burning with a pair of wings, his sword feathers shaking. As Jialo Holy Mountain, he is a descendant of the Golden Wing Dapeng, he has never suffered such humiliation. Even if Jun Xiaoyao just broke the record of Tiandao Tower, what about it? No one knows whether Jun Xiaoyao cleared the level with strength or some special means. Look at the Divine Son who is unhappy, let's go together, this Divine Son doesn't have so much time to solve one by one. Jun Xiaoyao stepped into the void, standing with his hands behind. His strength has skyrocketed compared to before, and he needs a few sandbag tools to check it out. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's tone, few people said that Jun Xiaoyao uttered wild words. After all, Jun Xiaoyao broke the eternal record, and now the limelight is flourishing. And they are also very curious, what chance did Jun Xiaoyao get on the 50th floor, and how strong is his strength? King Jin Wing Xiaopeng is full of fighting spirit, with golden light bursting in his eyes, his character is always competitive, and he is not willing to be weaker than others. Amitba, the monarch and benefactor, the poor monk would like to be with you for a while. Fahai couldn't help it, and wanted to make a move. Otherwise, he suspects that his mood will be cracked. As for Yi Xingyun, his face changed, and in the end he didn't make a move. I don't have to deal with him in a hurry. I wait until I find the treasures of the Promised Star Palace. When the time comes, my cultivation base will skyrocket, and I will become the king all the way. It is not impossible to defeat Jun Xiaoyao. Yi Xingyun murmured in his heart. Obviously it was a counseling, but he just wanted to find a reason and excuse to comfort himself. Jun Xiaoyao glanced away, the Yin Yang son, Xiaolan and the others didn't even have the courage to look at him. Finally, his eyes fell on Ji Qingyi. Ji family goddess, don't you want to take a fight? Ji Qingyi was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to point her at her. But she immediately whispered, Brother Xiaoyao said and laughed, Qingyi has no intention of fighting for the front. Many monks were shocked when they saw that the dignified celestial saints had avoided the battle. Jun Xiaoyao has begun to take on invincible power in the young generation of the wild heaven and immortal realm. Jun Xiaoyao himself shook his head secretly, and missed a female slave. Oh no, it was a chance to exchange ideas. Then it's only you two, let's go together. Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. Furious. The golden-winged Xiaopeng king really couldn't help it. He raised his head to the sky with a long roar, and behind his back 108,000 sword feathers burst out, turning into a monstrous torrent. This is like 108,000 golden flying swords breaking through the sky and shattering the sky. Every sword feather oscillates with sharp sword aura, which is frightening. 108,000 sword feathers came out, the kind of power can be imagined, making many monks pale and trembling. At the same time, Fahai also shot. His soles stomped on the ground was shattered by the powerful countershock force, and his figure rose to the sky. The rich golden light bloomed out, and his physique grew larger, as if turning into a golden Buddha. It's Xiao Shitian's method of not spreading the body refining, Zhang Liujin body. Some old people whispered. This is an extremely powerful method of refining the body, comparable to the supreme law. Cultivation to great accomplishment is immortal and immortal, even if the soul is dead, the physical body will live forever in the world. Unexpectedly, this generation of Xiaoxi Tianfozi can actually cultivate the Zhangliujin body to this level. An old man exclaimed. Regardless of other things, only with this 6-foot golden body, Fahai is enough to gain a foothold among the top arrogant. King Jin Wing Xiaoping, Xiaoxi Tianfozi, these two people, either one, are enough to stand on the peak of Tianjiao. But now, it is Qi that shots together to deal with Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent, and he lifted his palm up, simply, taking a picture with one palm. This is a simple palm, but it is not a simple palm. Because this palm contains 3.7 billion caddies of tremendous power. What is this concept? It has far exceeded the imagination of some monks. Rumble. The air made a harsh burst of air, and in front of Jun Xiaoyao's palm, all the air was compressed, and the void vibrated like a lake. This is the ultimate expression of strength. Boom. One palm. It's just a palm. 108,000 sword feathers, all shattered. The terrifying air pressure and palm wind directly slapped King Jin Wing Xiaoping's whole person on the ground, and slammed it deeply into the ground. There is also Fahai. Although he urged Zhang Liujin's body and his physical strength exponentially increased, he was still slapped by Jun Xiaoyao's palm, and the blood in his mouth continued to vomit. In the end, several pavilions not far away were smashed, and he barely stopped. The monk present shivered coldly. Terror. It's indescribable. Jun Xiaoyao didn't use any means at all, but with a simple palm, both Xiaoping and Fahai couldn't bear it. The physical strength of the god son of the Jun family has skyrocketed again. What method has he cultivated? Is this the horror of the ancient sacramental body? How many shackles did the son of the Jun family break? Many Tianjiao monks screamed in exclamation, unbelievable. Ji Qingyi's eyes were more solemn than ever. Regardless of other things, in terms of physical strength, 10 Shis added together, it is no better than Jun Xiaoyao. Cough cough. Jun Xiaoyao you. King Jin Wing Xiaoping coughed up blood and got out of the pit, his eyes glare like a beast. This was a shame and lost it to Grandma's house. Even more angrily, the 9 lions were mocking at this time and sneered, also mocking me to follow my master. I am also the master's mount anyway, and you, even the master can't bear a slap, it's really spicy. The mockery of the 9 lions made King Golden Winged Xiaoping almost out of anger. On the other side, Fahai's Zhang Liujin body also seemed to be cracked, with cracked holes in his body, bleeding, and looked very frail. His expression is also extremely cold and severe. Poor monks don't believe me. Fahai continued to shoot. Dawei Tianlong, Blessed Earthzong, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Bamakong. The chanting of Faheku scriptures urged Xiaoxi Tian Supreme Dharma and Dawei Tianlong scriptures. Suddenly, the light of the Buddha was shining, and a Buddha appeared, accompanied by dragons and guardians of the Dharma, setting off the sea like a saint in the Buddha. The golden-winged Xiaoping king also burst out his full strength, and he sacrificed the powerful bloodline supernatural powers of the golden-winged rock. A ghost of Shenpeng appeared in the void, tearing apart a real dragon. It is the supernatural powers of the golden-winged Dupeng clan, Tianping fighting dragon. This can be said to be the ultimate move of the two of them, and they are released at the same time, even if it is Jun Lingsong, Ji Qingyi, and other young supreme, frowning. It's them who want to take over the extreme tricks of these two people. However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained unchanged, and he punched. A force of reincarnation burst out, affecting the world, as if it could break the heavens. The 6 terrifying reincarnation vortexes, along with Jun Xiaoyao's punch, suppressed together. It is the 6 reincarnation fist. A punch. www.novel.com. The world is shocked, all beings are afraid, and the world is overthrown. With this punch, if you want everything to return to the ruins, the void shatters, and the surrounding vegetation is withered and withered for a moment. What kind of is this? King Jin Wing Xiaoping rarely showed a look of horror. Fahai's expression also changed drastically, and he felt an unprecedented tremor. Boom. With one punch down, the ground split for dozens of miles, and everything around it turned into dust. Fahai and King Jin Wing Xiaoping were directly smashed into the depths of the earth, without knowing their life or death. Endless horror and fear filled everyone's heart. This fist is like pulling people into reincarnation. The body and soul must be shattered clean. Chapter 160 Attitude Changes. Let Jun Xiaoyao be the son of the college. Many people were terrified, and their souls were trembling. They felt that if they were facing Jun Xiaoyao's move, it is estimated that the boxer hadn't come over yet, and the breath alone would be enough to make them collapse. This boxing technique carries the true meaning of reincarnation. Could it be that the son of the Jun family passed the 55th floor reward, some sharp-eyed older generations guessed? But no matter what, everyone knows. After this battle, Jun Xiaoyao was afraid that he was going to secure his position as the first person in the young generation of Xianyu. Unless there are other evildoers appear, it can shake Jun Xiaoyao's position and defeat him. But is it possible? Some people thought of ancestral dragon nest Long Aotian, the young emperor of the Northern Kingdom family, and the reincarnation of the sword demon of the Huangui family, and so on. However, those top enchanting evildoers are in retreat, sublimation, and have not yet entered the world. Although there are still many enchanting Tianjiao who have not yet entered the world, but the son of the Jun family has begun to take on an invincible posture, it is difficult for other Tianjiao to shake his position. Yes, let alone other things, even the ancient freak Princess Longji and the son of the Jun family didn't take it seriously. Jun Xiaoyao's performance this time, whether it was breaking the 50th floor of the Heavenly Dao Tower, or crushing the Golden Wing Xiaopeng King and Fahai with only one hand, everyone was amazed. After a while, King Jin Wing Xiaopeng and Fahai climbed out of the pit. Yes, that's right, just crawl out little by little. The two of them, covered in blood, were extremely embarrassed. The arrogance at the same beginning was different. At this moment, the golden-winged Xiaopeng King looked at Jun Xiaoyao with an unprecedented sense of horror. That kind of fist is too terrifying, as if it will pull people into endless reincarnation. King Jin Wing Xiaopeng has never seen such a terrifying boxing technique. His invincible Dao Xin seemed to be crushed. The same is true of Fahai. With full confidence, he came from Shitian when he was little, and wanted to rule the roost and let the world chant the name of Buddha. As a result, he was completely shivered now, the Buddha nature was trembling, and he was drawn into the abyss of demon nature step by step. Jun Xiaoyao is his demon. Looking at the two people who crawled out embarrassedly, Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained unchanged. He also didn't fully urge the power of 6 reincarnation fists. At this stage, Jun Xiaoyao is also exploring. But this power really satisfied him. In addition, I have a kind of reincarnation, which can be used to comprehend the 6 reincarnation fists and samsara nirvana. Brother Xiaoyao's strength is really amazing, Qingyi feels ashamed. Ji Qingyi whispered. Jun Xiaoyao said, why should the goddess humble herself? He knew that Ji Qingyi, as the goddess of the Ji family and the saint of the gods, would not believe him if he said that he had no whole cards. It's just that Ji Qingyi is not sure to deal with him now. At this moment, the great elder stepped forward and said to Jun Xiaoyao, the strength of the little friend is admirable. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at the great elder, showing suspicion. Before this great elder, it seemed that he wanted to shoot him to death. Why has his attitude changed so much now? The elder chuckled and said, little friend Jun is so strong, he has passed through the 55th floor of the Heavenly Dao Tower, and even saw the Holy Spirit, and I have a destiny with the Holy Spirit Academy. The great elder has something to say. Jun Xiaoyao said. Ah, well, I don't know Mr. Jun, are you interested in becoming my holy son in the Holy Spirit Academy? When the great elder's voice fell, the audience was dumbfounded. Didn't the Holy Spirit Academy still hate Jun Xiaoyao? If there weren't the few ancestors of the Jun family who wanted to go to the academy for tea, the Holy Spirit Academy would not have waited to see Jun Xiaoyao at all. Why now? I actually want Jun Xiaoyao to become the holy son of the college. Great elder. Saint Yin and Yang and Xiaolan were also dumbfounded. Does this work? You two rubbish, shut up. The elder shouted angrily. Both Yin and Yang Xingzi bowed their heads angrily. Only Hua Xiqing smiled, thinking that the academy's decision was too wise. Since Ji Xian was defeated by the little friend, then the little friend is naturally qualified to become the new saint son. I don't know what is in the little friend's heart. The elder rubbed his hands, his old face smiled like a chrysanthemum. Panicked. This is what the great elder, the dean of the academy, said. The great elder was quite disapproving before, and even wanted to oppose it. But now I see Jun Xiaoyao's performance. Well, it smells so good. Jun Xiaoyao thought slightly. To be honest, he is too lazy to be a holy son of a college. To be juxtaposed with the of the Yin and Yang saint child is simply losing his identity. However, since he has agreed to the reincarnation of the Holy Spirit, he wants to take care of the Holy Spirit Academy and has a reasonable identity, which is not bad. The Great Elder saw that Jun Xiaoyao was thinking, and thought he would mind the provocation of Yin Yang Xingzi and others before. Thinking of this, the Great Elder directly said coldly, "Sage son of Yin and Yang, Xiaolan, you too, from now on, they will no longer be the son of my college." "What, Great Elder, how can you be like this?" The two became pale again. "In order to win over Jun Xiaoyao, I dismissed them." "Is there any reason?" "Why, if you have any comments, bring it to the dean." The elder didn't care. "This is an order from the dean. Holy Spirit Academy does not need to be afraid of Yin Yang sect and Daxia dynasty." "Well, the academy is sincere, but Jun is disrespectful." Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. He reluctantly agreed because of the face of the Samsara Holy Spirit. "Haha, thank you very much, little friend." The elder smiled and let go of the previous suspicion. This gentleman's son, the more he looks, the more pleasing to the eye. After the matter was finalized, the monks present suddenly discovered that behind Jun Xiaoyao, there were already 3 terrorist forces. The ancient monarch family, the ancient Jiang family, and a Holy Spirit Academy that even fears immortal forces. No one can stop the rise of the son of the Jun family. Many older monks sighed. The matter of Tiandao Tower has come to an end for now. The news about Jun Xiaoyao would be spread out in the wild heaven and immortal realm within a few days. Although Jun Xiaoyao is the most dazzling existence, the rest of the Jun family is not weak. The entire Tiandao building above the 40th floor was almost dominated by the Jun family sequence. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. This can't help but make people sigh. The ancient monarch family, the younger generation is strong, afraid that they will continue to glory. King Golden Winged Xiaoping left in embarrassment, and didn't let go of a single word. Many people think that the Golden Winged Xiaoping Wang Daoxin has cracks, and they are afraid that there will be major problems in the future. Fahai also left, and the magic in his eyes was even worse. Jun Xiaoyao has turned into his demon. There was also Yi Xingyun. He was a little fortunate, this time he held back and did not make a move. "Steady, we must be steady. If I don't get the treasure of the Promised Star Palace, I definitely can't match Jun Xiaoyao." Yi Xingyun thought in his heart. He has already begun to plan the nether. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Yi Xingyun, then took it back. Yi Xingyun is already on his list of cutting leak. Chapter 161. The forces of all parties shook, the Yi family sword demon reincarnated, and the king did not see the king. The matter of Tiandala has now come to an end. Jun Xiaoyao did not leave immediately, but stayed in the Holy Spirit Academy for a short time. The Holy Spirit Academy was also generous, and gave Jun Xiaoyao a full 500 celestial sources. In the past, the 3 saints of Yin and Yang added up to obtain hundreds of fairy sources in the Holy Spirit Academy. Their source of immortality was given by the forces behind it, not a gift from the Academy. The Holy Spirit Academy can also be considered as a capital. Jun Xiaoyao was also very satisfied, plus the source of immortality he had previously obtained in the fighting. He now has more than 1,000 immortal sources on his body, which is enough to satisfy Daluo immortal bones tempering. During this period, Hua Xiqing also took the initiative to come forward, blushing, and wanted to discuss the Tao with Jun Xiaoyao. This descendant of the 100-flower Taoist palace was completely fallen. Jun Xiaoyao did not refuse, and chatted with her about life and ideals. Hua Xiqing also left with a look of contentment. During the time that Jun Xiaoyao stayed in the Holy Spirit Academy, the matter of the heavenly Dao Tower, as if it had grown wings, spread throughout the entire deserted fairyland. All those who heard it were in an uproar. Break the eternal record of the 50-story Tiandao Tower. Take a stroll in the courtyard, crushing the golden-winged Xiaopeng King and Xiaoxi Tian Fozi with one hand. Become the son of the Holy Spirit Academy. Each of these things was enough to cause an uproar. And these things were all created by Jun Xiaoyao alone. This is terrifying. All the light fell on Jun Xiaoyao's head. Compared with him, whether it is Jun Lingsong or Ji Qingyi, they can only be bleak, let alone other Tianjiao. Haha, Xiaoyao never disappoints. The Jun family, Jun Zhantian, Jiang Rou and other relatives are all very happy, they are proud of Jun Xiaoyao. The other elders of the Jun family are also very happy. This time, the Heavenly Dao Tower, the Jun family dominates the list, enough to make the Jun family's reputation even higher. On the contrary, those hostile forces have ugly faces. Hangzhou, within the Dragon Palace. Xiao Chen's fist hit the ground fiercely, his expression stunned. Every time he got news of Jun Xiaoyao, he would fall into despair again. Now, let alone him, Xiao Chen didn't even know whether Princess Longji could defeat Jun Xiaoyao. However, feeling the aura of Princess Longji growing stronger, Xiao Chen still had a glimmer of hope after all. When Princess Longji has fully adapted to the atmosphere of the world, it is the death of Jun Xiaoyao. Xiao Chenhan said. On the other side, Panwu Shenchao, champion Hofu. After hearing some news about Wu Mingyue and Jun Xiaoyao, Yang Pen looked ashamed and furious. In anger, he directly killed more than a dozen subordinates, and the servants of the entire champion Ho's mansion were trembling. Jun Xiaoyao, you really deserve to die. Yang Pen was annoyed. Although he did not successfully become a cohort, he subconsciously regarded Wu Mingyue as his own woman. As a result, Wu Mingyue walked so close to Jun Xiaoyao unexpectedly. This made Yang Pen unacceptable. He was panting and his eyes were red, like an angry lion. Calm down, when I find the remaining Pan-Emperor Year's sword and Pan-Emperor Void sword, I will have enough power to kill that Jun Xiaoyao. The lower realm, maybe it's an opportunity for me. Yang Pan's eyes changed. Before, the of Panwu had called him into the palace and said something important. 10 places in the lower realm are likely to undergo dramatic changes. Changes in one world are enough to provoke endless situations. Not to mention the great changes in the 10 worlds. When the time comes to guard the world, it will be a life and death, terrifying battle with blood flowing for hundreds of millions of miles. A person is not rich without a windfall, and a horse without a knight and grass is not fat. With my Yang Pan's luck, why don't you have no chance in the lower realm? Yang Pan sneered. When he turned over, it was when Jun Xiaoyao died. Huanggu Yijia, on a lonely mountain with thousands of walls. A thin figure in black, sitting cross-legged on a lonely mountain, beside him was accompanied by a divine sculpture. This place is the forbidden area of the Yi family. Without permission, even some clan elders can't take a step. The figure in black was a black-clothed teenager with a handsome face. He closed his eyes, and on the ground in front of him, there was a sword slanting into the ground. It was stained with blood stains, and it seemed to contain monstrous murderous intent and sword intent. At this moment, outside the lonely peak, an old Yi family arched his hand slightly and said, "Senior Yi, the old man is disturbing." This Yi family elder is a strongman of the great saint realm with gray hair. It is hard to imagine that he would actually hand over to that black-clothed boy and call him senior, which is simply unreasonable. Above the lonely mountain, the black-clothed boy slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, the Yi family elder felt a terrible sword intent, as if he wanted to cut his whole person into pieces. What a terrifying and deep look. The young man's eyes seemed to contain the vicissitudes of the past, with deep and reserved introversion that did not belong to this age. "What's the matter?" the boy slowly said. Next, the Yi family veteran told the boy about the mess. In addition, he also told the boy the news about Jun Xiaoyao in Tiandao Tower. The teenager was silent, and the atmosphere was suffocating. The elder Yi family glanced at the blood-stained sword with trepidation. Is that sword contaminated with the blood of the emperor? Yi family sighed in his heart. The black-clothed boy is not someone else, but the reincarnation of the sword demon who is known to the Yi family, Yi Guqin. The 10 places will be chaotic, it has nothing to do with me. As for Na Jun Xiaoyao, Yi Guqin's expression was flat. He didn't have the slightest fear of Jun Xiaoyao because of the miracles created by him. This is the pride of the sword demon. He is not afraid of any existence in ancient and modern times. Now, it's not when I joined the world, have you ever heard a word? Yi Guqin closed his eyes. What are you talking about? Asked the old Yi family. The king does not see the king. With Yi Guqin's words, tens of thousands of sword auras rose up around Gufeng. The emperor-killing sword stained with the blood of the emperor also burst out with monstrous sword energy, which seemed to cut the 10 directions of the universe. The old Yi family's heart shook. The king does not see the king. If you see, you will be bloodied. The king's son is king. And the sword demon of his Yi family was reincarnated, another king. The Yi clan old man walked away, not daring to bother. Yi Guqin raised his hand and slowly stroked the blade of the killing emperor sword. Old man, countless years have passed, the world can still remember, under the stars. One person, one sword. www.novel.com. Kill the Emperor's shadow. Just when all the forces in the Huangtian immortal territory were shaken by the matter of Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was ready to set off to return to Jun's house. The elder of the Holy Spirit Academy and others personally escorted Jun Xiaoyao away. Although Wu Mingyue was reluctant to give up, she had to return to Panwu God Dynasty. This gave Jun Linglong a sigh of relief. Next, I will go home to digest this harvest, continue to comprehend the meaning of reincarnation, and then temper the Daluo immortal bone. Jun Xiaoyao already had a plan in his heart. He had a vague hunch that the turmoil in the lower realm would start, and then he would need a stronger strength to deal with all challenges. The second volume of the book, The Origin of the World, 10 Children Against the Sky, so many opportunities and leaks, are waiting for me to harvest. Chapter 162 From 10 Places, The Profound Sky Continent, 10 Heads Against the Sky. After Jun Xiaoyao returned to Jun's house, he went directly to the Tiandi Palace to retreat. This trip to the Heavenly Dao Tower, his gains are great, and it takes some time to digest. Yu also followed Jun Xiaoyao back to Jun's house. His talents amazed the Jun family. I admired Jun Xiaoyao even more, and he was able to attract such a powerful follower. Jun Xiaoyao also asked to give Yu a treatment comparable to that of the core clansmen. This moved Yu even more and strengthened his belief in following Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao went into seclusion and began to digest those more than 1,000 fairy sources. Then used the reincarnation fairy seed to comprehend the 6 reincarnation fists and the samsara nirvana. The entire deserted fairyland fell into a brief calm. But in this brief calm, there was an undercurrent. I don't know when the fairyland began to spread, and great changes occurred in the 10 places of the lower realm. The 10 places may be in chaos. When the time comes, the opportunity will come to the world and the air luck will manifest, which will bring about unprecedented changes. This kind of change is not only a change in 10 places, it is more likely to affect Xianyu. In the past, there was no shortage of great fortuners with lower bounds, who were recruited and cultivated by the forces of the fairyland to become a generation of strong men. Restricted by the rules of heaven and earth, the Tianjiao of the 10 lower realms is obviously impossible to compare to the Tianjiao of the immortal territory. But there is no absolute thing. In this 10-place change, many people think that the lower realm may have a heaven-defying character born, and even pose a big threat to the fairyland Tianjiao. This is not groundless, and it's not that there are no heaven-defying figures who have soared from the lower realm to the fairyland. Only this time, there may be more. And this change is also an opportunity. The Tianjiao of many forces in Xianyu couldn't hold back. For them, the fairyland has limited opportunities, and they are all occupied by the top talents, they can only drink some soup. But if they are the lower realms, they immediately become the number 1 person. Unless it is the arrogant children of the lower realm, ordinary Tianjiao is far inferior to them. For this reason, many forces want to send their Tianjiao to the lower realm to compete for the great opportunity of the lower realm. However, the lower bound is a very difficult thing. Because the rules of heaven and earth are different, the lower realm naturally rejects the creatures of the immortal realm. Therefore, the stronger the immortal creatures, the more difficult it is to lower the realm. Even those who are not particularly high in the immortal realm want the lower realm, it is extremely difficult. Unless there are creatures who are willing to completely fade away the aura of the immortal realm and become a creature in the lower realm, then they can directly enter the lower realm. Long ago, the Jun family used this method to drive away the 10 ancient tribes, so that they could completely fade away from the immortal realm and completely degenerate into beings in the lower realm. However, this method is more uncomfortable than death for the immortal creatures who are born high above. No one would choose to lower bounds in this way. They will pay a huge price and use various means to force the lower bound. In an instant, a year passed. This year, Xianyu has undergone major changes. People of all major forces began to lower bounds one after another. Of course, the vast majority of the forces just let their family heirs to the lower realm, and at most they bring a few guardians. The lower bounds also began to be confused. One of the 10 places in the lower realm, the profound sky continent. The entire continent is vast and endless, and it is difficult for mortals to get out of the corner of the continent if they spend their entire lives. On the mainland, there are dynasties that have passed on for thousands of years, there are powerful families that are hidden in the world, and there are holy land sects that are high above them. The profound sky continent can be roughly divided into Eastern Profound Region, West Profound Region, Southern Profound Region, and Northern Profound Region. Eastern Profound Region, Great Yen Country, Lin Clan. As one of the 4 major families of the Great Yen Nation, the Lin Clan is quite influential throughout the Great Yen Nation. However, even the Great Yen Nation, in the entire Eastern Profound region, is only a third-rate force. At this moment, in the Lin Clan, on a back mountain, a handsome young man in a green robe with a firm look was constantly punching the wooden stake. The entire wooden post was stained with red blood stains, making it extremely dazzling. Boom. With a punch, the young man slammed heavily on the wooden stake. His delicate face even had a look of sorrow. Damn, why can't I open up a sea of spirits? If I can't open up the sea of spirit, I can't become a monk, and I will be the laughingstock of others for the rest of my life. The boy's name was Lin Feng, the son of the head of the Lin Clan. As the young master of the Lin Clan, he was a trash that even Ling Hai couldn't open up. Lin Feng's ridicule and blank eyes can be imagined. Brother Lin Feng, don't be sad. At this time, a purple-clothed girl appeared, with bright eyes and white teeth, beautiful and moving. She looked at Lin Feng's blood-stained palm, showing a look of pity. Ziyan, why should you care about me as a waste person? Lin Feng laughed at himself. Ziyan is not a member of the Lin Clan, but a sojourner in his home. Ziyan smiled mysteriously and said, Brother Lin Feng, don't be discouraged. This world is about to change drastically. Anyone has a chance to transform into a dragon. Hearing Ziyan's words, Lin Feng shook his head slightly and said, Ziyan, I still can't understand what the fairyland in your mouth looks like. Ziyan smiled and said, that is a very wonderful world. It is countless times larger than the entire Eastern Profound region and even the Profound Sky continent. The power behind Ziyan comes from there. Really? Lin Feng's expression was shocked. The forces behind Ziyan are very mysterious and powerful. And that powerful force is only a small branch passed down from the main line of the fairyland. He couldn't imagine how powerful that main vein was. Ziyan continued, it won't be long before the brothers and sisters of the main line will be in the lower realm. Then, Ziyan will do her best to ask them to help you. Thank you. Lin Feng showed a touch of emotion in his eyes. At this moment, a servant suddenly ran over and said, Master, the Nalan family members are here. What? This made Lin Feng's expression change. The Nalan family, one of the hidden families in the Eastern Profound Domain, has a terrifying Taoist powerhouse. God Bridge, Unity, Harmony, Nirvana, Heaven, and Fire. After igniting the sacred fire and becoming an expert of sacred fire, he is considered to have entered the 9th level of mastery. The 9 ranks are, Void God, True God, Celestial God, Taoist God, Quasi-Saint, Saint, Saint King, Great Saint, and Saint Lord. Each layer is also divided into early stage, middle stage, late stage, small perfection, and great perfection. Tao God, mastering at least one Tao law, is already a very powerful expert for the Profound Sky continent of the lower realm. And the Nalan family is a hidden family with powerful Tao gods, and it is the best in the Eastern Profound region. But the most important thing is that Lin Feng and the contemporary Nalan family lady, Nalan Ruashi, have a marriage contract. His father, in an accident, saved the seriously injured Nalan family father, so he had this paper marriage contract. And now, what does the Nalan family come to the Lin clan? Lin Feng guessed 10 in his heart. Break off an engagement. Apart from this, Lin Feng could not think of other reasons. Not to mention the Lin clan, it is the entire Great Yen nation. In the eyes of the Nalan family, it is like an ant, which can be destroyed easily. Nalan family. Ziyan frowned slightly when she heard the words. The forces behind her are not inferior to the Nalan family. But she once heard a rumor www.novel.com. A woman from the ancestor of the Nalan family was once a Taoist companion to a certain powerful person in Qianyu. The supreme and powerful person seems to be called Yuan Tian Supreme. Ziyan didn't know how terrifying that Yuan Tian Supreme was. But the one who can get along with the Supreme is obviously a superpower she can't imagine. Then Nalan Ruashi, it's best not to overdo it, otherwise. At that time, the brothers and sisters of Xianyu will make the Nalan family pay the price. Ziyan asked with an icy face. The line she was in was extremely prosperous in the wild heaven and immortal realm, and it was a transcendent holy land. Even if it is not comparable to the immortal forces, it is also the top force under the immortality. It couldn't be easier to deal with such a small hidden family in the lower realm. Chapter 163 Nalan Ruashi's apology is justified and unforgiving. the origin of the world. At this moment, in the hospitality lobby of the Lin clan, a young girl in a long skirt with long sleeves, sitting as if she were a virgin. The young girl has exquisite features and a beautiful face. Her white skin can be broken by blows, and she can pinch water out of tenderness. Her figure is also very good, with undulating curves, cloud-like jet black hair, rolled into a bun, looking calm and elegant. She is the proud daughter of the Nailin family, Nailin Ruashi. Speaking of Nailin Ruashi, that is the famous goddess of the Eastern Profound region, and even the goddess-level figure in the minds of countless men. She was only 16 years old, and she broke through to the realm of the five heavens of true spirit. For Xianyu, this is of course not a big deal, or even a very bad one. But the rules of the netherworld are different. In the profound sky continent, being able to reach the fifth heaven of true spirit at the age of 16 is already an extremely enchanting genius. Hee, how come Nailin niece has time to come to my Lin clan? Above the main seat, a middle-aged man with a square face smiled. He is the head of the Lin clan and Lin Feng's father, Lin Gentian. Uncle Lin, it's been a long time. Nailin Ruashi was very polite and decent. Even though her status is high, she is the proud daughter of the hidden family, but her attitude is very modest at the moment, without any arrogance. This also made Lin Gentian very satisfied. Who would have thought that the seriously injured old man rescued by the accident was the old man of the Nailin family? This move also brought a good wife to his son. Lin Gentian smiled happily. Although his son is a waste, if he could marry Nailin Ruashi as his wife, he would still be a superior figure. Even the entire Lin clan will fly onto the branches to become a phoenix, and become a big family that the entire Eastern Profound region dare not provoke. As for retiring, Lin Gentian didn't expect this at all. In his opinion, it is impossible for the Nailin family to be ungrateful. Just when Lin Gentian had a dream in his heart. Outside the door, Lin Feng and Ziyan came. Lin Feng saw Nailin Ruashi at a glance, and she couldn't help showing a ray of surprise in her eyes. Nailin Ruashi is beautiful, graceful, and calm. Any man will fall in love at first sight. Even Lin Feng is no exception. However, Lin Feng's heart fell faintly when he thought of his status as a waste. He is not dreaming like Lin Gentian. The toad still has the consciousness that belongs to the toad. He wants to eat this swan meat, hard. Seeing Lin Feng's arrival, Lin Gentian hurriedly waved, "Smelly boy, I just came to say hello to Nailin girl." Lin Feng looked calm and looked at Nailin Ruashi. Nailin Ruashi also looked at Lin Feng with beautiful eyes. Lin Feng looks beautiful and has a firm complexion. Although it is a well-known waste wood, Nailin Ruashi does not have any contempt or disgust. "Young Master Lin." Nailin Ruashi nodded slightly. "Nailin Ruashi, what are you doing?" Lin Feng asked. "Smelly boy, how do you speak?" Lin Gentian glared at Lin Feng. Nailin Ruashi let out a sigh of relief, and said with a hint of guilt in her beautiful eyes, "Sorry, Ruashi is here to divorce today." Ruashi is dedicated to practicing, she really has no idea of getting married. In a word, the whole hall was dead silent. The expressions of all the members of the Lin clan were instantly ugly. Lin Gentian couldn't believe it. His dream was broken. "Sure enough, Nailin Ruashi, you." Lin Feng raised his brows, clenched his fists, nails deeply pierced into his palms, causing pain in the heart. Ziyan on the side was also very cold. Ruashi does not dislike young Master Lin's cultivation base, but it is really inappropriate. As for compensation, my Nailin family will support Lin's clan. We have all kinds of resources. Nailin Ruashi's tone is calm, not arrogant, full of apology and guilt. On the contrary, it was Lin Feng who couldn't help cursing, "Nailin Ruashi, you bitch, where do I put the face of the Lin clan? Presumptuous." Behind Nailin Ruashi, an old woman let out a cold voice, and a breath of virtual realm burst out. This breath made Lin Gentian's heart tremble. His cultivation base is no more than the divine fire realm, and he has not yet set foot on the 9th level of Mastering Saint. And the Nailin family is just a servant, and his cultivation base is higher. With the noble status of the young lady, you don't need to be so troublesome at all, just send someone here, and you can send you a word. But she still chose to come to the door to apologize in person, with a sincere attitude, and willing to pay you so many resources. In the end, you yelled so much. It really is a sprawling out of the poor country. The old woman couldn't help but shout. She was really fighting for Nalan Ruashi. Grandma Lu, don't talk about it, this matter is indeed Ruashi's fault, so young Master Lin should also curse. Nalan Ruashi stopped. Oh, what kind of sincere attitude, but just dismissive, don't worry, Lin Feng can't climb your white swan too high. Lin Feng sneered. The compensation resources will be sent, Ruashi is really sorry. Nalan Ruashi is still sincere. Let's take the resources, my Lin clan is not bad. Lin Jintian's face also sank, and his dream of becoming a phoenix was completely broken. Nalan Ruashi sighed in her heart. She has no choice. You bitch, get out of here, I'm Lin Feng for 3 years, no, 1 year, as long as 1 year, I will personally board the Nalan family and defeat you. Lin Feng suddenly shouted, he really couldn't bear the humiliation. Although Nalan Ruashi didn't say a word to humiliate him from beginning to end. Sorry. Nalan Ruashi finally owed slightly and was about to leave. But at this time, Ziyan was blocking Nalan Ruashi. You. Nalan Ruashi didn't know why. Looking at brother Lin Feng, both you and the Nalan family behind you will pay the price. Ziyan said coldly. Nalan Ruashi glanced at Ziyan and left directly. Ah, it. Lin Feng hated madness and ran out of the lobby. Although he didn't want to admit it in his heart, he did dream of marrying Nalan Ruashi. After all, who wouldn't want to marry such a proud woman of heaven? Lin Feng didn't want to admit it, but he was very honest. Now Nalan Ruashi refused, undoubtedly torn apart his last illusion. That's why Lin Feng was so embarrassed and angry. Lin Feng didn't know how long he ran, and finally ran to a lake. www.novel.com. He couldn't help but jumped in, trying to calm down, and sank directly to the bottom of the lake. But at this moment, he found a mass of colorful, mercury-like substance at the bottom of the lake. What is this? Lin Feng couldn't help but stretch out his finger and tap it lightly. Suddenly, the whole group of colorful matter directly penetrated into Lin Feng's body. In an instant, Lin Feng felt that everything in the universe, everything in the world, and everything flashed before his eyes. The sun, the moon, and the stars move, everything changes, and the universe rules. It was like a second, and it was like a lifetime. When Lin Feng suddenly woke up, he was already on the shore of the lake. The origin of the world. Lin Feng suddenly spit out these 4 words for some reason. Chapter 164. 10 guards of heaven appeared one after another, suppressing the Jun family 5. And not only that, when Lin Feng recovered, he suddenly discovered that a vast sea of spirits appeared in his dantian at some point. This is Ling Hai. Lin Feng's body shook severely, his eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't this the spirit sea that he always wanted to open up, but couldn't open it up? Just as Lin Feng's mind was shaking, he found that his cultivation base began to climb. Ling Hai is in the sky. Ling Hai double heaven. Ling Hai triple heaven. The shrine is in heaven. Shrine double heaven. Shrine triple heaven. In the end, he had reached the true spirit realm before he could stop. However, in just a few dozen breathing times, Lin Feng's cultivation skyrocketed by 18 levels. I am a true spiritual master now. Lin Feng felt unreal as if he was dreaming. You know, Nalan Ruashi, known as the arrogant girl of the Eastern Profound Realm, is no more than the cultivation base of the true spirit 5 heavens. And now, he is already in the real spirit realm. However, the surprise that brought Lin Feng is more than that. He thought about it randomly in his mind, and he immediately understood those complicated and difficult exercises and supernatural powers. Lin Feng immediately got up and performed a pass fist. Bang bang. 10 loud noises exploded. Tong back fist strikes 10 times, great perfection. Lin Feng couldn't believe it. Such a complicated martial arts, he could even think about it. Horror, terrible. Lin Feng could not imagine how enchanting his talent was. It seems to be the power of the origin of this world, but it faintly tells me that what I have obtained is only a small part of the origin of the world. The true source of the world is waiting for me to discover. Lin Feng had some enlightenment. Thinking of this, his eyes were filled with excitement. This is the world origin of the profound sky continent. If he gets all of it, will he grow up in the future and become the master of the entire profound sky continent? If I can get all the origins of the world, let alone the profound sky continent, even the high immortal realms will not be able to stop my steps. Lin Feng's ambitions began to swell. This feeling was like Yang Pan got the Panwang life sword, and it floated at once. And Nalan Ruashi, I, Lin Feng, will give you a big surprise in a year. Lin Feng sneered. He, the air transporter who is clocked by the world, is destined to become the master of the world. Existence like Lin Feng is not just a case in 10 places in the lower realm. In another place in the lower realm, inside a sect called Zuantianzong. Inside a high mountain pavilion, the two old men looked sad and were talking. The 10 places will change, we will cut off the world, and we will also cut off contact with Xianyu, and the 10 sinners will also be about to move. Yes, at the beginning, the Lord went to the sovereign house, let us Xian Tianzong and other 5 subordinate forces in the lower realm, suppress the 10 sinners. I did not expect such a change to happen now. I heard that the ancient demons seem to be against the will of the Lord and the monarch, and are even secretly in contact with the sinners. This matter can only be resolved by the lower realm of the strong men in the Lord's family. During the conversation between the two old men, they were full of anxiety. The 5 subordinate forces sent by the Jun family were Xian Tianzong, Dayan dynasty, ancient gods, ancient demons, and ancient demons. Nowadays, there are actually 2 races, which are beginning to deviate from their original intentions, which is indeed a major event. By the way, I heard that there was an evil incident in our clan, and a disciple was found to collude with the sinner. Such trivial matters will naturally be solved by someone. What we need to focus on is the 10 sinners. At the same time, in Zuantianzong Square, a young man was tied to a copper pillar, his body was full of whip marks and dripping with blood. His eyes were cracked and he looked at the opposite pair of young men and women. Lu Qianqian, you betrayed me. The young man's name is Mo Fan, and that Lu Qianqian is his childhood sweetheart. Mo Fan didn't expect that Lu Qianqian would join the big brother to conspiracy to frame him. Even his whole body of cultivation was abolished, and he was completely a waste. Mo Fan, your vain attempt to collude with the sinner is already a heinous sin. It's pretty good that the big brother can spare you. Lu Qianqian shouted. The big brother sneered. Haha, collaborating with the sinners. Mo Fan smiled, his smile as cold as ice. In his heart, he hated not only the big brother, but also Lu Qianqian, and even the entire Xian Tianzong. What about colluding with the Sin race? If he can go out alive, he must personally liberate the Sin race and destroy the Xiantian sect. At this moment, thunder fell from the sky and fell on Mo Fan with a crash. He became scorched all over, emitting a burnt smell. At the same time, a star villain suddenly appeared in Mo Fan's mind. All kinds of mysterious and magnificent scenes appeared in his eyes. An ancient star palace stood, and he knelt on the ground, looking up at a magnificent figure dressed in the sun, moon, and stars. The son of the stars, return, assist the supreme. After Mo Fan heard this, he completely lost consciousness and passed out into a coma. Looking at the scorched and half-dead Mo Fan, Lu Qianqian covered her nose in disgust and said, "Come here, throw this Mo Fan out of the sect." On another ancient continent, there was an ancient dynasty named Qin dynasty. At this moment, the entire dynasty is full of flames. The powerhouses of the entire Qin dynasty were all beheaded. Inside the imperial palace, a young man in a brocade robe was lying on the ground with a big hole in his chest, stained with blood. And another young man, high above him, was filled with aura. He held a white bone in his hand, glowing with a deep light. The innate spirit bones just match my spirit king body. There are really many opportunities for this lower realm. The young man laughed. Who are you? The young man who fell on the ground looked savage like a ghost. His name is Qin Hao. He was originally the prince of the Qin dynasty, with innate spiritual bones, strong and terrifying qualifications. As a result, a powerful existence in Xianyu came to the world, and the entire Qin dynasty was destroyed overnight. His father, queen, and many generals were all beheaded. Hey, it's okay to tell you, I am Wang Tian Immortal Realm, Wanggu Jiang family, Jiang Zuling. I don't want to kill you. I want to see what storms can be revealed by your aunt. Jiang Zuling sneered and kicked Qin Hao away. The survival of the fittest and the survival of the fittest are the laws of all things in the world. Jiang Zuling, who was born in the ancient Xianyu family, is naturally the clearest. Who can blame this? Weakness is the original sin. To blame, Qin Hao had grown an innate spirit bone, and he was eyeing it. My cousin Luoli, she should also be in the realm, and the son of the Jun family, maybe you can hug his thigh then, maybe you can get more opportunities. Jiang Zuling smiled. Although he is the spiritual king of the Jiang family, he has extraordinary talents, and he is also a top talent. But he still admires Jun Xiaoyao extremely. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao is the son of Jiang Rou, half of Jiang's family, and has some relationship with Jiang Luoli, which makes Jiang Zuling firm. Yu reading www.yukangsha.com wants to have a good relationship with Jun Xiaoyao. Next time I meet, should I call the brother-in-law of the Jun family god? Jiang Zuling thought to himself. After Jiang Zuling left, Qin Hao was lying in a pool of blood, his eyes cracking. Weakness is the original sin. Jiang Zuling, the ancient Jiang family, and the entire immortal realm, why do you stand on top and control life and death? At this moment, Qin Hao aroused his hatred of the ancient Jiang family and even the entire fairyland. But at this moment, on his chest, the necklace soaked in blood flashed with bursts of brilliance. Dark flames burst out, and an elegant black sparrow phantom emerged. A faint female voice sounded from Qin Hao's ear. Release my 9 Netherworld Sparrow clan, which will give you the power to fight against the ancient family. Chapter 165 Jun Xiaoyao leaves the lower realm of the Demon Palace Goddess, Lin Feng's 1. Over time, the 10 places in the lower realm have undergone tremendous changes. Rumor has it that in a certain continent, a Tianjiao turned out to be a chaotic body, which shocked the entire continent. You know, even in the fairyland, the chaotic body is a scary physique that is rare in thousands of years, ranking in the top 10 of 3,000 physiques. However, in the barren land like the lower realm, there will be chaotic bodies, which makes a batch of immortal realm Tianjiao shocked. There is also another continent. Rumor has it that the god-swallowing magic power has been passed down to the world, which can devour the world. In addition, immortal freaks who were buried in the 10 places of the lower realm appeared and buried many epochs in order to wait for the chaos of the 10 places in this world to steal the luck of one realm and the origin of the world. This kind of news made Xianyu Tianjiao shocked. Even the Tianjiao of the lower realm of the fairyland had to act cautiously, for fear of capsize in the gutter. Another year has passed. Huangtian Fairyland, Jun's family. More than 2 years have passed since Jun Xiaoyao's last retreat. Jun Xiaoyao is also 14 years old. Although he is not very old, he looks like a handsome boy of 16 or 17. And the figure is extremely long, white clothes wins the snow, the temperament is aloof from the dust, ethereal and immortal. During this period of time, Jun Xiaoyao refined all 1,000 yuan of immortal source. The number of big Luo fairy bones in his body also reached 70 yuan. However, Jun Xiaoyao could clearly feel that the more he practiced, the greater the number of fairy sources needed for Daluo immortal bone tempering. Moreover, the low-grade Xian Yuan had already begun to gradually be unable to satisfy cultivation. This big Luo immortal body is really a bottomless pit. Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes, his dark eyes were as deep as night stars. He began to feel a sense of urgency in his heart. Need to cut the leaks as soon as possible. Well, when the cultivation reaches the bottleneck period, you need a trip to the lower realm. Jun Xiaoyao murmured. The bottleneck he was talking about was the bottleneck of the fairy seed, not the bottleneck of the realm. As long as he finds his own way, Jun Xiaoyao can practice all the way without hindrance. Not to mention sanctification, even becoming the supreme is a simple matter. Next, Jun Xiaoyao left the customs, looked for Jun Linglong and others, and asked about the recent situation. The 10 territories are in chaos, and all kinds of arrogant children appear, and there are even celestial arrogances, who capsized in the gutter of the lower realm and were defeated by the natives. Hearing these news, Jun Xiaoyao was a little surprised. It seems that the 10 guardians should have gradually emerged. There are males and females. Jun Xiaoyao seemed to see 10 green leaks waving to him. Without further ado, Jun Xiaoyao is not a procrastinator. He reported directly to the family that he was going to the lower realm. Jun Zhantian and others also helped him make some preparations. This time, Jun Xiaoyao only brought 9 lions and a ewe. Each of the remaining sequences had their chances, and Jun Xiaoyao did not intend to force them to follow him. After all, Jun Zhanjian and others still bear the title of sequence, and they are not his followers. But for a long time, Jun Zhantian came with 3 figures. Among the 3 figures, one was an old man in a green robe. One is a middle-aged man wearing a pitch-black armor, like a demon god. The remaining one is a beautiful woman in palace costume, white as fat and plump. Jun Xiaoyao glanced away, and among the three, even the weakest beautiful women in palace costumes had quasi-sage cultivation. The remaining middle-aged men and old men are all saints. The rules of heaven and earth in the lower realm, at best, there will only be saints, and no stronger ones can be born. Even if a stronger character is sent to the lower realm, the cultivation base will be suppressed. Although their cultivation base is very high, they respectfully bowed their hands in the face of Jun Xiaoyao at this moment. Subordinate, I have seen the son of the Jun family. Grandpa, they are. Jun Xiaoyao doubted. Haha, the three of them are all powerhouses who have soared up from the lower realm. They were later recruited and trained by my monarch. They are most familiar with the lower realm. Jun Jiantian said. When Jun Xiaoyao heard the words, he was surprised. Compared with those guardians and clan elders, these powerful men who soared up from the lower realm obviously understood the lower realm better and were more able to help Jun Xiaoyao. From this we can see Jun Jiantian's carefulness, escorting Jun Xiaoyao throughout the entire process. Then trouble a few people. Jun Xiaoyao arched his hands slightly. The Son of God is polite. The three strong men all bowed in response. After some preparations, the Jun family directly used big means to break through the barriers. Of course, the consumption is huge, but for Jun Xiaoyao, the Jun family is willing to pay more. And at the same time, Yi family, there are also a group of Tianjiao who are going to the lower realm, among them is Yi Xingyun. I have a hunch that in the lower realm, I will not only get a great opportunity, but also a powerful helper to establish my own power. A flame ignited in Yi Xingyun's eyes. This is his best chance to surpass Jun Xiaoyao. On the other side, Xiaoxi Tianfuzi Fahai is also in the lower realm. Umitba, the opportunity for the poor monk lies in the lower realm. At that time, all people in the same realm can be turned into believers, and the power of the belief of all living beings can be gathered. The poor monk doesn't believe it, you can't defeat Jun Xiaoyao like this. Fahai said, magic light flashing in his eyes. The champion of Panwushan Dynasty Ho Mansion, Yang Pan is also going to the lower bound. With Lord Benhao's luck, who can stop me in the lower realm? Yang Pan began to swell again. After the rain, the sky cleared, and he thought he was okay again. In an ancient demon mountain, a soft and charming voice sounded. Yen Ruming, this time you lower the realm, go and bring the prince of the sky demon royal family. At the beginning, the Jun family suppressed the 10 ancient clans and drove the heavenly demon royal family from the lower realms. Unexpectedly, now, the heavenly demon royal family will have a Tianjiao who has the blood of the demon god. He is very important to my demon temple. Yes, Yen Ruming will follow the orders of the little demon empress. A beautiful woman with a graceful body and flawless face appeared. She is wearing a pink dress, green silk is like a waterfall, her skin is white and slender. Yen Ruming, the goddess of the demon god palace, is also an unignorable existence in the wild heaven and immortal realm. I hope I don't run into the prince of the emperor's family, otherwise, it would be difficult to get the prince of the sky demon. Yen Ruming rubbed his temples, a little worried. Just when the wind and clouds in the Huangtian fairyland were moving. The lower realm, the profound sky continent, the eastern profound region, before an ancient spirit mountain. A highly anticipated challenge has attracted the attention of all parties. The reason why this battle is so attractive is that both sides of the battle are quite legendary. One is the hidden family of the eastern profound region, the proud daughter of the Nalan family. The other is the young owner of a small family who was born in a small third-rate country. Originally, this should be a battle without suspense. But today, it has attracted more than 100,000 people to watch the game. Among them, there are other hidden families, super dynasties, and transcendent holy places. The descendants of many big forces have appeared www.novel.com waiting for the war to begin. The reason is simple. The young master of the small family, Lin Feng, is now the top arrogant of the eastern profound domain. From wastewood to genius, Lin Feng only took 1 year. Even a fool knew that Lin Feng had definitely got some amazing opportunity. However, no force dared to catch Lin Feng's attention. Why? Because behind Lin Feng, there are forces handed down from the fairyland, supporting him. This vein even comes from the lower realm of the strong, which is powerful in all directions. Therefore, no power dared to provoke Lin Feng. At this moment, under the eyes of everyone, a youth in a green robe stood in the void, with a delicate and determined face, with a chill. "Nailin Ruashi, get out." Chapter 166. Lin Feng is pressing too hard, the saint of the Purple Mansion, Suzy Cheong. Lin Feng's cold shout echoed throughout the ancient Lingshan mountain. Within Lingshan, those members of the Nailin clan, their expressions were suffocated and angry. Their Nailin family has done their best to Lin Feng and the Lin clan. But this Lin Feng bit them like a mad dog. Now it is in the presence of many forces that the Nailin family cannot come to power. "Junior, don't go too far." An old woman with a gloomy face appeared. It was Granny Lu who followed Nailin Ruashi to divorce a year ago. Seeing the old woman, Lin Feng sneered. Feng Shui turns around. "Now you Nailin family, you finally realize the shame that my Lin family suffered. Junior, you." Granny Lu's old face sank, and she couldn't help but burst into a breath of virtual spirit. At this moment, a cold voice rang out, "Stop." In the distance, there was a purple air, and a group of people stepped into the air. Among them, there is a purple-clothed girl with bright eyes and white teeth. It is Ziyan. She spoke softly and stared at Granny Lu coldly. By her side, there are many powerful breaths. Among them is a woman in a purple dress robe, who is very eye-catching. The woman has long purple hair like satin, her face is beautiful, and her skin is whiter than the finest suet jade. Her spiritual eyes were also purple, as crystal clear as amethyst. And the cultivation base of the purple-haired woman has reached the He Dao realm, which is obviously a Tianjiao from the lower realm of the fairyland. It was not the purple-haired woman who made Granny Lu jealous, but the group of people behind her, who had a powerful aura dormant. That is definitely not something she can provoke a void god realm cultivator. The hidden family in the lower realm, but so, let that woman come out, otherwise, today I will punish your Nailin family. The purple-haired woman said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Granny Lu's face looked very ugly. Many forces around are also frightened. They knew that the power behind this woman was amazing, and it was the holy land of Purple Mansion in the Wild Heaven and Immortal Realm. The holy land of the Purple Mansion, although not an immortal force, is a top force under the immortality, with the supreme powerhouse in charge. In the eastern profound region, there are also branches of the Purple Mansion holy land left in the lower realm. That Ziyan is a saint from the underground realm branch of the sacred Purple Mansion. The purple-haired woman, named Suzy Cheong, was a saint from the holy land of the Purple Mansion in the immortal territory. When she heard Suzy Cheong's words, Granny Lu's face was very ugly. She actually didn't want Nailin Ruashi to come out to challenge. After all, Lin Feng grew too fast in this year. He even merged with an ancient fairy seed by chance and coincidence, and his cultivation level has also reached the realm of He Dao, and his strength is extremely terrifying. It is more powerful than some Tianjiao in the fairyland. Sometimes Granny Lu couldn't figure out whether this Lin Feng was smoke from the ancestral tomb or something, and it suddenly became so powerful. Compared with Lin Feng, Nailin Ruashi had just broken through the ninth heaven of true spirit and reached the divine bridge realm. This speed is already very fast for Tianjiao of the lower realm. But compared with the existence of Lin Feng, it is completely incomparable. Nailin Ruashi will definitely lose in the battle. Granny Lu already regarded Nailin Ruashi as a granddaughter, and naturally did not want her to be humiliated and hurt. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth and said, "Why, when I humiliated me a year ago, he said the same way. Now, I am not willing to humiliate Nailin Ruashi. Junior, it's better to take a step back." Granny Lu took a deep breath. Lin Feng's face became cold, and the corner of his eyes motioned for Ziyan. Ziyan transmits to Suzy Cheong. Suzy Cheong nodded slightly. Behind her, a guardian made a move, exploding with a heavenly spirit. With a bang, Granny Lu was directly shocked and vomited blood. Lin Feng looked dark and refreshing. Those who once humiliated him will eventually be returned 100 times. "Enough, Granny Lu, are you okay?" A trembling voice came out. In Lingshan, a young girl in a long skirt with long sleeves appeared. With her exquisite and beautiful face, with anger and tolerance, she rushed to Granny Lu. "Miss, it's okay if you are old, don't come out." Granny Lu's voice was weak and concerned. "Grandma Lu." Nailin Ruashi bit her pink lips tightly. Her angry gaze turned to Lin Feng. "Young Master Lin," Ruashi asked herself, "apart from retiring, she didn't do anything to hurt you or the Lin clan. Why did you bother each other so hard?" Nailin Ruashi was really puzzled. Why did you get your apology and kindness in exchange for this result? Humph, your retiring is the greatest sin. Lin Feng hugged his arms and snorted coldly. In his view, he is the protagonist of heaven and earth. Why did Nalan Ruashi retreat? What qualifications does she have to look down on herself? In Lin Feng's consciousness, even if she is a trash, Nalan Ruashi should kneel and lick herself. Only in this way can he satisfy his so-called self-esteem. Ziyan also stepped forward and said, Nalan Ruashi, I have said long ago that you and the Nalan family will definitely regret your retiring. Nalan Ruashi bit her jade lip, beautiful eyes firmly said, Ruashi never regrets, Lin Feng, fight if you want to fight. Humph, then you can beat you. Lin Feng made a move, and the He Dao realm cultivation base burst out. He blasted out with a palm, and the terrifying mana turned into a palm print, suppressing it with a terrifying aura. Bahuang palm. A palm out, as if trying to cover the wasteland. Nalan Ruashi's jade face changed immediately. Although she knew that Lin Feng had become very strong within this year. But I didn't expect it to be so strong. Under the attention of everyone, Nalan Ruashi gritted her teeth and shot. As the proud daughter of the Nalan family, she couldn't escape the war. This is her bottom line. However, with just one move, Nalan Ruashi was blasted back, coughing up blood from the corners of her lips. Miss. Granny Lu changed her color. This Lin Feng shot really didn't leave a trace of affection. Fortunately, Nalan Ruashi came to the door to apologize in person, but in exchange for such a cruel treatment. Oh, Nalan Ruashi, aren't you the proud girl of heaven? How come you have become so weak? Lin Feng still didn't forget to ridicule, murdering the heart. Nalan Ruashi's expression remained unchanged, urging her to move. She sacrificed a long sword www.novel.com and pointed it out, forming a sharp cyclone. Don't struggle, it's all useless. Lin Feng shot again, simply blasting out with a single fist. Nalan Ruashi's moves were directly cracked, and her whole body was also shocked. She spit out another mouthful of blood and flew out. Looking at Lin Feng, who defeated Nalan Ruashi with these two moves, countless local talents around him, his expression was very solemn. Rao was one of the few immortal arrogances in the lower realm, and he was also surprised. Lin Feng's strength made them feel the slightest danger. Looking at Nalan Ruashi who was struggling to get up, Lin Feng's heart was dark, but her face was cold. Nalan Ruashi, don't say Lin is unkind. Next, I'll give you two choices. First, to become my slave girl, and the matter of retiring from marriage was completely cancelled. Second, kill you and destroy the Nalan family. Chapter 167 The Despair of the Nalan Family. The despair came to life, you weighed an arrow. Lin Feng's words caused a lot of exclamations in the four fields. This is simply ruthless. If Nalan Ruashi really bowed her head, she would become Lin Feng's slave girl. Then her Dao Xin will be completely shattered, and she can only surrender under Lin Feng for the rest of her life. And if he didn't bow his head, Nalan Ruashi would not even survive, and the Nalan family would also be implicated. These two choices, no matter which one, are unacceptable. Upon hearing this, Nalan Ruashi's face was completely pale and bloodless. The first choice is more uncomfortable than killing her. But if you don't surrender, the whole family will be destroyed. This made Nalan Ruashi jade body tremble, her pink lips biting out blood. Just when many forces were speculating whether Nalan Ruashi would bow his head and surrender, a cold shout suddenly came from the depths of Lingshan. Enough, don't go too far. Along with this cold drink, a horrible breath swept out like a storm. A middle-aged man in a bright yellow robe stepped out. He is the patriarch of the Nalan family, Nalan Ruashi's father, Nalan Zhan. At the same time, he is also a Taoist god realm powerhouse. He didn't want to intervene, after all, there was pressure from the Purple Mansion Holy Land. But now, Lin Feng's approach is really too much, and Nalan Zhan is so angry that his liver hurts. Heh, the younger one came here. Lin Feng sneered, showing no respect for Nalan Zhan. Nalan Zhan didn't care about Lin Feng, but looked at the group of people in the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Lin Feng is not the most important thing, the most important thing is the attitude of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Everyone, Lin Feng doesn't seem to have much to do with your Purple Mansion Holy Land, right? Nalan said in a war. Su Ziqiang's eyes were faint, and she said, originally, it didn't matter, but junior sister Zian told me that Lin Feng has extraordinary aptitude and luck. He will join the Holy Land of the Purple Mansion in the Fairyland in the future. As soon as this remark came out, everyone in the quartet took a breath. Especially the indigenous Tianjiao of the Eastern Profound Realm, they all looked at Lin Feng with unparalleled envy. Being fancied by the great forces of the Fairyland can be described as reaching the sky in one step and turning the wind into a dragon. I don't know how many aboriginal Tianjiao from the lower realm, squeezing their heads to enter the Fairyland. This remark made Nalan Ruashi's beautiful eyes reveal hopelessness. In this way, Lin Feng can be regarded as a person from the Holy Land of the Purple Mansion. The great power of the dignified Fairyland, destroying a Nalan family, is not like playing. Nalan's hand's face sank, and he said, although our Nalan family is not a force in the immortal territory, there were people from our ancestors who formed Tao partners with the supreme figures in the immortal territory. You should know what kind of existence the supreme is. Being forced to die, Nalan's hand was helpless and could only move out of this rumor. To be honest, even Nalan Zhan himself didn't quite believe it. This rumor is too old, but it was uploaded by the ancestors, and I don't know whether it is true or not. The reason why it will spread is that the Nalan family simply wants to make a name for themselves. Su Ziqiang laughed when she heard the words, as if she had heard the most ridiculous thing. Why is the saint laughing? Nalan Zhan felt a little unhappy. Su Ziqiang supported her forehead, shook her head and smiled. It's ridiculous, the Yuan Tian Supreme in your mouth has already fallen, and even the demonized corpse after death was destroyed by the Lord's Son himself. What? Su Ziqiang's words shocked Nalan Zhan and everyone in the Nalan family. To their surprise, the rumors left by their ancestors turned out to be true. What was shocked was that the Supreme Strongman was already dead, and the demonized body seemed to have been wiped out by a young strongman. What on earth is it? The fact that Jun Xiaoyao killed the Supreme Demon's corpse was spread in the Fairyland, and Su Ziqiang naturally knew it. She said, after Yuan Tian Jisuan died, he left a secret store. In the end, the son of the king's family made a strong move to destroy the demonized body. So your patrons of Nalan's family have already died. When mentioning the son of the Jun family, Su Ziqiang's eyes also showed deep awe and longing. It seems that to mention this title is a very sacred thing. Jun's son, who is that? Lin Feng frowned and mumbled. For some reason, Lin Feng was very upset when seeing the awe and longing on Su Ziqiang's face. What son, when I enter the Fairyland in the future, I will definitely surpass them. Lin Feng secretly said. Okay, you don't have to pull the flag from the Nalan family anymore, Lin Feng, let you deal with them. Su Ziqiang waved his hand. Yes. Lin Feng nodded slightly and looked at Nalan Zhan and Nalan Ruashi. At this moment, even if it was Nalan War, there was nothing he could do. Although he is a Taoist powerhouse, there is also a Taoist powerhouse among Su Ziqiang's protectors, and he is stronger than him. Nalan Ruashi's delicate face was filled with despair. Her jade hand tightly held an ancient talisman hanging on the jade neck. This ancient talisman is an ancient artifact from the ancestors of the Nalan family, and it happened to be passed down to her in this generation. Nalan Ruashi, give you one last chance, how to choose you, surrender as a slave, or destroy the whole clan. Lin Fenghan smiled. Nalan Ruashi's face was alternately blue and white, and she gritted her teeth. Humph, I won't cry if I don't see the coffin, do you want to show you some color? Lin Feng's face sank, and he shot again. Nalan Zhan wanted to stop, but was locked in by the strong of the Purple Mansion Holy Land, unable to move. Facing Lin Feng's ultimate move, Nalan Ruashi was desperate, and she trembling and closed her eyes. The ancient talisman held tightly in her hand suddenly emitted a hazy luster. At the same time, not far from the sky, the space was suddenly torn apart, and a huge hole was opened. A huge space crack penetrates half of the sky, such a scene, shaking people's hearts, shocking and stunned countless people. What is this? Is the world going to die? Some local experts in the Eastern Profound Territory were so pale with horror that their eyes appeared. Even some people from the Fairyland took a deep breath and looked surprised and suspicious. As the space cracks expanded, an arrow burning with the real fire of the sun suddenly burst out from the depths of the space and rushed towards Lin Feng. Who is it? Feeling the power of that flame arrow www.novel.com Lin Feng's complexion changed drastically, and he hurriedly turned around to resist. Puff! The terrifying power the arrow carried directly tore one of Lin Feng's arm, and half of his body instantly turned black. Lin Feng's face was pale, he vomited a big mouthful of blood, His expression was extremely shocked and incredulous. Not only him, but everyone in the audience was dull and did not react at all. As strong as Lin Feng, he was hit hard by a single move. This is hard to believe my eyes. Brother Lin Feng. Ziyan screamed. Su Ziqiang also changed color, the flame arrow made her feel a huge threat. Just as the crowd was horrified, a cold voice suddenly came from the crack in the space. The person my son wants to protect, you dare to kill, you don't know how to write dead words. Chapter 168. One sentence from my son, your fairyland Purple Mansion Holy Land is destroyed. A young man stepped out of the gap in the space, filled with the surging real fire of the sun. A sun totem faintly appeared on his chest, the aura was extremely strong, making Sifang Tianjiao terrified. Many people seemed to be dumbfounded. When they came back to their senses, they saw that arrogant Lin Feng was severely injured and extremely embarrassed. The members of the Nayland family also stared blankly at the men who stepped out of the crack in the space like a fire god. Although his realm is not particularly high, but when matched with his age, it is an absolute evildoer. The most important thing is that although he was in the same state, the men in front of him hit Lin Feng with one move. This combat power is simply abnormal. Realm is only a component of combat effectiveness. The higher the realm, the stronger the real power. But in addition, there are various factors that can affect combat effectiveness. Some taboo Tianjiao, even if the realm is not particularly high, it is enough to make the quartet jealous, because they have extremely high combat effectiveness and the ability to challenge more. Jun Xiaoyao is a clear example. Although Lin Feng is in the Hadao realm, he has the most, and he can only sweep the 4 directions in the Hadao realm. On the next level, he won't be so easy to fight. But for Jun Xiaoyao, not to mention the Harmony realm, it is the Nirvana realm, but the higher level of the Heavenly realm, so he doesn't need to be too jealous. This is the difference between Tianjiao and evildoer. Seeing the young man who appeared abruptly, the audience was silent. Everyone is speculating about his origin. Although Yu had appeared in the Holy Spirit Academy before, he followed Jun Xiaoyao. But the people who saw him were few after all. Who are you who dare to hurt brother Lin Feng? Ziyan's pretty face was stern, staring at Yu. She couldn't bear it, anyone hurt Lin Feng. Ha, rubbish. Yu raised his hand again and grabbed it, his mana surging, condensed into a golden longbow. He drew his bow like a full moon and shot directly at Ziyan. Call out. Shocking arrows are shot, and the void is shaking. Everyone looked astonished, as if they had seen a ghost. The young man in front of him was in a strong mess, and he shot at any disagreement. Don't even care that Ziyan is a person from the Holy Land of Z Mansion. What? Feeling the fierce and hot breath, Ziyan's pretty face suddenly turned pale. Su Ziqiang came out, she naturally couldn't watch the saint of the lower realm be killed. The purple gas comes 3,000 miles from the east. Su Ziqiang displayed the unique knowledge of the Holy Land of the Purple Mansion, the jade hand flicked out, and the mighty purple air emerged, colliding with Yu's arrow. Boom. Su Ziqiang snorted in her chest, was shaken back hundreds of steps, and a ray of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. The quartet is dead. That was the saint of the sacred land of the fairyland Purple Mansion, she was repelled and wounded in one move. Su Ziqiang herself was also a little unbelievable. Her strength, even if it is not the best in the young generation of the Wild Heaven Immortal realm, it can be considered a first-class level. But now, he was firmly suppressed by the young man. How could she know that Yu is a descendant of the ancient emperor, and with so many talents, she is far from comparable to a saint. Seeing the extremely powerful Yu, everyone on the Nayland family side felt like they were dreaming. They didn't expect that someone would shoot for them. Nayland Ruashi also showed a puzzled look. But Nalan's hand's face didn't improve. Because Yu is strong, but only in the younger generation. If there is no powerful force behind it, it still cannot help the Nayland family. Su Ziqiang also thought of this, and shouted coldly, "Who are you, dare to stop my Purple Mansion Holy Land?" Purple Mansion Holy Land, what a thing, believe it or not, my son will destroy Yuxianyu Purple Mansion Holy Land. Yu frowned and said coldly. Perhaps he has been around Jun Xiaoyao for a long time, and his character has also become a little overbearing. Those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me die are overbearing. Wow. Hearing the words from the quartet, the audience was in an uproar. The endless sound of shock, as if to shake the sky. In a word, the Holy Land of Purple Mansion was destroyed. This caused everyone in the room to take a breath. You know, what you said was not the Purple Mansion Holy Land in the lower realm, but the Purple Mansion Holy Land in the immortal realm. The gap in this one is very different. The Holy Land of Xianyu Purple Mansion is the top power with the supreme powerhouse. No one can destroy it. Nailan Zhan and Nailan Ruashi were also shocked. Such a powerful young Tianjiao is only a servant. How powerful is the sun in his mouth? Presumptuous. Several gods and Taoist powerhouses in the Holy Land of Purple Mansion glared at him. Their sacred place in the Purple Mansion, inherited from the fairyland for hundreds of thousands of years, has never dared to despise them like this. A strong slapped you with a palm directly. At this moment, deep in the cracks in the space, there was a shocking sound suddenly, and a golden light filled the world. A mighty and majestic 9 lions, pulling a golden car, stepped out of it. At the side of the car, 3 figures followed. One of the green-robed old men saw this scene in front of him with a look of disdain in his eyes, and raised his hand to grab the strongman of the Purple Mansion Holy Land Heavenly God. Puff! The strongman who shot was pinched to death by the green-robed old man. Everyone around was dumbfounded. The strongman in the sacred land of the Purple Mansion was pinched to death by a palm. This is terrifying, the gaze looking at the old man in Qingpao, with an unprecedented look of fear. However, a group of local forces in the Eastern Profound Realm showed shock and excitement after seeing the green-robed old man. Old ancestor, are you Dongxian ancestor? Among the group of people, a middle-aged man walked out with an expression of extreme excitement and excitement. He is the sect master of Dongxian Dao sect. The Eastern Profound Dao sect was once the strongest power in the Eastern Profound region and once occupied the entire Eastern Profound region. In recent years, although a little weak, he is also one of the overlords of the Eastern Profound region. At this moment, the sect master of the Eastern Xian Dao sect looked at the old man in Qingpao with an excited expression. The old man in Qingpao was an ancestor of their Eastern Xian Taoist sect. Long ago, it was in the generation of the ancestors of the Eastern Xian that the Dao sect of the Eastern Xian could occupy the entire Eastern Xian domain. Dongxian Dao sect is still there. The green-robed old man, the ancestor of Dongxian, showed a hint of surprise and nodded slightly. He is a strongman who soared from the Profound Sky continent. Hearing this, many local forces in the Eastern Profound region present were all creepy. The ancestor of Dongxian Dao sect is actually in the lower realm. Haha, great, there is an ancestor here, why don't I worry about Dongxian Dao sect? Sect Master Dongxian said excitedly. Now don't call the old ancestor Dongxian, the old ancestor is just the servant of the sun. The ancestor Dongxian shook his head. What? An ancestor Dongxian made the world quiet. Countless years ago, the ancestor of Dongxian who ascended to the immortal realm www.novel.com is now just a servant. Many local arrogances of the Eastern Profound region will collapse one by one. What kind of person is he who is able to make such a holy realm power a servant? Nailan Zhan also had pupils trembling, and he had also heard of the name of Elder Dongxian. And now, become someone else's servant. Nailan Ruashi, holding the middle ancient charms tightly, looked at the golden car with beautiful eyes. She is very curious, what is the sacred sun sitting in the golden car? As for Su Ziqiang, the whole person was trembling. She looked at the 9 lions with a look of fear that she had never had before. 9 lions pulling a cart, is it really the one? Su Ziqiang's face was as pale as paper, she didn't dare to think about it anymore. Chapter 169 The sacred place of the Purple Mansion was shocked, kneeling all together, slapped Z to death with one palm. In Xianyu, there are too few Tianjiao who can surrender 9 lions as mounts. Recently, the most famous one is only the son of the Jun family. Su Ziqiang didn't dare to think about it anymore, for fear that her idea would become a reality. However, the truth is that it is so cruel. A gentle and indifferent voice came from the golden car. Purple Mansion Holy Land, what a big shelf. Hearing this voice, Su Ziqiang's mind roared violently, and her heart and liver trembled. With this attitude and tone, Su Ziqiang couldn't think of a second person besides the son of the Jun family. She knelt down on the ground in a hurry, regardless of the dirt on her purple skirt, and kept kowtowing, "My Lord God, please forgive me, Ziqiang doesn't know that Lord God is related to the Nailan family. Otherwise, even give Ziqiang 100 I dare not do anything against the Nailan family." Looking at the saint of the Purple Mansion Holy Land who kept kowtow, many natives of the Eastern Profound region couldn't turn their heads. Now this one who is kneeling and kowtow is the same person as the saint in the purple mansion who was above and above the other side. What's going on? Lin Feng looked dazed, his whole body was petrified. Senior Sister Ziqiang, why are you? Ziyan also opened her mouth in surprise. She is a saint in the lower realm, naturally she doesn't know how terrifying Jun Xiaoyao's name is in the fairyland. My lord saint. Those powerhouses of the Purple Mansion Holy Land were also a little confused at first. But when they thought of Su Ziqiang's naming of the word sun, they all understood at once, and their faces immediately turned pale. My Lord God, please forgive me. Wow, the powerhouses of the Purple Mansion Holy Land all knelt down on the ground at the same time. Among them, even the heavenly gods, and even the powerful Taoists, did not hesitate to kneel directly. What realm, identity, background, in front of that person, are all imaginary. They offended, but one of the most noble characters in Xianyu. I'm not experiencing hallucinations, am I? A native Tianjiao of the eastern profound region was dumbfounded and couldn't help saying. The underground realm of the Purple Mansion Saint is extremely strong, so that the four parties dare not follow. But now, like a group of tortoise grandchildren, kneeling in front of the golden car, kowtowing. This contrast is too great. The young men in the chariot shocked the people of the Purple Mansion Holy Land before he showed up. This can't help but make all the forces in the lower realm wonder how noble the origin of that master's identity is. Nalan Ruashi's beautiful eyes also had an unprecedented astonishment. I was very curious about the son who had saved their Nalan family. In the eyes of everyone, a figure finally stepped out of the golden car. The clothes are better than the snow, the body is long, detached and undisturbed. The whole body is flowing with fairy rhyme, and the body is made of immortal jade without time. As for the face, although there is a fairy light, the faintly exposed face is enough to suffocate all the female creatures present. Is it a real immortal? All the natives of the eastern profound territory murmured blankly. Except for immortals, they couldn't think of a second word that could be described. That figure is too detached and vulgar. Being in the fairyland is enough to amaze the quartet, let alone in this barren lower realm. Nalan Ruashi, the whole person seemed foolish, stupid. She didn't expect that the son who helped her Nalan family was born so beautiful. That kind of temperament made her, the proud girl of the Nalan family, sink in a glance. It can be said that in the entire eastern profound territory, or even the profound sky continent, there is no man who can be compared to 1% of Jun Xiaoyao's temperament. Sure enough. Although Su Ziqiang had been determined, but at this moment, it was a different feeling. To be funny, Su Ziqiang had also imagined that he could get along with Jun Xiaoyao and even have a relationship. But she never expected to meet Jun Xiaoyao in this situation. At this moment, Su Ziqiang hated Ziyan and Lin Feng to death. If it weren't for her, would Su Ziqiang offend Jun Xiaoyao? Jun Xiaoyao looked around lightly, and his expression was very plain. When he was in the lower realm before, Jun Xiaoyao felt that the ancient talisman in his space magic weapon was shaking. This ancient talisman was taken from Ji Xian's hand in the Yuantian secret store. This ancient talisman is also a token of Yuantian Supreme. Jun Xiaoyao got the opportunity of Yuantian Supreme, so naturally he wanted to help him settle this period of cause and effect. This Nalan family should be the family of Yuantian Supreme Taoist. Jun Xiaoyao said to himself. Fortunately, he came in time, otherwise the cause and effect may not be fulfilled. You, come here. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes fell on Nalan Ruashi. Nalan Ruashi suddenly felt flattered, and she still felt a little uneasy. This young adult from immortal territory was so big that he even knelt down to beg for mercy in the holy land of Purple Mansion. Nalan Ruashi would naturally feel a little uneasy. But she bit her head and walked up. Thank you, son, for your life-saving grace, Ruashi and Nalan's family, they feel that they are within 5 years and dare not forget. Nalan Ruashi bowed and said. Jun Xiaoyao took out an ancient talisman, which resonated with the ancient talisman on Nalan Ruashi's jade neck, emitting a misty light. Sure enough, that's right. After being completely determined, Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. The Nalan family, he can keep it at hand. Don't worry, no one will dare to hurt you and the Nalan family in the future. Jun Xiaoyao said flatly. Thank you for your great kindness, son, Ruashi has nothing to do with it. Nalan Ruashi showed surprise. She looked at Jun Xiaoyao with emotions such as excitement, respect and gratitude. This made Lin Feng's expression gloomy. Originally everything was proceeding according to his expectations. Nalan Ruashi will become his slave girl. As a result, it was now destroyed by Jun Xiaoyao. Thinking of this, Lin Feng clenched his fists. He is the son of Qi luck that is clocked by the heavens and the earth. He will be the ruler of the entire profound sky continent in the future. How can he give up? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes also noticed Lin Feng. A ray of surprise appeared in his eyes. Is that lucky? As soon as I stepped into the world, I ran into one of the 10 guardians. Jun Xiaoyao murmured. Lin Feng's experience is simply a standard template. Was divorced, has a childhood sweetheart with an extraordinary background. And within 1 year, from waste material to peerless Tianjiao, he almost surpassed Xianyu Tianjiao. There is no one else who can open such a big hangar except 10 guardians. Jun Xiaoyao didn't believe that he was not the protagonist of heaven and earth. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's look, Su Ziqiang hurriedly defended her words, "My lord God, it is Lin Feng who did it. In fact, there is no grudge between our Purple Mansion Holy Land and the Nalan family." Hearing this, Nalan Zhan sarcastically said, "Who said before that Lin Feng will become a person in your Purple Mansion Holy Land?" Su Ziqiang's face turned pale and her heart was full of anger. She turned around and looked at Ziyan, who was as pale as paper, and her heart became angry. If it weren't for Ziyan to recommend Lin Feng to her, she, Su Ziqiang, and even the entire Purple Mansion Holy Land, had fallen to such an embarrassing situation. "Ziyan, you are the sinner of my Purple Mansion Holy Land." Su Ziqiang slapped Ziyan. "Senior sister Ziqiang, what are you doing?" Ziyan was pale with shock, her beautiful jade face twisted. Puff. Su Ziqiang's jade palm hit Ziyan's forehead, and Ziyan's 7 orifices bleed, and she fell to the ground and lost her breath. Ziyan. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng www.novel.com let out a heart-wrenching roar, and his eyes were red as blood. Ziyan, who was with his childhood sweetheart and loyal to him, died in front of him like this. All this is because of that young adult from Xianyu. Ah, die for me. Lin Feng's face was distorted, fierce like a ghost. With the protagonist's luck, he burst into a small universe, his strength skyrocketed again, and he blasted away at Jun Xiaoyao. "I want you to die." Lin Feng's neck was full of blue veins, and he let out a deep roar. Looking for death. Yu was about to make a move. Jun Xiaoyao, however, shook his head slightly, squeezed out a palm. The void shattered, the world turned over. In the palm of your finger, the broken sky. Chapter 170. Are you the protagonist of heaven and earth? Heaven and earth must be surrendered at the feet of this god. The current Jun Xiaoyao is 3.7 billion caddies of huge force. This has not counted the power of the desolate ancient Eucharist itself. The space of Xianyu is very stable, so even if Jun Xiaoyao's supernatural power shocks the world, it is impossible to directly break the void. But 10 places in the nether are different. The spatial stability of the profound sky continent is far inferior to the immortal domain. As a result, Jun Xiaoyao was bombarded with one hand, and the space was shattered, and the sky was trembling. The cracks in the dark space, with Jun Xiaoyao's palm, cut through the void. How is this possible? Some of the native arrogances of the eastern profound region were dumbfounded. In their thoughts, only those who stepped on the 9th rank of Tongshen could make a move and break the space. But now, this horrible scene appeared on a young Tianjiao. The most important thing is that they didn't feel the aura of Hadao realm on Jun Xiaoyao. In other words, Jun Xiaoyao is not even the realm. But it can break the void. Jun Xiaoyao completely subverted the 3 views of these native arrogances of the eastern profound region. The strength of the son of the Jun family is too terrifying. Not to mention those indigenous Tianjiao, or some fairyland Tianjiao, they are all scalp-tingling. They can't imagine how powerful they will be after Jun Xiaoyao joins the Tao. How come? Lin Feng, who had lost his reason and fell into madness, felt the terrifying power of Jun Xiaoyao's palm, and his heart was chilled. It's like being thrown into the ice lake for thousands of years in the winter, and it feels cool from the inside out. Lin Feng also urged his ultimate move and tried his best to resist. But still useless. Boom. There was a roar that shook the world. With a palm, Jun Xiaoyao remade Lin Feng on the ground, coughing up blood. There were huge cobweb-like gaps in the surrounding ground. More than 100,000 monks around, like sculptures, all solidified. In the past year, everyone sees Lin Feng's strong rise. Not to mention the natives of the Eastern Profound Territory, even the immortal territory Tianjiao, Lin Feng has defeated a lot. But now, Jun Xiaoyao downplayed Lin Feng without using any magical powers. He just slapped Lin Feng. This kind of simple and clean rolling is too shocking. The strength of the young man is really too strong. Nailin Ruoshi saw her beautiful eyes twinkling brightly. She had competed with Lin Feng and knew that Lin Feng was very powerful. But it was such a powerful guardian who was overturned by Jun Xiaoyao. In front of the Son of God, there is no protagonist of heaven and earth, because heaven and earth must surrender at the feet of the Son of God. Jun Xiaoyao stepped into the void, standing with his hands in his hands, his clothes fluttering. He looked down at Lin Feng, like overlooking the mortal ants. You, cough cough. Lin Feng lay on the ground like a toad, covered in blood, broken bones, and coughing up blood. Lin Feng had gained various opportunities, strengthened his physique, and supported by the origin of the world, so that he could barely survive. Otherwise, he would definitely be slapped to death by Jun Xiaoyao. Damn. Lin Feng's eyes were torn apart. Because he is already the protagonist of heaven and earth. As a result, now, a distinguished figure who can trample the world under his feet appeared. He found that he was still the same waste. This made Lin Feng unacceptable, and the gap was too huge. No, I still have a chance. If I can find other world origins, I will definitely be able to surpass him. Lin Feng's blood-stained face looked very hideous. The source of the world he got was only a small part. And even this small part made him so enchanting. Lin Feng believes that if he can get all the origin of the world, surpassing Jun Xiaoyao and even killing him is definitely not a dream. Wait for me, I will kill you. The corner of Lin Feng's eyes jumped hideously, and he suddenly took out a void-breaking talisman. A massive space power wrapped him, and he was about to escape into the void. As one of the 10 guards against the sky, he is the protagonist of Luck in the Profound Sky Continent. The chances he got this year are quite a lot. This void break is one of them. Do you want to leave like this? Jun Xiaoyao directly probed his hand, broke through the space, and grabbed Lin Feng. Puff. From the depths of the void, there was a heart-piercing roar. Ah, damn it. The anger was mixed with the sound of vomiting blood, and finally disappeared at the end of the space. Jun Xiaoyao retracted his mana palm, a mass of colorful, mercury-like substance rippling in his palm. This is... Feeling the mystery of this colorful mass of matter, Jun Xiaoyao was surprised. The origin of the world. In this mass of matter, there is a strong world power. Anyone can experience it. Could it be that the world origin of the Profound Sky Continent? The eyes of some Tianjiao of Xianyu instantly turned red. That is the origin of the world. Looking at the Xianyu, there are almost no good things that are more precious than the undead medicine, Xianyuan. Moreover, the origin of the world can also be regarded as a fairy seed of infinite value. In short, the origin of the world is something that makes everyone greedy. Even the Supreme must be moved. Huh. Jun Xiaoyao frowned and looked around. Sweeping away at a glance, no one of Xianyu Tianjiao dared to look at him. Some people are even more embarrassed. The origin of the world is precious, but it depends on whose hands it is. In Jun Xiaoyao's hands, who would dare to grab it? Unless it's dead. Hey, we can only feast our eyes. Some Xianyu Tianjiao sighed secretly. Su Ziqiang was also a little regretful in her heart, but she didn't expect Lin Feng to have the origin of the world. He hides so deeply that most people can't see it. Not bad, but it doesn't seem to be complete. Jun Xiaoyao also saw it. The origin of this world is very mysterious, but it is incomplete and incomplete. Even, only a small part. My son, do you want you to hunt down that ant? Yu asked. No need, a leek, let him grow sturdily, when it grows, we can harvest it. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. If Jun Xiaoyao were to find the world origin of the Profound Sky Continent by himself, it would take me how long it would take. But Lin Feng has the protagonist's luck in the Profound Sky Continent. He doesn't even have to look for it, the origin of the world will naturally find him. Wait until Lin Feng has obtained the complete world origin www.novel.com Jun Xiaoyao and then harvest a wave. As for letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Sorry, in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, Lin Feng is not a tiger, not even a cat. He is a leak, a toolman who helps him find the origin of the world. So there is no such thing as letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Thank you for your help, the Naylan family will always remember your life-saving grace. Naylan stepped forward and bowed deeply to Jun Xiaoyao. He was a powerful Taoist man, and he bowed to Jun Xiaoyao without hesitation. Naylan Ruoshi also leaned forward and said, if the son doesn't dislike him, he can rest at my Naylan's house, and Naylan's family will do their best to serve. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. He has just entered the realm, and indeed needs a foothold, and by the way, clarify his future plans. Chapter 171 Disposing of the Holy Land of the Purple Mansion, Su Ziqiang actively asked to become a slave girl. The location of the Naylan family is an ancient spiritual mountain full of aura. At this moment, in Lingshan, there is a magnificent hall. Jun Xiaoyao sat in the upper seat, and the 3 Taoist guardians and EU were on both sides. Below, it is the Naylan family. A group of Dongxian Dao sect were also there. After all, their ancestors are in the lower realm, so naturally it is impossible to leave at will. They have to hug this thigh tightly. Before, they were somewhat unacceptable to their ancestors and becoming servants of others. But now, after seeing Jun Xiaoyao's identity and power, they were relieved. The ancestors seem to be doing well to follow such a young supreme who is superb. The rest is a group of people from the Holy Land of the Purple Mansion, including Su Ziqiang. They knelt on the ground, very worried and trembling. Jun Xiaoyao ignored it, but to Nalanzhan and the others, briefly talked about Yuan Tian Supreme. It turns out that this is the case. I would like to thank the son for free for Senior Yuan Tian. Naylan Zhan arched his hand slightly. Thank you, son of great kindness. All the members of the Naylan family bowed deeply to Jun Xiaoyao, grateful. By the way, even though Lin Feng ran away, his family should be destroyed. Jun Xiaoyao said casually. My son, let us Dongxian Dao sect take care of this matter, we are professional. The sect master of Dongxian Dao hurriedly spoke, patted his chest to assure that he might not get Jun Xiaoyao's attention. The ancestor of Dongxian was also a little speechless. In order to get Jun Xiaoyao's attention, these younger generations can be regarded as giving it up. Yeah. Jun Xiaoyao nodded lightly. The protagonist, always give him a little motivation to become stronger. If you don't get killed, you are ashamed to say that you are the protagonist. Jun Xiaoyao believed that after Lin Feng learned that his family was destroyed, he would crazily want to become stronger, and then search for the origin of the world for him. This method is cruel though. However, it is useful. Next, Jun Xiaoyao looked at Su Ziqiang and others who were kneeling on the ground. Su Ziqiang and others squatted their heads and said, Please forgive me, Lord Godson, this time it is our Purple Mansion Holy Land that made a mistake. I hope Lord Godson will raise your hand and spare us our lives. A group of strong men from the Purple Mansion Holy Land were kneeling to beg for mercy. They knew that moving out of the background of the Purple Mansion Holy Land at this time had no effect at all. It is better to admit counsel and honestly pray for forgiveness. The Holy Land of the Purple Mansion in the lower realm has become a subsidiary force of the Naylan family. As for you, you have been slaves in the Naylan family for 100 years. Jun Xiaoyao said casually. He was too lazy to deal with this group of people. And although the Purple Mansion Holy Land is nothing, it still has the power of the Supreme Powerhouse. It's a little troublesome to destroy it. Thank you for your forgiveness. A group of experts from the Purple Mansion Holy Land breathed a sigh of relief. Only Su Ziqiang's face changed a little. You seem to be dissatisfied with the decision of the Son of God. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly. Su Ziqiang hurriedly denied, no, it's just. Ziqiang hopes. Su Ziqiang was talking, but it was hard to say. Say. Jun Xiaoyao frowned. Su Ziqiang closed her eyes and said, Ziqiang hopes that even if she is a slave, she also wants to be the slave girl of the Son of God. In a word, the whole house was silent. The saints of the dignified Purple Mansion Holy Land, being able to say this kind of thing, is absolutely amazing. Rao was a group of experts from the Purple Mansion Holy Land nearby, all of them looked stunned. Su Ziqiang closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling. Instead of becoming a slave to the Naylan family, it would be better to become a slave to Jun Xiaoyao alone. Moreover, Su Ziqiang herself had long wanted to have a relationship with Jun Xiaoyao, even if it was a slave relationship. Oh. Jun Xiaoyao pondered. He did not expect that Su Ziqiang would take the initiative to become his slave girl. Su Ziqiang's long purple hair is like silk and satin, and she has a slim figure, and her skin is fairer and more moist than the finest suet jade. A pair of amethyst-like spiritual eyes are even more magnificent. She is a rare arrogant girl, has a good name in the fairyland, is the dream lover of many male arrogances. But at this moment he is willing to be the slave of Jun Xiaoyao. Is this child the kind of person who likes to take slaves at will? Jun Xiaoyao tapped his finger on the handrail. Su Ziqiang's complexion darkened. But Linglong is not here, there is indeed a lack of a maid serving tea and water, you are barely able to. Jun Xiaoyao said. Thank you, Lord God, Ziqiang is willing to serve the adults. Su Ziqiang showed surprise. It is hard to imagine that the dignified Purple Mansion saint would be excited because of being someone else's slave girl. On the side, Nailin Ruoshi had a bleak face. In her mind, she actually wanted to serve Jun Xiaoyao faintly. After all, who doesn't love such a banal person? Jun Xiaoyao's judgment made Nalanzhan excited. He knew that Jun Xiaoyao was helping the Nailin family. The Holy Land of the Purple Mansion in the lower realm is also a very powerful force, not to mention those strong in the fairyland, who will be slaves for 100 years and surrender to the Nailin family. In the future, it is conceivable that the Nailin family will become the top family in the Eastern Profound region and even the entire Profound Sky continent. All the members of the Nailin family are very excited and seem to foresee their future rise. Nailin Ruoshi was the only one, whose delicate and pretty face was a little sad. To Jun Xiaoyao, she was just a passerby passing by after all. After Jun Xiaoyao returned to Xianyu, she would soon be forgotten. Nailin Ruoshi didn't have extravagant expectations, and asked Jun Xiaoyao to treat her. But I don't want to be a passerby character. Jun Xiaoyao noticed Nailin Ruoshi and he pondered for a moment, and said, Nailin Ruoshi, leaving Lin Feng aside, does not count, your talent is considered top in the Profound Sky continent, and I will take you back to the fairyland in the future. Really? Nailin Ruoshi was flattered. Jun Xiaoyao nodded lightly. The rules of heaven and earth in this lower realm limit Nailin Ruoshi's talent. If she is in the fairyland, not to mention the sequence of Jun Zhangjian and Jun Xuewang. At least, it was close to Jun Linglong's level, and she was a very good genius. Ruoshi, thank you son. Nailin Ruoshi was very happy, and her heart was sweeter than eating honey. As long as we can see Jun Xiaoyao's back from time to time in the future, Nailin Ruoshi will be content. Nailin Zhan and others were also ecstatic. This represented his Nailin family and completely held Jun Xiaoyao's thighs firmly. After solving a series of things, Jun Xiaoyao stayed in the room alone and began to study the origin of the world. The origin of this small group of worlds alone has shaped such a monster as Lin Feng. If there is all the origin of the world, how powerful would it be? No wonder Grandpa said that he wanted me to take the origin of the world as a fairy seed. The origin of this world is indeed profound. Jun Xiaoyao pondered. But he was hesitating. www.novel.com. Should the world be the origin of the fairy? As a traversing crowd, Jun Xiaoyao naturally understands some routines. Isn't the real strong person taking himself as a seed? It is so-called, taking the body as a seed. Any other spiritual species, even immortal species, are foreign objects. Foreign objects are a kind, and only the way of foreign objects can be borrowed. And to take the body as a seed is one's own way. Of course, this is an almost impossible path. If it were so easy to develop, the predecessors would have succeeded long ago, so how can you get Jun Xiaoyao in turn? Take the body as a seed, open up your own way. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes gradually brightened. Chapter 172 New sign in place, 10 rifts, heroic altar, forest. Being a seed is easy to say, but difficult to do. Jun Xiaoyao still has no clue. However, he already had a kind of understanding. Spirit seeds and fairy seeds are all born between heaven and earth. Borrowing them in harmony, in the end will still be bound by the rules of heaven and earth. But to be a seed is not to borrow foreign objects, but to live by oneself. He is the strongest fairy species. Then burn his own potential and open up an unprecedented path. This road is not bound by the rules of heaven and earth. This means that if it succeeds, Jun Xiaoyao will be above the rules. Even if the fairyland is turbulent and even collapsed in the future, it will not affect him. As the saying goes, jumping outside the 3 realms is not among the 5 elements. This road is difficult, but if I succeed, my strength and potential will not be estimated. Jun Xiaoyao said. He is now invincible, and it is difficult to find rivals among his peers. But Jun Xiaoyao was not satisfied. He not only wants to be invincible, but also to catch up with the older generation. In the end, even the Supreme, the Great, and even set foot in the realm of immortality and become a real immortal. My talent is unparalleled in ancient and modern times. I will open up the path of being a seed. A flame lit up in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. After determining the direction, Jun Xiaoyao also began to prepare the next plan. The origin of the world still needs to be collected. After all, this is a rare wonder in the world. Even if it is not used as a ferry, it can also be used as an aid to help him open his own way. The next thing to do is to suppress the top 10 sinners and find the whereabouts of Tishu. By the way, there is also Jun Wanjia's sister. Jun Xiaoyao sorted out the plan. In the profound sky continent, there are no traces of the 10 sinners. Obviously, they have not been suppressed here. As for the second volume of Tishu and Jun Wanjia's sister, Jun Xiaoyao would let the Nailan family, Dongxian Daozong, and the Purple Mansion Holy Land Trilateral forces look for it. With their influence, if they search with all their might, it would be enough to cover the entire 4 regions of the profound sky continent. If the profound sky continent cannot be found, then it is probably somewhere in the lower realm. After that, Jun Xiaoyao also found Elder Dongxian and others, and asked them about some things in the lower realm, including what kind of existence of heaven and earth secret realm. Because Jun Xiaoyao, if you want to be a seed, you need all kinds of auxiliary means. The secret world of heaven and earth is also one of them. What surprised Jun Xiaoyao was that the 3 ancestors of Dongxian said the same place in unison. 10 rifts. 10 realms rift, where is that? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Master Hui, the 10 worlds are cracked. It is rumored that it is the 10 places of the lower world, where the space overlaps, the 10 worlds are convergent. It is rumored that there is an altar of heroic spirits. From ancient times to the present, countless outstanding people with great fortune have wanted to preach on the altar and open up an unprecedented path, but in the end all failed. The body and even the soul were imprisoned forever in that altar of heroic spirits. Old ancestor Dongxian said solemnly. Obviously, they are also very afraid of such rumors. There is such a thing. Jun Xiaoyao was surprised. He didn't expect that there would be such a mysterious place in the lower realm. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao heard the mechanical sound of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the new sign-in location has been refreshed, please sign in at the Altar of Heroes. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed and asked, where is the fissure in the 10 worlds? The ancestor Dongxian shook his head and said, I don't know, those who can find the rift in the 10 worlds are absolute outstanding people and great fortuners. Really? Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Anyway, he still has to stay in the lower realm for a while, so he doesn't need to be too anxious. In the next few days, what happened in the Nailan family seemed to have grown wings and spread throughout the eastern profound region and even the profound sky continent. Xianyu is a terrifying young adult from the lower realm. Before showing up, everyone in the Purple Mansion Holy Land knelt in terror. He appeared afterwards, detached and slapped Lin Feng, the top Tianjiao who has risen to fame. It can be said that this news, like a magnitude 18 earthquake, shook the entire profound sky continent. No one would have thought that Xianyu would have such a transcendent young supreme lower realm. Profound sky continent, the central restricted area. This place is located at the intersection of Eastern Xuanyu, Western Xuanyu, Southern Xuanyu, and North Xuanyu. It is also a restricted area that makes the quartet jealous. Even the holy land of the human race, the hidden family, are very jealous of this restricted area. Because this place is an ancient sacred mountain, inhabited by ancient creatures. If any human race enters rashly, there is absolutely no way out. At this time, outside a stretch of ancient sacred mountains, a group of creatures with cyan wings on their backs were communicating. The human race from the lower realm of the immortal realm is young and supreme, are they so powerful? Yes, my young talent of the primordial race is not yet in the realm. Not to mention the creatures of the lower realm of the immortal territory, it is Lord Pengfei and Lord Pengling, both of whom can deal with those immortal territory Tianjiao. This group of creatures with blue wings on their backs came from the Blue Sky Sacred Mountain and belonged to the Blue Sky Dapeng clan. This clan, with a trace of golden winged rock bloodline, is the strongest royal clan in the lower realm. As far as the lower realm is concerned, the primordial royal family is already at its peak. As for the primordial royal family, they generally would not stay in the barren land like the Nether. The creatures of the blue sky sacred mountain all looked forward to a pair of brothers and sisters. Their names are Peng Fei and Peng Ling, and they are the top talents of the Qing Tian mountain. Even defeated some human Tian Jiao from the lower realm of Xianyu. Where did that young supreme come from? Is he so famous? Peng Ling muttered. She has short cyan hair, cyan wings on her back, and a slender figure. On the side is her elder brother, Peng Fei, with a strong physique, long blue hair scattered, and eyes sharp as a sword. Peng Fei said coldly, "My only goal is the descendant of the upper realm immortal territory, the Jielo Holy Mountain, and the Golden Winged Dapeng clan. If I have a chance to enter the fairyland, I must pay a visit to the Golden Winged Xiaopeng King." Yes, that Golden Winged Xiaopeng King must be very strong, Peng Ling said with curiosity and longing. Their Qingtian Dapeng clan, only part of the bloodline of the Golden Winged Dapeng, is so powerful. How powerful is the real Golden Winged Rock? Humph, anyway, better than the so-called young adult in the fairyland. Peng Fei sneered. At this moment, Peng Ling suddenly stretched out his jade arm and said, "Look, there is a person there." When a sentient being looked around, they suddenly discovered that a human race collapsed on the shore of a lake. Trend www.novel.com killed it. Peng Fei said coldly. "Hey, it looks like that human race kid, Lin Feng." Peng Ling walked in and took a look, surprised. Lin Feng has risen as a legend in the past year. Not to mention the power of the human race, that is, they all know something about the ancient sacred mountain. Ahem. At this moment, Lin Feng was covered with blood, and one arm was missing. "Brother, are you really going to kill him?" Peng Ling hesitated. "He seems to have fought against that young supreme. Let's save his life for the time being, and also understand the situation," Peng Fei said. This group of creatures from the blue sky and sacred mountain rescued Lin Feng. If Jun Xiaoyao is here, I must sigh Lin Feng's luck. Worthy of being the protagonist of the profound sky continent, even in a mortal situation, he can turn danger into peace. Chapter 173 In the Star Continent, the sinner rebelled, the son of the sky-defying Mo Fan. Lin Feng also woke up soon after being rescued by the creatures of Qingtian Mountain. Peng Fei, Peng Ling, and others also asked him many things. Later, Lin Feng also learned the news that Lin's clan was destroyed. There was no one living in the whole family. His father, Lin Zhentian, died on the spot in the end. This caused Lin Feng's icanthem to be cracked, filled with grief and anger rose in his heart, wishing to break Jun Xiaoyao's body into pieces. He is indeed more motivated to become stronger. Jun Xiaoyao didn't know Lin Feng's fate. Even if I knew it, there would not be any fluctuations in my heart. Jun Xiaoyao, the Iron Hit, the protagonist of the world of flowing water. This is true for Xiao Chen, so is Yang Pan, and so is Lin Feng. Jun Xiaoyao still has a lot to do, and it is impossible to put all his energy on this little person like Lin Feng. And in about the same time, another continent in the 10 places is called the Star Continent. The Star Continent, among the 10 lower realms, is very special. Because it is rumored that a long time ago, there was a figure against the sky in the Star Continent named Wuji Xingjuan. The Promised Star Palace he created once ruled the entire Star Continent. Not only that, the Promised Star Monarch also soared to the fairyland, stirring the endless wind and clouds. There are no fewer than 10 fingers to lose to the Supreme. In the end, because of his sharp edge, he offended too many forces and big names, and was finally sieged and killed. The Promised Star Palace in the lower realm also suffered a devastating blow, and has never recovered from it. With the fall of the Promised Star Lord, the entire Star Continent declined. This kind of feeling is like the Promised Xingjuan, who has gathered a world of luck. His fall cut off the luck of the entire Star Continent. And at this moment, in the Star Continent, a rare war in the world is breaking out. The two sides of the war, one side, is Xian Tianzong. It was the Jun family who sent out the lower realms to suppress one of the followers of the 10 ancient tribes. On the other side, there is more than one force. A terrifying creature with firstborn golden horns. There is also a strong presence of firstborn silver horns. There are also a small number of mysterious masters wearing black cloaks hunting and killing Xuantianzong disciples everywhere. Kill, protect my Xian Tianzong, and kill the criminals. You sinners, with the blood of sin flowing in your bones, you are even trying to stand up. Many Xuantianzong experts are roaring and fighting hard. Hee, our Golden Horn tribe has been suppressed for eternity, and finally able to turn over. Today is the first one to take your Xuantianzong's sacrificial knife. A strongman who was born with Golden Horn grinned open, showing his sharp teeth. 4 cruel bloodthirsty. Their line is called the Golden Horn tribe. Zheng Jin is also a famous and powerful race in the wild Tianxian realm. However, because of turmoil and chaos, the monarch suppressed them, the strong members of the clan were beheaded to death, and the remaining clan members were driven out of the lower realm and became living creatures in the lower realm. Not only that, the Jun family also sent Xian Tianzong to suppress and supervise them. This makes the hatred in their hearts continue to increase. This kind of shame and resentment not only has not been consumed by time, but has become more and more engraved into the bones. Finally, they had a chance and were liberated. Full of hatred and anger, all poured on Xian Tianzong. On the other side, a strongman who gave birth to Silverhorns also said coldly, "Our Silverhorn tribe has also been suppressed for eternity. Whether it is your Xian Tianzong or the monarch of Xianyu, we Silverhorn tribe will retaliate back." The Silverhorn tribe, like the Golden Horn tribe, were once the strongest race in Xianyu and experienced the same fate. Humph, the Lord, how can you humble sinners be able to shake it? Suddenly, there was a cold snort, and the 2 old men suddenly appeared in the void. Sect Master, Deputy Sect Master. Seeing these 2 old men, everyone in Xian Tianzong was excited. They can be described as the pillars of Xuantianzong. The person who spoke was the Sect Master Xiantian, a true saint powerhouse. And the Deputy Master on the side also has a quasi-sage cultivation level. However, the Golden Horn and Silverhorn tribe did not panic. In their ethnic group, there is also a strong presence that permeates the Holy Realm. Although they have been suppressed in the lower realms for a long time, after all, they were once the strongest races, how could they really not have any masters? It's just that they have been sealed in the forbidden area before. How did the Golden Horn and Silverhorn tribe get out of trouble? The Deputy Sect Master frowned his grey eyebrows, his old face solemn. Those people in black robes, could it be? Sect Master Xiantian guessed in his heart, his face became colder. Then, the war broke out again. On Xuantianzong's side, under the leadership of the Sect Master and the Deputy Sect Master, they tried their best to fight. On the side of the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn, there were also strong people who started killings. The whole situation is extremely chaotic. In Xuantianzong, there are also wars. Soldiers against soldiers, will against generals. Skyrim, the strong are fighting. Below, the disciples of Xian Tianzong were also fighting with the Jinjiao tribe and the Silverhorn tribe. But what frightened them was that there was also a group of people in black robes wearing black cloaks, standing on the side of the sinner, ruthlessly hunting down the Xiantian sect disciples. Xuantianzong, in a square, corpses were everywhere. The guilty creatures, but more are disciples of Xuantianzong. At this moment, a beautiful woman is being surrounded by a group of people in black robes. At her feet, lying a corpse was the big brother of Xian Tianzong. "You, who are you and why are you entangled with us so hard?" The woman's name was Lu Qianqian, her face was as white as paper, and her heart was terrified. She didn't understand why so many Xuantianzong disciples, why these black-robed people wanted to target them. Even the big brother died on the spot in order to protect her. At this moment, a black-robed man living in the center made a cold smile. "Ha ha, Lu Qianqian, don't you know what you did wrong?" Hearing this slightly familiar tone, Lu Qianqian's eyes suddenly solidified, and she reached out her hand unbelievably, pointed at the black-robed man, and hesitated. This voice, you are. In Lu Qianqian's surprised eyes. The black-robed man slowly took off his black robe. The face www.novel.com that Lu Qianqian was about to forget was revealed. Mo Fan. Lu Qianqian screamed unbelievably, and the whole person was petrified. Mo Fan, this young man who was framed by her and Big Brother together more than a year ago, and then dying by thunder. At this moment, he appeared in front of her alive. "You, aren't you dead?" Lu Qianqian's face was as pale as painted. She clearly saw that Mo Fen was scorched by thunder and almost lost his vitality, so she threw him out at will. And now, not only is Mo Fen still alive, he seems to have undergone a completely reborn change. Then thank you guys and dogs, if it weren't for you, how could I be Mo Fen today? In that case, I also want to thank you. Mo Fen smiled, but his smile was cold and cruel. Chapter 174 Xian Tianzong was defeated, Mo Fan's harsh methods, Jun Xiaoyao got. These are all made by you, and the broken seals of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn are also related to you. Lu Qianqian's voice was trembling. Haha, that's right, the breaking of the two clans is indeed related to me. Didn't you frame me before and say that I was related to the Sin clans? Now, I will simply unite the Sin clans and destroy the Xiantian sect. Mo Fan sneered madly. How could it be like this? Lu Qianqian's eyes were desperate. She did not expect that the embankment of 1,000 miles would be destroyed by an ant nest. Mo Fan, whom she regarded as an ant, finally shook the foundation of the entire Xiantian sect. Speaking of which, I would also like to thank you. If it weren't for you, how would I get such a chance? Mo Fan stepped forward and reached out and patted Lu Qianqian on the cheek. Being struck by lightning, there was an extra star in his mind. With this star villain, Mo Fan rose all the way and his strength skyrocketed. Not only that, the once overlord of the Star Continent, the Wuji Star Palace, even found him, saying that he is the son of the stars and will become the most important person in the Wuji Star Palace in the future. Strengthened, and the Promised Star Palace as a background. Mo Fan took off completely. After he took off, the first thing he had to do was to take revenge on Xiantian Zone, as well as Lu Qianqian and others. Damn Lu Qianqian and others. Everyone in Xiantian Zone who indulged Lu Qianqian is also damned. Didn't Lu Qianqian and the others slander him and the sinners? Then Mo Fan simply used the power of the Promised Star Palace to release both the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn. This caused the current catastrophe. Mo Fan, kill me. Lu Qianqian's body trembled like chaff. She did not expect that a difference in thought would bring such a disaster to herself and Xiantian Zone. Of course, Lu Qianqian didn't know that even without her, Mo Fan would still experience other catastrophes. Because Mo Fan is the protagonist of the heaven and earth of the Star Continent, one of the 10 guardians. He must go through disasters before he can fully awaken his life. Even if there was no such catastrophe as Lu Qianqian, there would be other catastrophes, forcing Mo Fan to open up. However, Lu Qianqian naturally did not know these secrets. She burst into tears at the moment, begging Mo Fan for forgiveness. Heh, Lu Qianqian, you and I have a fate, how could I be willing to kill you? Mo Fan sneered. Thank you, Lu Qianqian cried with joy. However, before she showed the smile of the rest of her life, she heard Mo Fan's cold voice. If you let you die so easily, how can you be worthy of my pain? Mo Fan's words caused Lu Qianqian's heart to sink to the bottom. Next, Mo Fan tied Lu Qianqian to a copper pillar. It was the one he was more than a year ago. Then, in Lu Qianqian's horrified gaze, Mo Fan took out a long sword and cut through Lu Qianqian bit by bit. He was going to delay Lu Qianqian. No. Don't, Lu Qianqian heard a heart-piercing scream. Blood is splashing. As time went on, to the end, Lu Qianqian was dying, with blood all over her body. Bone is visible in the wound, and there is no good piece of meat. Mo Fan couldn't understand his hatred, and once again took out the sword, broke Lu Qianqian's tendons and hamstrings, and also smashed her Dantian Linghai, making Lu Qianqian a completely useless person. Heh, Lu Qianqian, I won't kill you, I want you to struggle hard in this world as a useless person, haha. Mo Fan looked up to the sky and smiled, his thoughts were clear, and the obsession in his heart was also eliminated. He then left with a group of strong men in the Promised Star Palace. Only Lu Qianqian was left, struggling to death. On the other side, the battle between Xiantian sect and Sin clan has reached a fever pitch. The Golden Horn tribe and the Silver Horn tribe, as well as saints and quasi-sage powerhouses, completely controlled Xiantian sect master and deputy sect master. Damn it, what should we do? The deputy suzerain looked anxious. Send a message directly, always try. Sect master Xiantian said. Upon hearing the words, the deputy suzerain took out a piece of jade slip and directly crushed it. This is the signal jade slip left by the Jun family to Xiantian Zone. If it is crushed, it means that Xiantianzong has a big problem and has encountered an unprecedented crisis. I hope that the master has already sent the strongest men to the lower realm. The deputy suzerain prayed in his heart. And at this moment, in the void, there was suddenly a holy realm fluctuation coming again. It was a black-robed man who made a move, and a large star palm print was formed between his fingers, and he bombarded the deputy sovereign. Puff! The deputy suzerain was caught off guard, vomiting blood. The Promised Star Palace, it really is you. The deputy sect master was traumatized and drank angrily. They had guessed before, but now they are more confident. As for the reason why the Promised Star Palace shot, in addition to MO fans factor, there is actually another big reason. The original overlord of the Star Continent was the Promised Star Palace. Even if the Wuji Star Palace declines due to the fall of the Wuji Star Lord, it cannot shake its leadership. However, the arrival of Xian Tianzong gradually replaced the position of the Promised Star Palace in the Star Continent. After all, Xian Tianzong's strength was very strong. Secondly, it is still a force coming from the fairyland. Over time, the Promised Star Palace was skewed in one corner, gradually declining, and Xian Tianzong became the new overlord of the Star Continent. Under such circumstances, how can the Promised Star Palace be willing to be suppressed? Coupled with MO fans' promotion, Promised Star Palace also decided to take action. Let's go. Upon seeing this, Sect Master Xuantian's eyes sank, and he grabbed the deputy sect master and began to retreat. Although in his heart he was extremely unwilling to give up the rest of Xian Tianzong. But they are the strongest in the Holy Realm, they are considered the strongest combat power in the lower realm, and they cannot be compromised here. If the criminals are to be killed again in the future, they still need their efforts. Therefore, Sect Master Xiantian was very determined and retreated directly. The rest of the true gods, Taoism, and other strong men also began to retreat. The Golden Horn tribe, the Silver Horn tribe, and the Promised Star Palace naturally will not let go of the opportunity to beat down the dog and chase them all the way. Many mountains were flattened, and many Xuantianzong experts were killed. In the end, only a few Xuantianzong cultivators escaped. And at the same time that Xian Tianzong was defeated. The profound Sky Continent, in the depths of the Nayland family's Lingshan. In a secluded pavilion. Jun Xiaoyao is drinking tea safely. Yu reading www.yukangshu.com. Su Ziqiang stood behind him and stretched out her hand to pinch his shoulders. The saint of the Purple Mansion Holy Land pinched her shoulders, but not everyone could enjoy the treatment. Jun Xiaoyao is calculating his next plan. At this moment, a golden token in his space magic weapon suddenly began to emit ominous blood. This is... Jun Xiaoyao took out the golden token. This golden token was given to him by Jun Zhantian and was also a token of the Jun family. With this order, Jun Xiaoyao can mobilize the 5 followers. At the same time, this token is also a magic weapon for transmitting messages. The blood light represents the power of followers, and an unprecedented crisis has appeared. This message comes from the Star Continent. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed darkly. Chapter 175 The Endless Sea, the Cross-Border Teleportation Array, Lu Qianqian's Shock. The Star Continent is also one of the 10 places in the lower realm. Rumor has it that there was a person who was against the sky, who stirred up the endless situation in Xianyu. But more, Jun Xiaoyao didn't understand. It seems that there is a line of followers, in the Star Continent. Is it because the Sin clan of the Star Continent has broken the seal? Jun Xiaoyao thought. Without further ado, he got up and called the 3 ancestors of Dongxian and Yu. Is there a quick way to cross between the 10 places in the lower realm? Jun Xiaoyao asked. The ancestor Dongxian replied, although there are barriers among the 10 places in the lower realm, they are not as difficult to overcome as the barriers of the immortal territory and the lower realm. Furthermore, in the endless overseas of the profound Sky Continent, there should be a boundary teleportation array that can be directly teleported to other continents. Okay, then we will go directly to the Star Continent. Jun Xiaoyao said. Facing Jun Xiaoyao's order, the 3 ancestors of Dongxian didn't even ask, they just nodded and responded. A few hours later, Jun Xiaoyao, 9 lions, 3 ancestors of Dongxian, Yu, and Su Ziqiang, all set off from the Nayland family. All the members of the Nayland family came out to welcome them. Nayland Ruashi was even more reluctant. She had to wait until Jun Xiaoyao returned to the fairyland before she could go back with Jun Xiaoyao. Outside the profound Sky Continent is the Endless Sea. Looking around, the ocean is overwhelming, and you can't see the edge at a glance. The Endless Sea is extremely fierce for the cultivators of the profound Sky Continent. No one knows what terrifying sea beasts will appear in the deep sea that is more than 10,000 feet deep. In the sky, Yu sacrificed a golden longbow and shot out 9 arrows in a row, sifting a 9-ringed octopus in front of him. Ancestor Dongxian flicked his palm at random, a series of sea beasts burst into endless blood clots, and the blood stained the endless sea. All the sea beasts, including some sea creatures, shuddered in fear and drew back into the deep sea, not daring to emerge. What a group of fierce creatures! It is 10,000 times more terrifying than these sea creatures. 9 lions are pulling the cart, Jun Xiaoyao is sitting in the cart, and Su Ziqiang is cutting some precious fruits to feed him. To the cultivators of the profound sky continent, the endless sea comparable to the death penalty zone, to Jun Xiaoyao, is like walking on the ground. But for a long time, in the endless sea ahead, a small island filled with wild aura suddenly appeared. On the small island, there is a very old and simple teleportation formation, which is full of thick dust. My son of God, here it is. Old ancestor Dongxian and others said respectfully. Jun Xiaoyao got out of the car and looked at the teleportation formation. Hey, I still need Xianyuan. Jun Xiaoyao glanced. On the formation, there are some grooves inlaid with dust. This kind of cross-border teleportation array is obviously impossible to activate with ordinary source stones. At least it needs to be subordinate to Xianyuan. Xianyuan is absolutely rare in the fairyland, let alone in the barren land like the lower realm. No wonder this teleportation array is useless. Although Jun Xiaoyao is a big consumer of Xianyuan, the Jun family still gave him hundreds of Xianyuan. After the Xianyuan was inlaid, the entire cross-border teleportation array gradually began to operate, lighting up a dazzling divine flower. After a while, Jun Xiaoyao and his party were wrapped in a ripple of space and disappeared in place. In the star continent, amidst the incomparably ancient barren mountains, an array that had been silent for 10,000 years began to revolve, lighting up a dazzling divine light. After a while, Jun Xiaoyao and others appeared. As soon as he came to the star continent, Jun Xiaoyao noticed something special. The power of stars on this continent seems to be particularly strong. Jun Xiaoyao said. When he raised his head, he could also see that the sky of the star continent was filled with endless stars, moving in a mysterious trajectory. The ancestor Dongxian smiled and replied, of course, there was a strongman against the sky in the star continent, the promised star monarch, who had a celestial body, and was the #1 strong in the star continent. It was a turmoil, and in the end, because it was too sharp, he was killed by several supreme powers. Jun Xiaoyao didn't know much about the star continent. But the ancestor Dongxian, who came from the lower realm, was familiar with things about other continents. Star body. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. This had to remind him of Yixingyun, who had a star king body. There is also the sudden change of Yixingyun's personality. Could it be? Jun Xiaoyao was thinking. Yixingyun, could it be the same protagonist as Xiaochen and Yang Pan, but he didn't notice it before? Interesting, I don't know if Yixingyun is in the lower realm. If he is in the lower realm, can he bring me some surprises? Jun Xiaoyao chuckled lightly. After that, Jun Xiaoyao and others left this barren mountains. After walking out, Yu directly pulled a monk and asked about the location of Xiantianzong. Go to Xuantianzong. Hasn't Xuantianzong been destroyed? The monk was surprised. Ask you where Xiantianzong is going, don't talk nonsense. Yu's golden pupils stared. The monk replied with sweat profusely, it is in the central area of the mainland, but a few days ago, it was just destroyed by the Golden Horn tribe, Silver Horn tribe, and the Promised Star Palace. Promised Star Palace. Jun Xiaoyao in the car frowned upon hearing this. He was not surprised that the Golden Horn and Silver Horn made their moves. After all, they are the top 10 sinners, and they are already hostile to Xuantianzong. But why does the Promised Star Palace want to make a kick? What hate does it have with Xiantianzong? Go directly to Xiantianzong. Jun Xiaoyao's voice came out. The 9 lions roared and walked away, and the others followed. Oh, my God, is that the legendary 9 lions, with 9 lions pulling a cart? What kind of fierce people are these? The monk was dumbfounded, like petrification, unable to recover for a long while. Xiantianzong originally occupies a vast area and is magnificent. Today, there are ruined walls and dead bodies everywhere. Far in the sky, with golden rays of light, Jun Xiaoyao finally arrived. Jun Xiaoyao stepped out and saw the Xiantian sect resembling deathly scorched earth, his eyebrows frowned. Unfortunately, I am a step late. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head. The monarch's followers are tens of millions, and Xiantianzong is just one of them. Jun Xiaoyao would find it a pity, but that's all. My son, what do we do next? Yu asked. Jun Xiaoyao was just about to speak www.novel.com. Suddenly his eyes lighted, and he looked at a square in the depths of Xuantianzong. There is still the breath of living people. Jun Xiaoyao stepped on and immediately disappeared in place. On the square, a figure was tied to the copper pillar, lingering. It is Lu Qianqian. In a daze, in front of her, a detached figure shrouded in fairy light suddenly appeared. Am I finally dead? Why can I see the fairy? Lu Qianqian smiled weakly. At this time, the Xiang finally spoke. I'm the son of the emperor of the Xianyu, Jun Xiaoyao. Tell me what is going on here, Jun Xiaoyao said flatly. Lu Qianqian, who was originally weak, heard the words Xianyu Juanjia. Her eyes widened, her heart was like a stormy sea. The Lord's house finally came. Chapter 176 Mo Fan's protagonist routine. I dare not forget the grace of recreation, Lord. Lu Qianqian's flesh and blood body was trembling. She couldn't believe it. Xian Tianzong hoped for the stars and the moon, so he wanted to wait until the Jun family powerhouse's lower realm, and then went to kill the criminals. But until the end, Xian Tianzong was also a strongman who did not wait to come to the Jun family. And now, this appeared in front of Lu Qianqian. The detached figure in white is the son of the Jun family. Lu Qianqian has no doubts. Because this vulgar figure in white clothes is too detached. That kind of immortal aura that is not tainted by the mundane, and mundane is definitely not something the creatures of the lower realm can imitate. Not far away, Yu and Su Ziqiang arrived. Lu Qianqian was even more surprised. Each of these fairyland arrogances is so extraordinary. Compared with them, even Mo Fan looked like a nouveau riche, with no temperament at all. Subsequently, the arrival of the three ancestors of Dongxian almost suffocated Lu Qianqian. Lu Qianqian had only felt the vaguely leaked coercion on the sect master and deputy sect master. In other words, these three people are quasi-sages and powerful saints. Such a terrifying lineup made Lu Qianqian plunged into a deep shock, and she didn't recover for a long while. Jun Xiaoyao thought she didn't believe in herself, so he took out a golden token. There is a word Jun written on it. You believe it now? Jun Xiaoyao said. Lu Qianqian nodded desperately, but the stormy sea still remained in her heart. Tell me everything you know. Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. Lu Qianqian nodded, and exhausted her last effort to tell Jun Xiaoyao all the news she knew. The more Jun Xiaoyao listened to the script, the more familiar he felt. Betrayed and framed by his lover. Half dead by thunder, he was thrown out of the sect. After the knot, he not only survived, but also rose strongly, and even became the core figure of the Promised Star Palace. In the end, the sinners were liberated, the sect was avenged, and the woman who betrayed her was worse than death. This kind of routine made Jun Xiaoyao feel a little speechless. Could you have something fresh? However, from this, Jun Xiaoyao was able to confirm that this Mo Fan should be the protagonist of the heavens and the earth of the star continent, the son of heaven and earth. It's the same way as Lin Feng. If there was no Yi Xingyun, Jun Xiaoyao might have guessed whether this Mo Fan would have anything to do with Wuji Xingjuan. But the presence of Yi Xingyun made Jun Xiaoyao a little confused. Is it Yi Xingyun or Mo Fan that has something to do with Wuji Xingjuan? Or are both related? After receiving the information provided by Lu Qianqian, Jun Xiaoyao gradually had an idea in his mind. No matter what, the leaks still have to be cut. After providing clues, Lu Qianqian was also exhausted and almost reached the limit. She had no life. Dantian Linghai was scrapped, his tendons and hamstrings were cut off, his whole body was sluggish and nearly disfigured. Even if she could survive, Lu Qianqian would not choose to live, which was more uncomfortable than death. My lord, I have said everything I know, and I hope my lord can give me a good time. Maybe this is my retribution. Lu Qianqian said bitterly. She now only wants to die. Jun Xiaoyao's face was flat and said, Is it good to be alive? Alive. This kind of life is more uncomfortable than death. Lu Qianqian showed bitterness and despair. Isn't it because the pubic area was abolished, and the tendons and hamstrings were broken? It's not a big deal. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head lightly. Seeing that Lu Qianqian provided him with precious information, Jun Xiaoyao was not stingy with a holy pill. Just when Lu Qianqian was puzzled, Jun Xiaoyao snapped his fingers. A green pill of chaotic origin and flowing spiritual energy fell into her mouth. In a flash, an unprecedented life essence spread out from Lu Qianqian's mouth. Her skin began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tajin and hamstrings are also beginning to recover. But just a quarter of an hour. The dead skin and blood scab fell off, and Lu Qianqian's whole body was restored to its original appearance. The skin is snow white, and it seems to be broken. This. Lu Qianqian was stunned as she was struck by lightning. Later, she was even more surprised to find that the broken spirit sea in her dantian had also recovered. Seeing such a miracle appearing on her, Lu Qianqian was shocked from ear to ear. This kind of small injury, a snow jade green pill is enough. Jun Xiaoyao said. He really has no shortage of sacred pills. But for the lower realm, the holy pill is extremely rare. Thank you Godson for his reinvention. Lu Qianqian has no teeth to remember. She is willing to be a slave and servant, and serve the Son of God forever. Lu Qianqian knelt down on her face with excitement, kowtow. If you can live, who wants to die? Jun Xiaoyao is like giving her another life. Looking at Lu Qianqian, Jun Xiaoyao was a little speechless. Why does every woman want to be his slave girl? Su Ziqiong's amethyst eyes showed a little guard. Jun Xiaoyao is in the lower realm, and it is enough to have her a maid waiting. There is no need for female slaves. Are you the only one left in Xiantian sect? Jun Xiaoyao asked. A ray of disappointment appeared in Lu Qianqian's eyes, but she still said, that's not true. The sect master is a powerful saint. They should retreat. That's it. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. If sect master Xiantian and others are still alive, then with the golden token in his hand, they can still find their position. Let's go. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. He was going to find the remnants of Xuantianzong. Lu Qianqian also followed. On the other side, there is a mountain of ancient trees. Sect Master Xiantian and others are staying here and temporarily settled down. Ahem. This promised star palace. The deputy sovereign coughed up blood. He was attacked by the promised star palace powerhouse and suffered a lot of injuries. The promised star palace, I'm afraid that I was dissatisfied with Xuantianzong a long time ago, and now he has revealed his minions. Sect Master Xuantian's expression was gloomy. He also suffered serious injuries. If there were only the golden horn and the silver horn, Xiantianzong could barely suppress it. But the promised star palace is the last straw that crushes the camel. Damn it, those sinners in the promised star palace are really hateful. Some of the powerful remnants of Xiantianzong gritted their teeth. There are also some young disciples of Xiantianzong who escaped by chance www.novel.com with a look of gray and sadness on their faces. The Lord of Xianyu, won't you come to help us? A female disciple of Xuantianzong said with a sad expression. Lord, won't you give up our Xuantianzong? Another male disciple thought pessimistically. What are you talking about? We Xiantianzong has always been loyal to the Lord's family. I believe that the Lord's family will definitely not give up on us. A strong of heaven said firmly. Seeing this scene, Sect Master Xiantian also sighed in his heart. He naturally hoped that the Lord Jun's family would come to rescue Xiantianzong. But now, is it still possible? Just when the people of Xiantianzong were forced to be exhausted, they had no bottom. Outside the mountains, there was suddenly a strong breath surging. Xuantianzong remnants, don't get out and die. Chapter 177 Xuantianzong's tragic and majestic, Jun Xiaoyao has a masterful sword, this sword. The surging voice with the sound of killing and cutting spread across the mountains. Everyone in Xiantianzong who heard this voice changed their expressions drastically. They didn't expect that the golden horn and silver horn would come so quickly. Damn it, there must be some experts in the promised star palace leading the way. They are the local forces of the star continent, and they don't know much about the mainland. A Xiantian sect expert said angrily. It would be impossible for the golden horn and silver horn to find their tracks so quickly. The only possibility is for the promised star palace powerhouse to follow them in secret. The promised star palace has been rooted in the star continent for countless years and has a very good understanding of the entire continent. Tracking their tracks is not a simple matter. At this moment, outside the mountains, countless masters of the golden horn and silver horn are standing in the void. Looking at it, it is densely packed, like a swarm of locusts, all over the sky. In addition, on the other side of the sky, there are a group of strong men wearing star robes. Up to now, they didn't even conceal it, and directly revealed their identity. They were the people of the Promised Star Palace. Among this group of people, Mo Fan, wearing a purple star robe, was in the middle. He was tall and slender, and his appearance should have been ordinary. But since he was struck by lightning and merged with the villain, Mo Fan's appearance became more and more handsome and more temperamental. That kind of feeling, it was like the villain of the stars, subtly changing him. Moreover, Mo Fan's cultivation base is getting higher and higher, reaching the first state. The next step is to merge Taoism. Mo Fan was also very cautious about this. He vaguely felt that the star villain should not have all his chances. In his memory, there is also an extremely magnificent star palace. As for the stalwart figure standing under the star palace, it faintly made Mo Fan feel a sense of awe. Mo Fan didn't like this feeling. No one can press on my Mo Fan's head. This Xuantianzong is just an example. Mo Fan said inwardly. He looked between the mountains, and his star-like eyes showed joy. Mo Fan has no feelings for the sect that contained him and cultivated him, and now he just wants to see it collapse. But for a moment, a small group of figures rose into the air from the depths of the dense forest. It was Sect Master Xiantian and others. They knew that it would be useless to hide, and it was better to confront them. Hee, old Xiantian, you are finally willing to come out. In the Golden Horn clan camp, a strongman with aura reaching the Saint Realm stepped out. A golden horn on his head is surrounded by runes, and his body is covered with golden scales. He is the king of the Golden Horn, the strongest of the Golden Horn tribe. The Silver Horn tribe also came out of a creature whose breath was not weaker than the Golden Horn king, and it was the Silver Horn king. Our two clans have been suppressed by your Xiantianzong for countless years. Today, we can finally destroy you with our own hands. The Silver-Horned King said in a cold tone. Sect Master Xiantian ignored these two clans. After all, they are the enemy of life and death. He looked at the Wuji Star Palace camp and said coldly, You Wuji Star Palace behaved like this, aren't you afraid of the vengeance of the ancient monarchs in the fairyland? Sect Master Xuantian's words made the complexions of many powerful people in the Promised Star Palace change faintly. They were born in the lower realm, although they don't know how strong the Jun family is. But I have heard of the name of the ancient family. Not to mention, as strong as Xiantianzong, it is just one of the countless affiliated forces of the Jun family. This shows the power of the Jun family. The Promised Star Palace wanted to fight against the Jun family, undoubtedly hitting the stone with the pebbles, and did not know what to do. King Goldenhorn sneered, In Xianyu, it is not yet the turn of the ancient monarchs to cover the sky. The ancient royal family, and the ancient clans, may not be able to compete with the monarchs. You can rely on the ancient royal family at that time. The Golden Horn tribe and the Silver Horn tribe dared to rebel precisely because there was an ancient race behind them. Everyone in the Promised Star Palace was also relieved. They have nothing to ask for in Xianyu, they just want to redominate the Star Continent and restore the grand occasion of the Promised Star Lord. They are also trying their best to find someone who may be related to Wuji Xingjuan. Mo Fan is an important piece they found. You will definitely regret it. Sect Master Xiantian took a deep look at everyone in the Promised Star Palace. He believed that if the Jun family knew this news, they would be merciless and completely destroy the Promised Star Palace. Well, is this your last word? Then you can go to death. The Golden Horn shot. He held a golden machete and cut it out with a single knife. The golden knife gang shook the sky, and the void was chopped in half. With the powerful strength of the saint, in the lower realm, the space can be easily broken. The great King Silverhorn also shot at the same time, and the fluctuations in the holy realm filled the void, shattering the void ahead. The people of the other two clans also came out together. Here, the remaining powerhouse of Xiantianzong also roared, with determination to die in his eyes. They know that today they are afraid that they will not escape death. But before death, it is worth killing one or two more sinners. Suppress the sinners, this is the mission carved into the bones of everyone in Xiantianzong. This mission is their Xiantian sect's promise to the Lord's family. Regardless of whether the Lord's family abandons us or not, we must kill the sinners and drain the last drop of blood. Yes, I, Xiantianzong, live up to the Lord's family. A strong Xuantianzong screamed in grief and indignation. Some of the Xuantianzong experts who were seriously injured and dying directly chose to blow themselves up and died with the surrounding sinners. Seeing this extremely tragic scene, many young disciples of Xiantianzong's eyes were red. Rao was sect master Xiantian, and his eyes trembled. They Xuantianzong, the Lord's family, shed the last drop of blood. They live up to the Lord's family. At this moment, the people in the Promised Star Palace were finally ready to take action. Among them, there are also saints. Seeing that the Promised Star Palace was about to make a move, a female disciple of Xiantianzong, her eyes showed unprecedented despair. Really, is there no way? The female disciple was crying. Sect Master Xiantian and others are also very nervous. If the Promised Star Palace intervenes, Xiantianzong will definitely be unable to escape the fate of complete destruction. It's over, Xiantianzong. Mo Fen muttered to himself, with a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. However, at this moment, heaven and earth seem to quiet down suddenly. The flow of time seems to be much slower. Far sky, an indescribable mighty sword light, smashed through the sky for 100,000 miles, and swept across the crowd in the Promised Star Palace. Recover the universe with one sword. One sword cracks the sky. One sword www.novel.com seems to cut off the years and the eternity. A white-clothed peerless, transcendent figure, holding an ancient sword filled with the breath of time, swinging a sword light that cuts the sky and the earth. Panhuan Year's sword, superimposed slaughter fairy sword art. Peerless sword. The fierce sword light swept out with the strength of endless years. With this sword swept away, the Promised Star Palace camp immediately emptied a large area. Many Promised Star Palace masters, in a flash, in the sword light of the years, they turned into dust and drifted between the world. All the surviving people in the Promised Star Palace seemed silly, and even their souls trembled in this sword. As the sword light that smashed the world swept across, there was also a voice with endless chill. This sword belongs to my monarch's family, and it came out for the Xuantianzong. Chapter 178. Like a god, Xiantianzong's excitement chases and kills Mo Fan. The calm and indifferent voice, like the voice of a god, resounded in everyone's ears. At this moment, the whole situation of the melee was a rare stagnation, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. Whether it is the Golden Horn, the Silver Horn, or the Promised Star Palace, everyone's faces are full of unprecedented shock. This sword is for my monarch's family, it is for Xiantianzong. Sect Master Xiantian and the others shook their heads, as if there were billions of thunders, and the whole person was a little dazed. Then, there are endless surprises. June's house. It's the people from the Lord's family here. At this moment, all Xuantianzong cultivators have a sense of unreality like a dream. The June family they are thinking of, is this coming? In the distance, a slender figure shrouded in dim fairy light stepped into the air. He is in white clothes and is unsullied, holding an ancient sword that is filled with the breath of time. One person. One sword. Xianzi peerless. Except for the triple snow of the king's body, who in the world is worthy of white clothes. A junior sister of Xiantianzong muttered to herself as if she was idiotic. She had never seen such a detached person. Compared with Xiantianzong's surprise and excitement, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn are panic-stricken and uneasy. It was the Golden Horn and Silver Horn who were quite disdainful of the June family before, and they swallowed at this moment, with a sense of anxiety in their expressions. As for the Promised Star Palace, a group of people turned pale with fright. Fang Saiju and Xiaoyao's sword swept away at the Wuji Star Palace camp. After the sword, most of the people directly turned into dust, swaying between heaven and earth. This is terrifying, it makes the scalp numb and the hairs stand upright. Even those imaginary gods and true gods who survived by chance, faced this sword with a sense of danger. Terror, too horrible, who is this person? Mo Fan's face was still pale. Just now, he had a feeling of going to a ghost gate. Mo Fan was almost annihilated in this sword light. If it weren't for the end, the star villain in his body released a star shield to protect his body. Mo Fan at this moment is afraid that it has already turned into dust. Looking around for a week, Jun Xiaoyao said with an indifferent expression, the lower realm of the sun is here to kill the 10 sinners. Are you ready to go to Huangquan? The words of Jun Xiaoyao made the Golden Horns and Silver Horns masters look ugly, and there was a faint fierce light in their eyes. Just when King Golden Horn was about to speak, saying that Jun Xiaoyao was overwhelmed, the ancestors of Dongxian and others appeared. 2 saints, 1 quasi-saint. Such a lineup, not to mention the invincible world in the lower realm, at least can sweep the quartet. As far as the lower realm is concerned, even if there is only one quasi-sage, it is possible to control the battle, let alone 2 saints, 1 quasi-sage. Great. Sect Master Xiantian, Deputy Sect Master and others were excited and the ground turned red. The hearts of the masters of the 2 sinners sank completely. In the same mood as them, there is the Promised Star Palace. Mo Fan's face was hard to see the extreme. Over the past year or so, he has risen completely and has gone smoothly. To be honest, he has indeed drifted a bit. Not to mention the Tianjiao of the lower realm, even some Tianjiao of the immortal territory, Mo Fan didn't pay much attention to it. But Jun Xiaoyao was just a sword, and it made Mo Fan feel the fear of death. He felt that even if he had a star villain, he might not be Jun Xiaoyao's opponent. Golden Horn, Silver Horn, and Promised Star Palace, don't leave one. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was flat and indifferent, but he meant to kill with iron and blood. For these sinners, Jun Xiaoyao has no mercy. Kill when you kill. And the Promised Star Palace, helping Zhou to abuse, is the driving force of this catastrophe, and Jun Xiaoyao will naturally not let it go. Yes, please follow the orders of Lord God's Son. The 3 ancestors of Dongxian all shot. 2 saints and 1 quasi-saint were enough to completely reverse the battle. Dear Xiantian sect disciples, cooperate with the Lord Jun's family to completely kill the sinners. Sect Master Xiantian shouted loudly. Yes. A group of Xuantianzong cultivators, motivated, began a Jedi counterattack. Jun Xiaoyao has also taken a shot, holding the Pan-Emperor Year sword. A strong strength of the years is permeating. Not to mention the monks of the same level, that is, Hadao, Nirvana, Tong Tian, and even Xinhua masters, facing the sword light of Jun Xiaoyao, will have a sense of fear. Slaughter the immortal sword art, bless the Pan-Emperor Year's sword, and superimpose the powerful power of Jun Xiaoyao itself. Nirvana masters will be easily destroyed. Even the masters of the heavenly transcendent realm and the divine fire realm would suffer severe damage and die. Jun Xiaoyao is like entering the realm of no one, killing all directions. Yu and Su Ziqiang also took the shots, both of them were fierce and decisive. At this time, everyone in the Promised Star Palace panicked and had already begun to retreat. They actually didn't need to mix in, but if they missed it, they would hate it forever, and now it's too late to regret. The Promised Star Palace did not expect that the desolate ancient monarch of Xianyu would come so soon. Just when Mo Fan was about to retreat, out of the corner of his eyes, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Lu Qianqian, she, how is this possible? Mo Fan's mind buzzed. Didn't he torture Lu Qianqian like a man? The more miserable Lu Qianqian is, the happier he is. But now, Lu Qianqian is not only good, but also seems to be higher than before. And she was also fighting beside Jun Xiaoyao, looking at Jun Xiaoyao with a strong admiration, obsession, and longing. Damn it, it's all the son of the emperor's family, he must have saved Lu Qianqian, hateful. Mo Fan's temples throbbed, his expression sullen. Lu Qianqian can be described as his obsession. The more miserable she is, the better Mo Fan's thoughts become. But now, Jun Xiaoyao saved Lu Qianqian, which undoubtedly completely aroused Mo Fan's anger. If there is a chance, I must let this gentleman's son regret saving Lu Qianqian. Mo Fan thought coldly in his heart, and he also began to retreat. Mo Fan is not stupid, he knows that now, he can't beat Jun Xiaoyao at all. Unless he can get the treasure of the Star Palace in his memory. www.novel.com. At this time, Lu Qianqian also noticed Mo Fan, who was about to leave. Her beautiful eyes burst into anger, and she let out an angry cry, Mo Fan, don't run away, you fool. Ha! Jun Xiaoyao glanced around and saw Mo Fan. When Mo Fan saw this, he even sacrificed a piece of talisman paper and stuck it on his body, and then he turned into a silver light and walked away. Is that him? Jun Xiaoyao was about to take action. At this time, a group of experts from the Promised Star Palace surrounded them. Mo Fanai is the core of the Promised Star Palace, and there is no room for loss. Man's arm as a car. Jun Xiaoyao held the Pan Wang Year's sword, while the sword's edge was turbulent. Each of the Promised Star Palace masters turned into the dust of the years. EU, catch him. Jun Xiaoyao said in a voice transmission. Yes. EU drew away, burning the real fire of the sun, turning into a fiery flame, chasing after that Mo Fan. Chapter 179. The war ended, the followers rebelled, Yi Xingyun's hand. With the participation of Jun Xiaoyao and Dongxian Patriarch, the defeat of the two sinners and the Promised Star Palace was just a matter of time. On the other side, Yu was also chasing Mo Fan, who had fled. Can you escape the person you want to arrest? Yu had a cold expression, with a bow in one hand and a string in the other. 9 flame arrows burst out, as if they turned into 9-headed firebirds, locked Mo Fan, and bombarded away. Yu, who has broken golden eyes, has always made good arrows. Mo Fan turned around, spurred his moves, and a big star with shining stars condensed. Boom. 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 After 9 consecutive explosions, the big seal of that party was directly broken, and Mo Fan was also shocked, spitting out a mouthful of blood. There was a ray of resentment in his expression. Not only can he not beat Jun Xiaoyao, but even Jun Xiaoyao's followers. The protagonist of the dignified world, for this purpose, there is no one. Just catch it. Yu raised his hand, turning his mana into a giant palm, and grabbed it at Mo Fan. At this moment, the void suddenly twisted, and a shadow was fleeting. After a short while, Mo Fan disappeared in place. This. Yu's mana palm fell to nothing. He frowned, his face gloomy. After thoroughly inspecting the surrounding area, Yu still found no trace of Mo Fan. Who saved him? Forget it, go back to the sun first. Yu frowned, turned and left. And here, the battle is almost over. Jun Xiaoyao's manpower, plus the people of Xian Tianzong, had 3 saints and 2 quasi-saints. This force is enough to push one continent horizontally. King Golden Horn and King Silver Horn, as well as the Saint of the Promised Star Palace, finally fell in unwilling roars. Although they are also saints, their strength is obviously not as good as the ancestor Dongxian and others. Being a saint is also strong and weak. The Golden Horn and them are all in the early or middle stage of the saint. And the ancestors of Dongxian and others are the Saint Xiaomeng. The gap is also huge. Because of the rudimentary rules of the lower realm, even if you can cultivate to become a saint, it is difficult to cultivate to a small or great perfection. After the leading powerhouse was killed, most of the remaining sinners were beheaded. The few who escaped by chance did not pose a threat at all. A group of people in the Promised Star Palace were naturally all killed. The bones all over the ground piled up into mountains. The blood gathered into small rivers. Everyone in Xian Tianzong was stained with blood, but each of them looked excited and excited. All the female disciples of Xian Tianzong, the big sisters and the younger sisters, all looked at Jun Xiaoyao, who was shrouded in glory, with a look of respect and longing. Jun Xiaoyao held the Pan Wang Year sword and stepped into the void. Although he had gone through fierce battles, his white clothes were still not stained with dust. Standing there, it looked like a sword fairy who was beyond the mundane. These female disciples of Xian Tianzong in the lower realm have never seen such a transcendent character, and their hearts are rippling. But Sect Master Xian Tian and others stepped forward and solemnly bowed their hands to Jun Xiaoyao. Thank you for the great kindness of the Lord Shangjuan family. Thank you for the great kindness of the Son of God. If it were not for the Son of God in time, we Xiantian sect would really be destroyed. Up. Looking at the remnant Xuantianzong disciple, Jun Xiaoyao pondered a little. With a wave of his hand, large swathes of sacred pill, treasure medicine, source, weapons, piled up into a mountain. All the people of Xian Tianzong were dull, they had never seen so many good things in their entire lives. For Jun Xiaoyao, things that are commonplace may be priceless treasures that they can't even dream of. God, these are for us. Sect Master Xuantian's voice was shaking. These things may not be considered particularly precious to him, but for the disciples, they are definitely a great opportunity. Xian Tianzong has indeed done a great job in suppressing the sinners for the Jun family over the years. Next, I will completely destroy the Promised Star Palace, and the entire Star Continent will be under the control of your Xian Tianzong. Jun Xiaoyao said. Thank you, God's kindness. Sect Master Xiantian and others heard it, excited, and gave their hands again. Jun Xiaoyao, this is one of the 10 places in the lower realm, directly given to Xian Tianzong. This gift is too heavy and too heavy. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao, who casually gave a world to Xuantianzong, many female disciples of Xuantianzong had beautiful eyes. This is the bearing of the son of Xianyu. By the way, Lord God, there is one thing you must tell your lord. Sect Master Xiantian said in a solemn voice. What's the matter? Jun Xiaoyao asked. The ancient demons and the ancient demons, colluding with the Sin race, may have rebelled. Sect Master Xian Tian said. Oh, what about this? Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows lightly. The 5 followers of the lower realm of the Juanjia faction. Xuantianzong, Dayan dynasty, a family of ancient gods, a family of ancient demons, and a family of ancient demons. Among them, the ancient gods, the ancient demons, and the ancient demons are similar races, similar to the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. But compared with the ancient gods, the ancient demons practice magic skills, and their character is more demon-like. The ancient monster race contains the blood of the monster race. Regarding their betrayal, Jun Xiaoyao was not surprised at all. They can't bear the consequences of betraying the Jun family. A cold light flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. At this time, Yu also came back. Sorry, I failed the sun's expectation, but Yu failed to catch that person. Yu bowed his head and arched his hands. What's the situation? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Yu told Jun Xiaoyao about the situation. Rescued by a figure. Jun Xiaoyao was thinking. Yu is unfavorable in doing things, please be punished by the sun. Yu said actively. Forget it, it's none of your business. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. Even though Yu's strength could definitely crush that Mo Fan. But Mo Fan is, after all, the protagonist of heaven and earth in the star continent. If he was caught and suppressed so easily, then the protagonist of heaven and earth would be too cheap. What Jun Xiaoyao cares about is who saved Mo Fan. Is it the master of the Promised Star Palace, or is it someone else? Will it be you? Jun Xiaoyao had a deep gaze, guessing. At the same time, in a deserted mountain forest in the star continent, the void twisted for a while, and 2 figures suddenly flashed out. One of them www.novel.com is Mo Fan. He panted hard, with lingering fears, turned his head, and just wanted to see who saved him. He felt a strong pressure. A blue shirt boy stood in front of him, full of stars radiating light. His breath is inherently incompatible with the lower realm, with an upper-level breath. Are you a Tian Jiao from Xianyu? Mo Fan's expression changed. He instinctively resisted and rejected Xianyu Tian Jiao. In front of the people of the fairyland, these people from the lower realms, they all seem to have become ants. Don't worry, I won't harm you. The figure filled with stars light said lightly. You, who are you? Mo Fan looked jealous. Huang Tian Immortal Territory. Huang Yi Family, Yixingyun. Chapter 180 Yixingyun's Plan, the key to the treasure of the Star Palace, the Great Star Palace. Xianyu Desolate Ancient Family. Mo Fan looked extremely jealous, but also resisted. With the Jun family in front, he has no good feelings about the so-called barren ancient family. Don't worry, my Huangyi family and Huanggu Jun's family are not the same way, and even that Jun Xiaoyao and I still have grudges. Yixingyun narrowed his eyes slightly. Mo Fan was stunned. It turned out that the Tian Jiao of the Huanggu family and the son of the Jun family were hostile. But why did Yixingyun want to save him? The son of Xianyu, although you are very grateful for your help, but what's the reason? Mo Fan was suspicious. Even if Yixingyun had an enmity with Jun Xiaoyao, there was no need to save him such a small character. Although Mo Fan has risen in more than a year, he does not think that he can enter the eyes of the immortal realm Tian Jiao. Do you often have a dream, in which there is a star palace and a figure? Yixingyun asked with deep eyes. Mo Fan's body suddenly shook, his pupils trembled, and he looked at Yixingyun in shock. This is a secret he hid in his heart, only he knows it. Even the other people in the Promised Star Palace are completely ignorant. It seems to be there. Yixingyun smiled. As for why Yixingyun could lock Mo Fan this person, the reason is simple. After Tyandala awakened more memories, Yixingyun also looked up a lot of information. Finally, the legendary powerhouse Wuji Xingjuan was locked. The Promised Star Monarch was born in the lower realm star continent. So Yixingyun did not hesitate, and directly descended on the star continent. As soon as I arrived in the star continent, that kind of induction in the underworld became stronger. This seems to be a cause and effect. Yixingyun searched all the way and finally locked Mo Fan. However, at that time, the war had already begun, and the scene was very chaotic, and Yixingyun did not take action. Later, the arrival of Jun Xiaoyao made Yixingyun stunned, hiding far away, not daring to show up. Facing Jun Xiaoyao, Yixingyun only pursued one purpose. Steady. Steady. no matter how robust. Just go for it. Yi Xingyun was afraid of Jun Xiaoyao. He would never be tough with Jun Xiaoyao if he didn't get the treasure of chance. It was not until later that Yi Xingyun had to make a move when he saw that Mo Fen was about to be caught by EU. Seeing that his secret was revealed, Mo Fen also directly showed up. Since the sun knows my secret, what do you want? Yi Xingyun smiled and said, don't worry, not only will I not harm you, but I will also make you soar into the sky. You should have some chances hidden. That chance is probably the key to unlocking the treasure of the Star Palace. When Mo Fen heard it, he immediately thought of the villain in his body. Is that the key to unlock the treasure of Star Palace? Although Mo Fen still didn't believe it, Yi Xingyun had said everything up to now is correct. Your chance can help us find the treasure of the Star Palace, and you will have a copy at that time, and I can make you my follower and bring you to the fairyland. Yi Xingyun said lightly. He is already a charity. Mo Fan's face changed insignificantly. He is the protagonist of the world, so he doesn't want to be anyone's follower. But Mo Fan didn't show it, but said, then let me go back to the Promised Star Palace first. Yi Xingyun shook his head and sneered after hearing the words, no need to go back. What does this mean? Mo Fan frowned. With the character of Jun Xiaoyao, the Promised Star Palace is afraid that it will be destroyed, so we can go directly to find the treasure of the Star Palace. Yi Xingyun waved his hand. Mo Fan gritted his teeth secretly. And the situation is indeed as Yi Xingyun expected. After destroying the Xin clan, Jun Xiaoyao led Dongxian ancestor and Zhu Tianzong and his party directly to the base camp of the Promised Star Palace. The Promised Star Palace is located in a place called Polar Star Cliff. As the former overlord of the Star Continent, the Promised Star Palace naturally has a lot of background. There is even a guardian formation that can briefly counter the saints. The news that the powerful monarchs in the lower realm helped Xian Tianzong sweep away the Xin clan was also spread throughout most of the Star Continent as if it had grown wings. The Promised Star Palace hurriedly activated the guardian formation method as if facing a big enemy, and all the strong were waiting. They did not choose to escape, because it was impossible to escape. And around the Pole Star Cliff, there are densely packed, with many forces watching the battle. After all, this battle is about the future belonging of the Star Continent. If Xian Tianzong wins, Xian Tianzong will become the new overlord. If it loses, the Promised Star Palace continues to sit firmly on the Diaoyute. But this time, obviously no one is optimistic about the Promised Star Palace. After all, Xian Tianzong has the help of the Jun family. The forces of the fairyland, in the lower realms, are invincible. Hey, it seems that this time, the Promised Star Palace, which has passed down the Star Continent for countless years, will be completely destroyed. A white-robed man shook his head slightly. He is the saint son of the Sky Star, from the Meteorite Pavilion, and this is also a great power that specializes in the supernatural powers of the stars. However, the Promised Star Palace is the overlord of the Star Continent. Even with the help of the Jun family, it is not that simple to completely destroy it. A strongman with red hair shook his head. His name is Zhao Lai, he comes from Yan Shendao, and just like Meteorite Pavilion, he is a powerful force second only to Promised Star Palace and Xian Tianzong. The slave family has heard that the son of the Emperor family is extremely powerful, and with just one sword, everyone in the Promised Star Palace is terrified. Mo Fan, the Promised Star Palace Tianjiao, who has recently risen to fame, didn't even have the courage to challenge, so he ran away. A plump woman in a red palace dress smiled. She has a pair of red and phoenix eyes, her skin is like fat, her figure is plump, her black hair is rolled up, and a peony flower is inserted on it. Oh, could Saint Chu's heart be moved? Saint Son of Heaven smiled lightly. This red palace-dressed woman, named Chu Hongi, is a saint of the Red Lotus sect, and is considered a very famous lady of heaven in the Star Continent. Hey, just listening to all kinds of rumors about the king's son makes the slave curious. Chu Hongi did not shy away, and was charming. The arrogances of Xianyu are all silver like pewter tips. Many of them capsized in the gutter. Zhao Lai snorted uncomfortably when he heard the words. TSK, this sour taste. The Son of Heaven shook his head. It is no secret that Zhao Lai likes Chu Hongi. I feel that the son of the noble family should open our eyes again today. Chu Hongi said. They came here just to wait for the battle between Xian Tianzong and the Promised Star Palace, and to meet the rumored son of the Jun family. Humph, red clothes, don't think too well about the prince's son, I'm afraid I will disappoint you then. Zhao Lai said in a sour tone. Then wait and see. Chu Hongyi smiled. But at this moment, in the distant sky, a mighty fighting spirit and murderous aura swept across. That momentum shook the sky. Here, after the first battle today, there is only one overlord left in the Star Continent. Chapter 181 Jun Xiaoyao broke the formation with a sword, and today the Promised Star Palace is destroyed. This battle is too critical, and it concerns who will be the master of the Star Continent in the future. So the Meteorite Pavilion, Yan Shandao, Red Lotus Sect and other top forces are all gathered here, wanting to witness this battle. This battle will affect the pattern of the Star Continent. Far in the sky, the golden glow was surging, and a 9-headed lion pouring in gold came into the sky. With every step taken, the large clouds in the sky were shaken away, and the momentum was extremely shocking. I'm going, is it the rumored top ancient royal family, 9 lions? Fuck, I've seen it, the 9 lions that were only seen in ancient books before, appeared in front of me alive. And it's still the mount of that gentleman's son pulling a cart. Oh my god, I didn't see it with my own eyes. Who can believe it? Countless uproars sounded from all directions. Just a 9 lion is enough to make these natives of the lower realm an eye-opener. It can be said that a 9 lion is enough to sweep all the young generations of geniuses in the lower realm, even that Mo fan. But such a powerful 9-headed lion turned out to be just a horse to pull a cart, which made Tianjiao of the lower realm unacceptable. Wouldn't they even be inferior to the mounts of the Emperor's son? Hee, Zhao Lai, can you beat the 9 lions? The Son of Heaven teased. Zhao Lai's face was a little ugly, he wanted to refute, but he couldn't say anything. Say he can beat the 9 lions. Zhao Lai didn't believe it himself. Using 9 lions to pull the cart, this gentleman's son is really magnificent. I don't know what he is, what a handsome character. Chu Hongyi's Danfeng's beautiful eyes also showed extreme curiosity. She wanted to see the gentleman's son with her own eyes. In addition to the 9 lions pulling the golden chariot, the ancestors of Dong Xian and others, Yu, Su Ziqiong, and a group of Xuantianzong monks, including sect master Xiantian, all came together. Although the number of them is not particularly large, the momentum is shaking the clouds. Regardless of other things, just 3 saints and 2 quasi-saints are the decisive combat power. It's so powerful, the Promised Star Palace is in danger today. The eyes of Saint Son of Heaven and the others jumped. Meteor Pavilion, Yan Shandao, Red Lotus Sect, and other forces, at most only the quasi-sage powers are in charge. Today, there are 3 saints and 2 quasi-saints on Xuantianzong's side. This force is enough to easily smooth out the 3 major forces including the Meteorite Pavilion. On the side of the Promised Star Palace, the Guardian Array has been opened, and a layer of starlight shield covers the entire polar star cliff. Even a saint, it will be difficult to break through this Guardian formation for a while. And on the side of the Promised Star Palace, thousands of Promised Star Palace disciples are ready. At the head, there are 2 saints and 3 quasi-saints. I have to say that the Promised Star Palace can become the overlord of the Star Continent, and the background is indeed not to be underestimated. Sect Master Xiantian, it was indeed our Wuji Star Palace that made a mistake before. In this way, our Wuji Star Palace is willing to compensate for the loss of Xiantianzong, and will never be an enemy of Xiantianzong in the future. How about? A saint in the Promised Star Palace spoke up. This made many forces in the quartet stunned. The overlord of the dignified Star Continent even admits that he didn't fight. But after thinking about it, many people also understand. The Promised Star Palace was not afraid of Xiantianzong, but the prince's son and the deserted ancient prince behind him. To put it in a bad way, a word from the son of the Jun family, don't say a Promised Star Palace. Even the entire Star Continent could be sunk in minutes. Huang Gujun's family was angry, and even the fairyland trembled, let alone a small lower realm. Before the Promised Star Palace, I didn't know that the Jun family would descend to the realm so quickly. Secondly, I didn't know that the person who came would be the son of the king's family. If I knew that, the Promised Star Palace would not listen to Mo Fan's words. Seeing the Promised Star Palace take the initiative to recognize council, Sect Master Xiantian was also uncertain for a while. To be honest, it is not a simple matter for them to break through this Guardian formation. They set their sights on the golden car. Jun Xiaoyao is their backbone. Everyone around thought that Jun Xiaoyao might give in. Because the Promised Star Palace has bowed his head to admit council, there is no need to do everything. Even the saints of the Promised Star Palace thought so. However, from inside the car, Jun Xiaoyao's extremely indifferent voice came. Only a short sentence. Today's Promised Star Palace, die. A word of destruction fell, and the monstrous meaning of killing and cutting spread out. One thought of Jun Xiaoyao makes heaven and earth change. Follow the order of the Son of God, kill. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao spoke out, everyone did not hesitate anymore and just shot. Damn, do you have to kill the net? The saint of the Promised Star Palace looked extremely ugly. He didn't expect this gentleman's son to be so rigid. Humph, you can't even break through our guardian formation, and talk about destroying my Promised Star Palace. Another saint said coldly. Is it? Jun Xiaoyao's indifferent and playful voice sounded. He finally stepped out of the golden car. The deity is handsome, the celestial spirit is jade bone, and the surrounding spirit is shrouded, as if the son of the gods is banished to dust. Is that the prince's son? Chu Hongyi stared blankly. She has a very high vision, even critical. But even if it was as harsh as hers, there was no trace of defect regret in Jun Xiaoyao. Like Jun Xiaoyao, it is the most perfect existence between heaven and earth. Compared with him, all the young talents in the star continent are no different from the scum. The heart of the Son of Heaven also trembled, feeling a great oppression. As for Zhao Lai, he prides himself on being a young generation in the star continent, and he is strong enough to rank in the top 5. But now, when he saw Jun Xiaoyao, he couldn't get a trace of fighting spirit. A Broken Hood, is you relying on it? Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, and the Pan-Emperor Year sword emerged. The sharp sword light is permeating with the strength of the years. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao's chest is also filled with terrifying black and white brilliance. What is the son of the Jun family going to do? The monks of many forces in the quartet were puzzled. The next moment, in everyone's shocked and astonished eyes, Jun Xiaoyao cut out with a sword. 3.7 billion caddies of surging supernatural power www.novel.com plus the power of 70 large Luo fairy bones, superimposed on the slaughter fairy sword art, and the power of the Panhuang sword itself. This sword is even more terrifying than the previous sword that killed everyone in the Promised Star Palace. Not only that, Jun Xiaoyao also urged the supreme bone supernatural powers, Samsara Nirvana. The reincarnation of black and white Nirvana is also integrated into this style of sword light. Boom. Jun Xiaoyao slashed away with the sword, and the void broke open directly, exposing the turbulence of the dark space. Where Jianmeng has passed, everything is covered by the power of time and reincarnation. That guardian formation, even the strong saints, will be difficult to break for a while. But under the sword of Jun Xiaoyao, it was full of cracks and collapsed. Jun Xiaoyao with a sword. Protect the sect, break. Chapter 182 The Clues of the Promised Star, Qianlong Continent, Dayan Dynasty. The guardian formation of the Promised Star Palace was cut through by Jun Xiaoyao. The star shield directly shattered into countless light spots and fluttered in all directions. In the endless light spots, Jun Xiaoyao stepped into the void, his white clothes fluttered, his long sword in his hand pointed diagonally at the earth, like an ancient sword fairy walking in the mortal world. All the monks in the Promised Star Palace were dumbfounded. This is a guardian formation that even the saints can hardly break for a while. It was cut through by Jun Xiaoyao. The two saints of the Promised Star Palace suspected that there was something wrong with their eyes. When Sect Master Xiantian and others saw this, their expressions excitedly said, "My Lord God's Son has opened the way for us, everyone, kill." Everyone in Xiantian's zone, as well as Elder Dong Xian and others, all shot. From the moment the guardian formation was breached, the outcome of the Promised Star Palace was doomed. Even if they are the overlord of the Star Continent, they still have many whole cards. But to Jun Xiaoyao, it was nothing. The matter of destroying the sect was left to Xian Tianzong and Dongxian ancestors. Jun Xiaoyao only needs to take a final look. What is worth his attention in the Promised Star Palace? His eyes lightly swept the surrounding circle, and everyone from all forces involuntarily lowered their heads. Even the top princes of the Star Continent, such as Saint Son of Heaven, Zhao Lai, and Chu Hongyi, dare not look directly at Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao alone almost crushed the entire Star Continent, and all the forces bowed their heads. Jun Xiaoyao retracted his gaze. His move was also to shock. In the future, Xian Tianzong will be the master of the Star Continent. If these forces make trouble behind their backs, they will definitely pay a price. As a result, there is no slightest suspense. However, in half a day, all the monks up and down the entire Promised Star Palace were all beheaded. Even if there are a very small number of fish that slip through the net, they are still under the cultivation base, and they are not the people of the climate. My Lord God, the Wuji Star Palace has been cleaned up. Old Ancestor Dongxian and others stepped forward and arched their hands. Well, not bad. Jun Xiaoyao nodded lightly. Those with powerful forces in the surrounding quartet are already extremely frightened. It took only half a day, and the overlord of the Star Continent, the Promised Star Palace, was destroyed in this way. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao's tone seemed so understatement, disapproving. Destroying the Promised Star Palace is like trampling an ant to death without the slightest disturbance. The descendants of the immortal forces of the immortal territory, it's terrible. Many people have heart palpitations. In the eyes of these immortal descendants, life is like a mayfly and sentient beings are like ants. Thousands of creatures died in front of him, and they couldn't stir the slightest waves in his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao is indifferent like God. Look at the accumulation of the Promised Star Palace over the years, there is something. Jun Xiaoyao naturally wouldn't let go of the chance to search. However, after some searching, Jun Xiaoyao was a little disappointed. In the Promised Star Palace, there is nothing that makes him attractive. On the contrary, some dusty ancient books in the library aroused Jun Xiaoyao's interest. After reading it, he found some clues. That Promised Star monarch has actually entered the rift of the 10 realms. Jun Xiaoyao muttered in his heart. Before Jun Xiaoyao listened to the old ancestor of Dongxian, that only some great fortuners and great perseverance can find and enter the fissures of the 10 realms. But when he thought of the legendary experience of Xingjuan Promise, he had entered the rift of the 10 realms, which was not unexpected. Then Jun Xiaoyao checked it out again. Promise Xingjuan indeed left a treasure house of stars. Moreover, according to the record, Lord Promise Xingjuan even put the token that entered the fissure of the 10 realms into the treasure house of the Star Palace. Do you still need a token to enter the rift of the 10 realms? Jun Xiaoyao asked Dongxian ancestor. The ancestor Dongxian replied, Master Hui, the fissures of the 10 worlds are too mysterious. Generally speaking, people with great luck can enter. But there are indeed some tokens. Rumors have been circulated from the altar of heroic spirits. After they are obtained, they can easily enter the fissures of the 10 realms. Jun Xiaoyao nodded when he heard the words. In this way, Jun Xiaoyao must find the treasure house of the Star Palace. Even if it is not for anything else, just for the token, he will enter once. But Jun Xiaoyao obviously couldn't find it by himself. He actually had guesses in his mind. Star Divine Body, Star King Body, Yi Xingyun, will you help me find the treasure house of the Star Palace, right? Jun Xiaoyao's lips raised a faint smile. He was almost certain that the person who rescued Mo Fen should be Yi Xingyun. As for why he was rescued, that must be because Mo Fen is the protagonist of Qi Luck in the Star Continent, and his chances are probably of great use to Yi Xingyun. Maybe it won't be long before the Star Palace treasury will be born. Jun Xiaoyao murmured. Just when the situation on the Star Continent was initially calmed down. 10 places in the nether, another place. This vast and boundless continent is called Qianlong Continent. The entire Qianlong Continent is divided into 4 places, Eastern Earth, Western Wilderness, Nanling, and Beiyuan. And in the most expansive and prosperous Dongtu, the top power of the entire Qianlong Continent, the Dain dynasty, stands. The Dain dynasty was not a local force in Qianlong mainland, but a follower force of the Jun family. It's just different from the followers of Xuantianzong. The strength of the Dain dynasty is not only the strongest, but also the most powerful and domineering. When it first landed on Qianlong Continent, it swept all over and occupied most of Qianlong Continent's territory, and its national power was strong. Even if the 10 realms were in turmoil and the criminals broke out one after another, the Dain dynasty could barely sustain it. Not as precarious as Xuantianzong. Among them, a large part of the reason is because, in the Dain dynasty, a part of the Jun family. Of course, it cannot be the people of the monarch's family, but some branches, or the people with thin blood. They are in the lower realm for various reasons, and then they will come to the Dain dynasty. The national power of the Dain dynasty also became stronger with the addition of these members of the Jun family. Therefore, the Dain dynasty can become the head of the 5 followers. As for the remaining 3 tribes, including the ancient gods, they are not in Qianlong Continent. At this moment, in the imperial palace of the Dain dynasty, above a pavilion, a young girl in a lavender veil was leaning on the railing. She has exquisite features, big eyes, pink mouth, slender figure, and jade skin. Like a flawless elf, he is born with a noble temperament. This kind of temperament comes from being superior in blood. Compared with this girl, the princes and princes of the Dain dynasty are all weaker. At this moment, the girl Yu held her cheek in her hand and stared at the sky blankly, wondering what she was thinking about. Brother. The girl murmured something, a little melancholy. 10 Turmoil, the rise of the sinners, and the crisis and turbulence of the Dain dynasty also began. In this case, the girl didn't know whether the wish that she had deep in her heart www.mtlnovel.com was still possible. Just as the girl's mind was erratic, a nervous voice rang out, Princess Yinger. June Inger looked back and saw the 16th prince with wrinkled clothes and a little stupid appearance. This 16th prince was the least outstanding among the princes and princes of Emperor Dain. And because he was a little stupid, he was often rejected and mocked by other princes and princes. Before, June Yinger had nothing to do with him because she felt sorry for him. Who would have thought that the 16th prince would still pester her? Princess Yinger, I. Fang Han, the 16th prince, hesitated. What's the matter, let's talk. June Inger was kind, too, and couldn't bear to send him away directly. Princess Yinger, can you be my Taoist companion? Fang Han hesitated for a moment, but still mustered the courage to ask. Chapter 183 The person I love will be a hero, the third in verse. Be your Taoist companion. June Inger heard that she also opened her ruddy little mouth roundly. She didn't expect Fang Han to say such a thing. I know that Princess Yinger might look down on me, but I will change. Fang Han said hurriedly. He has a great affection for this good and beautiful girl. Before, when everyone rejected him, even his brothers and sisters bullied him. It was June Yinger who suppressed the cynicism for him, and was more willing to chat with him. Even some cultivation resources will be used by others. Who wouldn't love this kind and warm-hearted girl? Fang Han naturally likes it too. It was only because of low self-esteem that he has been dragging it until now. Fang Han also plucked up the courage to confess. He believed that June Yinger couldn't really feel nothing towards him. If there is no feeling, why does June Yinger take care of him like this? Hey, Fang Han, Inger, thank you very much, but it is impossible between us. June Inger sighed and shook her head slightly. She was willing to take care of Fang Han only because she felt sorry for him. If it weren't for Fang Han, and for someone else, June Yinger would still treat them equally. This is not because of Fang Han, but because of June Inger's kindness. Even if it is not Fang Han, but a cat or dog, June Yinger will take care of it. So Fang Han actually had one of the 3 illusions in life, she likes me. Princess Yinger, why? Fang Han's face paled slightly. Although he had a hint of expectation in his mind, he still had some ideas after all. Inger does not belong here, and Inger will not stay in Qianlong continent. June Inger raised her head slightly and looked at the sky. There is where she is going. Is that so? Fang Han gave a wry smile. He also knew that June Yinger came from the lower realm of the fairyland. Her identity is that of the noble June family. Although it was just an inconspicuous branch of the June family, it was still extremely noble to the Dain dynasty. Then what kind of person does Princess Inger like? Fang Han, still unwilling to speak, said. When June Inger heard the words, the jade hands were in harmony, and her eyes showed longing and said, the person Inger likes must be as good as her brother. Inger hopes that he is a world-famous hero, one day, can fall from the sky, fluttering in white, walking on the 7-colored clouds to come to me. June Inger's eyes shone with brilliance. Which girl doesn't want her lover to be a hero? Fang Han heard the words, his mouth became more bitter. He and June Inger's perfect person in mind, there is no idea how big the gap is. Princess Yinger, will there be such a person in the world? Fang Han was still unwilling to say. Inger believes that there will be. June Inger said firmly. After that, Fang Han departed sadly. Although he was the 16th prince, Fang Han had no status at all. I have to clean the library every day. Because the confession failed, Fang Han was absent-minded in cleaning. He accidentally hit the bookshelf, and countless ancient books poured down, burying Fang Han in the pile of books. Damn it, even this book bullies me. Fang Han crawled out of the pile of books, his expression irritable. He accidentally touched a volume of ancient books on his hand. Hey, this is... Fang Han was surprised and picked up the ancient book. The ancient book looks like gold and not gold, wood and not wood, and has strange lines on the surface. Fang Han fumbled, and suddenly discovered that there was a mezzanine in this ancient book. There is a blue gold paper roll inside. It says, Qianlong Continent, ordered to heaven, the order of the emperor, to sacrifice to the gods. The emperor's order, sacrificial rune. Fang Han seemed stupid. Afterwards, he hurriedly put the ancient book with the cyan gold scroll into his arms, and then sorted out the other books. Finally, he returned to his home. It's great, this is actually a sacrificial rune, the source of the treasure of Qianlong Continent. I didn't expect that Fang Han would turn around one day. Fang Han couldn't help himself. In this sacrificial rune, not only contains many martial arts, but also can obtain various powers by offering sacrifices to all creatures. This is simply a cheating device. Great, with this sacrificial rune, it means that our Fang Han is the true emperor of Qianlong Continent. Fang Han held the sacrificial rune tightly. Inger, you are mine, no one can steal it. Fang Han's ambition arose in his eyes. A person's ambition is directly proportional to his ability. If Fang Han didn't have this opportunity, it would be impossible for him to have any thoughts about June Inger. If I refused, I also refused, and I was sad for a few days at most. But now it's different. He has a sacrificial rune and is destined to become the emperor of Qianlong Continent in the future. Isn't this status worthy of June Inger? Inger, I will grow up soon, and then I will let you know that I am the hero worthy of you. Fang Han said firmly in his heart. And in about the same time, Qianlong Continent is the land of the Western Wasteland. A big battle is breaking out. Many sergeants and generals of the Dayan dynasty were bombarded and killed. 2 saints exuding monstrous spirits swept across the 4 directions, invincible. Even the quasi-sage general of the Dayan dynasty was hit hard and was on the brink of despair. Damn it, who are you in the end? Aren't you afraid of the revenge of the monarch of Xianyu? The quasi-sage general shouted angrily. He knew that these saints must have come from Xianyu. Therefore, to them, the Dayan dynasty was like ants, without the slightest deterrent. The general could only take out the June's house to frighten him. However, upon hearing this, the monster saint sneered, the June family is strong, but you can't cover the sky with one hand in the fairyland, let alone in this lower realm. The sage said, slapped it, and shook the quasi-sage general of Dayan dynasty to death. At this time, in the void, a beautiful woman with a graceful jade body and a flawless face appeared. She is wearing a pink dress, green silk is like a waterfall, she has a beautiful face of flowers and moon, and her skin is pink and greasy, round and white and slender. It is Huangxiangxianyu, the demon goddess, Yan Ruming. She was ordered by the demon god palace and the little demon empress to receive the heavenly demon prince of the heavenly demon royal family from the lower realm. The heavenly demon prince who has the blood of the returned demon god is very important to the demon god palace. The land sealed by the celestial demon royal family www.novel.com should be the sealed demon valley, old crane, trouble you. Yan Ruming said with a light lips. Haha, little things. The monster saint chuckled. He is a crane demon, cultivated to become a holy. He blasted out with a palm, thousands of sword feathers emerged, blasting towards Feng Yaogu. After a quarter of an hour, Feng Yaogu was finally blasted through. The endless demonic energy surged to the sky, and densely packed figures broke out. These are all creatures of the sky demon royal family. Among them, there are some quasi-sages, and even the heavenly demon royal family powerhouses with holy spirits. At this moment, among the group of heavenly demon royal clan creatures, a young man with an extremely beautiful face and surging bloodline roared to the sky. The prince is finally out of trouble, and the Dayan dynasty will be destroyed. Chapter 184 The celestial demon royal family broke the seal, the arrogant celestial prince, the stars are big. The young man with an extremely handsome face lifted up the sky and shook the clouds in the sky. The aura of his blood is so powerful that the surrounding space is faintly distorted. Behind him, blood rose even more, and a vague phantom of a demon appeared faintly. This phantom even made the demon saints such as Helio feel a kind of palpitations. That is the coercion from blood. The Sky Demon royal family is the strongest race among the demon race. In the ancestors of the Sky Demon royal family, there had been a horrible existence at the level of the demon emperor. And the prince of the Sky Demon, whose bloodline returned to the ancestors, actually activated the bloodline of the demon god. This is an important matter for the entire Yaozu. You saved me. The Sky Demon Prince looked at Yen Ruming and the others. Yen Ruming's eyebrows were pale, and she said, I am the goddess of the demon god's palace, and by the order of the little demon empress, I will lead you to the fairyland. Demon god palace, haha, is it because the prince's bloodline returned to the ancestors? If not, is it that the demon god palace will not care about the life and death of our heavenly demon royal family? The Sky Demon Prince sneered. At the beginning, their Sky Demon royal family was suppressed by the June family. The demon god palace didn't even dare to put one fart, let alone intervene. Therefore, the heavenly demon royal family must also have complaints against the demon god palace. Yen Ruming heard the words and shook her head slightly. You also know the strength of the June family, and at the beginning, you did too much. It caused a great turmoil, and the demon god palace cannot protect it. Forget it, the prince is too lazy to mention the past. The Sky Demon Prince waved his hand. He glanced at Yen Ruming. Yen Ruming has a perfect face and a graceful and flawless jade body. The skin is as creamy as crispy. The figure is even worse. The slender pair hidden in the skirt, if it is wrapped around the waist. Gee. Think about it, all thrilling. What are you looking at? Yen Ruming frowned slightly, his tone was cold. Your name is Yen Ruming, the goddess of the demon god palace, you are also worthy of the prince. The prince of the Sky Demon is very straightforward. He has the blood of the demon back to his ancestors, and if he does not fall, he can at least grow into a supreme power in the future. He is very important to the demon god palace. It is precisely because of this that the Sky Demon Prince can speak unscrupulously, and even dare to molest Yen Ruming. Don't mention boring gossip, go back to Xianyu. Yen Ruming said coldly, resisting the coldness and impatience in his heart. If it weren't for the little demon empress's order, she wouldn't have bothered to get to the lower realm, and to attract some Sky Demon Prince. Although the blood of the demon gods is rare, in this world of great controversy, any evildoer will come out. Even in the future, maybe even the direct bloodline heirs of the demon gods will appear. What counts as the heavenly demon prince who has a trace of ancestral blood? The fairyland is going back, but before that, the prince will also unite with other suppressed ancient tribes to completely eradicate the Dayan dynasty. The Sky Demon Prince had a deep hatred in his eyes. The 5 major followers are in addition to the ancient demons and ancient demons who betrayed. Between the other 3 powers and the 10 sinners, there are almost endless grudges. The heavenly demon prince's character was already awkward, and their heavenly demon royal family had been suppressed for so long, how could they not take revenge on the Dayan dynasty? Can you stop growing branches? The June family will come, can you deal with it? Yen Ruming's face was cold. The Sky Demon Prince's face changed slightly. For this terrifying family that arbitrarily suppressed the 10 ancient clans in the lower realm, the Prince of the Sky Demon said that he was not jealous, it was impossible. However, he turned to sneer and said, what about the June family? It is limited by the rules of the lower realm, and the strongest is no sage. Our heavenly demon royal family is not afraid of him. Yen Ruming still shook his head. The Sky Demon royal family has been suppressed in the lower realm, so it is not clear what kind of changes have taken place in the fairyland pattern. He didn't even know what an enchanting character was born in the June family. If the prince's son comes by then, it will be difficult for you to escape. Yen Ruming warned with a cold tone. Son of the June family, who is it? The Sky Demon Prince had never heard of it. A young generation of Xianyu, almost invincible. Yen Ruming's face was solemn. Even though she is a goddess of the demon god palace, she is extremely talented, and even has the body of a demon emperor, but when it comes to the goddess of the June family, her face is extremely jealous. If there is really no way, Yen Ruming really doesn't want to face the evildoer. Xianyu young generation, almost invincible existence. Rao was the prince of the Sky Demon, so he was confused. Are you sure it's not the existence of invincible lower realm, but the existence of immortal territory invincible? The Sky Demon Prince was surprised. Desolate fairyland, how vast. Tianjiao rises together, and the kings fight for hegemony. From ancient times to the present, even in the younger generation, no one can truly be invincible. But now, he heard from Yen Ruming that the son of the emperor's family was invincible. Are you scaring this prince? How vast the fairyland is, who dares to call it invincible, which one is invincible? The Sky Demon Prince sneered, completely disbelief in Yen Ruming's words. In his opinion, Yen Ruming just wanted to shock him. That's it, believe it or not, I just hope you don't regret it then. Yen Ruming said coldly. Haha, rest assured, this prince will never regret it. If that son of the king's family really comes, I will let you know who is truly invincible. The Sky Demon Prince smiled wantonly, with an invincible expression. Confidence. With the blood of the demon back in his ancestors, how could he listen to other people's warnings when he was mentally swollen? Hey! Yen Ruming felt very tired. She had a faint hunch in her heart that she might have to go to the lower realm for nothing this time. After that, the Sky Demon Prince and the Sky Demon royal family were also preparing to proceed and began a revenge plan against the Dain dynasty. In Qianlong continent, great turmoil will begin. On the Star Continent, the situation has stabilized. Xian Tianzong, occupying the former site of the Promised Star Palace, completely replaced the Promised Star Palace and became the overlord of the Star Continent. And because of Jun Xiaoyao and Jun's reputation. There are also many Tianjiao in the entire continent, and they want to join the Xian Tianzong after they have broken their heads. With fresh blood, Xian Tianzong will naturally develop better and better. And just as the Xian Tian school was developing in an orderly manner, there was a news, but it swept across the entire Star Continent like a violent wind. In the dark domain, there is an abnormal change, and a strange light emerges. This news www.novel.com shocked many powerful people in the Star Continent. Meteorite Pavilion, Flame God Dao, Red Lotus Sect and other top forces could not sit still, and they were preparing to leave. And at the new site of Xuantianzong, Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged in a palace. He did not leave the Star Continent and went to other continents to suppress the sinners. Because he knew that something would happen in the Star Continent. Outside the door, Su Ziqiang's voice sounded, "Master, Sect Master Xiantian has something to tell. Is it finally here?" Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed thoughtful and wise. He had long guessed that something would happen in the Star Continent. Sect Master Xiantian entered, facing Jun Xiaoyao, and said, "My Lord God, you have always let the old man pay attention to the troubles of the Star Continent. Now, the Dark Realm has indeed changed. Chapter 185 The Dark Realm is abnormal, the four forces gather, Yixingyun's calculation. Darkland, what is that place?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. He obviously didn't understand the Star Continent as much as Sect Master Xiantian. Sect Master Xiantian replied, "Going back to God's Son, that dark domain is the forbidden land of the Star Continent, a very strange and weird land. The Star Continent, there is no sun and moon, only stars in the sky, and the dark area is pitch black, and even the light of the stars cannot fall into it. The entire dark domain seems to have swallowed all light, and it is precisely because of this that it will become a forbidden place on the Star Continent." It turned out to be like this. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, but there was no surprise or surprise. What forbidden area? Forbidden area, there are more immortal domains. Jun Xiaoyao hasn't paid attention to a forbidden place in the lower boundary. What he was thinking about was whether there was a treasure in the Star Palace left by Wuji Xingjuan in that dark realm. "You said, the entire dark realm is in darkness, but a strange light has emerged recently." Jun Xiaoyao continued to ask. "Yes, this is the weird thing, so it caused a sensation." Sect Master Xiantian said. "Well, I understand. Tomorrow I will go to the dark domain." Jun Xiaoyao made a decision. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Sect Master Xuantian's eyelids twitched. To be honest, the Dark Realm is indeed weird, and even has special field restrictions, even he has never entered. But when he thought of Jun Xiaoyao's identity and his strength, Sect Master Xiantian immediately swallowed the words of persuasion. "In the lower realm, is there any forbidden land that can threaten the son of the Jun family?" Just when the dark field appeared abnormal, the entire Star Continent began to restlessly. The descendants of Tianjiao from various forces rushed to the Dark Realm one after another, hoping to get some chance. Recently, a series of events have happened. Heroes are born in troubled times. I must get this opportunity. A few firebirds flashed across the sky, and Zhao Lai and other monks from Yanshandao stood above them. A flame ignited in Zhao Lai's eyes. After seeing the strength of Jun Xiaoyao last time, Zhao Lai was afraid and unwilling again. Not reconciled, he just bowed his head. Even the Red Lotus Saint Chuhongyi, whom he admired, fell under the charm of that fairyland child. Similar to Zhao Lai's mood, there is also Meteor Pavilion Tianxing Xingzi. He also felt that this time the dark domain should be a chance. If he could get this opportunity, he might be able to catch up with the immortal domain Tianjiao. the Red Lotus sect also rushed to the Dark Realm. I don't know if the King's son will come. Chu Hongyi's Danfeng beautiful eyes gleamed, with a ray of expectation. The Dark Domain is located in the far north of the Star Continent, in a wasteland with few human traces. Originally, this is a place of dead silence. But in the past few days, every moment, there was a sound of breaking wind, various floating boats, flying ancient beasts, etc., carrying groups of monks. Tongtian Tower, Blood Feather Cult, Tianluo Valley. On the Star Continent, the top powers are all gathered. Not far away, a firebird fluttered its wings, a floating star boat crossed the sky, and a group of people came sitting on the Red Lotus platform. It's Yan Shendao, the people of Meteorite Pavilion and Red Lotus Cult are here, someone whispered. These powers can be said to be the strongest powers besides Xian Tianzong. Zhao Lai, Chu Hongyi, you really have come to join in this excitement. Saint Son of Heaven shook his head and smiled. Dark field mutation, who knows if there is a baby in it, aren't you tempted? Zhao Lai said. The slaves are not tempted. People are here to see if the prince's son will come. Chu Hongyi pursed his lips and smiled in a charming manner. Zhao Lai's eyes grew gloomy when he heard this. Well, no one knows what dangers are hidden in this dark realm, chances, and life can be obtained. Heavenly Star Saint Sun said. The three of them were silent. They looked towards the dark area, it was pitch black, and even the light was swallowed. But in this deep darkness, there was a little light, which faintly shone in the depths of the darkness. At a glance, it seems that it is located at the deepest part of the dark space at a long distance. However, the Dark Realm is a famous forbidden land in the Star Continent, and few people dare to enter it. And the most important thing is that there seems to be a special field in the Dark Domain. It is also difficult for those with a too high cultivation level to take a step forward. Only the monks who pass the 9th rank of Saint can enter. In other words, at most, only Divine Fire Realm cultivators can enter. Right now, a large number of people gathered densely around the Dark Realm. But froze, no one dared to step in first, all waiting for other people's actions. Just when the situation is at a stalemate. There was a roar of lions in the sky, and 9 lions arrived with a golden cart. Surely the son of the king's family is here. Everyone in the quartet was shocked. Chu Hongyi cast his attention even more. The faces of Tian Jiao Shengzi and Zhao Lai were also very solemn. If there is a gentleman, Xiao Yao is there, if there is a chance to be born, then they will not have their share. Even a mouthful of soup is difficult to drink. Jun Xiaoyao walked out of the golden chariot, still so detached, peerless in white. By his side, only Yu was with him, not even Su Ziqiang. Because before coming, Jun Xiaoyao had already learned that the Dark Realm has a special field restriction. Even if Sect Master Xiantian, Patriarch Dongxian, and others came, they couldn't enter, they could only stay outside. So this time, Jun Xiaoyao only brought 9 lions and a ewe. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at the surrounding people, but found no special breath. Is it already here, using special means to cover up the breath, or has it entered the Dark Realm? Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. The people he wanted to search for were naturally Mo Fan and Yixingyun. But now, I haven't seen them. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes fell to the Dark Domain again. It was a dark territory, and no light could enter it. But in its depths, there is a little light emerging. Because they are so far apart, they cannot see clearly. There is indeed a special field, more like a sort of screening and restriction. It may be that the promised Star Lord does not want other strong men to get his treasure, or maybe he is waiting for himself to get his treasure back. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep, and after thinking for a moment, he stepped out directly. Yu and 9 lions followed closely. The son of the Jun family has left, he really dares to enter the Dark Realm. My dick, that's the Dark Realm, the most weird forbidden land in the entire continent, and the king's son just said to enter. Jun Xiaoyao's actions undoubtedly caused an uproar in the quartet. Many Tianjiao www.novel.com are a bit ashamed. They didn't even dare to step in first, but Jun Xiaoyao had no scruples. This is the invincible mentality of the strong. With Jun Xiaoyao taking the lead, the rest of Tianjiao gradually became bold. The Son of Heaven, Zhao Lai, Chu Hongyi and others followed them one after another, stepping into the Dark Domain one by one. And just after Jun Xiaoyao and others walked in, only 2 figures appeared in the distance, naturally Yixingyun and Mo Fan. Both of them wore a special cloak to isolate them from all prying eyes. Jun Xiaoyao, this game, but in my home court, what are you fighting with me? Yi Xingyun smiled. Isn't he just for this moment? Go will become an emperor in the end. Chapter 186 The Tide of Star Beasts, Mo Fan's unwillingness, the treasure house of Star Palace appears. The Dark Domain has been a forbidden place on the Star Continent since ancient times, and few people enter it. Today, the eternal silence is broken. A white-clothed peerless figure shrouded in celestial glory, like an extinct celestial being in mortal dust, illuminates this ancient dark place. The geographical environment of this dark domain does not appear to be formed naturally, but is caused by man-made formations. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao stepped into it, he faintly noticed the fluctuation of the formation. At this point, Jun Xiaoyao is even more certain that in the dark domain, there may be the Star Palace treasure house of the Promised Star. Jun Xiaoyao lowered his sight and saw it again. There were many white bones scattered on the ground, which should have been left by people who had entered the dark domain before. In addition, there are many unknown animal bones. From this it can be made clear that within this dark realm, there are no creatures. Just when Jun Xiaoyao thought this way, the ground suddenly began to vibrate. Rumble. The whole dark land began to tremble. What is the problem? What happened? The cultivators of the Star Continent who followed in were full of uneasy expressions. Without the leader of Jun Xiaoyao, they might not dare to enter it at all. In the distance, densely packed, a black tide hit. Monster, it's a monster! Some monks roared loudly when they saw this. No, it's not an ordinary monster. Some Tianjiao also saw the abnormality. Those monster beasts are all covered with star spots, exuding strong star power. These monsters are all star beasts that can be cultivated with the help of the power of stars. And this kind of star beast is obviously more powerful and terrifying than ordinary monster beasts. With such a powerful wave of star beasts, and the Dark Realm has realm restrictions, the powerhouses above the Divine Fire Realm simply cannot enter. As a result, the Dark Realm became a place of death. Seeing the wave of star beasts that hit, many monks looked panic and began to regret. They turned around and wanted to exit the Dark Realm, but found that they couldn't tell the direction at all, and there was darkness all around. Looking at the group of struggling monks in fear, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was pale. The world is fair. Since you want to come in to find opportunities, you must be prepared to pay a small life. Of course, the world is also unfair. Because Jun Xiaoyao can pay no price, let alone worry about his life. In this lower realm, nothing can threaten him. Soon, the star beast wave collided with the monks. In an instant, the monks of the Star Continent released many martial arts supernatural powers. Surprisingly, those star beasts also released a lot of supernatural powers of the stars, and they were extremely powerful. Moreover, among the star beasts, there is no lack of the existence of the heavenly transcendent realm and even the divine fire realm. At the same level, monsters are generally stronger than monks. This is common sense. Because the physique of the monster beast is far stronger than the monk. The sound of fighting, screaming, and killing sounded from all sides. Blood spattered, blood flowed into rivers. There was a monk's body, torn apart by star beasts mercilessly. There are also star beasts whose heads are pierced by monks. As for Jun Xiaoyao, he doesn't need to shoot at all. If any star beast dares to approach, the EU and 9 lions around him can solve all problems. EU 9 arrows opened the bow, drawing out 9 blazing arrow lights, directly piercing a huge star beast in front. The 9 lions are even more powerful, with 9 heads roaring, and the sound waves of the lion roar shattered a star beast in front. Don't think that the 9 lions are just Jun Xiaoyao's mounts on weekdays, and they have a strange character. It was so obedient only in front of Jun Xiaoyao. In the eyes of other creatures, the 9 lions are a symbol of vigor and majesty. The Son of Heaven and the others are also fighting hard, and they look at Jun Xiaoyao from the corner of their eyes, all with envy. They are fighting desperately here. Jun Xiaoyao didn't even need to move a finger. Jun Xiaoyao and others are also the fastest. Next are the Son of Heaven, Zhao Lai, Chu Hongyi and others. Compared with Jun Xiaoyao, although they are not a big deal, they are already top talents in the Star Continent. As for the remaining Tianjiao, only a small number of people can barely advance, and most of them have fallen. At the same time, on the other side, Yi Xingyun and Mo Fan also entered the Dark Realm. Yi Xingyun also has Fubo and other guardians, but they can't enter the Dark Realm. They also encountered star beasts, but But what was surprising was that those star beasts stared at Yi Xingyun and Mo Fan, but did not launch an attack. Instead, he knelt down on the ground, as if welcoming his master. Oh, as expected. Yi Xingyun was even more excited when he saw this scene. He really is the son of destiny. Mo Fan on the side, his eyes faintly changed, and his fisted hand tightened slightly. Son of destiny. He is the son of destiny, okay. Mo Fan gritted his teeth secretly. He survived a catastrophe, and even merged with the mysterious star villain. It stands to reason that he is the protagonist of Luck and the Clock of Heaven and Earth. If in this dark realm, there is really a treasure house of the Star Palace left by Lord Wuji, that should belong to him too. Why did Yi Xingyun steal it halfway? Although Yi Xingyun said, he will give Mo Fan some opportunities. But Mo Fan also knew that Yi Xingyun would only give him some leftovers at best. Although he was unwilling, Mo Fan did not show it. The situation is better than people. Yi Xingyun didn't notice the unwillingness in Mo Fan's eyes. Even if he noticed, he probably wouldn't care too much. People from immortal territory, facing people in the lower realm, will instinctively have a sense of being superior. Not to mention that Mo Fan was like a toolman in the eyes of Yi Xingyun. Well, Mo Fan, there is no star beast obstruction, we will arrive at the place earlier than others, and then the door of the Shinggong treasure house will be opened by you. Yi Xingyun said. Yes, Mo Fan knows. Mo Fan lowered his head, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The two of them were moving at an extremely fast speed. But for a while, a huge crack appeared on the ground in front of them. At the bottom of the crack, a magnificent palace is vaguely visible, located in it. Throughout the palace, the stars overflowed and the light shined. It is the only light in the entire dark domain. www.novel.com. The little light that Jun Xiaoyao and others saw outside the dark domain before is emitted from this star palace. Great. Yi Xingyun was excited. He noticed a resonance, which belonged to him. Just as Yi Xingyun was extremely excited, a roar suddenly sounded in the distance. The flame arrows draw gods, and the lion roars. Damn, Jun Xiaoyao is here so soon. Yi Xingyun's eyes sank, and he hurriedly said, Mo Fan, hurry up, open the door of the star palace. Mo Fan nodded slightly, and a cluster of stars emerged. This is the power released by the star villain in his body. This cluster of stars merged into the gate of the treasure house of the Star Palace. The next moment, but with a click, the gate of the Star Palace opened. Chapter 187 Divine Fire Realm Star Beast Giant Kuan, Split Star God Puppet, Yi Xingyun Memory. When the gate of the Star Palace opened, an extremely strong star power spread out. This breath made Yi Xingyun, who was carrying the Star God King body, extremely comfortable. But he didn't have time to postpone here, and he dashed into the Star Palace. Mo Fan followed suit. But how long did Jun Xiaoyao and others arrive? Is this the Shinggong treasure house? It has been opened. Seeing the star-filled palace located underground, Jun Xiaoyao said. He knew that Yi Xingyun and Mo Fan might be the first to board. But Jun Xiaoyao didn't care. Anyway, as long as the treasure house of the Star Palace was still here, the chance could not escape. Enter. Jun Xiaoyao took Yu and 9 lions into the treasure house. Later, the son of heaven, Zhao Lai, Chu Hongyi and other talents came here. When they saw the treasure house of the Star Palace, they stayed for a while, and then hurriedly stepped into it, for fear that they would not be able to seize the opportunity. As for the remaining Tianjiao, only a very small part of it has arrived here. Most of the monks died halfway through, and they didn't even look at the treasure house of the Star Palace. Inside the treasure house of the Star Palace, Jun Xiaoyao and others were shuttled. In the entire treasure house, many spaces are separated, and each space is filled with various rare treasures. I didn't expect the lower realm to have such a treasure house. The 9 lions were slightly speechless. Its origin is also very extraordinary, with countless resources since childhood, but the various treasures here are too rich, even it is a bit dazzling. These are just the cheapest. There is no need to waste time on this. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head lightly. His eyesight is higher than 9 lions, and these things are not good at all. The truly valuable things in the treasure house of the Star Palace are in the deepest part. The Son of Heaven and the others also came in, and they were really shocked when they saw the treasure all over the ground. Ah! I can sense that there is a strong star power ahead. The Saint Son of Heaven flashed his eyes and flew towards a compartment of the treasure house. Upon seeing this, Zhao Lai and Chu Hongyi also followed suit. Inside this treasure house compartment, it looks like a starry sky. Many starlight crystals gleamed in it. That's the star core. The eyes of the Son of Heaven shook when he saw it. The star core is the core of a star's essence, containing extremely strong power. It can be said that the energy of a star core is roughly equal to a low-grade immortal source. And here, when you look at it, there are thousands of them. Star core, comparable to the existence of a low-grade Xianyuan. Chu Hongyi's beautiful eyes also showed excitement. Zhao Lai couldn't help it even more. Stepping out, he must collect the star core. At this time, a wave of terror came. In the depths of the starry sky full of star cores, a huge star beast suddenly protruded its head. It was a star beast that looked like a giant Kuan. Divine Fire Realm. Zhao Lai's face paled with horror when he felt the fluctuation of the giant Kuan's breath. The giant Kuan didn't give Zhao Lai time to react, so he swallowed it in one bite. Zhao Lai, fall. Run away. Saint Son of Heaven and Chu Hongyi were so scared that they hurriedly turned and left. The star beast in the divine fire realm was definitely not something they could deal with. However, the next moment, accompanied by a pop. Son of Heaven, once again swallowed by the giant Kuan. In the end, only Chu Hongyi was left. Her face was as white as paper, and with her strength, she would definitely not be able to escape the swallowing of this divine fire realm giant Kuan. Just when this giant Kuan opened its mouth, it was about to swallow Chu Hongyi. A sword light with the breath of time swept across and pierced into the giant Kuan's mouth. In an instant, the giant Kuan let out a painful roar. What followed were attacking moves such as flame arrows and fearless lion seals. Chu Hongyi showed the color of surprise for the rest of his life. When he turned his eyes, he saw the figure like a sword fairy in white clothes. It is Jun Xiaoyao. EU and the 9 lions fought left and right to deal with the giant Kuan. Unexpectedly, there would be so many star cores here. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about Chu Hongyi at all. He shot because he saw those star cores. Each star core is comparable to the Xianyuan of lower grade. These thousands of star cores are equivalent to thousands of fairy sources. The cultivation of De Luo Xian bone can not only use Xianyuan, but can use any resource equivalent to the energy of Xianyuan. Star core is one of them. Thank you, Lord God, for helping me. Red is grateful. Chu Hongyi's expression contained the joy of escaping from death, but also the sense of anxiety. But she bit her lip, still biting her scalp and stepping forward to thank. Well, no, I'm just for the star core. Jun Xiaoyao responded indifferently. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Chu Hongyi's mouth. She is in the star continent, and I don't know how many male Tianjiao's dream lovers are. As a result, Jun Xiaoyao didn't even look at her directly. Chu Hongyi also knew that he and Jun Xiaoyao couldn't be people of the same world, and after thanking him, they left sadly. Jun Xiaoyao didn't notice, he had broken the heart of a beauty. Even if I knew it, I wouldn't feel anything. There are more women who like him, so should everyone comfort him? Obviously impossible. Soon, the giant Kuan died under the combined force of EU and the 9 lions. Jun Xiaoyao collected the thousands of star cores. After collecting, Jun Xiaoyao looked into the depths of the Xinggong treasure house and smiled slightly. Next, let me see what chance Yi Xingyun can bring me. On the other side, Yi Xingyun and Mo Fan, who came a step earlier, didn't delay time elsewhere. Although those opportunities dazzled Mo Fan. But Yi Xingyun knew that the most important opportunity and inheritance were in the depths of the Xinggong treasure house. They also arrived first. Looking around, there is a heavy bronze giant gate horizontally in it. Mo Fan, it's up to you. Yi Xingyun said. Mo Fan secretly resented, this Yi Xingyun simply used him as a tool. But Mo Fan was helpless, so he could only step forward, stretch out his hand, and stick it on the bronze giant door. The star villain in his body sent a stellar power, and the entire bronze giant door opened with a boom. I'll get it soon, it belongs to me, Yi Xingyun, and I can compete with Jun Xiaoyao at that time. Yi Xingyun started to breathe quickly. Finally, the bronze giant door finally opened, and the scene in it was revealed before Yi Xingyun's eyes. The whole palace www.novel.com is extremely wide. There are 6 huge puppets on both sides. These 6 puppets, with gleaming star spots all over the body, seem to be made of meteorite iron, filled with the aura of a holy realm. This is the star-splitting god puppet. Yi Xingyun was shocked. This split star puppet, but a saint-level puppet, is rare even in the fairyland. After all, a puppet comparable to a saint is still very rare. And here, there are a total of 6 split star gods. But the most important thing is not this, but in the center of the 6 split star puppets, there is a tall star throne. Above the throne, a figure clad in the sun, moon, and stars is sitting majestically in it. It is in Yi Xingyun's memory that there have been countless figures. Chapter 188 The Black Hand Behind the Scenes, Wuji Xingjuan's plan, seized Yi Xingyun. That figure was tall and majestic, and the star robe on his body seemed to be engraved with the sun, moon, and stars. He just sat on the throne of stars, dead forever, like an unyielding supreme. Yi Xingyun was so excited that his body was trembling. This is the magnificent figure standing upright in his memory. Although above this figure, he could no longer feel the slightest breath of life. But that kind of majestic and domineering spirit persisted for a long time, and until now, Yi Xingyun and Mo Fen felt suffocated. That person is the Promised Star Monarch, a legend in the history of the Promised Star Palace. Mo Fen was equally shocked. He did not expect that the remains of Wuji Xingjuan actually existed in this Star Palace treasure house. At the same time, the star villain in his body actually started to exude fiery heat, as if receiving some kind of resonance. This. Am I the inheritor of the Promised Star Palace? Feeling the reaction of the star villain inside, Mo Fen couldn't help but feel happy. Yi Xingyun looked at the remains of Wuji Xingjuan, and it was not the remains itself that excited him, but those things around the remains. Beside the star throne, leaning on a silver longbow. Although the whole longbow was full of cracks, the faint aura that radiated from it had a strong meaning. That's the Promised Star Lord's personal weapon, the Zhuxing Destroy Bow. Yi Xingyun's breathing was short. He had done his homework long before he was in the lower realm, and had a good understanding of Wuji Xingjuan. The silver longbow should be the weapon of the Promised Xingjuan, the Zhuxing Breaking Bow. The Zhuxing Destruction Bow is a supreme weapon, even reaching the level of a quasi-imperial soldier. The ranks of divine weapons are divided into royal weapons, ancient sage weapons, supreme weapons, quasi-imperial weapons, and imperial weapons. The supreme weapon, that is the weapon that the supreme holds, possesses monstrous power. Although this Zhuxing destroyed bow shattered with the battle of Wuji Xingjuan, its value is also infinite. But this is not what excites Yi Xingyun the most. What excites him most is that in front of the remains of Wuji Xingjuan, there is a group of colorful, twinkling stars, like a substance like mercury. It is the origin of the world of the star continent. Yi Xingyun's breathing seemed to stop at this moment. The origin of the world is so precious. If you can get it, blend into your body, add the Zhuxing Breaking Bow, and the various martial arts supernatural powers left by the Promised Xingjuan. How strong will Yi Xingyun be? I am afraid that Yi Xingyun can't even imagine it. Great, for a long time, finally it's my turn to turn over Yi Xingyun. Jun Xiaoyao, let us see who can have the last laugh. Yi Xingyun took a deep breath and stepped forward, wanting to obtain the origin of the world. However, at this time, a fierce wind hit from behind. I knew you were going to make a move, Ant. Yi Xingyun's mouth curled up with a cold smile. He turned around and slapped his mastery, colliding with Mo Fan. With a bang, Mo Fan's figure was directly shocked, and blood was vomited from his mouth. If you follow me honestly, maybe I can really give you the identity of a follower and take you to the fairyland. As a result, you are going to kill yourself. Yi Xingyun's eyes were very cold. He is not a good person either. The descendants of these immortal forces of Tianjiao understand best what the weak can eat. Like Jun Xiaoyao, these cultivators of the lower realm were like ants in the eyes of Yi Xingyun. Even if this Mo Fan is the protagonist of Luck in the Star Continent, it is the same. Help me open the door to the treasure house of the Star Palace, your role is only there, die. Yi Xingyun slapped his breath, surging and blasting away at Mo Fan's forehead. Mo Fan's eyes were about to split, and his heart was extremely unwilling. And at this moment, the star villain in his body suddenly got out, turned into a streamer, and escaped into Yi Xingyun's brain palace. Yi Xingyun's whole person was shocked as if struck by lightning. In his shrine, there seemed to be a majestic figure standing up and down. That star villain turned into the appearance of the Promised Star Lord. Why, how could this be? Inside the divine palace, Yi Xingyun's true spirit trembled under this terrifying pressure. Finally, I have a chance. In the future, Lord Star will make good use of your Star King body. the remnant soul of Wuji Star Lord said coldly. That star villain was actually made up of the remnant soul of the promised Star Lord. Hearing this, Yi Xingyun was shocked as if struck by lightning. This remnant soul of the promised Star Monarch wants to seize him. No, it's impossible. Am I not the reincarnation of Xingjuan? How could this be? Yi Xingyun's true spirit shouted, unbelievable. Isn't he the reincarnation of the Supreme? Why now, Wuji Xingjuan wants to take him away? Hey, ignorant, Lord Ben Xing just used some small tricks, you really got caught up. Originally, you were in Xianyu, and there was a guardian by your side. This Star Lord had no chance to take you away. But now, you are still taking the bait step by step according to Lord Ben's plan. You've never been the reincarnation of Lord Ben Xingjuan. Lord Xingjuan just wants to seize your Star King body and live a new life. In this life, Lord Ben Star will enter the fissures of the 10 realms, board the altar of heroic spirits, and open up a path that no one has walked before, proving Dao to become emperor. The words of Lord Promised Star echoed in Yi Xingyun's divine palace, making his whole person dull. Yi Xingyun has never been a favorite of heaven by luck. He was just a toolman who was fooled and designed. Yi Xingyun mocked before, saying that Mo Fan was a toolman. In fact, he himself is also a toolman, and even more miserable. Wuji Xingjuan will annihilate his true spirit, and then settle in it. With the means of Wuji Xingjuan, he is confident that he can cross the sea without saying anything. No, this is not true. Yi Xingyun roared and screamed. The long-term forbearance and planning ended in such a result. This made Yi Xingyun almost crazy, unable to believe it. He also thought that after getting the chance, he would avenge Jun Xiaoyao and find his place. The result now. His own consciousness will be annihilated. Mr. Promised Star, I am the Yi family Tianjiao. If you treat me like this, the Yi family will not let you go if you are discovered. Yi Xingyun was terrified and could only pull Yi family's tiger skin. Heh, rest assured, I will replace you perfectly in the future. Wuji Xingjuan smiled coldly. He has entered the rift of 10 realms and obtained a strange method of reincarnation. This method can allow his remnant soul to live a second life, rob him of the arrogance, and then climb to the top. From then on, Wuji Xingjuan began to plan. And the reason for locking Yi Xingyun. It is because his Star King body can be transformed into a star body in the future, and it is also compatible with the attributes of Wuji Xingjuan. As for why Yi Xingyun was able to awaken those memories. That's naturally because there is a certain resonance between the Star God body and the Star God King body. UU reading www.uukangsha.com faintly dating. The remnant soul of Wuji Xingjuan began to design with this method. And Mo Fan is just another piece of his chess. In short, everything is in the calculations of Wuji Xingjuan. His remnant soul directly annihilated the true spirit in Yi Xingyun's divine palace. The dignified Tianjiao of the ancient Yi family ended up in such an absurd way, which is really embarrassing. The expression of Yi Xingyun returned to calm, and in his eyes, there was a condescending cold arrogance. Mo Fan on the side was also completely stunned. He didn't expect things to change like this. And at this moment, a sigh of tut suddenly sounded. Unexpectedly, Yi Xingyun, who has counted thousands of calculations, eventually pitted himself, Promised Xingjuan, a good method. Chapter 189 Jun Xiaoyao vs. Wuji Xingjuan. Okay. Yi Xingyun, no, he should be called Wuji Xingjuan at this moment, his eyes raised, looking forward. 2 people and a beast, came lightly. It is Jun Xiaoyao, EU, and 9 lions. It deserves to be the Promised Xingjuan who has made a reputation in Xianyu. These methods are really eye-opening. Jun Xiaoyao showed a faint smile. To be honest, Jun Xiaoyao almost thought that Yi Xingyun might be the reincarnation of Wuji Xingjuan. But afterwards, things might not be that simple. Coupled with the appearance of Mo Fan, Jun Xiaoyao was even more confused. Until now, Jun Xiaoyao's doubts were finally solved. It turned out that both Yi Xingyun and Mo Fan were nothing more than chess pieces in the hands of Wuji Xingjuan. Yi Xingyun thought he was the reincarnation of Wuji Xingjuan, but in fact he was just a puppet. Mo Fan thought he was the protagonist of the heaven and earth of the star continent, but it was also the arrangement of the promised Star Lord. If you really want to say it, Wuji Xingjuan should be the protagonist of the world on the star continent. Mo Fan is just a pseudo-protagonist. And this black hand arranged behind the scenes has finally emerged now. Wuji Xingjuan looked at Jun Xiaoyao, his expression still with condescending cold arrogance. Jun Xiaoyao is indeed very strong among the younger generation, and his status is also very high. But now, it is in the lower realm, the Star Continent. This is the home court of Wuji Xingjuan. Wuji Xingjuan is also a top powerhouse who has ever been in the first life. How can I be afraid of a young junior? The ancient monarch, Jun Xiaoyao, after searching Yi Xingyun's memory, Ben Xingjuan also knows that you are a powerful character. An ancient sacred body is qualified to follow the Lord of the Star. The evil spirit of Jun Xiaoyao's talents made such big people like Xingjuan secretly a little staggering. Especially after searching Yi Xingyun's memory. Mr. Wu Jixing could feel that Yi Xingyun was almost afraid of Jun Xiaoyao. From this, it can also be reflected from the side, what weight does Jun Xiaoyao have in the hearts of the younger generation of Xianyu? However, when he heard this, Yu raised his brows and shouted sharply, "Dare to speak wildly to the sun, bold." He lifted his bow and pulled the arrow, an arrow that surrounded the real fire of the sun, rushing out like a fire dragon, ripples in the void scattered. Wuji Xingjuan's face was faint. Now although he has robbed Yi Xingyun's body, he is the supreme of the first life after all, how can he not have any means? Are you playing bows too? The promised Xingjuan probed his hand, and beside the star throne, the broken star-smashing bow, took the initiative to swoop and fell into his hand. Wuji Xingjuan pulled the bow and opened the string. Yi Xingyun's power of the Star King body was brought to the extreme by him. The power of the 9-day stars converged and turned into a starry arrow, rushing out. With one arrow, Yu's arrow broke open and shot out at Yu. Why? Yu was surprised. He is a descendant of the Yi clan and has the blood of Ishan. This was the first time that the Kyudo was suppressed. Upon seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao clenched his fists with his 5 fingers, the gods were surging, and the fist smashed out, and the void would shatter. The starlight arrow was directly shattered into light spots in the sky. A generation of supreme, it's not good to deal with younger generations like this. Jun Xiaoyao said flatly. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao defuse his offensive with a punch, Mr. Wuji Xingjuan's eyes became deeper and deeper. If it is the deity of Xingjuan, even if Jun Xiaoyao goes against the sky, it is impossible to beat him. But now, it was just a ray of remnant soul of Wuji Xingjuan, robbing Yi Xingyun's body. No matter how strong the Wuji Xingjuan means, it also depends on Yi Xingyun's physical body. This is also the reason why Jun Xiaoyao is unhurried. He is not afraid of Wuji Xingjuan. It deserves to be the ancient sacred body. Ben Xingjuan wants to take home a little bit. Wuji Xingjuan narrowed his eyes slightly. In this life, he is going to enter the fissures of the 10 realms, set foot on the altar of heroic spirits, and open up a path that no one has ever walked before. So for him, the physical body is naturally the stronger the better. Only by living, it is possible to blaze a trail. So Xingjuan Wuji also had new ideas in his heart. Oh, then you try it. A cold light flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Wuji Xingjuan dared to put his attention on his head, and he didn't know how to write dead words. Looking for death. Both Yu and the 9 lions were angry and couldn't help but want to shoot. Let me come, you can't deal with him. Jun Xiaoyao stepped out. Although both Yu and 9 lions are very strong, they are still tender compared to the old fritters like Wuji Xingjuan. Jun Xiaoyao holds the Panhuangyi sword, which is like the ancient sword of immortality. The whole person is filled with a kind of transcendent immortal spirit and Taoist rhyme. He urged the idol to restrain the prison, extended the wings of the devil behind his back, transformed into extreme speed, and directly killed the Wuji Xingjuan. Dare to take the initiative to take action against Lord Ben Xing, have the courage. Wuji Xingjuan smiled coldly. He is also a supreme. Although he has only taken Yi Xingyun's body now, his strength is obviously not comparable to that of ordinary young Tianjiao. Wuji Xingjuan opened 9 bows in succession, 9 stars and arrows, drilled into a line back and forth, and shot at Jun Xiaoyao. It is the method of connecting beads with 9 stars. Jun Xiaoyao was full of mana, poured into the Panhuangyi sword in his hand. Sweep out with a sword, blessing the sword of killing immortals. Suddenly, a scene of the fall of immortals appeared in the void, a sword shattered the space, and the sword energy surged. The sword light filled with the breath of time directly annihilated the 9 stars and arrows at the same time. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward, waved his sword light with one hand, and pinched his military tactics with the other. A torrent of mighty gods surged out, flooding the entire hall. Jun Xiaoyao's powerful offensive caused Wuji Xingjuan's eyes to flash, which was obviously beyond his expectations. However, Xingjuan Wuji's face was still calm. He pinched out with one hand, and a large seal like a silver mountain rushed out. The 10,000 Ways of God soldiers were directly crushed by the Great Seal. Upon seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao urged the power of the idol to suppress the prison, and the turbulent blood erupted like a volcano. Above his head, a substantial golden idol appeared www.novel.com with a roar from the sky, and the whole star palace was trembling. He lifted the sword, and the power of 3.7 billion caddies surged out. The sword was cut down, and the heavens would shatter. Even Xingjuan, whose face was calm and indifferent, his face changed at this moment. The void around Jun Xiaoyao is full of cracks. That's because Jun Xiaoyao's physical strength was too strong, and it almost broke the limit of the space, so the crack appeared. Even if it is the ancient sacrament, the physical strength can't be so strong. Wuji Xingjuan was surprised. He has seen so many young evildoers in his life. But this is the first time I have seen someone like Jun Xiaoyao. What is even more troublesome is that the promised star monarch has just taken Shi Xingyun's physical body, and hasn't completely run in. It is impossible to exert 100% strength. Could it be that today, his Wuji Xingjuan will roll over? Chapter 190 The Vision of the King's Body. The stars are 4 absolute heavens. The promised star king wants to seize the house. Jun Xiaoyao blasted out with a punch, without any tricks at all. 3.7 billion caddies of divine power burst out, more terrifying than any great magical powers. The space rules of the lower realm couldn't even withstand such a powerful force, and the space crumbled every inch. The face of Wuji Xingjuan is also more solemn than ever. He laid out for a long time, and at this point, he didn't want to capsize in the gutter. Hunting Big Madra. The Wuji Xingjuan shot again, with one hand sticking out, as if a chaotic star appeared, colliding with Jun Xiaoyao's fist. Boom. There was a loud noise, like thunder on the ground, and fierce ripples oscillated everywhere. In such a violent collision, Master Xingjuan was the one who was shaken back. On his arm, blood was flowing, and the white bone stubble pierced the skin. But the face of Wuji Xingjuan didn't feel pain, as if it weren't his physical body. It's just that in the look of Wuji Xingjuan, there is a shock and helplessness. He was shocked that Jun Xiaoyao's strength far exceeded his expectations. What is helpless is that the dignified Wuji Xingjuan is restricted by the power of the flesh, unable to exert all his power. Yi Xingyun's physical body is the Star King's body, and it stands to reason that it is already extremely good. But compared with Jun Xiaoyao's ridiculous ancient Eucharist, it is still not comparable. While sighing in the bottom of Wuji Xingjuan's heart, he also displayed the ultimate move. He knew that if he didn't try his best, he would most likely capsize in the gutter. The entire body of the promised Xingjuan turned a layer of stars and gods. Countless points of light emerged from his body, rendering his body like a star map. This is the king's body vision belonging to the Star King's body. For heavens of stars. The cascading starry sky came under pressure, as if the power of the heavens and stars had gathered together. This volatility is extremely strong, making the EU and 9 lions feel a sense of crisis. This kind of king body vision, Yi Xingyun could not display before. But the promised Xingjuan, who once had a celestial body, can display it smoothly. Is the king's body vision. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the layer upon layer of oppressed starry sky. His face looked like an ancient well. But seeing Jun Xiaoyao, he stomped the void with one foot. The golden glow was surging like a tide, and in the surrounding space, a phantom figure of a saint emerged. It is the vision of the Eucharist, the pilgrimage of Halloween. As the Eucharist vision was sacrificed, a majestic coercion was also crushed down, and it collided with the stars of Wuji Xingjuan. The two big visions collided, and the whole temple was crumbling. Wuji Xingjuan was shaken back again. If the Star King body transforms into the star body, then it can naturally resist Jun Xiaoyao's Eucharistic vision. But right now, how the king's body vision is the opponent of the Eucharist vision. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao gaining the upper hand again, both EU and the 9 lions were a little excited. The master they followed is indeed invincible. On the other side, Mo Fen was already staring. He didn't expect that even Xingjuan Wuji would not be able to deal with Jun Xiaoyao. There are talented people from generation to generation, and each has led the way for hundreds of years. Wuji Xingjuan, times have changed. Jun Xiaoyao said as he stepped across the void. He blasted out with a punch. The power of reincarnation permeated. It was the taboo boxing method, 6 reincarnation punches. 6 terrifying vortexes of reincarnation, accompanied by the emergence of fists, seemed to pull the human body and soul into it, completely shattered. The face of Wuji Xingjuan finally changed. This taboo boxing technique gave him an extreme sense of crisis, as if he was about to be drawn into the cycle of samsara and destroyed. Click. After this punch, the body of Wuji Xingjuan was beaten and blood was splashed. Yi Xingyun's Star King body couldn't bear Jun Xiaoyao's fist at all. Not only that, but Jun Xiaoyao's chest was also shining at the same time, and the black and white reincarnation nirvana emerged. The black light swept away, and Yi Xingyun's physical body began to age rapidly, and the essence of life seemed to be exhausted. Supreme Bone. Wuji Xingjuan couldn't help but let out a low growl. The desolate ancient sacred body is superimposed on Supreme Bones, an absolute enchanting physique. No matter how strong the strength and experience of Wuji Xingjuan were, he possessed Yi Xingyun's body and was completely unable to exert his power. As the saying goes, it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. Yi Xingyun's physical body is here, and Wuji Xingjuan's heart is strong but not enough. Damn, this Yi Xingyun's body is still too bad. Wuji Xingjuan cursed inwardly. If Yi Xingyun is alive in the sky, hearing this, 80% will be so angry that 1 Buddha will be born and 2 Buddhas will ascend to heaven. You snatched Lao Tzu's body, but you still dislike Lao Tzu's body as weak. It won't work like this. The eyes of Wuji Xingjuan changed. He stared at Jun Xiaoyao, his previous thoughts gradually firmed. Jun Xiaoyao's body is the most perfect. Only by robbing Jun Xiaoyao's body could he open up an unprecedented path. Wuji Xingjuan, the dust returns to the dust, the soil returns to the earth, don't live the second life, go with peace of mind. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were indifferent, like a god. He was holding the Panhuangyi sword and pierced the eyebrows of the promised Xingjuan with the sword, and was about to wipe out his divine palace. At this moment, a little star suddenly emerged from the center of his eyebrows and directly escaped into the center of Jun Xiaoyao's eyebrows. Master. The host. The complexions of EU and the 9 lions changed. And at this moment, in Jun Xiaoyao's shrine, Wuji Xingjuan's soul appeared. He has the method of reincarnation, and he is best at seizing houses and the like. However, when Wuji Xingjuan came to Jun Xiaoyao's shrine, his whole person was a little confused. This. Xingjuan Wuji opened his eyes slightly. It stands to reason that with his strong mentality, it is impossible to show such an expression. But now, the Wuji Xingjuan was indeed shocked. What appeared in front of him was an extremely majestic shrine. The whole shrine is like a fairy palace in the sky, filled with fairy spirit. The soul power around, even turned into liquid, surging and surging. Is this a man's shrine? Wuji Xingjuan was stupid, doubting life. He previously seized Yi Xingyun's divine palace, only the size of a house. If Yi Xingyun's temple is a thatched house, then Jun Xiaoyao's shrine is the high heaven palace where the gods live. There is absolutely no comparison between the two. How is it possible? How can this kind of shrine appear in a younger generation? Wuji Xingjuan is going crazy. Even if you start to cultivate soul power from your mother's womb, it is impossible to make the divine palace so strong. He naturally didn't know that since Jun Xiaoyao was 3 years old, he had been cultivating spirits with the idea of chaotic grinding, and he had never been able to pull it down one day. And this magnificent shrine is the harvest of Jun Xiaoyao. www.novel.com. Wuji Xingjuan, should the sun say that you are smart or stupid, and even want to win the sun? Inside the shrine, the true spirit of Jun Xiaoyao emerged, radiant, like a god. Oh, your shrine is indeed beyond your own star's expectations, but it just so happens that all of this belongs to the native star. Lord Promise Star raised his hand, ready to wipe out the true spirit of Jun Xiaoyao. It's really stupid. Jun Xiaoyao's true spirit revealed a touch of sarcasm. He snapped his fingers. Then, among the sky clouds, a huge dark shadow suddenly emerged. With the oppression of the soul. This is. Wuji Xingjuan's soul was trembling, and he felt a great horror like never before. Chapter 191. The Chaos God killed the Wuji Xingjuan, slapped Mo Fan to death with one palm. Who is the Promised Star Monarch? A strong man in the first life, even in the fairyland, has caused a big storm. But now, Wuji Xingjuan was trembling, his soul trembling. At the moment, he was just a divine soul body. He just wanted to annihilate the true spirit of Jun Xiaoyao, but he didn't expect this kind of change to happen. that huge shadow was finally revealed completely. It is a Chaos Divine Mill stained with mottled blood. As the Divine Mill turned, there seemed to be a cry of divine and devil, and the scalp of the listener was numb. Chaos God grinding is exactly the strongest spirit-attacking martial arts derived from the idea of Chaos God grinding. This kind of terrifying soul supernatural powers, the most restrained are all kinds of true spirits, soul bodies, etc. Its attack power on the physical body is almost zero. But for true spirits, primordial spirits, souls, etc., it has 200% lethality. No wonder Wuji Xingjuan would tremble. What kind of soul supernatural power is this? Wuji Xingjuan couldn't help roaring. That terrible sense of oppression was almost breaking him. Wuji Xingjuan pulled away and wanted to leave. Since you are here, don't leave. Jun Xiaoyao's true spirit sneered at the corner of his mouth. In the divine space, the chaotic divine mill that resembled a black continent directly smashed the void with rumbling, and squeezed away against the Wuji Star Lord. A horrible suction erupted. Wuji Xingjuan can't escape even if he wants to. Finally, he tried his best to let out a heart-piercing roar, and then he was suppressed by Chaos God Mill. Every time the Chaos Divine Mill turns, the soul of Wuji Xingjuan will be wiped out a bit. No. This star is in the first life, so far, how can he be planted in the hands of a junior of yours? The soul of Wuji Xingjuan let out an unwilling roar. He never expected that he would be planted in Jun Xiaoyao's hands. The far-reaching layout, the ambition of resurrecting a lifetime, and the determination to open a path are completely destroyed at this moment. You can imagine the unwillingness of Wuji Xingjuan. The waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves forward. Don't you know how terrible the waves are? Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. He came from an ancient family with countless resources and unparalleled talents. From birth, he was aloof and his status was honorable. To some extent, it can be regarded as back wave. It is not wrong to be killed on the beach by such a back wave. Ah. Lord Benqing hates you. Finally, in the Chaos Divine Mill, there was a voice of grief and anger from Wuji Xingjuan. The dignified generation of supreme heroes has completely fallen and disappeared from the world. In the outside world, both the expressions of EU and the Nine Lions were tense. As for that Mo Fan, he did not leave. Because of the presence of EU and others, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Did the Promised Star Monarch succeed in winning the home? Mo Fan wondered. If Wuji Xingjuan succeeded in winning the home, then he still has a slight chance of surviving. At the next moment, Jun Xiaoyao finally opened his eyes, still clear and calm. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes met Mo Fan at this moment. There was a faint ridicule in his eyes, which made Mo Fan's heart sink. Mo Fan, do you really want to see this son of God be taken away? Jun Xiaoyao's words made Mo Fan's face instantly pale as paper. But EU and the Nine Lions were relieved. They showed great admiration. Even Xingjuan Wuji wanted to seize the house, but he couldn't help but Xiaoyao. No. Wuji Xingjuan. Mo Fan said with a trembling tone. He can't live his second life. Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. Mo Fan's heart and liver were shaking when he heard it. Obviously, Lord Promised Star has completely fallen. With a thud, Mo Fan fell directly on his knees and kowtowed. I was wrong, please forgive me. Spare you. You released the sinner and brought catastrophe to Xian Tianzong. Not to mention that you have only one life, or 100 lives. It is hard to offset your sin. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was cold as ice. Without saying anything, he slapped Mo Fan. Do not. Mo Fan got up and turned around to run away. Puff. After a slap, Mo Fan can no longer be seen. He was blown into a cloud of blood, and he couldn't die again. So far, the problems here have been solved. Yi Xingyun was seized, the Promised Star Lord was destroyed by Jun Xiaoyao, and Mo Fan also fell. Jun Xiaoyao picked up the Zhuxing breaking bow. It's a good supreme weapon, it might even become a quasi-imperial soldier in the future. Jun Xiaoyao took a look at Zhu Xing's broken bow, and then threw it to EU. My son, this. EU was stunned for a while holding the Zhu Xing destruction bow. This is a supreme device. If it is repaired and then kept warm, it may become a quasi-imperial soldier. Jun Xiaoyao gave him such a rare soldier. My son, this is too expensive, EU can't take it. EU arched his hand and handed the Zhu Xing destruction bow. let you hold it. Is your son a person who lacks a supreme weapon? Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. He already owns the Panhuang Life Spirit Sword. And if he really wants a quasi-imperial soldier, even the Jun family will give it to him. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao has no shortage of weapons. This Yuxing star-breaking bow was also just right for EU to use, and it could show the greatest value in his hands. EU thought for a while, but that was true, Jun Xiaoyao didn't lack weapons. However, this sincere attitude still moved EU's heart, and worshipped the monarch 3 times. Jun Xiaoyao took a look at the 6 split star puppets, and put them into the space magical artifact. The 6 saint-level star-splitting puppets are rare in the fairyland. In this lower realm, it can play a great role. Next, suppress other sinners, just to use the star-splitter god puppet. However, the sage-level star-splitting puppet is also costly to move. At the very least, it also needs energy sources such as low-grade fairy sources or star cores. Fortunately, before Jun Xiaoyao got thousands of star cores. Otherwise, it would be a bit reluctant to push. Finally, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze fell on the throne of stars, the origin of the world. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward to take a look. The world origin of the star continent www.novel.com is also colorful, with stars like light spots all over it. Jun Xiaoyao had already obtained a small part of the profound sky continent's world origin from Lin Feng before. And now in front of Jun Xiaoyao, it is the origin of all the world of the star continent. Feeling the endless mystery aura contained in the origin of this world, it is also a sigh for Jun Xiaoyao who has seen too much baby. Originally, after winning the house, Wuji Xingjuan should refine the origin of this world by himself. As a result, it's all cheaper now, Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao took this world origin into his bag. He wants to open up his own path and use himself as a seed, so the origin of this world will naturally not be used as a fairy seed. And will become his resource. When this happens, it's almost time to return to the profound sky continent and cut off Lin Feng's leak. Jun Xiaoyao thought. Chapter 192 A token of the heroic altar, the Taoist Jiahu appeared, the sky profound. Because Jun Xiaoyao wants to take a path that belongs to him. And this road is obviously not so easy to open up. The energy required will definitely be great. So Jun Xiaoyao has to plan ahead. He feels that the origin of the world may be the most useful aid, and the more the better. Now, he already possesses the world origin of the star continent, as well as a small part of the world origin of the profound sky continent. Next, Jun Xiaoyao was ready to harvest Lin Feng. After such a long time, Lin Feng should have obtained the rest of the world origin of the profound sky continent. After getting the world origin of the star continent, there seemed to be nothing else in this hall. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze fell on the remains of Wuji Xingjuan. It was the body of his last life, bruised and bruised, sitting majestic on the throne. It looked like a hero. If you hadn't met Jun Xiaoyao, you might have succeeded in living the second life. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward, glanced at the remains of Wuji Xingjuan, revealing a thoughtful look, and then raised his hand to stick out. I'm going, the master is going to touch the corpse. The 9 lions were speechless. Jun Xiaoyao, what a cruel man. Not even let go of the opportunity to touch the corpse. After Jun Xiaoyao fumbled for a while, he withdrew his hand, with an extra sachet in his hand. Yes, it is just a sachet. And also exudes a faint fragrance, which lasts for a long time. Let me take it, this Wuji Xingjuan is still a scorpion, using a woman's sachet. The 9 heads of the 9 lions all showed surprised expressions. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled lightly, shook his head and said, this is not something of Wuji Xingjuan himself, it is a token. Credit. 9 lions tilted their heads. A token of entry into the rift of the 10 realms. Jun Xiaoyao said. The ancestor Dongxian told him before that, except for some great fortuners and great perseverance, they can enter the rift in the 10 realms. Another way is to enter through tokens. The heroic altar in the fissure of the 10 worlds, there were countless ancient people who wanted to prove the way on it, and blaze an unprecedented path. However, most of them have fallen. After their fall, it is inevitable that some relics will be left behind, contaminated with the breath of the heroic altar, and finally spread. The Tianjiao outside can use the breath of this token to find the entrance to the 10 realms rift. And this sachet was obviously left by a female hero. After putting away the sachet, Jun Xiaoyao was also ready to leave. he obtained thousands of star nuclei, 6 split star puppets, the origin of the star continent, and the token to enter the fissures of the 10 realms. As for the Zhuxing shattered bow, it was given to EU. Jun Xiaoyao really looked down on the remaining treasures of the Star Palace. But he didn't waste it either, asking EU and the 9 lions to keep it. Later, it can be left to Xian Tianzong as a resource. After some searching, Jun Xiaoyao and others also walked out of the Star Palace and left the Dark Realm. At the moment when Jun Xiaoyao stepped out of the Dark Realm, a breath of terror burst out suddenly, with extreme anger. 3 figures stand in the void. All exude a powerful quasi-sage aura. Oh my god, the 3 quasi-sages. Some of the monks who were lucky enough to walk out of the Dark Realm had their scalps numb. Where did these 3 quasi-sages come from? No, they seemed to be aimed at the Emperor's son. Some monks noticed. The 3 quasi-sages' eyes were all locked on Jun Xiaoyao, the son of God. And Ran walked out of the Star Palace. Chu Hongyi's eyes were also worried. If it weren't for Jun Xiaoyao's help, she would not have come out of the treasure house of the Star Palace alive. Therefore, seeing Jun Xiaoyao in crisis at this moment, she would naturally worry. Jun Xiaoyao himself, his face was calm. He raised his eyelids, his tone couldn't be flattering. The 3 quasi-sages of the Yi family, what does this mean? Jun Xiaoyao had guessed it a long time ago. Yi Xingyun's lower realm, it is impossible to have no protector. Just because of the limitations of the Dark Realm, the Taoist can't step into it. Among the 3 quasi-sages, an old man with goat beard in the middle stepped out. Jun Xiaoyao is no stranger either. This old man is exactly Yi Xingyun's old servant, Fu Bo. Son of the Jun family, Master Xingyun's soul lamp has gone out. Fu Bo's expression was sad. The 2 quasi-sages beside them, their eyes are as sharp as a falcon, staring at Jun Xiaoyao. They all know that Yi Xingyun and Jun Xiaoyao had conflicts many times. If Yi Xingyun falls, who is most suspected is undoubtedly Jun Xiaoyao. Moreover, in this dark realm of the lower realm, the only person capable of killing Yi Xingyun was Jun Xiaoyao. What if I said it wasn't me who killed it? Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. It's not that he was scared and wanted to argue. It's not your own pot, why do you have to carry it yourself? Humph, you didn't kill it. In this case, besides you, who else can kill Master Yi? The 2 quasi-sages beside Fu Bo coldly snorted. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and his face suddenly sank. The son explained that he didn't want to carry this pot for no reason, because he was really afraid of you. Jun Xiaoyao's words fell, and the cold aura made the 2 quasi-sages silent for a while, unable to speak cruel words. In terms of cultivation, they are not afraid of Jun Xiaoyao, but in terms of identity, they can't provoke Jun Xiaoyao. Fu Bo waved his hand and said, "My Lord God, please calm down your anger. The old man just wants to know the truth about the fall of the young master." Fu Bo's attitude made Jun Xiaoyao's expression a little slow, and then he explained it briefly. It turned out to be like this. Fu Bo heard the words, and his eyes became more sad. He did not expect that Yi Xingyun did not die in Jun Xiaoyao's hands, but died in this aggrieved way. Really? The other 2 quasi-sages looked suspicious. Jun Xiaoyao sneered, "If the Son of God really did it, you will kill if you kill it. If there is only one Yi Xingyun, will the Son of God refuse to admit it?" These words caused the 2 quasi-sages to jump their eyelids. Only the son of the Jun family dared to say such a thing. "Thank you for your confusion, hey." Master Xingyun was planted on top of his pride. Fu Bo's expression was sad, and he felt a little old again in an instant. Jun Xiaoyao sighed lightly. Having a loyal servant like you is also a blessing to Yi Xingyun. Where, the old man is incompetent. Fu Bo sighed, arching his hands at will, a little frustrated. Afterwards, they left, preparing to pass the bad news back to the Yi family. This kind of thing is actually quite common. In a world of great controversy, Tianjiao's fall is normal. Yi Xingyun was just one of the countless splashes, and it disappeared in no time. Next, www.novel.com. It is time to return to the profound sky continent, and then go to solve other sinners' affairs, and find Jun Wanjia's sister. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. And just as the last disturbance in the star continent was also approaching calm, in the profound sky continent, there was a shocking wave. Many ancient sacred mountains in the central forbidden zone joined the WTO and wanted to push the 4 regions of the east, west, south, and north to establish the order of the ancient races. The first to bear the brunt was the human forces headed by Dongxian Dao sect, which suffered a devastating blow. Especially the Eastern Xian Dao sect, because it was a surprise attack, the entire Eastern Xian Dao sect was caught off guard by the primordial mountain. Except for the Dongxian sect master and a few strong men who were barely injured and escaped, all the other Dongxian Dao sect monks were destroyed. This news shook the entire four profound realms of East, West, North and South. For a time, everyone in Profound Sky Continent was in danger. Chapter 193 The Taiko Shinshan has washed the world with blood, Lin Feng's revenge, gathered. Profound Sky Continent, Eastern Profound Region, a holy land of human race. The sound of killing and cutting was everywhere, and gunpowder smoked into the sky. Above the sky, huge demon spiders appeared. On the ground, burrows appeared one after another, and rows of black and hideous magic spiders gushed out of them. They came from the Profound Sky Continent, a sacred mountain called Moling Mountain in the central restricted area. Among them are the celestial demon spiders. The sky demon spider family is a strong line of primordial royal family, and by nature they like to kill with cruel methods. Soon, this holy land of human race was nearing destruction. On the other side, in the Zixuanyu, a human temple, a great war broke out. A giant 3 feet tall appeared. Their entire body skin, as if covered with a layer of rock armor, is not only amazing in defense, but also infinite. They came from the southern meteorite mountain, and belonged to the primordial race, a clan of stone giants. Human race, when annihilated, from now on the Profound Sky Continent is the world of my primordial race. With a roar, a stone giant in the Saint State hammered a quasi-sage old monk to death with a giant stick. The same scene was also staged in the 4 regions of the Profound Sky Continent. The primordial god mountain, whose strength is terrifying to the extreme, wants to take advantage of the chaos of the 10 realms to wash the world with blood and establish the supreme order of the primordial race. In the face of the sudden attack from the Taiko mountain in the restricted area, the human holy land, the hidden family, etc., did not react at all, was caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. But to be honest, even if the human race has time to deal with it, the result will still not change much. The Central Forbidden Area is called the Central Forbidden Area because the Swire ethnic background is too deep and too powerful. The human forces could not deal with it at all, so that area was called the Restricted Area. So now, the primordial race wants to wash the Profound Sky Continent with blood. Even if the human forces are prepared, it is difficult to resist. At the moment, in Dongxian Dao sect. Looking at it, it was already in ruins, with broken walls and scattered rubble. The corpses of countless Dongxian Taoist monks fell to the ground in all directions. A group of creatures with blue wings on their backs stand in the void. It is the Blue Sky Sacred Mountain, the Blue Sky Dupeng clan. However, among the creatures of the Blue Sky Dupeng clan, there is a different kind. It was a young man in a green robe, with a sharp, vengeful look in his eyes. It is Lin Feng. Dongxian Dao sect, you obeyed that Jun Xiaoyao, destroyed my Lin clan, and caused my father and others to die tragically. This is the price you paid. Lin Feng looked sharp. At the beginning, Jun Xiaoyao said that he would destroy the Lin clan, and sect master Dongxian was the first to stand up. I'm afraid he didn't expect that he would destroy a small family in the first place, but now he would be retaliated against by such an extinct family. In the entire Dongxian Dao sect, except for a few strong people such as the Dongxian sect master, all the other cultivators fell here. Just when Lin Feng was emotionally unstable, a young girl with a slender figure and short cyan hair stepped forward and comforted. Lin Lang, don't be sad, at least this Eastern Profound Dao sect has been destroyed, your family hatred, it's worth reporting. This cyan short-haired girl is the young and proud girl of Qingtian Mountain, Peng Ling. Before that, she and her brother Peng Fei discovered Lin Feng who was unconscious. As for why she cares about Lin Feng so much now, it is naturally because she likes Lin Feng. Why do you like it? Don't ask, ask is the halo of the protagonist. As the protagonist of the heaven and earth of the Profound Sky Continent, if even a girl can't conquer Lin Feng, then she is still a protagonist. If you say Jun Xiaoyao is relying on personal charm to conquer thousands of girls, then Lin Feng is just a halo of the protagonist. His ups and downs experience, as well as his tenacious character, made Peng Ling very fond of him. Hearing Peng Ling's comfort, the color of hatred on Lin Feng's face still did not slow down. The revenge of the family has not yet been reported, and the root of the matter lies in Jun Xiaoyao. If it weren't for him, how could Lin Feng be so miserable? If it weren't for him, how could Ziyan die? If it wasn't for him, How could my Lin clan be destroyed? So, I, Lin Feng, must personally kill Jun Xiaoyao, otherwise it is difficult to understand the hatred in my heart. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes gushing with anger. Hee, that Jun Xiaoyao, I would like to meet. I wonder if he is stronger than the golden-winged Xiaopeng king of Xianyu. On the other side, Peng Ling's elder brother, Peng Fei also spoke, with curiosity and war in his eyes. In his mind, the golden-winged Xiaopeng king in Xianyu was almost invincible. And that Jun Xiaoyao, I don't know how strong the golden-winged Xiaopeng king can be. Thank you, big brother Peng Fei, but Lin Feng still wants to deal with Jun Xiaoyao himself. Lin Feng said. During this period of time, Lin Feng also lived up to Jun Xiaoyao's expectations and collected all the world's origins. Now his strength is much stronger than before. Then where are we going next? Peng Ling asked. There is only one place, and Sect Master Dongxian and others should also flee to that place, and even all the forces of the clan will want to rush there. Lin Feng said with a cold face. Lin Lang, what you are talking about is... Peng Ling was puzzled. Hidden family, Nailin family residence, ancient Lingshan. Lin Feng said firmly. As for why Lin Feng was so sure, it was because now the Nailin family was already a prominent family in the entire profound sky continent, with a great reputation. Now Taiko's sacred mountains are raging, and the world is bloody. The only place where human forces can take refuge is the Nailin family. If this is the case, then call on the other sacred mountains to attack the Nailin family together. Peng Fei said. The fact is indeed as Lin Feng expected. In the entire profound sky continent, many forces gathered to the Nailin family. As for why? Naturally, the Nailin family has a relationship with Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, as the immortal human race, the of the ancient family, his status and influence are unparalleled. In the hearts of the people of the profound sky continent, the son of the emperor's family is the only possible existence that confronts the primordial mountain. Except for the emperor's son, the forces could not find anyone else, and could lead them against the sacred mountain. At this moment, the ancient Lingshan and the Nailin family have also become a mess. Sect Master Dongxian and a few others escaped with serious injuries, their faces turned gray. Patriarch Nailin www.novel.com. You must send a message to Lord Shensi and let him help us. Sect Master Dongxian called. Hey, we don't have the son's contact information, besides, the son has his own business to do, we can't bother. Nailin Zhan sighed. He didn't want to find Jun Xiaoyao. But there is no contact information at all. And even if they did, they didn't dare to disturb Jun Xiaoyao. What should I do then? I am afraid the primordial mountain will be attacked soon, and then we will be all over. Sect Master Dongxian cried out sadly. He was very miserable. The entire Eastern Xian Dao sect, there were only a few polished commanders left. Aside, there was a girl with a delicate and beautiful face. Her pretty face was also sad. It was Nailin Ruoshi. My son, will you come? Nailin Ruoshi murmured. She just wanted to see Jun Xiaoyao again. Chapter 194. Jun Xiaoyao returns to the profound sky continent, and the battle begins. In the profound sky continent, the flames of war were everywhere, and the smoke was filled. The primordial races, led by forces such as the Qingtian Mountain, the Demon Mountain, and the Southern Meteorite Mountain, emerged from the central restricted area, all directions. Even the strongest clan sects of Dongxian Dao sect were destroyed overnight. For a time, the entire human race on the profound sky continent was full of grief. It seems to have become fish on a cutting board. The fact is indeed the case, no grass grows wherever the Taiko mountain passes. Of all races, men were all beheaded, while women were demoted to slaves. As a result, many human monks are eagerly looking for a support. And the Nailin family is undoubtedly the force that people can rely on most. After all, the Nailin family is related to the son of the Xianyu wild ancient family. No matter how arrogant Taiko Mountain is, it should be a bit afraid of the people of the ancient family in the fairyland, right? Just when many human races thought this way in their hearts. The situation is indeed far beyond their expectations. The forces such as the Qingtian Mountain, the Demon Mountain, and the Southern Meteorite Mountain all coincided with each other and headed towards the area of the Nailin family. And it looked like it didn't seem to have the slightest fear at all. This caused many human monks to panic. Could it be that Sacred Mountain, not even the immortal descendants of immortal territory, is not afraid of it? At this time, there were already many human forces gathered in the ancient spirit mountain where the Nalan family was located. After hearing the news, the Nalan family was also very serious. The most undesirable situation still happened. It seems that the ancient sacred mountain is coming to our Nalan family, approaching us. It is the hardest nail. In the Nalan family lobby, Nalan John sighed deeply. Now the Nalan family is indeed the most beautiful family in the profound sky continent. Even the holy land of the Purple Mansion in the lower realm is the head of the Nalan family. But even if there is the Nalan family, plus the Purple Mansion Holy Land, plus the many human forces that have gathered these days, even if they are tied together, it is extremely difficult to contend with the Taiko Mountain. The Taiko Mountain is extremely powerful in every vein, and there are several saints sitting in the seat. The number of saints of all the great sacred mountains can definitely reach double digits. As for the human forces, so far, the number of saints has not exceeded 10. Among them, the biggest reason is that the attack on Taiko Mountain was too sudden. Some human saints, as well as quasi-saints, were besieged and killed by the ancient sacred mountain without any precautions, and finally fell with hatred. Therefore, if this battle occurs, it will be extremely bad for the Nalan family. When the situation on the entire profound sky continent was severe, the star continent had gradually stabilized. After the dark field storm passed, the entire star continent was completely calm. Jun Xiaoyao also handed over the various resources that he found from the treasure house of the Star Palace to Xian Tianzong. Further enhance the foundation and strength of Xian Tianzong. However, Sect Master Xian Tian told Jun Xiaoyao a piece of news. On the Qianlong continent, there was news from the Dayan dynasty, and the sinners were everywhere, and turmoil broke out. But fortunately, the background of the Dayan dynasty is considered the strongest among the 5 followers. So in a short period of time, there won't be too much crisis. But if it is delayed, what accidents and changes will happen, it is impossible to say. Understood. After I return to the profound sky continent to solve some minor issues, I will go to Qianlong continent. Jun Xiaoyao said. The trivial thing in his mouth is naturally harvesting Lin Feng this leak. After the matter of the star continent was completely over, Jun Xiaoyao took the 9 lions, Yu, Su Ziqiang, and the ancestor Dongxian to the cross-border teleportation formation. Relying on the cross-border teleportation formation, Jun Xiaoyao and others returned to the profound sky continent again. They set foot on the shore from the endless sea. At the moment Jun Xiaoyao boarded the mainland, a dim light flashed under his eyes. Something is wrong. Jun Xiaoyao whispered. Master, what's the matter? Su Ziqiang asked aside. There is a smell of gunpowder in the wind. Jun Xiaoyao said. Afterwards, they passed by some cities and sectarian power stations and found that they were all in ruins. What is going on? What happened? Old ancestor Dongxian and others were also confused. Especially the ancestor of Dongxian, the Tianxian continent is his hometown. Now his hometown has become like this, making him a little angry. Not long after, Yu found a surviving monk. When the monk saw Jun Xiaoyao and others, he was shocked and stammered, difficult, is it, the son of the Jun family? Well, what happened? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao confessing his identity, the monk burst into tears of joy and burst into tears. Dead, my sect brother and sister, as well as the master, they are all dead. The monk cried loudly. Clarify the matter. Jun Xiaoyao said. Later, this monk also told Jun Xiaoyao about the turmoil that occurred in the profound sky continent for a while. So that's the case, the central forbidden area, the ancient sacred mountain. Jun Xiaoyao muttered. Hateful, those primordial creatures in the central forbidden zone are too much. Old ancestor Dongxian was flushed with anger. Especially when he heard the news of the destruction of the Dao sect of Dongxian, the ancestors of Dongxian clenched their teeth, wishing to destroy the group of primordial creatures directly. Go to the Nalan family. Jun Xiaoyao's face was rather calm, without any waves. In the eyes of Jun Xiaoyao, these creatures in the lower realm were stricken with charcoal and war. It was like 2 ants fighting in an ant nest. But no matter what, Jun Xiaoyao is still a human race after all. Moreover, Dongxian Dao sect also obeyed his order before going to destroy the Lin clan. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao can't ignore it. Is Lin Feng colluding with primordial creatures this time? It's a bit lucky, but it's a pity. Jun Xiaoyao gently shook his head. Not to mention the primordial royal family of the lower realm, it was the primordial royal family who came, and would never want to keep Lin Feng. Jun Xiaoyao and others rushed to the Nailin family at a very fast speed. At this moment, the Nailin family has entered a state of preparation for war. In the distance, there was a mighty smoke of gunpowder. The earth was shaking like a drumhead. They are here. In the ancient Lingshan, some human monks shouted. In the distance to the sky and horizon, a black tide swept across. Upon closer inspection, there are many primordial creatures after another. And there is more than one force. Qingtian Mountain, Demon Mountain, South Meteorite Mountain, Yu reading www.uukangshu.com away from Wushan Mountain. A line of ancient sacred mountains, all in it, converge into an army that destroys the world and pushes all enemies horizontally. During the Nailin War, Sect Master Dongxian and other human leaders also appeared. Some human saints also appeared one after another. However, their numbers are relatively small, and their faces are extremely solemn. Nailin Ruoshi also appeared. Her delicate and pretty face did not have the slightest fear, but she also carried a trace of determination. She didn't want Jun Xiaoyao to look down on her, thinking she was a cowardly woman. Still looking for opening sign to the ancient Eucharist for free. Baidu Direct Search, easy, is very simple. Chapter 195 The ancient sacred mountains from all walks of life gather, the golden spider ancestor, the battle erupts. After waiting for a few days in anxiety, these sacred mountain creatures of the ancient times finally came to the door. Although it had been predicted, when I really saw the surging primordial creatures. Even if it was Nailin Zhan, the palm of his hand shrunk and his cuff was trembling slightly. This scene is heart-shaking, giving people a sense of depression and panic. The monks of all races were full of anxiety and panic on their faces. This situation is too desperate. In the Demon Mountain, heads of demon spiders appeared, with monstrous evil aura. Their legs were as sharp as black spears. In the southern Meteorite Mountain, a group of stone giants appeared and ran. The earth was trembling, and the peaks were collapsing along the way. Leaving the Wushan Mountain, a group of creatures surrounded by flames appeared. They were the fire spirit race, who were born with flames and were powerful. There is also the Blue Sky Sacred Mountain, the Blue Sky Dupeng clan. They shake the blue wings, and there is a storm between the sky and the earth. In addition, there are many sacred mountains, all kinds of primordial creatures, all surrounded the ancient Lingshan. Is this the final base camp of the human race? It should be destroyed today. In the Magic Mountain, a big golden spider appeared, filled with the breath of Holy Realm. That one is the golden spider ancestor of Demon Mountain. Many elder cultivators of the human race took a breath. The ancestor of the golden spider is an ancestor of the Demon God Mountain, who has been sleeping for a long time, but he did not expect to appear today. It is estimated that this golden spider ancestor alone can compete with the two human saints. Among the stone giants of the southern Meteorite Mountain, there is also a holy realm powerful who said, "Hurry up and destroy this station, don't give the humans hope." Yes, the 10 worlds are in turmoil, and it should be time for my primordial race to rise. The sage of the fire spirit race from the Vulcan Mountain also spoke, with a murderous intent in his tone, extremely indifferent. Hearing the words of these sages of the primordial mountain, the faces of the cultivators of the human race were ugly to the extreme. In their mouths, the human race seemed to be a beast that could be killed at will, and they couldn't take it seriously. At this moment, a young man in a green robe walked out of the Blue Sky Sacred Mountain. "House Nailin, do you remember me?" "You, Lin Feng." Nailin Ruoxiu covered her red lips with her hands, her beautiful eyes widened, revealing an extremely surprised look. Isn't this Lin Feng severely injured by Jun Xiaoyao and almost dying? It stands to reason that with his injuries, it should be impossible to survive. Seeing the surprised expressions of everyone in the Nailin family, Lin Feng smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth and said, "How can I, Lin Feng, die before I kill Jun Xiaoyao personally and take revenge on the Nailin family?" He looked at the expression of the Nailin family with extreme coldness. Dongxian Dao sect was only one of Lin Feng's revenge. What he really wants to retaliate is Jun Xiaoyao and the Nailin family. Seeing this Lin Feng walking out of the Blue Sky Sacred Mountain, many human monks were dumbfounded. As a human race, how did Lin Feng get along with the primordial creatures? Seeing this, Sect Master Dongxian suddenly reacted, with a cold tone, gritted his teeth and said, "Lin Feng, it's you." He finally understood why their Eastern Xian Dao sect was hit so abruptly and swiftly. It turned out that this Lin Feng was making trouble. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Yes, I took the Qingtian Divine Mountain and attacked you first. Because of you, it should be destroyed." Lin Feng, you beast, as a human, you actually take refuge in primordial creatures. Yes, you are not worthy of being a human being. In the ancient Lingshan, many human monks screamed. Lin Feng's face grew gloomy. It is a last resort for him to take refuge in the primordial race. Without the help of Taiku Shinshan, he would not be able to avenge Jun Xiaoyao, nor the Nalan family. Humph, whatever you say, it's almost a group of dead people anyway. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Nalan's hand stepped out, scanned the ancient sacred mountain in all directions, and said in a deep voice, "You made such a murder, aren't you afraid to offend the sun?" Nalan's words made the noisy world silent for a moment. All the primordial creatures know who the sun in the mouth of Nalan Zhan refers to. A little jealousy appeared in the eyes of some primordial creatures. After all, it is the descendant of the immortal forces of the immortal territory. But most of the primordial creatures still don't have much fear on their faces. What about the descendants of the immortal forces? The ancient aristocratic family still can't control the entire lower realm, let alone the constraints of the forces such as the ancient royal family. The golden spider ancestor of the magic mountain said hoarsely. If they are really jealous, they won't start chaos. Lin Feng even said without embarrassment, if that Jun Xiaoyao dared to come, I, Lin Feng, will definitely take the top of the head, in order to comfort the spirits of the relatives and friends of the Lin clan. Presumptuous, how can you slander the sun? Nalan Ruashi shouted. For her, Jun Xiaoyao is longing and yearning. She doesn't allow anyone else to say such slanderous words. Nalan Ruashi, you bitch, I will also make you pay later. Lin Feng's face showed a grimace. This girl was supposed to be his fiancée and his slave girl. As a result, now, he protects another man like this. Even if he had an enmity with Nalan Ruashi, Lin Feng couldn't bear it, her heart was taken away by another man. There is no need to talk to the ants, kill. An ancestor of a saint in Qingtian Mountain has taken action. Leading by him, the golden spider ancestors, fire spirit saints, and other great ancient creatures, all shot. The whole chaotic battle started instantly. Start the big formation. Nalan Zhan shouted loudly. For the entire Nalan family, within the scope of the ancient Lingshan, countless array patterns rose on the ground, turning into a halo after another. There are defensive formations and attacking formations. However, these formations, in the face of the menacing army of primordial creatures, can only play a procrastinating role at best, and it is impossible to completely block them. Kill these primordial races. In this battle, either you will die or I will die. Take a step back and we will all die. The monks of all races have all shot, because if they don't, they can only be killed. It's all in vain. Seeing this, the sage of the fire spirit race away from Huishan Mountain waved his hand at will, endless red flames. There are also saints in the Terran www.novel.com. However, regardless of the number or strength, they are lower than the primordial sacred mountain, and they can only resist with difficulty. All kinds of martial arts, great magical powers, collide with each other, bursting into endless waves. The ancient Lingshan, which was originally beautiful, instantly became a piece of scorched earth. Soldiers against soldiers, will against generals. A few human saints are struggling to resist the saints of Taiku Mountain. The rest of the strong are also fighting against each other. Lin Feng glanced at Nalan Ruashi. The root of everything began with Nalan Ruashi's resignation. So Lin Feng wanted to suppress Nalan Ruashi, making her regret her choice. Chapter 196 Jun Xiaoyao comes, you think you can do it again, teach Lin again. Seeing Lin Feng rushing towards her, Nalan Ruashi bit her lip slightly. Her current strength is not what it used to be. Because before leaving, Jun Xiaoyao gave her a lot of resources. Those resources also allowed Nalan Ruashi's strength to rise, chasing the fairyland Tianjiao. When Lin Feng shot, it was a big print of the universe. He has gathered most of the remaining world origins. Every move seems to be able to move the world. A seal blasted out, as if the whole world was covered under pressure, and the breath was surging to the extreme. Nalan Ruashi's slender jade is holding a sword, and the sword's light is also extremely sharp, marking off the palm of the universe. There was a crash, and the mana exploded. Nalan Ruashi shook her body and took a dozen steps back. Although her strength has improved, there is still a big gap compared with Lin Feng's sluggish force. It seems that you haven't made much progress with Na Jun Xiaoyao. He shouldn't care about you either. Lin Feng sneered. Shut up, the son is very good to me, he is not something you can slander. Nalan Ruashi bit her silver teeth and continued to take action. I'm still a descendant of the immortal forces. I dare not show up until now. Are you afraid? Lin Feng said coldly as he shot. If the son is there, do you think he will keep your aunt in his heart all day? Nalan Ruashi said coldly. She has a good character and is not good at swearing. But Lin Feng insulted Jun Xiaoyao, Nalan Ruashi couldn't bear it. An ant. Now I will let him know who is the ant. Lin Feng showed a fierce light in his eyes. As the saying goes, the dragon does not crush the snake. He is the protagonist of the profound sky continent. Even if the descendants of the immortal forces descended, it was no match for his luck darling of the profound sky continent. Lin Feng's moves changed again, and with a punch, the situation changed. He is in charge of the origin of heaven and earth, with one punch and one stroke, with great power. Puff. After the collision, Nalan Ruashi finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and her whole body flew out, her face pale. Haha, Nalan Ruashi, where is your son? Lin Feng let out a frantic smile. Nalan Ruashi was on the ground with a sword in both hands, and stood up with difficulty. A ray of blood on her lips gave her a bit of tragic beauty. Ruashi believes that if the son returns, he can suppress you with just one hand. Court death. Lin Feng's self-esteem was stung, and he shot again, with killing intent in his eyes. Originally, he just wanted to suppress Nalan Ruashi, and then slowly tortured. But now, he decided to kill Nalan Ruashi directly. Miss, be careful. Seeing this, some young monks from the Nalan family around him hurried over and stood in front of Nalan Ruashi. What a cat or a dog, get out. Lin Feng shook his hand, and the body of a monk from the Nalan family burst open, splashing blood. No. Nalan Ruashi looked like a knife. These are our people. On the other hand, Peng Fei and Peng Ling were also paying attention to Lin Feng. Lin Lang is really amazing. Peng Ling saw the stars in his eyes. Lin Feng is indeed beloved by the world. It is estimated that it will not be long before he can surpass me. Peng Fei said. But for a moment, those Nalan family members who stood in front of Nalan Ruashi were all killed by Lin Feng. But Nalan Zhan and other Nalan family powerhouses were also entangled by the primordial god mountain creatures, and couldn't get away at all. Nalan Ruashi, all these tragedies started when you retired. Do you regret it now? If you regret, I can barely spare your life. Lin Feng said coldly. He just wanted Nalan Ruashi to bow to him, regretting his decision. Nalan Ruashi glanced around with beautiful eyes. Another human saint fell after being besieged by the sage of Taikushenshan. And Nalan won't be able to fight them for long. The destruction of human race is almost only a matter of time. But in such a desperate situation, Nalan Ruashi still had determination in her beautiful eyes. I, Nalan Ruashi, will never regret her decision to divorce. Even if you do it again 10,000 times, Ruashi will never marry you. Nalan Ruashi shouted. Damn it. Lin Feng instantly became angry. This woman is obviously delicate and feminine in appearance, but stubborn in her heart that she doesn't even want her life. Lin Feng patted Nalan Ruashi with a palm. Even though Nalan Ruashi knew that she was unable to resist, she still took up the sword in her hand and wanted to make a move. And at this moment, Peng Fei in midair suddenly felt a terrifying wave, plundering from a distant air attack. What is that? Did the saint take the shot? Peng Fei exclaimed. In the far sky, a sword light, mighty, tore through the clouds in the sky, and came across the sky. Wherever he went, the void collapsed. This sword light was facing Lin Feng. Lin Feng's complexion changed suddenly, his eyes widened, almost protruding from the eye sockets. He hurriedly turned around to resist, the power of the world's origin surging, turned into a colorful vortex, blocking him. However, even if the power of the world origin resists, the power of the sword light cannot be erased at all. Lin Feng retreated several hundred feet, coughing up blood from his mouth. How come? Peng Ling's pretty face turned pale. In her eyes, Lin Feng, who swept the younger generation, would be repelled. Peng Fei's eyes were also solemn, looking far away. Lin Feng, you are really looking for a dead end. There was an indifferent voice. Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Feng's expression immediately turned into a bitter enmity. Jun Xiao Yao. In the distance, Jun Xiaoyao stepped into the air, his clothes fluttering, his white clothes moving, like an immortal. Beside him, 9 lions, Su Ziqiang, and Dongxian ancestors all followed closely behind. The son of the Jun family is here. Great, we will save it. The monks of all races were so excited that they cheered loudly. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was like a savior, a ray of light in a desperate situation. It seems that as long as there is him, the human race will not be destroyed. Jun Xiaoyao ignored those excited and respected gazes. He came here because he didn't simply want to be the savior. The most important thing is to harvest leeks. It's okay. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Nalan Ruoshi and said, "Thank you, son, for your concern. Ruoshi is fine." Nalan Ruoshi was so excited that she blushed. Jun Xiaoyao nodded lightly, then turned to look at Lin Feng. A faint smile appeared in his eyes. Lin Feng did not disappoint him. The power of that surging world origin makes the surrounding space vaguely distorted. This Lin Feng deserves to be the protagonist of the profound sky continent. Lin Feng saw Jun Xiaoyao with a deep hatred in his eyes. Enemy meet www.nhlnovel.com extremely jealous. Jun Xiaoyao, you are finally here. I thought you would always be a tortoise with your head down. Lin Feng said coldly. The rain is over, the sky is clear, do you think you are all right? Jun Xiaoyao turned his head and looked at Lin Feng with an idiot look. Die. Lin Feng became angry from embarrassment, and immediately shot. The power of the surging world origin burst out, blasting towards Jun Xiaoyao. Upon seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao didn't even bother to sacrifice the Pan Huangyi sword, and the power of the 70 Daluo immortal bone was superimposed on the immortal prison force, and he punched out. The fairy light is surging, the void bursts. Boom. Lin Feng vomited blood and flew out, his body turned into a parabola and flew out, hitting the ground heavily. Chapter 197 Jun Xiaoyao started killing precepts, fell one after another, and got the origin of the world. Lin Feng was stunned. Completely confused. He didn't even react. When he came back to his senses, he had already planted it in the soil in the manner of upside down. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Lin Feng was stunned. Not only him, but Peng Ling, Peng Fei and others were also dull and surprised. Lin Lang. Peng Ling's pretty face was pale. Lin Feng's strength, in Peng Ling's heart, is the invincible existence of the younger generation. Even her brother Peng Fei could not suppress Lin Feng. And now, Lin Feng was blown away by the boy in white. Who is the son of the Jun family? Peng Fei's eyes revealed a slight dignified meaning. Even he can hardly suppress Lin Feng, but Jun Xiaoyao can easily suppress it. Doesn't this mean that Peng Fei is not as good as Jun Xiaoyao? Lin Feng, your greatest value is to be harvested by me. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was light. Defeating a Lin Feng is not painful or itchy for him, and it won't make him feel proud. Jun Xiaoyao probed his hand again and grasped Lin Feng. No. Peng Ling made a move, and the blue wings shook behind him, turning into a blue light, trying to save Lin Feng. It's worthy of being the protagonist of heaven and earth, a woman posted upside down so soon. A faint smile appeared in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Then take a palm down. Snapped. Peng Ling's whole person was photographed into blood foam by Jun Xiaoyao, and the fragrance disappeared. Linger. On the ground, Lin Feng let out a roar when he saw it. Although he wanted to take revenge on the blue sky sacred mountain, Peng Ling's admiration and concern for him did make Lin Feng a little tempted. But now, Jun Xiaoyao is in front of him, shooting Peng Ling into blood foam. First childhood sweetheart Xian, then Peng Ling. His two women died because of Jun Xiaoyao. If coupled with Nalan Ruoshi who could have become a slave girl, there would be 3. This made Lin Feng almost crazy, his eyes were splitting. Linger. Just as angry as Lin Feng, there are Peng Fei and the creatures of Qingtian Shanshan. Peng Ling was the proud girl of the Qingtian mountain, but now she was slapped to death by Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, pay for my sister's life. Peng Fei rushed into the crown, eyes scarlet, and shot with anger. He blasted out with a punch, the cyan mana was surging, turned into a phantom of the blue sky Big Peng, and blasted towards Jun Xiaoyao. Upon seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao despised with a ray of his eyes. This son of God does not even look at the golden-winged rock, let alone your blue sky rock. Arrogant, how can you handle the golden-winged Xiaopeng king? Peng Fei shouted angrily. This time, Jun Xiaoyao put away the Pan-Emperor Year's sword, and directly took out the Thanos sovereign gloves and put it on his right hand. The power of Shenhen Zijin is permeating, blessing above Jun Xiaoyao's fist. He slammed a punch, and wrote lightly, Golden-winged Xiaopeng king, his subordinates are defeated. Boom. Jun Xiaoyao, who put on Thanos Sage King's gloves, has become a punchman. After this punch, Peng Fei's entire body was torn apart, blood was splashed, and one of the punched arms was blown into blood mist. You, what did you say, King-winged Xiaopeng? At the last moment of his life, Peng Fei's eyes widened, still unbelievable. What kind of terrifying character did he provoke? Puff. Peng Fei's torn-apart body fell from midair, and the same dead could not die again. With 2 moves, Jun Xiaoyao quickly killed the 2 best descendants of Qing Tian Mountain. This silenced the chaotic battlefield of the quartet. The people of the Blue Sky Sacred Mountain were even more dazed. Their most outstanding descendants of the Qing Tian Mountain just died. How? Lin Feng trembled like chaff. How strong is Jun Xiaoyao? Romance 888-inch. Is he still human? Jun Xiaoyao took advantage of the fact that everyone didn't react, and directly grabbed Lin Feng. Lin Feng's whole body was grabbed by the golden mana palm, unable to move. Jun Xiaoyao, you. Lin Feng's face flushed with suffocation, almost asphyxiated. Before you die, this son will tell you a word. Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. You want to kill me? Lin Feng's teeth were shaking. It wasn't until the dying moment that Lin Feng knew what fear was. Before he was sheltered by the heaven and the earth, and the wind has been smooth. But since meeting Jun Xiaoyao, it seemed to be the beginning of a nightmare. You may be the protagonist of heaven and earth, but heaven and earth are all in the palm of the Son of God. Jun Xiaoyao's voice fell, and the probe hand shook towards the void. The golden mana palm suddenly closed at the same time. Click. Blood was splashing, and the sound of broken bones sounded. Lin Feng's entire body was crushed into sludge, and he could not die again. The second protagonist of heaven and earth died in the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. A large group of the world origin of the profound sky continent emerged. Jun Xiaoyao directly put it into the space magic weapon. Plus the small group of world origin he got from Lin Feng before. The origins of the profound sky continent were gathered. He now has 2 world origins in the profound sky continent and the star continent. Until Jun Xiaoyao squeezed Lin Feng to death, everyone came back to their senses. Junior, die. The sage of the blue sky sacred mountain roared, and the power of the holy realm exploded, crushing against Jun Xiaoyao. Presumptuous. The ancestor Dongxian shot, the power of the holy realm also broke out, blocking the offensive of the sage of the blue sky. The descendant of the ancient family in the fairyland, you are too arrogant, and in this situation, you can't return to the sky alone. The golden spider ancestor of the demon mountain uttered a cold voice. Hearing this, the human monk reacted. Indeed. Although Jun Xiaoyao is here, he can only sweep his peers and challenge a few more levels at most. But facing the saint is still stretched. And his servant, there are only 2 saints, 1 quasi-saint. Although it is helpful to the battle situation, there are still not enough people to solve the problem completely. There are double-digit saints on the side of Taiku Mountain. The hearts of Nalin Zhan and others sank slightly. At this time, the golden spider ancestor spoke again. You are a descendant of the ancient family in the upper realm. If you don't interfere in the battle, our ancient mountain can forgive your offense. This remark once again caused Nalin Zhan, Sect Master Dongxian and others to change their colors. Is this to threaten Jun Xiaoyao not to interfere? The sun. Nalin Ruoshi's heart also tightened slightly. But she still believes that Jun Xiaoyao will not give up on them. Jun Xiaoyao laughed. Since my son was born, there are really not many people who dare to make such threats. How old are you, spiders? Little evil animal, look for death. The golden spider ancestor heard the words, and the 8 compound eyes were full of anger. The Sky Demon Spider clan is inherently bloodthirsty and irritable. The ancestor of Golden Spider felt that the identity of Jun Xiaoyao was a bit troublesome www.novel.com, so he was willing to take a step back. Unexpectedly, Jun Xiaoyao ridiculed him in this tone. He directly stretched out a spider leg, like a sharp golden spear, and pierced towards Jun Xiaoyao. Die! The Golden Spider ancestor let out a sharp roar. At this moment, old ancestor Golden Spider saw the ironic smile in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. He didn't understand how he could show such an expression when he died. However, in the next moment, the Golden Spider ancestor understood. In the void around him, 6 spatial cracks were opened. 6 fighters with the power of the Holy Realm bombarded the Golden Spider ancestor at the same time. The ancestor of the Golden Spider screamed in horror instantly. Chapter 198. The split star puppet showed its power, the Golden Spider ancestor fell, and Jun Xiaoyao became. 6 cold fists glowing with metallic luster blasted out from the cracks in the space. Every boxing front carries the terrifying power of shattering the mountains. With this punch, the saint will explode. The Golden Spider ancestor let out a scream of horror. Just a single punch made him feel like his hairs were standing upside down, let alone 6 punches bombarding him. Moreover, they came from all directions, and the Golden Spider ancestors had nowhere to retreat. At this time, he understood what the sneer in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes meant. Xiao Nihu, you are so ruthlessly calculating. The Golden Spider ancestor roared, while golden light leaped up all over his body. Countless spider silks emerged, surrounding his body, trying to weave a layer of defense. But because he was too caught off guard and the punch was so fast, it was too late to make a temporary defense. Boom. 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 6 vibrating and roaring sounds sounded almost at the same time. At the same time, there was also the scream of the Golden Spider ancestor to the extreme. The screams of tragic screams made the listener sad, and those who heard it wept. In the next second, the huge spider body of the Golden Spider ancestor fell heavily to the ground. Almost all of his 8 spider legs were broken, and his carapace had several holes. All kinds of blood and body fluids kept flowing out of the blood hole. The dignified ancestor of the demon god Mountain Golden Spider was seriously injured and dying at this moment, completely losing his combat effectiveness. This sudden scene has short-circuited the minds of all the gods of the primordial mountain. What's the situation? At this time, everyone's eyes suddenly turned to the 6 spatial cracks. The 6 bodies gleaming with stars and metallic luster, stepping out of the cracks in space. Every figure is tall and towering, exuding the aura of a holy realm. It was the split star puppet that Jun Xiaoyao got from the treasure house of the Star Palace. The split star puppet, known as the split star, will split the stars with one punch. At this moment, the 6 split star puppets shot at the same time, and the power is so powerful that one can imagine. The Golden Spider ancestor was not smashed to death at once, but was somewhat beyond Jun Xiaoyao's expectations. But now, the Golden Spider ancestor is dead and not dead, there is not much difference. This are these 6 puppets. 6 saint-level puppets, my god. All monks were shocked by Jun Xiaoyao's handwriting. One shot is 6 saint puppets. Looking at the lower realm, it is almost unimaginable. In the land of the 10 realms, except for the heaven-defying figure like Wuji Xingjuan, it is difficult for anyone else to have this kind of background. But in the end, Jun Xiaoyao was still cheaper. Ancestor. The creatures of the demon god mountain were exclaiming, they were about to rescue. But Jun Xiaoyao was one step ahead and his heart moved. The 6 split star puppets shot again, directly smashing the Golden Spider ancestor into a pool of flesh. No. The demon spirit and the mountain creature let out a mournful cry. On the other hand, the human monk's side, the morale was shocked. Several human saints were also overjoyed. Jun Xiaoyao alone brought 6 saints' combat power. If you add Dongxian ancestors and others, it will be the fighting power of 8 saints. This can definitely determine the outcome of this war. Not to mention, these 6 star split puppets are invulnerable and invincible. A split star puppet is enough to block the 2 saints of the primordial mountain. Kill. Jun Xiaoyao's heart moved, and the 6 split star puppets shot at the same time. Jun Xiaoyao has thousands of star cores, which can support the consumption of the split star puppet. Kill. It's time for human race to fight back. It's time to let these primordial creatures know how powerful our human race is. Long live the Son of God. If there is the Son of God, why not worry about our human race? Jun Xiaoyao, at this moment, became the Dinghai Shenzhen of human race. It seems that as long as he is there, all difficulties can be easily solved. The fact is indeed the case. Those immortal mountain creatures began to panic, and the situation almost reversed. The 6 split star gods' puppets, open and close, invulnerable, sweeping everywhere, there is no sage of the ancient sacred mountain, willing to confront these split star gods. Let me ask, who would be willing to use his own life to fight a puppet to death and death? It is for this reason that the sage of Taikushenshan, steadily retreating, began to prepare to leave. The top combat power retreats, and the lower combat power naturally began to defeat. Countless sacred mountain creatures were beheaded, blood flowed into rivers. Before they were butchers, and human monks were fish on the cutting board. Now the situation is reversed, and primordial creatures have become fish. Jun Xiaoyao was not idle either. Every time he blasted his punches, the void was shattered, his fists were shocking, and he smashed a piece of ancient creatures into blood foam fragments. Soon, the Taikushenshan couldn't hold on, and another saint died under the fist of the star-split puppet. They started screaming in horror and turned and fled. Many primordial creatures looked at Jun Xiaoyao with unprecedented fear, like Yen Luo in hell. Jun Xiaoyao is the nightmare of their ancient mountain. Next, this battle lasted for several days and nights. The monks of the human race chased them all the way, and fled all the people killed by the ancient mountain. Along the way, blood flowed into rivers, but most of them were the creatures of the primordial mountain. They began to retract back into the central penalty area, shivering. Terran won an unprecedented victory. Nalan family, ancient Lingshan. Looking at it, although it was a mess, the faces of the monks were filled with joy from the heart. Their cultivators from the profound sky continent stood up for the first time. The place where the primordial mountain was previously called the Forbidden Zone, the human monks stepped into the dead. But now, these creatures in the forbidden area are being chased by their human race monks holding their heads. This feeling is so good. And all of this must be attributed to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao is the savior of all the monks of the entire profound sky continent. Nalan family, in the vast lobby, Jun Xiaoyao takes the first place. Below him, many leaders of the profound sky continent stood densely. There are Holy Land Holy Masters, Hermit family patriarchs, sect suzerains, and archbishops. At this moment, they all bowed to Jun Xiaoyao. Tian profound continent human race, thank you for the great kindness of the son of the Jun family, I dare not forget this kindness forever. The voices of the people are shocking, from the heart, and sincerely thank you. You don't need to be like that. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. He is not actually the virgin of the Savior. It's just for my own benefit. From now on, the human race of the profound sky continent will look forward to the head of the sun. Sect Master Dongxian was the first to speak. That is, in the future, the entire continent will be subordinate to the Son of God. The Son of God is the master of the profound sky continent. All the holy masters www.novel.com, the masters and suzerains, all agree together. Nalan's hand still had a trace of doubt in his eyes, and he said, dare to ask the Son of God, although we won the battle this time, the primordial mountain still preserved a part of our combat power. If they wait for the Son of God to leave, they will come back to retaliate. Nalan Zhan did not say anything. The atmosphere fell into silence for a while. Indeed. With Jun Xiaoyao, they can win a big victory. But what if Jun Xiaoyao left? He is a person from the immortal realm, so it is impossible to stay in the profound sky continent, right? Hey, don't worry, everyone, this matter has already figured out a solution. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly, feeling quite strategizing. Chapter 199 The profound sky continent is completely stable, the next goal, Fang Han. Jun Xiaoyao asked himself that he was not a good person. However, Jun Xiaoyao is not stingy to do this kind of effortlessly helping others. Furthermore, the entire profound sky continent is in the hands of the human monks, which is equivalent to being in the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. After that, the Jun family could also use the profound sky continent as the residence of the lower realm. This is tantamount to hitting a site. First of all, after I leave the profound sky continent, these 6 star-split puppets will stay and be controlled by trusted human monks. The first sentence of Jun Xiaoyao made the whole hall speechless. The 6 saint-level puppets were given away as soon as they said they were given. This skill is beyond imagination of these lower realm cultivators. The birth of a split star puppet is estimated to be able to stir up the whole continent. Jun Xiaoyao casually agreed to send out 6 puppets. My lord God, this is too expensive. That's right, these 6 star-split puppets are your personal belongings, how can we be embarrassed to take them? Many patriarchs, holy masters, speak. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand and said, do you think this child will lack puppets? Jun Xiaoyao's words blocked their mouths. Indeed, if Jun Xiaoyao wants a puppet, let alone the Saint Realm. It is the Saint King, and even the top puppet of the great sacred realm, the Jun family will give him. But the problem is that it is not necessary at all. After Jun Xiaoyao returned to the fairyland, the Taoist guardian Aju and others secretly protected him. There is no need to use a puppet to protect you. So after Jun Xiaoyao returned to the fairyland, the split star puppet lost its function. Instead of throwing it into the space magical artifact to eat ashes, it is better to give it to the human monks in the profound sky continent. After some explanation, many monks also showed joy. With the 6 split star puppets, if the primordial mountain wants to use any crooked brains, it must be carefully weighed. Jun Xiaoyao continued, in addition to this, I will also contact Xuantianzong in the star continent in the future. From the star continent to the profound sky continent, there is a cross-border teleportation array, which is considered convenient. The Xian Tianzong also listens to the orders of the sun. If there is any movement in the ancient sacred mountain, then the Xian Tianzong can send strong people to help. Xiaoyao rode. As for why Jun Xiaoyao didn't go directly to the central forbidden area to wipe out all the creatures of the primordial mountain, the reason is simple. Trouble. Jun Xiaoyao didn't like trouble, so he left it to the monks in the profound sky continent to deal with it himself. Jun Xiaoyao also believes that they can handle it well. If with this kind of help, even the cultivators of the profound sky continent couldn't deal with the primordial mountain, they deserve to be destroyed. After listening to Jun Xiaoyao's words, the cultivators on the profound sky continent were completely relieved. 6 split star puppets, plus the support of Xuantianzong. The sacred mountain of Taiku can't stir up any storms, and can only shrink to survive. And Jun Xiaoyao's deterrence and influence can last for a long time. It may become the shadows and nightmares of those immortal mountain creatures that can't be erased for a lifetime. At this point, the affairs of the profound sky continent and the star continent were completely closed. But the matter of Jun Xiaoyao is not over yet. First, he will go to the Dayan dynasty in Qianlong continent to punish the other sinners. Second, see if we can find the remaining 10 guards. To be honest, Jun Xiaoyao started with the mentality of a younger brother. However, these children of luck, one by one did not have the protagonist's life, but fell ill with the protagonist. All of them are proud and pretentious, and Jun Xiaoyao is helpless, so he can only teach them how to be human. But if it is possible, Jun Xiaoyao still wants to accept a few sons who are against the sky. The third is to find as many sources of the world as possible. Fourth, Jun Xiaoyao has not forgotten about the next volume of the book. Fifth, look for rifts in the 10 realms, enter the altar of heroic spirits, and walk out of your own way. Sixth, go find Jun Wanjia's sister. Jun Xiaoyao sorted it out carefully, and found that he still had so many things to do. This can't help but make Jun Xiaoyao a little headache. He also spent a few days resting in the Nalan family. In these few days, Nalan Ruashi has been taking care of Jun Xiaoyao's daily life. Even when Jun Xiaoyao took a bath, Nalan Ruashi would take the initiative to wait, pinching her shoulders and rubbing her back. As for what to rub back, of course it is a soft thing. Nalan Ruashi was doing her best to serve, and she treated Jun Xiaoyao well in all aspects, which made him very comfortable. Jun Xiaoyao is also happy to enjoy. He is not a pure-hearted ascetic monk. As for why Jun Xiaoyao never takes the initiative to get close to any woman, it is because no woman is qualified to make Jun Xiaoyao take the initiative to show her favor. In the world, there are too few women worthy of him. But in the past few days, Su Ziqiang has suffered, and she has almost turned into a deep-seated woman. Nalan Ruashi took away the work of serving Jun Xiaoyao. These days, it has been a few days since Jun Xiaoyao's lower realm. But the time to relax is just these few days. What should be done is still to be done. On this day, Jun Xiaoyao called Elder Dong Xian and others. Because they are most familiar with the lower realms, Jun Xiaoyao has something to ask them. Next, I should go to Qianlong continent, can I reach it through the cross-border teleportation array? Jun Xiaoyao asked. The ancestor of Dongxian shook his head slightly and said, God Hui, profound sky continent and star continent, should not be able to go directly to Qianlong continent. They may transfer to other continents in the middle, and then to Qianlong continent. That's not the case, then we will leave tomorrow after we prepare. Jun Xiaoyao said. Elder Dongxian and others nodded. The next day, Jun Xiaoyao set out again with 9 lions, Yu, Su Ziqiong, and Dongxian Patriarch. Many cultivators from the profound sky continent were greeted. My son, Ruashi waits for you to come back, take me to the fairyland. Nailan Ruashi murmured. Just when Jun Xiaoyao and others set off again. The turmoil in Qianlong continent has already begun to erupt. The forces everywhere rebelled, and the sinners rose. There were no fewer than dozens of wars, large and small. The entire Qianlong continent, Dongtu, Nanling, West Wilderness, and Beiyuan, all lit up a terrible war. The Dayan dynasty also sent troops to suppress it, and the same criminals launched a killing. And in such a battle, the performance of a prince was beyond the expectations of everyone in the Dayan dynasty. Even Emperor Dayin was very surprised. That prince www.novel.com is the 16th prince, Fang Han. Almost no one knew this dumb 16th prince up and down the Dayan dynasty. But his performance in battle after battle is getting more and more amazing, and his strength is getting stronger and stronger, even surpassing all his brothers and sisters. Even Jun Ying'er was very surprised. In her heart, she was also happy for Fang Han's change. But Fang Han's ambitions don't stop there. He wants to defeat the sinner, become a hero in the eyes of the world, and win Jun Ying'er's favor. Didn't Jun Ying'er say that she hoped that the person she loved was a hero in white clothes? Then Fang Han will become that hero. Chapter 200 Falling into the palace, falling into the gods, arresting the suns against the heavens, and descending from the devouring skills. Just when the Qianlong continent was full of chaos. One of the 10 places in the lower realm, Sun Luo continent. Unlike other continents, this continent is full of the law of survival of the weak and the strong. The strong live and the weak die. There is no justice or reason. It is precisely because of this that this continent has become a famous place for hiding dirt in the lower realm, which is extremely chaotic. Many powerful men who committed heinous crimes on other continents could only escape to Sun Luo continent. The strong can live comfortably in Sun Luo continent, but the weak are miserable. At this moment, somewhere in Sun Luo continent, in a dark and cold palace, a young figure sits on the white skull throne. He was surrounded by a black mist and couldn't see his face clearly. A long gray hair fell to the ground, and behind it was a pair of strange black and white wings, surrounded by yin and yang. Although his face was vague, the pupils that were faintly exposed seemed to contain the horrible sight of the blood of the immortals and the fall of the gods and demons, which was frightening. He just sat faintly on the bone throne, exuding an extremely depressed breath. On both sides of the white bone throne, there was also a black robed man standing on each side, exuding the pressure of the holy realm. And below, there is a group of monks from the Sun Luo continent. The leaders of several powerful forces are also gathered here. Among these people, an old man in a blood-robed robe took a step, arched his hand slightly, and cautiously said, "My lord from the fairyland, I wonder if you called us, what's the point?" This blood-robed old man comes from Yellow Spring Valley. Yellow Spring Valley is one of the top forces in Sun Luo continent. These people were originally wicked people who could eat people without spitting out bones, but in front of this lord from the immortal realm, they could only bow their heads and claim the court. The monks who were dissatisfied before had already turned into cold corpses on the ground. "I heard that you have found the trace of the descendants of the devil-swallowing demon art." The young man sitting on the bone throne, tapping his fingers on the armrest, said indifferently. "Yes, we just got the news not long ago. The heir of the demon-swallowing demon art seems to be the Tianjiao of the War Demon Temple." The blood-robed old man said hurriedly with cold sweat on his forehead. "Very well, I finally showed up. It didn't cost me such a long time in this continent." The young man chuckled lightly, then said, "Yellow Spring Valley, Shuraman, heavenly evil sect, I order you to go and destroy the War Demon Temple, and bring me the inheritor of the devouring god demon art." The young man said. As soon as this statement came out, the people of the 3 sects changed their colors. A middle-aged man from the Tianxia sect couldn't help but stand up and said, "Sir of the immortal territory, the Battle Demon Temple is the most powerful force in the Sun Luo continent. Even if the 3 of us go together, we will lose a lot, almost I'm fighting for my life." However, just when the men from Tianxia sect had just finished speaking, beside the white bone throne, a black-robed man directly reached out his hand and slapped it into flesh with a palm. Who else opposes my decision, or doesn't want to obey? The young man said slowly. No. I dare. The people of the three sects were sweating coldly behind them. There are also saints in the War Demon Temple. Their three major sects joined forces, and even if they captured the War Demon Palace, it is estimated that they would suffer heavy losses. But the young men from Xianyu didn't lose the slightest bit. But the situation is better than people, they have to bow their heads. A man from Shiraman bit his head and asked, "Dare to ask the adults of the Immortal Territory, now in Sun Luo continent, there are also other Tianjiao from the lower realm of Immortal Territory who are paying attention to the descendants of the devil-swallowing demon art. If they block and want to fight." The men didn't say anything, but he obviously meant it. They are all people from the immortal domain, who can they offend? Hearing this, the young man on the bone throne smiled. It seems to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He slowly said, "Don't worry, no one dares to oppose me in these 10 places in the lower realm. If there is a guy who does not have long eyes who wants to stop, you only need to say 6 words. Fallen God Palace, Fallen God Child." After the 6 characters fell, a terrifying devilish spirit swept out. Rao is below. Some strong people with higher cultivation bases than young men all have a feeling of scalp tingling. Fallen to the palace, Fallen Sun. They staying in the lower realm do not know the weight of these 6 characters. But in Xianyu, Fallen Palace is a powerful force with terrifying background. Rumor has it that this vein is one of the sources of Immortal Territory demon cultivation, which has an ancient heritage. The son of the Fallen God, as one of the most outstanding princes of the Fallen God Palace, his words are not simply bragging. In these 10 places in the lower realm, there are really not a few Tianjiao who dare to fight against the Fallen Child. Yes, let's do it now. The people of the 3 major sects retired, their bodies soaked in cold sweat. Obviously, this young man from the immortal realm has an astonishing status and is far stronger than the ordinary Tianjiao of the lower realm. After the people of the 3 sects left, the Fallen Child leaned on the bone throne and murmured to himself, "The god-swallowing magic skills of the demon-swallowing ancestor at the beginning caused catastrophes in the immortal realm. At last, the demon-swallowing demon ancestor was besieged and severely injured near death, and finally disappeared. The magic power has also been lost. I thought that the god-swallowing demon art was really extinct, and now I think about it, it should be the heaven-swallowing demon ancestor, and he didn't want his magic art to be cut off from the inheritance. Therefore, within the final time limit of his life, he came to the lower realm and stayed behind. Orthodoxy. With my talent, if I can obtain the devil-swallowing demon art, the young dragon head of the fairyland will be in charge by my fallen son." The Fallen Child smiled. Everything is in his grasp. In the Sun Luo continent, no one from the lower realm of the immortal realm dared to oppose his fallen son. In the next few days, the army led by the 3 major sects also rushed to the Hall of War Demon. Along the way, there were also some Tianjiao from Xianyu who noticed that something was wrong, relied on the identity of Xianyu, and asked. As a result, as soon as he heard the 6 words Fallen God Palace, Fallen God Child, all Tianjiao in the immortal territory retreated with a look of jealousy, and did not dare to make things difficult. This gave the monks of the 3 major sects a clear understanding of the identity of the Fallen Child. In Sun Luo continent, no one dared to provoke the authority of the Fallen Sun. This gave the monks of the 3 sects confidence. Holding this thigh tightly may also be an opportunity. In this situation, the coalition forces headed by the 3 major sects, unimpeded all the way, launched a surprise attack on the War Demon Temple. War Demon Palace, as the strongest force in Sun Luo continent, although it has been raided, naturally it has to resist. Hand over the descendants of God-devouring demon art, or you will destroy your War Demon Hall. The Lord of the Fallen God Palace of Xianyu has spoken, handing over the descendants of the demon-swallowing demon art, and may possibly spare your lives. The war was raging, gun smoke was everywhere, and the 3 powerful sects were shouting. You tortoise grandsons, you want me to be soft in the War Demon Hall, it's impossible. The strongman in the War Demon Hall was crying coldly. In this chaotic situation, a young man in black armor, with a blind woman who was blind, and some other masters of the War Demon Hall, swept towards the back mountain of the War Demon Hall. The blind girl was dressed in a tight black gauze skirt, with a slender figure, a beautiful face, extremely white skin, and green silk with fragrant shoulders. The most special thing about her body is her eyes. Because he was blind, he was covered by a black ribbon. Brother www.novel.com, you go quickly and leave me alone, said the blind woman. Qingying, don't say anything stupid, take you away from my brother, one day, I will make these 3 sects and the fallen goddess pay the price. The young man in black armor had a cold tone with a sense of hatred. His eyes are as scary as a black hole. This young man is the heir to the devil-swallowing demon art. And at this moment, in the sky ahead, a dense group of figures suddenly appeared. 3 young Tianjiao, standing in the forefront, breathed. Holy Son of Huangquan, Blood Shura, Tian Mingzi. The black-armored youth swept across the sky, his face frozen. Chapter 201, Son of Heaven defying death. The doubts of the fallen god, the 7th generation of the War Demon Palace. Huangquan Saint Sun, Blood Shura, and Tian Mingzi are the top arrogant of Huangquan Valley, Shuriman, and Tiansha sect. Like the black-armored youths, they are both the pinnacle of the younger generation of Sun Luo continent. Unexpectedly, Yan Fei, the descendant of the Hall of War Demon, was actually the descendant of God-swallowing demon art, which is really unexpected. Huang Quanxingzi smiled coldly. This black-armored youth, named Yan Fei, is the most outstanding talent in the War Demon Temple. The blind girl is his sister, Yan Qingying. Neither did I expect that your 3 major sects will become the doglegs of the immortal realm Tianjiao. Yan Fei scolded coldly. Upon hearing this, the faces of Huang Quanxingzi and others were a little unnatural. Although this is true, can it be called a dog leg so bad? Humph, how can you know the power of Lord Fallen Sun? In this lower realm, no one dares to provoke Lord Fallen Sun. Huang Quanxingzi said coldly. Yes, it's your honor to be favored by the Lord of the Fallen God, you can grab it with your hands and go with us. Tian Mingzi said the same. If I can survive, I must personally slaughter that fallen child. Yan Fei's dark eyes were cold. He suddenly turned his head and said to an old man on the side, Trouble Elder, take Qingying away, I will stop here. Yan Fei, hey, okay. The elder was also very decisive, and directly retreated with Yan Qingying. No. Brother. Yan Qingying's face changed suddenly, and she wanted to stay, but she was forcibly taken away by the elder. Qingying, run away, leave me alone. After Yan Fei gave a cold drink, he turned and killed the 3 of Huang Quanxingzi. Originally, with his strength, it was only about the same as Huang Quanxingzi and the others. But at this moment, between Yan Fei's raising his hand, a dark whirlpool appeared, as if it could swallow everything. His dark eyes also exudes an aura that swallows everything. Sure enough, it is the devil-swallowing technique. Huang Quanxingzi and the others were excited. If they could catch Yan Fei and suppress it, wouldn't they be a great hero? When the time comes, the fallen will reward them, and maybe even take them to the fairyland. Kill. The 3 of Huang Quanxingzi also shot. There are also some monks in the War Demon Temple who choose to stay and block the powerhouses of the 3 major sections. Just when Yan Qingying had evacuated from the back mountain. Suddenly, a earth-shattering explosion came out, and at the same time, there was also the fearful roar of Huang Quanxingzi and others. Yan Fei, you are really crazy, you blew yourself up, you don't even want your life. With this scream falling, Yan Fei exploded himself and died together with Huang Quanxingzi and others. Brother. Yan Qingying let out a scream, feeling sad. Qingying, let's go. The elder's eyes also showed a touch of sadness. The whole battle lasted for several days. After all, the War Demon Hall was still outnumbered. Except for a few people who fled, most of the monks in the War Demon Hall had fallen. Of course, the 3 major sects and other forces suffered extremely huge losses. Even the top talents such as Huang Quanxingzi have fallen. But what frightened the 3 major sects was that Yan Fei, the descendant of God's son, the descendant of God-swallowing demon art, had actually blew himself up and died. This makes the 3 sects panic. But they can only bite the bullet in return. In the hall, above the bone throne, the fallen Godzi didn't say a word after hearing the news. Below, the cultivators of the 3 major sects were sweating coldly and their legs were shaking. My lord, please forgive me, then Yan Fei will blew himself up, and we have no choice. The monks from the 3 major sects all knelt down. But to their surprise, the fallen goddess didn't seem to be angry. No. Something is wrong. Fallen Shensi said to himself. It is rumored that there are 10 suns against the sky in the lower realm, and all the luck in one world will gather on one person. It stands to reason that Yan Fei, the descendant of the god-swallowing demon art, should be the son of Sun Luo continent, so why did he die so easily? Isn't he supposed to find a way to live and then retaliate against me? The fallen child is thinking. Falling into the palace is also an immortal force with a deep heritage, knowing many secrets. As the young supreme of the fallen god palace, the fallen child naturally knows a lot of news. He also heard the news about 10 suns against the sky. But the son of Sun Luo continent against the sky, is it too easy to die? Wei Wei thought for a while, and the fallen child said indifferently, "You said, there are still a small number of remnants in the War Demon Temple that have escaped." "Yes, that's right, there are still a small number of people who fled, including Yan Fei's younger sister, Yan Qingying." The monk of the 3 major sects replied. "Ah. The younger sister of the descendant of god-devouring demon art." The fallen god raised his eyebrows. Then, he opened his mouth and said, "You are only allowed to find all the remnants of the War Demon Temple within 7 days, especially the sister of Yan Fei, you must stay alive." "Yes." The 3 sect monks responded together, and then left. Could it be that I guessed wrong from the beginning, but that Yan Fei, indeed, has also performed the devil-swallowing technique? It's okay, as long as you arrest all the people related to him, everything will be clear. The fallen child sneered. Swallowing god-devil skill, he must get it. Just when the entire Sun Luo continent was in chaos. In a barren mountain, there is an ancient teleportation array filled with thick dust. This teleportation array that hadn't been activated for a long time suddenly exuded a dazzling brilliance. Then, the void distorted, and a line of figures appeared. It is Jun Xiaoyao and others. Jun Xiaoyao stepped out of the golden carriage, looked around, and asked, "Which world is this?" "Hui Shensi, this should be Senluo continent, we have to go through this world to go to Qianlong continent," Dong Xian ancestor replied. "So, then we will transfer directly to Qianlong continent." Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. At this moment, the middle-aged man in the pitch-black armor, who looked like a demon god, looked a little hesitant, with an expression of hesitation. "Are you doing anything?" Jun Xiaoyao noticed the man's expression and asked. Ancestor Dong Xian smiled and said, "The young man doesn't know anything about this. This is the hometown of Brother Gu Yuan on the mainland. It turned out to be like this." Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, only then did he understand why Gu Yuan showed such an expression. Gu Yuan slightly arched his hands and said, "The Sun www.novel.com. It is true that Gu used to be the 7th generation Hall Master of the War Demon continent in Senluo continent. Now he has come to his homeland, and it is inevitable that he feels a little bit emotional. Of course, we still focus on the things of the sun, we can go directly to Qianlong continent." Gu Yuan replied. He didn't dare to delay Jun Xiaoyao's itinerary because of his personal affairs. "No problem, you have been with this sun for so long, and it is hard work. Now that you are in your hometown, go to the War Demon Palace to take a look." Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. "Thank you, son." Gu Yuan handed over, with gratitude. Next, they set off and randomly found a monk to ask about the location of the War Demon Temple. However, the things he asked changed Gu Yuan's expression suddenly. "What are you talking about? The War Demon Hall was destroyed." Chapter 202 News from the War Demon Palace. Jun Xiaoyao's plan is to start harvesting again. Gu Yuan was stunned, his mind was shaking like thunder. He is the 7th generation Hall Master of the Battle Demon Hall. Although he finally ascended to the immortal realm, he still has a trace of concern for the Battle Demon Hall. However, when he was ascending to the immortal realm, the War Demon Temple had always been the strongest force in the Sun Luo continent. Why has it fallen into such a field now? What is going on? Gu Yuan asked. The pressure of the holy realm emanating from it made the monk tremble. It was pitiful, he was just a little monk passing by. In a blink of an eye, I saw such a group of terrifying people. Not to mention the 9 lions pulling the cart, there are even saints in it. This little monk was almost fainting. Where did this group of fierce people emerge from? What is going on? Let's talk about it. Jun Xiaoyao also frowned. This matter had nothing to do with him. But Gu Yuan has followed him in the lower realm for so long, always doing his best and fulfilling his duties. Regardless of Jun Xiaoyao, it is impossible to justify. When the little monk saw Jun Xiaoyao, his eyes also showed a hint of surprise. Jun Xiaoyao's temperament is too detached. Even the strong saint next to him, his temperament was suppressed by the young man in white. Could it be the Tianjiao of the lower realm of the immortal territory? The little monk was secretly surprised. However, he hurriedly explained what had happened in Sun Luo continent recently. After hearing all the news, Gu Yuan's face was already extremely gloomy. The whole person is like a volcano about to erupt, with an unstable breath. After Jun Xiaoyao listened, a ray of surprise appeared in his eyes. Falling to the palace, falling into the gods. Jun Xiaoyao thought for a while. Fallen Temple is also a famous immortal force in the Wild Heaven immortal territory. Rumor has it that this vein is one of the origins of the magical way of the fairyland, with a deep and long history. However, in the eyes of Jun Xiaoyao, it was just like that. As for the fallen goddess, among the younger generation, they are considered very famous. He once faced 3 immortal forces with 1 enemy and 3 at the same time, and he finally retreated. That was his battle of fame. But for Jun Xiaoyao, the strength of the fallen child can only be considered passable. If it was his words, it is estimated that the 3 immortal forces must be considered how to save their lives. But after all, Jun Xiaoyao had never seen the fallen god child, so it was not clear whether he had hidden means. Of course, the fallen child is not the main thing. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about him either. What Jun Xiaoyao cares about is the devil-swallowing demon art and the Son of Heaven defying the Sun Luo continent. Jun Xiaoyao has only heard about the devil power of the swallowing gods, and the rumor is the practice of the swallowing devil ancestor of the immortal domain. That was a ruthless man with a superb cultivation base. Even relying on the devouring god demon skill in his hand, he has killed several supremes of the same realm. You know, the supreme and powerful, wanting to fall can be as simple as that. This shows the overbearing power of swallowing gods. Jun Xiaoyao also had a trace of interest in the god-swallowing demon art. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao, the son of Sun Luo continent, is also interested. It stands to reason that the Son of Heaven defying should be Yan Fei from the War Demon Palace, but he is dead. Jun Xiaoyao is also thinking about this issue. Generally speaking, the Son of Heaven defying, who gathers luck in one world, is definitely not that easy to die. As for Lin Feng, Mo Fan, Promise Star Monarch and his like, I can only say that I am sorry, they met Jun Xiaoyao, that is fate. Jun Xiaoyao believes that it is definitely not that simple for others to deal with the Son of Heaven defying. In this way, is there someone else who has obtained the inheritance of God's swallowing devil art? Jun Xiaoyao thought of this. And the person who is most likely to get the inheritance of God's swallowing devil art should be the people next to Yan Fei. Has the entire army of the War Demon Palace been annihilated? Jun Xiaoyao asked. The little cultivator shook his head and said, there are still a small number of cultivators in the War Demon Temple who have escaped, but it is of no avail. The 3 major sects are chasing and killing them. The monk's words made Gu Yuan clench his fists, and a ray of struggle appeared in his eyes. He wanted to help the War Demon Palace, but he was afraid of delaying Jun Xiaoyao. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao and others left. The little monk finally breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the back of Jun Xiaoyao and others leaving. Mom, these immortal realm Tianjiao are putting too much pressure on people, but how does that middle-aged man feel like I've seen him somewhere? The monk was suspicious. He thought carefully. It suddenly occurred to him that a few years ago, he had wanted to join the Hall of War Demon. Although he did not succeed in entering, he was also in the Hall of War Demon and saw the statues of the masters of the previous generations. One of them seemed to be very similar to the middle-aged man. When the monk recalled, his eyes suddenly widened. Fuck it, no, isn't that middle-aged man, the long-ago Hall Master of the War Demon Palace? The monk was completely dull. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao and others quickly came to the resident of the War Demon Hall according to the direction pointed by the monk. Looking around, the entire War Demon Hall has become a ruin, with stumps and arms everywhere, and corpses all over the field. Gu Yuan trembled with anger when he saw this scene, his eyes gushing with anger. This is the power he once led, but now it has become a ruin. Elder Dong Xian also sighed. If Jun Xiaoyao didn't go to the Profound Sky continent, I'm afraid the Eastern Profound Dao sect would be completely destroyed. The rise and fall of a power is simply too trivial. Only the immortal forces of Xianyu can be immortal and last forever. Gu Yuan took a deep breath, suddenly knelt down on one knee to Jun Xiaoyao, and said, "My son, there is a merciless request here. Xia knows that the son has something to do, so he dare not drag him down, but I hope that the son will allow him to delay him in Senluo for a while." After the matter is handled, I will immediately go to the sun. This man with a temperament like a demon was willing to kneel on the ground at this moment, asking Jun Xiaoyao to give him some time. This shows that Gu Yuan still has feelings for the battle demon temple. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and sighed. Why does this sun look like such an inhuman person? The sun. Gu Yuan looked excited. Jun Xiaoyao admitted that he was simply a devil to the enemy. But it is still very good for myself. You don't need to say, this kind of thing, the godson can't stand by. Jun Xiaoyao said. But he still didn't say the second half of the sentence. www.novel.com. How could Jun Xiaoyao miss such a thing that might benefit? There are cheap bastards. Thank you, son. Gu Yuan expressed joy and sincerely bowed his hand to Jun Xiaoyao. If before, he only followed Jun Xiaoyao because of the Jun family's order. So now, he really offered his loyalty to Jun Xiaoyao. Heh, I'm also very interested in that swallowing magic art. I only hope that the fallen sun don't be ignorant and grab prey with me. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. If anyone who is familiar with Jun Xiaoyao will understand this smile. That means Jun Xiaoyao is about to start harvesting again. Chapter 2033 Encirclement and Suppression of the Big Sect, being driven to a dead end, helping hand in desperate situation. After the destruction of the War Demon Temple, the turmoil in the entire Sun Luo continent did not dissipate. Because a small number of cultivators escaped from the War Demon Temple. The powerhouses of the three major sects are also chasing and intercepting them. The monks in the entire Sun Luo continent know it. If nothing happens, the Hall of War Demon must be destroyed. That small group of monks could not escape the chase and interception of the three major sect forces. And the facts are indeed as everyone expected. The small group of monks in the War Demon Temple was surrounded by all sides and forced to the vicinity of the Dead Sea. The Dead Sea, that is the most famous and dangerous place in Sun Luo continent. It is impossible to fly in the air over the Dead Sea, and if you fall into the Dead Sea and let your cultivation base become monstrous, it will sink completely and never rise. Therefore, the Dead Sea can be said to be a deadly Jedi in Sun Luo continent. The cultivators of the three major sects were also very shrewd, deliberately blocking the four directions of retreat, so that the cultivators of the War Demon Hall could only flee towards the Dead Sea. Finally, he was blocked on the road of death. The Dead Sea, when you look at it, is a sea of pitch black ink, and the sea water inside is as deep and rich as ink. Not far away, a group of scarred monks fled here, looking at the dark ocean in front of them, with a sense of despair in their eyes. It's over, it's really over. The dog thieves of the three major sects are really cunning, driving us to the Dead Sea. My battle demon temple, is it really going to be destroyed? This group of monks in the War Demon Temple showed grief in their eyes. As the strongest force in Sun Luo continent, wherever they go, they are not in awe from all directions. As a result, now, like a group of desolate dogs who lost their homes, they were driven to a dead end. Among this group of monks, there is a blind girl with a slender figure wearing a black gauze dress and her eyes covered by a black ribbon. It is Yan Fei's younger sister, Yan Qingying. It stands to reason that Yan Qingying should be extremely sad when her brother has fallen. But she didn't. There is no trace of weakness or sadness on her snow-white jade cheeks. Some are just extremely cold and hateful. A wave of deep and cold killing intent radiated from Yan Qingying, making the elders on the side a little surprised. Yan Qingying knew that crying and sadness were useless. She has only one thought in her mind now, destroying the three major sects and killing the fallen god. Hey, Qingying, the sorrows have changed smoothly. The elders shook their heads helplessly. As long as there is a slight chance, as long as Qingying has a chance to survive, I will kill the fallen child. Yan Qingying exudes extreme killing intent. This dark killing intent even caused the elders of the Void God realm to get goosebumps. The dark temperament on Yan Qingying's body is simply stronger than Yan Fei before. But speaking of revenge, several elders shook their heads bitterly. Now that even them are on the verge of death, there is no chance of revenge. But at this moment, in the distant world, there are intensive wind-breaking sounds. The densely packed figures came across the border like a swarm of locusts. It is the coalition headed by the three major sections. In addition to the Zhongmin coalition forces, there are also spectators from other forces around. And some Tianjiao from Xianyu, who are eating melons. Hey, it seems that this fallen child is determined to get the devil-swallowing technique. An immortal domain Tianjiao shook his head. Who doesn't want to get it? It's a pity that the fallen god's order is ahead. If we dare to pick peaches halfway, we are afraid that we will lose even our little lives. Another fairyland Tianjiao said helplessly. Yes, the son of the fallen god is not a good person. Anyone who dares to provoke him will kill him if he wants to kill him. With the support of the palace of the fallen god, the son of the fallen god has no fear. These Tianjiao from the lower realm of the immortal territory originally wanted to find the descendants of God swallowing devil art, and then share a piece of the pie. However, the fallen child issued an order, and whoever dared to intervene to obstruct him would be at his own risk. The fallen children are in the fairyland, but they have a reputation, and these fairyland arrogances still dare not provoke them. This fallen child is too arrogant and domineering. I really hope someone can cure it. You think too much. In this lower realm, how many people are qualified to rectify the fallen goddess? In these fairyland Tianjiao when spectators eat melons. The atmosphere of the Dead Sea also became a little heavy and tragic. Seeing the overwhelming crowd, the cultivators in the War Demon Hall clenched their fists one by one. A tall figure exuding a sacred atmosphere stepped out. The armor on his body was a bit broken, stained with blood, and his face looked majestic and upright. It is the contemporary master of the War Demon Temple, a strong man in the middle of the saint. He glanced over the people of the three sects, and said in an indifferent tone, "You three sects, do you really want to do so?" An old man in Huangquan Valley walked out. His name is Huangquan Oldman, who is the valley owner of Huangquan Valley. Our three major sects are also helpless, we can only listen to the orders of Lord Fallen Sun. Listen to the command of the fallen child. In your hearts, don't you have any intention to destroy my War Demon Hall? The War Demon Hall master sneered. This remark made the elderly Huang Quan and others' eyes flash darkly. It is impossible to say that it does not mean this at all. The War Demon Temple has been dominating the Sun Luo continent for a long time. The three major sects such as Huangquangu naturally felt uncomfortable, and wanted to overthrow the hegemony of the War Demon Temple. But because of the strength of the War Demon Palace, he has not made up his mind. And now, the fallen god child is forcing them to deal with the War Demon Temple. To some extent, it can be regarded as making up their minds for them. After eradicating the Hall of War Demon, the three major sects will naturally become the new overlords of the Sun Luo continent. If the fallen gods are satisfied, maybe they will be rewarded. Xianyu Tianjiao's casual rewards are enough to make the three major sects more powerful. This is the current thinking of the three sections. Don't talk about the gossip, just kill it and hand over Yan Fei's younger sister. Old Huang Quan didn't want to say more. The result is doomed, so why bother? The people of the War Demon Hall would rather die than surrender, and fight to the end. The Lord of the War Demon Hall screamed and shot directly. Rather than wait to die obediently, it is better to stand up and resist. Kill one without losing, kill two and earn one. Then, the war broke out again. However, this is destined to be a battle without suspense. A monk in the Temple of War Demon, with few enemies, finally blew himself up. Looking at this scene, the melon-eating crowds of other forces were a little bit lamented. The War Demon Temple, ranked number 1 in Sun Luo continent, ended in such a way. And those Tianjiao of Xianyu looked calm. The conquest of the forces of the lower realm www.novel.com in their eyes, it looks like two groups of ants are fighting. You are Yan Fei's younger sister, and you will be able to catch it. A monk with three major sects discovered Yan Qingying. Yan Qingying's slender body exudes a dark and cold breath. And at this moment, suddenly a sacred power erupted in Yuan Kong. A horrible sword light with a length of thousands of feet, split from Tianyu. A knife cut through the sky. Chapter 204 The seventh generation of the Lord came to help, the fear of the old man Huang Quan, the fallen god. The power of the sword is so terrifying that it divides the sky into two halves. At the same time, accompanied by Dao Mang, there was also a cry of cold drink like a demon god. The trifles of the three major sects are to be blamed today. As this voice fell, Qianzhang's sword light also fell from the sky. With this knife, nearly 1/3 of the monks of the three sects were destroyed. Blood splattered, severed limbs flying. The wailing and screams are endless. This sudden knife made everyone stunned, as if they were a piece of wood. Elder Huang Quan and others have numb scalp and hair on top. Although he is also a saint, he is only the early stage of the saint. That blade of light caused Elder Huang Quan to have an illusion of facing death. Who is it? At this moment, everyone's eyes are projected away. A middle-aged man dressed in pitch-black armor and temperament as cold as a devil came into the air. He was holding a saber, his eyes sharp like an eagle, and he swept across the elderly Huang Quan and others. "Saint!" Many monks were exclaiming. Even in the fairyland, saints are not everywhere, let alone in the lower realm. And who is this saint who suddenly appeared, and why should he help the War Demon Temple? Just when everyone was puzzled, the remaining cultivators of the War Demon Hall opened their eyes wide, and they were extremely surprised. How could the men who appeared so resemble the Lord of the Hall of War Demon? The masters of the War Demon Hall of the past generations all have statues standing in the War Demon Hall, so they recognized it so quickly. The Lord of the Hall of War Demon, his eyes trembled, and also with disbelief, he said, "Is it, Senior Hall of the 7 Generations?" As soon as this remark came out, the quartet became quiet. The 7 generations of the Palace Master of the War Demon Hall, that is a famous ruthless person in the Sun Luo continent. In his time, it was also the most glorious era of the War Demon Temple. Only later, the 7 generations of the Palace Master disappeared without a trace, and some people said that he had already ascended to the fairyland. And now, the man who appeared suddenly, turned out to be the 7th generation Palace Master. How is this possible? The old man Huang Quan and the others were a little bit astonished. In the era where Gu Yuan was, they were just a group of little friends. Unexpectedly, the 3 small sects back then can actually do this kind of thing now. Gu Yuan's eyes were extremely cold. Hearing this, the old man Huang Quan's heart sank completely. Undoubtedly, this saint who suddenly appeared was the Lord of the 7th generation of War Demon Hall. It's just that the people of the 3 major sects can't understand how these 7 generations of the Palace Masters, coincidentally, appear now. Hey, it turned out to be that ruthless person, he was from the lower realm of the fairyland. Some other cultivators around who watched the excitement also took a deep breath. The name of Gu Yuan, the Lord of the 7 generations of palaces, is well known in Senluo. Those Tianjiao of the immortal realm had never heard of Gu Yuan, and there was a hint of pity in their eyes. What's the use of the 7th generation Palace Master coming? Do you dare to stop it? That is, even if he is a saint and offends the fallen sun, there is nothing to eat. These Xinyu Tianjiao are not optimistic about Gu Yuan. The realm of strength is only part. Identity and background are equally important. Although Gu Yuan is a saint, he is a saint in the lower realm after all. Will he dare to provoke the fallen sun? When the Lord of War Demon Palace and others thought of this, the expression of joy and excitement on their faces was reduced a lot. Elder Huang Quan also thought of it at the same time. The panic and unexpected color on their faces dissipated, replaced by a calm and indifferent face. Elder Huang Quan said unhurriedly, 7 generations of the Palace Master, the old man didn't expect you to show up, but did we listen to someone's order to destroy the Demon Hall? Leng Mang flashed in Gu Yuan's eyes and said, no matter who you are, don't talk about your 3 major sects today, even the people behind you will have to die. Bold, you dare to be disrespectful to Lord Fallen God. Old Huang Quan shouted sharply. At this moment, a gentle and flat indifferent voice sounded. What is the fallen child? As the sound came out, there was a lion roar shaking in the distance, and 9 lions pulled the cart. The ancestors of Dongxian, Yu, and others followed closely. Are you a strong saint again? The surrounding cultivators on the Sun Luo continent showed a shock again. However, the gazes of those immortal domain Tianjiao fell on the 9 lions pulling the cart. Is it the one who is pulling the cart with 9 lions? Some immortal realm Tianjiao glanced at each other, and they all saw the shocking colors in the eyes of both sides. If it is said that the fallen goddess, it is to make them jealous and fearful. Then that one can only make them look up, and he is not a person of the world at all. Who are you? Huang Quan raised his eyebrows. The sacred breath exuded by the ancestors of Dongxian once again caused the old man Huang Quan to tremble slightly. The saint looked like a follower. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's arrival, Gu Yuan walked away and said, the sun is here. What? Seeing Gu Yuan's actions, the cultivators in the Sun Luo continent were all dumbfounded. In the continent of Sun Luo, the famous and legendary 7 generations of Palace Lord Gu Yuan has become a servant of others. The monks in the War Demon Temple were also completely confused. This is completely inconsistent with the 7 generations of the Lord of the Palace in their imagination. Yan Qingying lifted her snow-white pretty dick. Although she was blind, she still turned to Jun Xiaoyao. What kind of a person can be called a son by a powerful person like the 7 generations of Palace Masters? can it be compared with that fallen child? Seeing such a situation, the surrounding immortal domain Tianjiao suddenly excited. They didn't even know who was sitting in that carriage. A number of celestial arrogances stepped forward and said, I have seen a child. Such a scene really shocked the monks of Sun Luo continent. They had never seen these arrogant and domineering Tianjiao, who would show such awe and worship gaze. At this time, even the old Manhwa Recap felt a little bit in his heart. A fool can see that the person in that carriage is not only a fairyland arrogant, but also seems to be extremely honorable. Because before, these immortal realm Tianjiao, even if they heard the name of the fallen child, only showed a little jealousy. But now, they are taking the initiative to salute. The difference is huge. Does it have to be so troublesome? Just kill them directly, using the fallen goddess as a shield, ridiculous. In the carriage, Jun Xiaoyao's voice was filled with contempt. Yes. With the support of Jun Xiaoyao, Gu Yuan was also completely relieved. He slashed directly at the old Manhwa Recap and slashed away. No. You can't do this. www.novel.com Lord Fallen God will not let you go. Elder Huang Quan resisted desperately and screamed in horror. However, his words have attracted the cynicism of Xianyu Tianjiao. It's really silly, what counts the fallen child in front of the king's child? That's, compared to status, has the Jun family godson afraid of anyone? This group of immortal realm Tianjiao, with sarcasm and pity on their faces, looked at the three-sect coalition forces. These three sects are completely finished. And the fallen child can be regarded as kicking the iron plate. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel. Chapter 2053 Great sects are destroyed, the wrath of the fallen god, wants to challenge you. With Gu Yuan's strength, it was still very easy to deal with a senior Huang Quan in the early stages of a saint. However, after a few moves, the old Manhwa Recap was hacked to death by Gu Yuan. The old Manhwa Recap didn't see Jun Xiaoyao's real body until he died, so he couldn't ignore him. Elder Dongxian and others also helped. With their strength, the saints of the three sects were not their opponents and were killed one by one. After the leading saint was killed, the other three sect monks were shocked long ago, completely lost their fighting spirit, and fled hastily. But Gu Yuan did not give them a chance to escape. It stands to reason that the strong saints disdain to slaughter the monks below the saints, because that is their identity. But Gu Yuan is different. Seeing that the Hall of War Demon was destroyed, he was full of anger, and when the blade was waving, like cutting wheat, the three major sect monks fell. It's not a joke that a strong saint is angry. Soon, the battle was over. At the Dead Sea, the earth was soaked with blood, as if it turned into a scarlet earth. Countless corpses are stacked and bones become mountains. Many of the three major sect monks, even if they died, the expressions on their faces were still frozen in panic and despair. This time, the three major sect allied forces were completely destroyed. From now on, there will be no three major forces in the Sun Luo continent, Huangquan Valley, Shuriman, and Heavenly Sect. After solving everything, the Lord of the War Demon Hall and the others also stepped forward for the first time and said to Gu Yuan, "Thank you, Lord of the 7th Generation Hall, for your help." All the cultivators who survived in the War Demon Temple were very excited, their eyes gleaming. Originally, they thought that they would definitely die today. But in the end, it was a 360-degree change. You don't need to thank me. If you want to, thank you, son. Only if there is son, I can help you without fear of falling into the gods. Gu Yuan said. He knows very well that if there is no Jun Xiaoyao to support him, even if he shot today, he will still be retaliated by the fallen in the future. Thank you for your great kindness, Master. War Demon Hall will never forget. The Lord of War Demon Hall, with a group of monks, bowed to the golden chariot. Finally, the curtain was opened by Suzy Cheung. Jun Xiaoyao walked out calmly. The fairy light is shrouded, detached and sacred, and the face and temperament are no longer needed to describe with pen and ink. Sure enough, some of the immortal realm Tianjiao around were shocked. This ruthless Jun family is really inferior. Needless to say, the miracle that Jun Xiaoyao created in Xianyu, Tianjiao in Xianyu knew about it. It is precisely because of this that they are so in awe of Jun Xiaoyao. The expressions of the Lord of War Demon Hall and others are also more respectful. The image and temperament of Jun Xiaoyao represented that he was in the fairyland, and he should also be a very noble existence. It's not that Tianjiao, a second-rate force in the fairyland, will pretend to be a big-tail wolf from the lower realms. That inheritor of God-swallowing devil art is the arrogant of your war demon hall. Jun Xiaoyao asked straight ahead. The reason why he intervened in this matter was based on Gu Yuan's face. There are more important reasons. Naturally, it is for one's own benefit. So he also asked directly. Master Hui, the successor of God-swallowing devil art is indeed the Tianjiao of my war demon hall, but he has fallen. The Lord of War Demon Hall replied. Does he have relatives? Jun Xiaoyao asked again. He didn't think that the Son of Heaven Defying would fall so easily. He also has a sister, Yan Qingying, here. The Lord of the Battle Demon Hall signaled Yan Qingying to walk out. Yan Qingying wears a long black dress, which sets off her slender body even more slim. Although she was blind, she was able to discern her position by listening to her voice and bowed to Jun Xiaoyao's direction. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep, and he glanced at Yan Qingying. Sure enough. Jun Xiaoyao's lips showed a faint smile. He went on to say, this is not a place to chat, let's change the place. Everyone at the scene nodded, but the Lord of the War Demon Palace hesitated and said, my son, if the fallen son is found. Everyone in the War Demon Palace is still a little afraid of the fallen child, after all, they are the top young supreme of the immortal domain. For the direct release of the news, the Son of God just wants to pick his peaches halfway. If he dares to come, the Son of God doesn't mind letting one descendant of the fallen palace be missing. Jun Xiaoyao flicked his sleeves, his tone indifferent, and sat back in the car. Hearing these words, the surrounding Xianyu Tianjiao all gasped. There are not many people who dare to despise the fallen child like this. They could see Jun Xiaoyao's domineering again. After Jun Xiaoyao left with a group of people, the news here, as if with wings, spread to most of the Sun Luo continent in just a few days. The three sects encircled and suppressed the Battle Demon Temple before, there was a lot of rumors. As a result, in just a few days, there was news of the collapse of the three major sect forces. This transition is too dramatic, and it makes people have to pay attention. What surprised all the monks in Senluo continent was not that Gu Yuan, the 7th generation hall master of the War Demon Hall. It was the mysterious Tianjiao of Xianyu who didn't put the fallen child in his eyes. Then there was news from Xianyu Tianjiao. The identity of that mysterious Tianjiao is the son of the ancient monarchs in the fairyland, his position is detached and vulgar, and his strength overwhelms the same generation. Even some Xianyu Tianjiao described Jun Xiaoyao as the young emperor. This caused the entire Sun Luo continent to explode. For the lower realms, the saints are almost the ultimate existence. To them, the emperor was like a in myths and legends. And now, the Tianjiao of those immortal realms actually said that the son of the emperor was a young godlike existence. How is this not surprising? The focus of Xianyu Tianjiao is on the fallen child. The fallen child is also a proud and indifferent person. They were very curious, how would the fallen child react to Jun Xiaoyao's contempt? At that time, will there be strong collisions? Just as the entire Sun Luo continent was caught in a tumultuous moment. In a hall, the fallen child sitting on the bone throne slapped the armrest fiercely. Damn it, kill a gentleman's son halfway. The fallen child was filled with black mist, and his breath burst out with a sense of coldness. If other Tianjiao intervened, the fallen god child didn't need to care at all, just slapped to death. But the person who intervened was the son of the Jun family. He fell into a godson on his identity and strength. Looking at the fairyland, few people can compare with him. But if you happen to be Xiaoyao, you can compare with him. Don't talk about being shoulder to shoulder, even Jun Xiaoyao's status is higher than him. After all, Jun Xiaoyao is the core descendant of the ancient monarch family, the ancient Jiang family, and the Holy Spirit Academy, the three supreme powers. Behind him, there is only one fallen temple. My son, why don't we make a secret move? On the side, the men in black robe filled with the aura of Holy Realm said. The fallen child shook his head and said coldly, it's useless. www.novel.com. Jun Xiaoyao also has a Taoist protector. Take a step back and say, if you take an assassination, you will be informed by the Jun family. The fallen child dare not think about the consequences. If it fell because of peers fighting for battle, the Jun family might not find any reason to attack. But if it is the saint who assassinates Jun Xiaoyao, that ghostly sky is a lesson from the past. Although Fallen Temple is much stronger than Netherworld, but it is impossible to face the oppression of two great ancient families at the same time, one of the highest academies. Even though Jun Xiaoyao is strong, I am not weak when I fell, so let me see how the supernatural son of the June family is really capable. The fallen child got up, black and white wings shaking behind his back. Coldness and murderous aura is permeating. Chapter 206 The true successor of God-devouring demon art, Yan Qingying's condition, immortality. No matter what the fallen child is, he must take action. If he doesn't make a move, his Dao Xin will be dusted and cracks will appear. And Jun Xiaoyao spoke with such a contemptuous attitude. If he didn't fight against him, wouldn't he be laughed at by other immortal domain Tianjiao? So this battle was doomed from the moment Jun Xiaoyao decided to intervene. But in one day, the news that the fallen child wanted to fight against Jun Xiaoyao just spread. The quartet is going crazy. Many Xinyu Tianjiao are shocked. The king's son. Fallen son. These two people are famous. Regarding identity, they are all descendants of immortal forces. In terms of strength, they are all the best of the same generation and are at the top. If these two fight each other, it will be a strong showdown, and the needle will face Meimang, which is very interesting. Even the cultivators of Sun Luo continent are very interested, listening to the wind and grass, and when there is news, they will all gather and leave. The battle of Tianjiao in Xianyu is very rare. Not to mention the battle between the young and supreme of Xianyu. Jun Xiaoyao also learned about the news of the fallen son's challenge. But he didn't care. At this moment, the people in the War Demon Hall temporarily settled in a mountain range. Jun Xiaoyao directly asked the Lord of the War Demon Hall to call Yan Qingying. Yan Qingying wears a black dress with a slender body and a very beautiful face. Her eyes were covered by a black ribbon, which not only did not diminish her beauty, but added a somewhat mysterious temperament to her. Gu Yuan and the others were a little puzzled, and they didn't understand what Jun Xiaoyao asked Yan Qingying to do. Jun Xiaoyao took a look at Yan Qingying, and said straightforwardly, "Should I call you Yan Qingying, or should I call you, the successor of God-swallowing devil art?" In a word, everyone present changed color. The Lord of the Battle Demon Hall even couldn't help saying, "Young master, are you making a mistake? The descendant of the demon-swallowing technique is her brother Yan Fei." Everyone in the War Demon Hall was a little confused. Jun Xiaoyao did not explain, but looked at Yan Qingying. Yan Qingying took a deep breath, then opened her lips and said, "Yes, I am the inheritor of God-swallowing devil art." This. The Lord of the War Demon Hall and the others were stunned. Unexpectedly, what Jun Xiaoyao said was true. But even they didn't notice Yan Qingying's abnormality. How did Jun Xiaoyao know? Naturally, they don't know that Jun Xiaoyao's soul perception is far more than ordinary people. He had understood from the first sight of Yan Qingying. Yan Qingying also exposed the matter directly. The inheritance of God-swallowing demon art is indeed a chance for Yan Qingying. She is actually the son of heaven-defying continent, or the daughter of heaven-defying heaven. And as for why Yan Fei can also manifest part of the power of the devouring god demon art. That's because Yan Qingying originally wanted to give her brother the opportunity of devouring god demon art. But in the end, Yan Qingying was chosen for this opportunity. However, Yan Fei also learned a small part of the devil-swallowing technique. Yan Fei seemed to have anticipated that in the future someone might pay attention to swallowing gods. In order to prevent Yan Qingying from being in danger, Yan Fei urged her not to expose the swallowing magic skill at will. Not even the other people in the War Demon Hall can tell. In order to divert attention, let Yan Qingying be safe. Yan Fei decided to simply turn himself into a successor of the demon-swallowing technique. In this way, no one will pay attention to Yan Qingying. This plan has indeed succeeded. Yan Fei became the successor of the demon-swallowing technique in the eyes of the world. It can be said that without Yan Fei's sacrifice, Yan Qingying's wish to live safely to the present is not a simple matter. When talking about these things, Yan Qingying held her jade hand tightly, her jiao body trembling uncontrollably. Her brother died to protect her. After the truth became clear, the Lord of the War Demon Hall and others were also very complicated. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was plain. There has never been a lack of such touching things in the world, but he has nothing to touch. You shouldn't be blind, right? Jun Xiaoyao said. Yan Qingying raised her hand and untied the black ribbon covering her eyes. Suddenly, a pair of beautiful black eyes appeared. However, those beautiful eyes are as deep and pitch black as a black hole, exuding a desperate dark magic. From the moment I got the devil-swallowing devil skill, my eyes have been restored. It was only because of the influence of the devil's skill and the specialized that my brother let me continue to blindfold. Yan Qingying said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. This Yan Fei, for the sake of his sister, was also thoughtful. So, does the sun want me to hand over the inheritance of the swallowing magic art? Yan Qingying looked directly at Jun Xiaoyao. It stands to reason that she should not even have the courage to question Jun Xiaoyao. But the swallowing devil skill, in subtle changes, also changed Yan Qingying's character. Her character gradually moved closer to darkness, indifference, and domineering. This can also explain why Yan Fei died. Yan Qingying was sad at first, and then she never shed tears. Yan Qingying is gradually moving closer to the identity of a heroine. But her words made the complexion of the Lord of the War Demon Hall and others suddenly change. Yan Qingying, how did you talk to the sun? The Lord of the Battle Demon Hall scolded coldly. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly and didn't care. He also vaguely guessed that the devil-swallowing demon art might have slightly affected Yan Qingying's character. After all, the heaven-swallowing demon ancestor was an extremely vicious and domineering master. How could his descendant be a woman with a weak personality? This son is indeed interested in your god-swallowing devil art, hand it over. Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. He did not hide anything. At this time, it is concealed, but hypocritical. Jun Xiaoyao wanted to inherit the devil skill of swallowing gods. The son is the savior of Qingying and the War Demon Hall, of course, but Qingying has a small condition. I want the fallen to die. Yan Qingying said murderously. Ah. What's your status? Dare to talk about the conditions with the son? Yu frowned. What is the identity of Jun Xiaoyao? What identity is Yan Qingying? Even though she is the daughter of the god-defying and the descendant of god-swallowing demon art, she is still humble as an ant in front of Jun Xiaoyao. What qualifications does she have? Yan Qingying, you are too presumptuous. The Lord of War Demon Hall and the others also hurriedly scolded. They don't want to see Yan Qingying anger Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Yan Qingying's personality is really different from other women. To tell you the truth, if the sun really wants it, let alone swallowing gods, even the origin of the world in your body is at your fingertips. Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. His words, Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com finally changed Yan Qingying's expression. She didn't expect that Jun Xiaoyao not only saw through that she was the heir of god-swallowing devil art. Even the origin of the world hidden deep in her body was discovered. The origin of this world was discovered by Yan Qingying along with the inheritance of god-swallowing demon art, only she and her brother knew about it. Yan Qingying felt like she was completely naked in front of Jun Xiaoyao, completely seen through. But, the Son of God can give you alms once, but at the same time, the Son of God has to make a condition for you. Jun Xiaoyao turned. What conditions? Yan Qingying replied immediately. As long as the fallen child can die, she can pay any price. Surrender to this Son of God, live forever. Chapter 207 The agreement is established, the swallowing magic power is obtained, the origin of the Sun Luo continent. Jun Xiaoyao's words caused Yan Qingying's face to change slightly. Eternal life, this term is used very heavily. If Yan Qingying agrees, it means that she will always be Jun Xiaoyao's person. From then on, only Jun Xiaoyao was the master, and his flesh and blood were all branded with Jun Xiaoyao. This condition may seem harsh, but it also depends on the person who proposes it. No one is willing to surrender to a mediocre person. But is Jun Xiaoyao mediocre? Not only is he not a mediocre person, he is extraordinary, and he is the most distinguished person in Xianyu. Surrendering to such an existence is not only not humiliation, but an honor. Even if it is a slave to the ruler, there are people willing to rush to be. Su Ziqiang is a stark example. At this moment, Su Ziqiang's eyes were red with jealousy. She finally got a chance to become Jun Xiaoyao's slave girl. As a result, this girl named Yan Qingying was even qualified to follow Jun Xiaoyao. Slaves, followers, the status of the two are very different. Not only Su Ziqiang, but also the monks in the Battle Demon Temple, all showed envy. The young adults following Xianyu will surely be taken to Xianyu and fly into the sky. Yan Qingying did not expect that Jun Xiaoyao would propose this condition. This can be regarded as preferential treatment to her. Yan Qingying thought that Jun Xiaoyao would put forward any more excessive conditions. However, she thought about it again. If it weren't for her identity as a successor of the demon-swallowing demon art, it is estimated that Jun Xiaoyao would not have looked at her. Woman. Greedy. As Jun Xiaoyao, will there be a lack of women? Yan Qingying still has this self-knowledge. Although she is beautiful, it is impossible for Jun Xiaoyao to see her. The only thing she has value in is her identity as a successor to the devil-swallowing demon art. Jun Xiaoyao indeed thought so. Up to now, aside from Jun Zhangjian and others, the real follower is Yu, the descendant of the ancient emperor. Now I have finally met a girl who is against the sky. If I can accept as a follower, that would be great. Jun Xiaoyao hadn't planned to kill all 10 guardians. As long as the Son of Heaven Defying doesn't provoke him, Jun Xiaoyao won't yell at him, but will have the thought of subduing. After all, this kind of child who is against the sky, gathers a world of energy and luck, and cultivates it, and it will definitely become a generation of strong in the future. Jun Xiaoyao also had the idea, just like his father, to cultivate a group of gods and 8 tribes. And this Yan Qingying's character is somewhat different. When the other women saw Jun Xiaoyao, they all turned into female licking dogs and kept licking him, making Jun Xiaoyao a little bored. This Yan Qingying has a cold personality. Because of the relationship between the swallowing gods and magic skills, she also has a dark, indifferent, and domineering temperament. Such a young girl shouldn't become a female licking dog kneeling and licking him, right? Yan Qingying let out a breath. Although it is not big, but the well-shaped breast slightly undulates. Well, Qingying promised the sun, as long as the fallen sun dies, Qingying will be immortal and follow the sun. Yan Qingying bowed to Jun Xiaoyao. The reason she wanted to ask Jun Xiaoyao to kill the fallen child. It was because with her own strength, she might be able to kill the fallen child in the future. But I don't know how long to wait. Yan Qingying's hatred for the fallen child has reached the extreme. She wished that the fallen son would immediately die in front of her. Well, since you have agreed, what the sun promised you will naturally be done. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. The fallen Godzi had already challenged the battle, and he and the fallen Godzi would eventually fight. For Jun Xiaoyao, there is no difference between defeat and death. Others did not dare to kill the fallen child. It does not mean that Jun Xiaoyao did not dare. Afterwards, Jun Xiaoyao rejected the crowd, leaving only Yan Qingying. Hand over the devouring god demon art. Jun Xiaoyao said. Yan Qingying nodded slightly. She believed that Jun Xiaoyao would not be unbelievable about her little character. She also passed the method of devouring god demon art to Jun Xiaoyao. Naturally, Jun Xiaoyao's enchanting talent was quickly accepted. He savored it carefully and was also secretly speechless. Swallowing god demon art is worthy of the demon way that resounds through the immortal realm, and its power is extremely domineering. Absorb the heaven and the earth, devour the gods and devils, and refine all things. To a certain extent, it is similar to the hell furnace that was derived from the deity's prison guard. But the hell furnace is obviously not as overbearing as the devouring god-devil skill. And there is another special feature of god swallowing magic art, which is that it can bounce back the magical power that has been swallowed. This is something. After taking a closer look, Jun Xiaoyao slowly raised his hand. During the activation of mana, a small pitch-black vortex appeared on his palm. This small vortex exudes a suction force, swallowing the surrounding material. This is successful. Yan Qingying opened her beautiful eyes wide, and she was unbelievably surprised. Even she, the descendant of god-swallowing demon art, took a long time to initially understand god-swallowing demon art. Her elder brother with extraordinary talents took a lot of time to barely be able to show it. As for Jun Xiaoyao, he had just obtained the god-swallowing demon cultivation method, but after a short period of comprehension, he could display it. This gap is too big, it makes Yan Qingying feel incredible. She also finally understood how evil Jun Xiaoyao's talent was. In front of Jun Xiaoyao, she, the successor of the god-swallowing demon art, was really nothing. Yes, some gains. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. When he saw Yan Qingying's surprised little eyes, he knew that this descendant of god-swallowing demon art was shocked in his heart. I'm not a human being, don't compare with me. Jun Xiaoyao said casually. Yan Qingying. After calming her mind for a while, Yan Qingying hesitated slightly, and then activated her mana. A group of colorful, scents of matter emerged. It is the origin of the world of Sun Luo continent. You are. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Yan Qingying. Qingying believes that with the strength of the sun, the conditions should be fulfilled. In this case, Qingying should also treat it sincerely. Qingying knows that she doesn't have a lot of things for the young man to look at. The origin of this world, please accept it. Yan Qingying's tone was cold, but with a firm color. She still understands the truth of giving it a peach and repaying it to Li. Jun Xiaoyao paused, and then he was not welcome, and directly accepted the world origin. In the future, he will go to the altar of heroic spirits to open up a path of being planted. Naturally, the more world sources he needs, the better. But Jun Xiaoyao was unwilling to take advantage of Yan Qingying. He said, "You have the power of swallowing gods www.novel.com and you can swallow and refine everything, and I don't take advantage of you. After that, when I defeat the fallen god, I will directly suppress him and refine it for you." Jun Xiaoyao's tone is very casual. But what he said was enough to make people shocked. How could the dignified child become so insignificant in Jun Xiaoyao's mouth? "Thank you, son." Yan Qingying couldn't ask for it. She hated the fallen child deeply, and being able to torture him personally and send him to was more important than the origin of the world. I am afraid that even the fallen child did not expect it. Before the war started, Jun Xiaoyao had already begun to arrange how to deal with him. Chapter 208 The decisive battle on the ancient battle platform of Montenegro is highly anticipated. The matter between Jun Xiaoyao and the fallen god child has intensified in the entire Sun Luo continent. Everyone is looking forward to this battle. A few days later, the fallen godzi finally let go, and wanted to start a decisive battle with Jun Xiaoyao in Montenegro. Like the Dead Sea, Montenegro is a dangerous place in the Sun Luo continent, filled with various monsters and ancient relics. Rumor has it that there is an ancient battle platform stained with blood in the depths of Montenegro. Anyone who steps into it and starts a decisive battle will not be disturbed by the outside world. Even a saint can't interfere with the battle. As long as the two warring parties enter, unless one party is completely defeated or died, the ancient battle platform will not let them out. It can be said that the fallen child chose such a place, originally with the determination to fight with all his strength. Although Jun Xiaoyao is strong, he is not weak. If you start to be timid before you fight, then you'll fart. This move of the fallen god is to cut off his own future. Only by fighting back can we squeeze out the greatest potential. If the fallen son of God wins this battle, the benefits he will get are endless. This fallen child is also a bit courageous. Upon hearing the news, Jun Xiaoyao's face was pale. He knew that this move of the fallen god had extinguished the jealousy and timidity in his heart, and completely cut off his future. Either the extreme sublimation, or the sad fall. "My son, the fallen goddess wants to disadvantage you, or let me go," Yu said from the side. Everyone with a discerning eye knows that in this battle, the fallen god child wanted to step on Jun Xiaoyao to the top. No one knows what methods he will use. Yu is loyal to Jun Xiaoyao and is willing to take risks for Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head indifferently and said, "The goal of the fallen child is me, and he will only fight with me." Although Yu's strength is comparable to the heirs of the immortal forces, it is enough to compete with the young Tianjiao Supreme of the fairyland. But the fallen child obviously would not surrender himself and fight with Jun Xiaoyao's entourage. "Spread the news, this son will go to the appointment," Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. He came all the way, and there were many battles, big and small. If this fallen child can really bring him a little surprise, it would be a blessing. After all, it was too invincible and very boring. The news of Jun Xiaoyao's appointment was like igniting a fuse, causing the entire Senluo continent to completely explode. The monks from all forces rushed to Montenegro. There are also many Tianjiao from the Immortal Territory, who are also leaving, and can't wait to witness this battle between the young Supreme of Immortal Territory. For a time, the originally sparsely human and extremely desolate Montenegro became extremely lively. Ancient flying beasts flashed across the sky, flying boats swept across the sky, and fierce beasts on the ground pulled chariots. They were arrogances and great figures of various forces. However, in just a few days, the whole area of Montenegro was densely packed with people. Even those monster beasts and primordial relics had to retreat to the deepest part of Black Mountain. After several days of waiting, in the distance, black clouds swept across the sky. The nine-headed forest white skeletal war horse, pulling a chariot across the sky. On the side, two men in black robes flashed through the void and followed. "Here, the fallen child is coming." the quartet caused an uproar. This young supreme from the lower realm of immortal territory was extremely strong from the moment he appeared. Order the 3 major forces to destroy the Demon Hall of War, and the magic power is overwhelming. You haven't come yet, do you want me to wait for him? In the chariot, the fallen gods in different words appeared, and he seemed a little impatient. Several hours passed. The golden light flashed in the sky, and 9 lions took the golden car and stepped into the sky. Followed by EU, Su Ziqiang, Gu Yuan, Dongxian Patriarch and others. And Yan Qingying, the lord of the War Demon Hall, and a group of monks from the War Demon Hall all followed. The source of the tragedy of the War Demon Temple is the command of the fallen god child. So they have to witness the end of the fallen sun. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao and others arrive, the fallen child stepped out of the chariot. He was surrounded by black mist and his face was blurred. A long gray hair is very long, hanging straight to the feet, and a pair of black and white wings grow behind it, which surrounds both yin and yang. His eyes seem to reflect the scene of the dead mountain and blood sea, very terrifying. As soon as the fallen child appeared on the stage, he exuded a dark and solemn cold air, which was simply suffocating. Jun Xiaoyao, you are finally here, today, are you ready to pay the price for your actions? Fallen Shensi said coldly. Jun Xiaoyao also got out of the car. He and the fallen child have 2 extreme temperaments. The fallen child is like the death of hell, exuding coldness and killing. And Jun Xiaoyao is peerless in white, shrouded in celestial glory, like a banished fairy. Many female monks from the Sun Luo continent were instantly captured by Jun Xiaoyao's appearance and temperament. The only price this child has to pay is probably wasting a little time. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled lightly. These words made the face of the fall even more solemn. But the cultivators in the War Demon Hall looked at the fallen child with extreme hatred. If there is no fallen god child, War Demon Temple will not suffer this catastrophe. Yan Qingying's eyes were even more murderous. The fallen child also noticed Yan Qingying. After all, her aura was too special, different from others. Sure enough, it's her, the fallen child thought to himself. He had guessed before that the true successor of God-swallowing devil art might not be Yan Fei. Now, he can be sure that this Yan Fei's sister is the real successor of the devil-swallowing technique. When you have defeated Jun Xiaoyao, you still can't escape from my palm. The fallen child has a cold tone, filled with chills. A dead person, why is there so much nonsense? Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. The villain died of talking too much, really true. Humph. The fallen Godzi said nothing, and went straight to the depths of Montenegro. The same goes for Jun Xiaoyao. But for a long time, they came to the depths of the Black Mountain, and many other monks who watched the excitement also followed. But in the depths of Montenegro, there is a dusty ancient arena. The entire arena was stained with blood stains, as if it was the supreme figure of the past, leaving blood on it. This ancient battle platform is filled with ancient vicissitudes of life, and the void around it is interwoven with Tao patterns. If someone stepped into it, it would definitely end with a life and death. Jun Xiaoyao is very casual, without any hesitation, and directly stepped on www.novel.com. In the eyes of the fallen god, a scene of corpses and a sea of blood emerged. His heart is not as casual as Jun Xiaoyao. After all, he had also heard of various legendary deeds of Jun Xiaoyao in Xianyu. It's impossible to say that you don't care at all. Why, timid? Jun Xiaoyao's mouth raised a faint smile. You think too much, who can make me timid? The fallen child no longer hesitated and stepped onto the ancient battle platform. He didn't know that this step might be the distance between life and death. One step, Wangquan. Chapter 209. The weird body of the fallen child, 8-armed Yama hand, was crushed and beaten. Just when Jun Xiaoyao and fallen Godzi set foot on the ancient battle platform at the same time. In the void around the ancient battle platform, countless patterns emerged, like a woven net, confining the surrounding space. No one outside can disturb them. Even the strong saints cannot interfere in the battle. Jun Xiaoyao, you just defeated a few Tianjiao, do you really think you are invincible in the young generation of Xianyu, better than you? The son of the fallen spoke, but before he finished speaking, Jun Xiaoyao stepped out, clenched his fists with his 5 fingers, and slammed towards the son of the fallen. Sorry, my son doesn't have the habit of talking to the dead. Jun Xiaoyao's fist was shocking, and along with his fist, the surrounding space was filled with shadows and cracks. Fallen Shensi's face changed, and the surrounding black air filled. He also probed his hand, blasted out a palm, carrying a surging evil spirit. Boom. After a blow and confrontation, the fallen child flew upside down, his entire arm making a clicking sound. He flew a full hundreds of feet, hit the barrier of the void pattern, and then stopped. Deadly. The countless cultivators of the Sun Luo continent who were watching the battle, and some Tianjiao from the immortal territory, all stared at the scene in a daze. This. Not quite right. It stands to reason, shouldn't it be the fierce confrontation between the two? The battle is anxious, and the fight will make the world pale, and the sun and the moon will be dark. Why now? Jun Xiaoyao knocked the fallen child into the air with a simple punch. The fallen child coughed dryly, his face was extremely gloomy. In the eyes, there was a ray of shock. Only he himself knew that his physical body was different from ordinary people and was carefully made by Fallen Palace. It can be said that when it comes to the power of the flesh, the fallen sun has never feared anyone. But now, Jun Xiaoyao simply punched him back, and even his arm was faintly trembling. This is amazing. It is the first time that the fallen god child has been crushed on the body by other Tianjiao of the same generation. Ah! The body of the fallen god. Jun Xiaoyao showed a strange light in his eyes. He apparently also discovered the strangeness of the fallen god's body. But it doesn't matter. Among the Tianjiao of the same generation, Jun Xiaoyao said that compared with the physical body, no one would dare to say second. Jun Xiaoyao grabbed it casually, surging with mana, turned into the spear of the underworld, and went through the hole against the son of the fallen god. The fallen child quickly adjusted his state. At any rate, he is also the young supreme who has fallen into the palace, a supreme outstanding person. Although he lost in the first fight, it would not affect his form. What about the ancient Eucharist? The decayed physique can't rise again. The fallen child said, as if he was adding confidence to himself. He shot again, the power of the flesh was surging, the black evil spirit wrapped around his palm, and bombarded the spear of the underworld god. With a bang, the void exploded, and the black and white wings behind the fallen child shook, and his body turned into extreme speed, killing Xiang Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao also sacrificed the wings of the devil, and then punched again. The two fists exchanged, and the rumbling sound was like beating a war drum. The void was vibrating and resonating, as if it could not bear this huge force. This fallen child is so powerful, he can beat the Jun family child back and forth. Somehow they are also the gods of the fallen gods, this kind of behavior is normal. But how do I feel that the son of the Jun family is not serious, like playing a game? Some Xinyu Tianjiao who watched the game whispered. As for Yu, Su Ziqiang, and others, they didn't worry about Jun Xiaoyao at all, and their faces were calm. On the contrary, it is the monk of the War Demon Temple, with a sense of anxiety. 77 ebooks. They don't know how strong Jun Xiaoyao is, so they will inevitably worry. My son, let Qingying see your true strength. Yan Qingying's dark beautiful eyes also showed a hint of curiosity. The people she wants to follow are naturally not mediocre. What she wanted to see was that Jun Xiaoyao thoroughly conquered her with real strength. Inside the ancient battle platform, the two fisted together. Jun Xiaoyao did not give all his strength, he was observing the body of the fallen child. The body of the fallen child is very strange, a bit unlike his own. Jun Xiaoyao is very curious about this. As for the fallen child, he had the illusion that his body was enough to compete with Jun Xiaoyao. Ancient Eucharist, but that's all. The fallen god child's confidence grew stronger and stronger. He now feels that Jun Xiaoyao's strength should be based on falsehood. Hey, understood, it's not yours, it's never yours. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep, and he glanced at the fallen child. Fallen Godzi's expression changed slightly, and he was surprised. Did Jun Xiaoyao see through his body? But it doesn't matter if you see through it, the fallen child believes that Jun Xiaoyao can't deal with him. Now that I understand, there is nothing to delay. Jun Xiaoyao directly urged the gods to suppress prison energy. The golden blood spewed like a volcano, turning into a lifelike golden idol. The golden idols roared up to the sky, as if they could suppress the 8 wilderness and 10 realms. Jun Xiaoyao blasted out with a punch, releasing all his strength, 3.7 billion catties of divine power poured out, directly shattering a space in front of him. The fallen child also shot, wanting to fight again. But this time, he completely changed color. A terrifying force burst out, like an ancient giant beast crushing everything, he was directly knocked out, coughing up blood in his mouth, and his arm bones were all cracked. This punch, with the power of the previous punch, was simply different, and it directly crushed him. This not only shocked the fallen child, but also caused all the spectators around to take a deep breath. Is this the strength of the Jun family godchild after being serious? Many Xinyu Tianjiao, looking at each other, all saw the shock in the eyes of both sides. Fallen child, what a existence it is, one of the most terrifying young supreme in Xinyu. But now, he was beaten by Jun Xiaoyao one after another. On the other hand, the fallen child could not cause any harm to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, you hate it. The fallen child wiped off the blood from the corners of his mouth, raging. He has always been the only one who pressed others to fight, no one else pressed him to fight. Jun Xiaoyao is the first one. The fallen god child took action, revealing the terrifying supernatural power of Fallen God Palace. His whole body was full of evil spirits. www.novel.com behind it, it seemed as if it had condensed into an 8-armed Yama. The fallen child took out his palm again, as if 8 black palm prints appeared, and even the void would collapse. It's the magical powers of the fallen temple, the 8-armed Yen Luo hand. Some immortal Tianjiao couldn't help exclaiming. The 8-armed Yama hand is the terrifying supernatural power of the fallen divine palace, powerful and powerful. When these 8 palms are hit, the gods and Buddhas will all collapse. Upon seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao squeezed Ren Wang's seal in his hand, and a phantom emperor appeared behind him, with a stalwart figure standing on the ground. He squeezed the Yin Ju in his hand, colliding with the supernatural power of the fallen child. One side manifests the 8-armed Yama phantom, and the palm prints are broken into the earth. One party manifests the figure of the Emperor Tongtian, and one seal suppresses the universe. The Emperor to Yama. Chapter 210. The whole process of crushing the flesh of the ancient freak, the fallen himself gave. The collision between the two moves, the void suddenly burst into waves. Mana surges, flooding the entire ancient battle platform. In such a shocking collision, a figure flew out again. It's a fallen god. For the 3rd time, he was shot flying by Jun Xiaoyao. And this time, it was more miserable than the previous 2 times. His body was dripping with blood, and his body showed signs of cracks. He threw up blood in his mouth, spraying it like he didn't want money. This blow also shattered the black mist of the fallen child. A body full of magic patterns appeared, with weird runes. The face of the fallen child was also exposed, and he looked beautiful, but his complexion was extremely pale, like a vampire. How is it possible? How can your strength be so strong? The fallen child couldn't help but let out a low growl. He can't keep calm anymore. This Jun Xiaoyao's physical strength is too abnormal. Looking at the gaff of the fallen god child, many immortal domain Tianjiao around swallowed deeply. The only person who can beat the fallen child like this is probably the only child of the Jun family. Didn't you say that the rumors about me were all based on false rumors? Have you experienced it firsthand now? Jun Xiaoyao was condescending, overlooking the fallen child. His breath is steady, his white clothes are flawless, his whole person doesn't seem to be fighting at all, he is extremely aloof. All of the female monks around were glistening, showing a slut-like expression. The charm of Jun Xiaoyao at this moment is too much. The white clothes are moving, with a peerless style, showing up and pressing down the fallen sun. At this time, even Yan Qingying's obsidian-like deep beautiful eyes couldn't help but be slightly blurred. Even though she is indifferent and domineering, she is like a heroine. But at this moment, seeing Jun Xiaoyao's demeanor, I couldn't help but trembled. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Shenxi's face was ugly. Only now did he understand that the news about Jun Xiaoyao was not an error at all. His strength is really so terrifying. Jun Xiaoyao shot again, sacrificed his military tactics, and said indifferently, "This body shouldn't be yours, let me guess, is it an ancient freak body that Fallen Temple found for you?" Jun Xiaoyao's words changed the color of the fallen child again. The fallen Godzi made a move, sacrificed his unique learning Yen Luoyin, and shouted coldly, "The winner will be the king and the loser, and the world will only remember the winner. As long as it can become stronger, it doesn't matter what method it uses." These words almost indirectly admitted Jun Xiaoyao's guess. Sure enough. Jun Xiaoyao sneered. His boxing striker, not everyone can follow. Ordinary Tianjiao, even his full-strength punch can't bear it, and his body will explode directly. But the body of the fallen child actually persisted for so long. And under his full punch, it turned out to be only cracked, not completely broken. This is enough to show how extraordinary this flesh is. Jun Xiaoyao didn't believe that the original physical body of the fallen god-child would be so strong. The only possibility is that this body is not his. Moreover, falling into the palace, as one of the sources of the magic path, possesses various weird magical techniques. It is not unusual to change the body of an ancient freak. It turns out that this is the case. The body of the fallen child turned out to be an ancient freak. The Tianjiao of Xinyu was shocked after learning the truth. They finally understood why the fallen god-child was able to fight against 3 immortal heirs at the same time with one enemy 3. The physical body of the ancient freak is enough to make the fallen goddess' strength far surpass the average Tianjiao of the same generation. But in this way, something more shocking appeared. Jun Xiaoyao actually cracked the body of the ancient freak and was about to collapse. What does this represent? The body representing Jun Xiaoyao is already stronger than the ancient freak. Thinking of this, hissing air conditioning sounded all around. Jun Xiaoyao's body is terrifying. As expected of the son, Yu looked excited. Su Ziqiang also showed an extremely fanatical admiration. The love and obsession in her eyes almost overflowed. At this time, many Xinyu Tianjiao also remembered that the ancient freak of the ancestral dragon nest, Princess Long Ji, seemed to have a battle with Jun Xiaoyao. At the beginning, many people believed that Princess Longji had the blood of the ancient emperor and was a descendant of the dragon clan, and that the power of the flesh could definitely compete with Jun Xiaoyao. But now, after seeing the body of the fallen child being beaten to death by Jun Xiaoyao, they began to pray for Princess Longji in their hearts. I hope Princess Longji will be fine with Shangju and Xiaoyao afterwards. On the ancient battle platform, the situation is violent. After the details were exposed, the fallen god-child was even more unscrupulous and completely exploded his own strength. He meditated the formula silently, urging the mana to the extreme. Around him, endless texts appeared, and countless ghosts appeared, setting off him like a master. Could it be the Dark Pluto Sutra of the Fallen Palace? Some immortal domain Tianjiao exclaimed. The Dark Pluto Sutra is the supreme method of the Fallen Palace, unpredictable and mighty. At this moment, the fallen child urges the Dark Pluto Sutra. Around him, there are countless Yama evil spirits, and the shadow of Raksha appears. The entire ancient battlefield seemed to have suddenly become the Jiuyo Huangquan. Jun Xiaoyao, even if you know my secret, it won't help. I will be here to completely end your undefeated myth. At this moment, the fallen child is like the king of hell, with a sea of blood overturning in his eyes. My son is also looking forward to someone who can defeat me in the future, but unfortunately, you are not worthy. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly, and directly sacrificed the vision of the ancient sacramental body. The golden light shines, the power of magic is surging, and the phantom of the saint of all paths emerges. The Dark Pluto Sutra of the Fallen Sun is biased towards darkness and weirdness. That Jun Xiaoyao's ridiculous ancient Eucharist vision is the most restrained of this dark and strange. As soon as the hallowed pilgrimage vision appeared, the surrounding cultivators of the Sun Luo continent couldn't help being suppressed by the breath, kneeling on the ground, their expressions horrified to the extreme, as if they had seen a real god. My god, saints, all saints. Those saints are worshipping the son of the Jun family. All the monks of Sun Luo mainland have numb scalp and goosebumps. Among the 10 places in the lower realm, the strongest is nothing more than a saint. And now, the phantoms of all saints are worshipping Jun Xiaoyao. This kind of shock can be imagined. Rumble. The vision of the Eucharist is out, and all paths surrender. The 10,000 sacred shadow cover pressed down, and the evil ghost Raksha phantom screamed, and then began to melt like a spring snow. The expression of the fallen child is also drastically changed. His moves were restrained by Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao shot, with the blessing of 70 big Luo fairy bones, the fairy light was surging, and the mighty power was shocking. Bombarded with one hand, directly pierced the void and suppressed the fallen child. The fallen child vomited blood. Even if his body was an ancient freak body, he couldn't bear it anymore, and he immediately began to collapse. www.novel.com. The whole body was torn apart, leaving only some bones and fascia connected. Master Fallen Sun. Outside the ancient battle platform, the 2 black-robed saints changed their colors and hurried out, but they were blocked by the Tao pattern around the ancient battle platform and could not enter. They looked ugly, looking at the ancient battle platform, the fallen goddess with pale and distorted expressions. They had a bad premonition in their hearts. This ancient battle platform was originally intended to stimulate the potential of the fallen god, while preventing Jun Xiaoyao from retreating. As a result, now, he has blocked his escape route. This time the fallen child, I am afraid that he really dug a hole for himself. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel. Chapter 211 Fallen child has all his cards, fallen heaven seal, fallen wings, swallow. The fallen child originally wanted to dig a hole for Jun Xiaoyao. This ancient battle platform was originally designed to trap Jun Xiaoyao and prevent his protector from saving him. As a result, the fallen Godzi himself was trapped to death. After the ancient battle platform is opened, only one party completely loses or dies, the Dao pattern in the surrounding void will be lifted. But at the moment, anyone with a discerning eye can see who will lose. How could it be like this? The fallen child shook his head, disheveled, unbelievable. I have to say that his ancient freak body is very strong. Even if it is now torn apart, it is still recovering. The granulation at the fracture is growing, and it wants to heal the flesh. But the heart of the fallen child is already beating the drum. Even if the physical body can heal, it will still be broken by Jun Xiaoyao. Finally feel the fear. This is the emotion you should have when facing your son. Jun Xiaoyao took out the Thanos Sacred King gloves and put them on his right hand. As a sandbag, fallen god child is still very qualified. At least the skin is thick, and it is very resistant to beatings. He punched again. Now with the gloves of Thanos Sacred King, Jun Xiaoyao's punch is even stronger. The space in front is like a piece of paper, directly torn apart. It is hard to imagine that a Tianjiao who returns to the same realm will tear space at every turn. People who didn't know thought it was a saint who was doing it. No, I will not be defeated. In this era, anyone can rise. It is impossible for you to be invincible by yourself. The fallen child roared, his head full of gray and white hair dancing wildly, his breath rose again. There are weird runes rushing out of his torn flesh. Then, in the shocking eyes of everyone, the body of the fallen child unexpectedly began to heal at an extremely fast speed and quickly recovered to its original state. This is too horrible. Does the fallen possess an indestructible body? An immortal Tianjiao took a deep breath. It's not indestructible, but the resilience is amazing. If he is annihilated and shattered, he should not be able to recover. Someone could see it. But no matter what, the performance of the fallen child has shocked many people. Worthy of being the young supreme of the fallen temple. If it weren't for Jun Xiaoyao, he would never be so embarrassed. The fallen child once again urged the jerk, his hands were sealed, the evil spirit surged, and the magic light gathered. A terrifying black mark appeared, and everyone looked at it and felt a chill on their back. That's the most powerful magical power of the fallen palace, the seal of fallen heaven. The exclamation of Xianyu Tianjiao came from the quartet. It's not that they are so knowledgeable, but that the seal of the fallen heaven is too famous in the wild heaven and immortal realm, and it is the peculiar knowledge of the town of Fallen God Palace. It is rumored that there was a supreme powerhouse who fell into the temple, and by virtue of the seal of the fallen heaven, a supreme of the same level was shaken to death. This shows the strength of the seal of the fallen heaven. This seal of the fallen heaven is also a top supernatural power at the same level as the real dragon's supernatural power in the ancestral dragon nest. Rumors that the suppression of Iin is enough to make people fall to the bottom of hell, which shows the power of this great supernatural power. Upon seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao chuckled at the corner of his lips. At last it was a bit interesting, otherwise it would be too boring. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled lightly while his chest was glowing. A flaming brilliance emerged, it was the supernatural power of the Supreme Bone urging it. Supreme Bone, another special physique of the son of the Jun family. All the Tianjiao of the immortal realm, their eyes are staring straight, their faces are full of envy. Not to mention that Jun Xiaoyao has a ridiculous ancient sacrament, but a supreme bone. With two top talents, it's no wonder he can be invincible along the way. Jun Xiaoyao did not use God's tribulation light, but directly displayed its complete form, the hand of God. In the blazing brilliance, a giant hand that covered the sky imprinted with endless runes emerged, with a breath of suppressing the heavens. This giant hand of light robbery seems to represent the will of God, strangling all souls in the world. The hand of God collided with the seal of the fallen sky. As if 100 nuclear bombs were exploded, that piece of void was directly transformed into the void of a black hole. The violent collision ripples spread out like a tide of destruction. The black and white wings behind the fallen child protect him like a shield. Even so, he was shocked, coughing up blood and flying upside down. On the surface of Jun Xiaoyao, blue light surged, condensing the Azure Sky Ancestor Dragon armor. The shock wave hit the Azure Sky Ancestor Dragon armor, and couldn't bring any injuries to Jun Xiaoyao. Even if a little aftermath passed through the battle armor, it fell on Jun Xiaoyao's flesh. With the strength of the ancient Eucharist, those shocks were similar to scratching. Jun Xiaoyao was not idle. While the fallen godzi vomited blood and flew upside down, he punched again, and wanted to give the fallen god a complete lore. When the fallen child saw this, a hint of horror finally appeared on his face. Behind him, the black and white wings vibrated, yin and yang swirled. This is not the natural magical powers of the fallen goddess, but the magical powers carried by the ancient freak's physical bodies, which can be regarded as a special physique. The black and white wings vibrated as if the yin and yang secrets were revealed. Two black and white lights swept towards Jun Xiaoyao, blocking his punch. Hey, these wings! Jun Xiaoyao was surprised and saw the extraordinariness of these wings. Jun Xiaoyao, do you think that only you have a special physique? Try my wings of fallen heaven. The son of fallen god roared. This pair of wings of fallen heaven was very terrifying, dazzling the yin and yang, disrupting the space. Chaos yin and yang, suppress all spirits. Even EU, Su Ziqiang, and others, after feeling the power of fallen wings, their faces were solemn. This fallen child does have his capital. Just this pair of fallen wings is enough to make him beat many young supreme. In addition to the ancient freak flesh, it is understandable that the fallen goddess can break out such a reputation. But these are useless in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Looking at the black and white magic light that hit, Jun Xiaoyao stuck his hand out, his mana surged. A dark black hole vortex suddenly expanded. The black and white magic light was directly absorbed into it. That's. The fallen god child was stunned, opened his mouth slightly, unable to say a word. He knew what the moves Jun Xiaoyao displayed, but it was because of this that made him stunned. God swallowing magic power. The fallen child couldn't help but roar in disbelief. Demon swallowing demon art is the unique knowledge of demon swallowing ancestor. Even if Yan Qingying taught Jun Xiaoyao the devouring god demon art within these few days, it would not have been possible to practice it so quickly. Seeing the stunned expression of the fallen child, Jun Xiaoyao responded with pity. Sure enough, ordinary people can't understand his talent. Jun Xiaoyao's talent cannot be inferred by common sense at all. He once again urged God-swallowing magic art www.novel.com. The black and white magic light actually flew out of the black hole again. This is another ability of devouring god demon art. Of course, this ability also has limitations. If the opponent's moves are too strong or the black hole is blown, it will naturally not be able to bounce back. Puff. The sudden magic light swept across, directly piercing the fallen child's shoulders, waist and ribs, and splashing blood. Jun Xiaoyao will no longer delay, and will completely end the battle. He wore the Thanos Sage King's gloves on his right hand, and blasted out with a punch. The power of reincarnation surged. It seems that there are 6 small worlds of reincarnation, with the suppression of his boxing edge, killing everything. It is the 6 reincarnation fist. Chapter 212. The son of the fallen fell. Yan Qingying's transformation turned into a mother. The fallen god's all kinds of whole cards can be said to be 100% of his strength. But it still couldn't hurt Jun Xiaoyao anything. This makes people extremely desperate. The fallen child does not say that he can compete against Jun Xiaoyao. Even if it just caused Jun Xiaoyao to be injured, at least he could be mentally balanced. But now, Jun Xiaoyao didn't even have any injuries on his body, which was desperate. The strength of the two is not at the same level at all, and Jun Xiaoyao is simply crushing the whole process. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the general trend of the fallen god is gone, and the outcome is doomed. The power of the 6 reincarnation fists is surging, as if pulling people into reincarnation and crushing them into powder. The surrounding space was shattered by 6 vortexes of reincarnation. And the fallen child, in such an offensive, his body was broken again, and blood splashed out, extremely embarrassed and miserable. At this moment, the eyes of the fallen child finally showed a ray of fear. That's right. As the top descendant of the fallen god palace, he has never known what a fearful fallen god is. At this moment, he is finally afraid. It is hard to imagine that the fallen child with indifferent and cruel disposition would show this expression. Seeing the color of indifference in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, Shenxi Fallen's heart sank. He knew that Jun Xiaoyao had murderous intent on him. Jun Xiaoyao, do you really dare to kill me? The fallen god's son couldn't help but roar. You seem to be stupid by these words, why don't you dare? Jun Xiaoyao sneered. I'm the descendant of the fallen god palace, if you really kill me, the fallen god palace will not let go. The son of fallen god had no choice but to show the background. Jun Xiaoyao even shook his head and smiled sarcastically. This method of changing your background if you can't beat it is really ignorant. This threat may be effective for others. But to Jun Xiaoyao, it seemed ridiculous. Is it necessary to be afraid of falling into the palace? At least Jun Xiaoyao felt unnecessary. He punched again, completely defeating the fallen god. The fallen child wanted to sacrifice some magic weapons, but he was desperate to find that this ancient battle platform also restricted the means. No means of cheating can be displayed. Ah! The fallen child couldn't help but roar up to the sky, his gray hair dancing wildly, his anger and depression was about to vomit blood. He really hates it. It's like digging a hole and jumping in. Jun's son, stop. The two black-robed saints couldn't help but shout. They couldn't get involved in the battle, they could only stare outside in a hurry. You are presumptuous. The ancestors of Dong Xian, Gu Yuan, and others also scolded them, erupting in the cultivation of the Holy Realm, and confronted the two black-robed saints. Jun Xiaoyao completely defeated the fallen child and completely lost the power to resist. However, Jun Xiaoyao left the fallen child with a sigh of relief and did not directly kill him. What's the matter? Is it possible that the son of the Jun family is going to show mercy? Some immortal Tianjiao suspicious. You think too much, is he such a person with the previous style of the Jun family godson? Some other Tianjiao shook their heads. The fallen child obviously understood that Jun Xiaoyao would not let him go. But now, he left the fallen child with a breath. And at this time, the void lines around the ancient battle platform also began to dissipate. Because the outcome is divided. The sun. The two black-robed saints couldn't help but make a move. But it was blocked by the ancestor Dongxian and Gu Yuan. Yan Qingying turned into an afterimage, flashing towards the ancient battle platform. Leave it to you, his life, let you end it. Jun Xiaoyao directly threw the fallen son who was beaten into a dead dog to Yan Qingying. The death of Yan Qingying's brother Yan Fei was actually attributed to the fallen son. Falling into the gods is Yan Qingying's obsession. This obsession will have an impact on Yan Qingying's Taoism. Jun Xiaoyao didn't want his followers to see a crack in Dao Xin. Therefore, he left the fallen child with a sigh of relief, let Yan Qingying solve it, and cut off the obsession. Jun Xiaoyao, you. Blood poured out of the fallen god's mouth, but his expression was full of grief and anger. If he was killed by Jun Xiaoyao, even though it was a tragedy, at least he would not be considered degraded. After all, the person who killed him was the strongest arrogant of Xianyu. But now, Jun Xiaoyao wanted a girl from the lower realm to end his life. This is simply a humiliation to the fallen child. Fallen god, when I gave orders casually and caused my brother's death, I am afraid I would never have thought that I would have such a result, right? Yan Qingying's eyes were as cold and deep as Yixing. If Jun Xiaoyao hadn't intervened halfway, I would have got everything. Fallen God's eyes were bloody. He didn't beg for mercy or anything, because he knew it was impossible. Then go to death, pay for my brother's life. Yan Qingying shot. A pitch-black swallowing vortex emerged, like a pitch-black grinding disc, shattering everything. What, that girl is the inheritor of God's swallowing devil art. After seeing Yan Qingying's move, countless people around were exclaiming. Some Xinyu Tianjiao also thoroughly understood why Jun Xiaoyao would behave like that. Because he wants to completely subdue the descendants of God's swallowing demon art. Hey, now I finally understand the gap between myself and the son of the Jun family. The son of the Jun family is not only extremely powerful, but also extremely intelligent, and he was prepared to subdue the power of the devouring god. In contrast, the fallen son is not unjustly defeated. Many Tianjiao sighed. The fallen child's fragmented body was drawn into the swallowing whirlpool. Even the true spirit in the shrine could not escape the fate of being swallowed. That kind of pain was tens of thousands of times more painful than Ling Qi. In the end, the fallen god's whole person was swallowed up. The flesh and blood essence was transformed into pure energy, refined by Yan Qingying. Her breath also began to skyrocket steadily, reaching the state of return. At the same time, behind Yan Qingying, energy began to gather, and then turned into a pair of black and white wings. That's wings of fallen heaven, everyone exclaimed. Isn't that the special physique of the fallen child? How did it appear to Yan Qingying? Jun Xiaoyao didn't have too many accidents when he saw this. As Yan Qingying is the successor of God-swallowing demon art, it is obvious that her reliance cannot be only God-swallowing demon art. Presumably her physique is a little special, very suitable for absorbing various energy attributes, so she was selected as the heir of the swallowing magic art. At this moment, Yan Qingying wore a long black dress, with a slender figure. A pair of black and white fallen wings spread out behind her, circling yin and yang. At first glance, it looks a bit like a beautiful fallen angel. Has begun to take on a somewhat young and supreme appearance and momentum. I believe that it will not be long before Yan Qingying will catch up with the younger generation of Xianyu and become a powerful follower of Jun Xiaoyao. Qingying, thank you son for your great kindness, eternal life and loyalty to son. Yan Qingying knelt down on one knee to Jun Xiaoyao www.novel.com her beautiful eyes like a night star, with determination. At the same time, there was a faint wisp of admiration hidden deep in the eyes. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hands, suppressed the fallen god, and avenged her. Who can not love such a man? Yan Qingying is afraid that she will become Jun Xiaoyao's bitch. And the two black-robed saints completely sank their hearts. The big men in the fairyland fell into the palace. I am afraid that he will really be angry. At the same time, in the wild heaven immortal territory, where the fallen temple was located, there was a voice of supreme roar. Chapter 213 The Sorrow and Anger of the Supreme Fallen Temple, the ancestors of the gentlemen who protect the calf. The Supreme was angry, and the world was turbulent. Around the fallen temple, countless mountains are destroyed, the clouds are shaking, and the sky is broken. This roar spread over 100,000 li. The forces of all parties were shocked. What's the matter? That roar came from the palace of fallen god. It should be the Supreme of the fallen palace, but who dares to provoke the fallen palace? Isn't it too long? No, no one provokes the fallen god palace now. Could it be that the fallen god child in the lower realm of the fallen god palace has an accident? Fallen god child, is that the top descendant of the fallen god palace? How could something happen to him? How many people in the lower realm dare to attack the fallen god child? In all directions, countless forces were alarmed by this roar and began to speculate. The Supreme of the fallen god palace really couldn't help being angry after seeing the soul lamp of the fallen god child go out. In the lower realm, there are actually people who dare to kill the descendants of the fallen palace. However, it didn't take long for the two black-robed saints in the lower realm to send news. The fallen son died because of Jun Xiaoyao. After the Supreme Lord of the fallen palace received the news, he was extremely angry. Jun family son, Jun Xiaoyao, dare to kill my descendants from the palace, how courageous. The Supreme was angry, the sun and the moon faded, and the world was dull. This angry voice spread even more. Every Xinyu monk who heard this sound was stunned and then dumbfounded. Jun's son, killed the fallen son in the lower realm. Let me go, this news is too strong, isn't even the fallen child an opponent of the king's child? It's horrible. In the younger generation, the son of the Jun family really wants to be called invincible. This news shocked the quartet. Originally, Jun Xiaoyao had already gained the title of invincible among the younger generation in the wild heaven and immortal realm. Now that the killing of the fallen child is undoubtedly adding brilliance to Jun Xiaoyao. However, some people feel that Jun Xiaoyao provokes the fallen temple, and it will be a little uncomfortable. Many people are also waiting, what kind of behavior will fall into the palace? Just when everyone was waiting for the next action of the fallen palace, an extremely terrifying and brilliant sword light pierced through hundreds of millions of layers of space, and fell to the fallen palace. Jun family, deceive people too much. The Supreme Lord of the fallen temple who just roared coldly again. Boom. Hundreds of millions of brilliance unfolded, and fluctuations swept the quartet. There was a muffled sound, and a drop of dazzling supreme blood, falling from the depths of the sky, smashing a mountain range. A stalwart demon shadow fell from the sky and fell into the fallen palace. There are many forces around, who dare not get too close and can only observe from a distance. The Supreme of the fallen palace was wounded. Everyone's eyes trembled. Those drops of supreme blood, filled with sacredness, smashed the mountains through. This means that the Supreme of the fallen palace bleeds. Just a ray of sword light caused the Supreme of the Fallen Palace to suffer, which was shocking. At the same time, an old-fashioned voice came from countless distances, resounding from the void. Is it all a bunch of dogs in the Fallen Palace? I like to bark and disturb people quietly. If you bark again next time, it will destroy you, Fallen Palace. This domineering word silenced the forces of the quartet, and their expressions were completely dull. I am afraid there is only the June family dare to say such things. The wounded Supreme Lord of the Fallen God Palace was blushing. Their descendants who fell into the palace were killed by Jun Xiaoyao. Could it be that they couldn't even scream? And being treated as a dog barking is a shame. The Supreme of the Fallen Palace was so angry that his internal organs were burned, and he was so angry that he wanted to kill the Jun family directly. But when he thought of the background of the monarch family, and the old immortals sleeping in the ancestral shrine, the supreme deity of the fallen divine palace, his anger was suppressed. It is true that they are not weak when they fall into the palace, but if they really face the Jun family, at that time, the situation cannot be stopped, and it will cause a devastating blow to the fallen palace. Forget it, just bear with it for the time being. I believe the Jun family will not be rampant for long. In the depths of the fallen temple, other supremes spoke, admonishing. The Supreme Lord of the Fallen Palace, after all, did not get angry and endured it. Looking at the silent palace of Fallen God, the monks of all the surrounding forces were like petrified. Fallen God Palace, one of the origins of the demon Tao in the wild heaven and immortal realm, was actually stunned. This is simply strange. Fallen God Palace, as a power of magic repair, is already strong and domineering. Even if it is an immortal force of the same level, falling into the palace has never been in vain, very powerful. But now, Shengsheng was overwhelmed by the Jun family, and he did not dare to be presumptuous. The Jun family, one of the three imperial families, is really powerful. Yes, it's worthy of being the top-ranked wild ancient family. The Fallen Palace is stronger, and the Jun family is stronger than the Fallen Palace. Everyone in the quartet sighed. This matter, presumably, will soon spread throughout the fairyland. And on the Jun's side, in the void, a child dressed in a gray robe, who looked less than 10 years old, took the sword in his hand. Although he looks like a child, his eyes are very vicissitudes and old-fashioned. It was the gentleman from the Jun family who swallowed the fruit of the longevity, so he has always maintained the appearance of a child. This sword should be enough to restrain the Fallen Palace. On the side, the thin old man in gray clothes smiled faintly. It was the 18th ancestor. Isn't it just that a younger son died? As for the reaction so big, 16th ancestor snorted. The 18th ancestor laughed and said nothing. He believed that if it was Jun Xiaoyao, something happened. Their reaction is probably more intense and extreme than that of the Fallen Palace Supreme. People are double-standard, and the fallen goddess will die when they die, and it has nothing to do with them. But if Jun Xiaoyao was hurt by someone, it is estimated that the 16th ancestor would go to the door with a sword to kill someone. Of course, this kind of thing shouldn't happen, because the peers who can hurt Jun Xiaoyao have not appeared until now. The 16th ancestor turned to a smile and said, but Xiaoyao's performance is satisfactory, even the fallen child can be killed. I've heard that the flesh of the fallen goddess is the ancient freak body dug out from a divine source. In this way, Xiaoyao should be able to deal with those ancient freaks. Zhu figured out. That's good. I was a little worried before, what would happen to Xiaoyao's yellow-haired girl who went to Ancestral Dragon Nest. Now it seems that there is no need to worry at all. 16 ancestor laughed. Hey, I am also looking forward to how powerful Xiaoyao will become when he returns to Xianyu. 18th ancestor laughed and said www.novel.com. I am afraid that it will completely push the young generation of Xianyu, right? The 16 ancestors were happy. Let's wait and see, the glory of my monarch family needs to be continued. The 8th ancestor took a deep breath and sighed. Yes, my Jun family is brilliant, but it also has a heavy burden. The 16th ancestor's smile narrowed slightly. Behind the glory is carved a loneliness. Behind the splendor of the Jun family, natural people have paid an unimaginable price. These ancestors of the Jun family have a long-term vision. Although the Jun family is brilliant, under the surface, the undercurrent is also turbulent. Jun Xiaoyao must grow up quickly to become the pillar of the Jun family. Chapter 214 Yan Qingying's worries and touches after the reconstruction of the War Demon Temple. Jun Xiaoyao naturally didn't know these things that happened in Xianyu. Even if he knew it, he would just laugh it off. Born in this kind of family that protects the calf, he believes that fallen palace dare not do anything to him. At least on the bright side, he dared not shoot himself. Jun Xiaoyao, you have caused a catastrophe, and we have passed the news back. Even if it is the Jun family, it is impossible to ignore the anger of me falling into the palace. A black-robed saint said hoarsely. You dare to say anything to the sun again? The ancestor of Dongxian, Gu Yuan's eyes, there was coldness surging. Especially Gu Yuan, Jun Xiaoyao went to the fallen god's son for them to fight the demon palace. He didn't allow it. Someone spoke presumptuously to Jun Xiaoyao. Just when these two black-robed saints wanted to say something more, they also received the subpoena again. After learning this news, the expressions of the two black-robed saints immediately froze. The message has only a short sentence. Don't provoke the prince's son for now. This made the two black-robed saints stupid. Obviously it was Jun Xiaoyao that caused the fallen son of God to fall. Why can't they provoke Jun Xiaoyao? Seeing the micro-expressions of these two black-robed saints, Jun Xiaoyao had a sneer. Why, are you ready to entangle with this son to the end? When the two black-robed saints heard the words, their faces were ugly as if they had eaten flies. They are not stupid either. From this news, I heard that I fell into the palace and feared the monarch's house and subdued. Fortunately, they said just now that falling into the palace would make Jun Xiaoyao pay the price. As a result, it was the first to fall into the palace. The cheeks of the two saints were hot, as if they were slapped 100 times. They stopped staying, turned, and strayed away. Seeing the two saints who flee straight away, all the Xianyu Tianjiao were a little surprised. What about revenge? Why did you run away with your tail between? Watching this scene, Yan Qingying admired Jun Xiaoyao even more. Presumably, the background of Jun Xiaoyao is more powerful than she thought. Following such a master is not only not insulting, but a kind of glory. Okay, here's the matter, you are going to rebuild the demon hall. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. Gu Yuan and the Lord of the War Demon Hall were extremely excited when they heard this. Thank you, son. The two bowed sincerely. They believed that with Jun Xiaoyao's remaining prestige, the rebuilt War Demon Temple would definitely develop better. The War Demon Temple will once again become the overlord of Sun Luo Continent. In the next few days, Jun Xiaoyao also stayed in Sun Luo Continent and took a short break for a few days. The monks of the War Demon Temple, under the leadership of the 7 generations of the Palace Master, Gu Yuan, conquered the quartet. Not only completely accepted the background of the 3 sects, but also conquered many forces. There are many other forces who come here admiringly, wanting to join the Temple of War Demon. And the War Demon Temple also chose a large area in the center of Sun Luo Continent as the address for reconstruction. The entire Hall of War Demon is thriving. It is conceivable that it will not be long before a real overlord will appear in Sun Luo Continent. And Jun Xiaoyao also gained in Sun Luo Continent. He obtained the origin of Sun Luo Continent and obtained the supreme method of devouring god-demon art. Also accepted as a follower of a woman with unlimited potential. In terms of potential, Yan Qingying is not weak by EU. It's just that EU was born in the ancient emperor's clan since she was a child, and her cultivation base and vision were stronger than Yan Qingying, a proud daughter of the lower realm. But just give Yan Qingying time. With her god-swallowing magic skills, plus a special physique that can accommodate any attribute energy. In the future, she will definitely grow into a powerful Dark Queen. Jun Xiaoyao still has confidence in his vision of choosing people. In the newly built Hall of War Demon, a hall filled with steam. Knowing that Jun Xiaoyao has a hobby of hot springs, even if he may only stay here for a few days, Gu Yuan still let people build a hot spring pool. At this moment, it was not Su Ziqiang who was waiting for Jun Xiaoyao, but Yan Qingying. Su Ziqiang's work as a maid was first snatched by Nailan Ruoshi, and now by Yan Qingying. This made Su Ziqiang a little depressed, and she couldn't see Jun Xiaoyao's perfect body. When she had to do something at night, it would be difficult for her to be like Jun Xiaoyao. In the hot spring pool, Jun Xiaoyao is closing his eyes and resting. Yan Qingying used a pair of jade hands to pinch his shoulders for him. Defeating the fallen child is easy for Jun Xiaoyao, so he doesn't need to adjust his state at all, he just wants to relax. Yan Qingying's face was as white as frost and snow, and there was a slight blush on her cheeks. Even though her character was affected by god-swallowing magic art, she had some negative dark and cold emotions. But all of this disappeared without a trace in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Only when she was in front of Jun Xiaoyao would she dissipate the cold meaning and become a little woman. "Qingying, you have almost completely digested the power of the fallen child?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. "Well, this is also thanks to the sun, on the one hand, avenging me, on the other hand, it also improved Qingying's strength. Yan Qingying Judo. That's good, in the future, I will let you swallow other geniuses, and your strength will improve rapidly," Jun Xiaoyao said. Yan Qingying hesitated a little, but she still spoke, faintly said, "My son, this swallowing magic art hurts the world and the world is incompatible. The demon ancestor who created this method at the beginning ended up in a situation where everyone shouted and killed. If the time is..." The only thing Yan Qingying worried about was this. Swallowing God's magic power, there is harm to the sky. If she really followed Jun Xiaoyao back to Xianyu, then because of her identity as the inheritor of God-swallowing devil art, it would bring trouble to Jun Xiaoyao. That is not what Yan Qingying wanted to see. "So you were worrying about this?" Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and laughed. "Indeed, the demon ancestor of the sky-swallowing sky is indeed notorious in the immortal realm, and it exists like a mouse crossing the street. But so what? The ancestor Tunchen was badly injured and escaped from the lower realm, and ended in such a tragic end, all because he was a lonely family and had no power behind him. Moreover, relying on the God-swallowing devil skill to cause trouble every day, who does not die? But Yan Qingying is different. Jun Xiaoyao is behind her back. Who dares to criticize her identity as a successor of magic power? What a silly girl." Jun Xiaoyao sighed. Yan Qingying lowered her head in embarrassment, her cheeks flushed. If they were called by other people, Yan Qingying had already killed her. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. But with the name Jun Xiaoyao, Yan Qingying only felt a little shy, as if there was a hint of petting. "Don't worry, there is a son to support you. Who would dare to criticize your status as a successor of God-swallowing demon art in Xianyu? I will punish his 9 races and let his whole family be your nourishment," Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. He has inherited the character of being a guardian from the family. Since Yan Qingying sincerely followed him, Jun Xiaoyao naturally couldn't let her down. The son. Yan Qingying was heartbroken, feeling a mess in her heart. Jun Xiaoyao has done a lot for her. With a master who treats each other so sincerely, what reason does she have for not following her wholeheartedly? Chapter 215 The 4 Deadly Sin Tribes, the Prince of the Sky Demon who refused to listen, Fang Han. Just when the situation in Sun Luo mainland gradually stabilized. On the Qianlong continent, the war has been burning for many days. Sinners such as the Dayan dynasty and the Sky Demon royal family have launched hundreds of battles. In such battles, the Dayan dynasty was retreating steadily. Because what they are facing is not just the Sin family of the Sky Demon royal family. There are also the 3 sinners of the Blackwing Bats, the Yasha royals, and the 3-eyed spirits. These 3 sinners were rescued by the broken celestial demon royal family, and then joined forces to avenge the Dayan dynasty. And not only that. In addition to these 4 major sinners, there is a line of forces intervening. Although they didn't show any help, they covered themselves with black cloaks and helped the Heavenly Demon King clan and other forces. It was Yen Ruming, the goddess of the Demon God Palace, the manpower brought down from the fairyland. Of course, they dare not openly reveal the identity of the Demon God's palace, that is, they are naked against the Jun family. Therefore, I concealed it a bit. Although this kind of cover-up is similar to not having it, at least it is not so straightforward. When the time comes, the Jun family can also have an excuse. Yen Ruming also couldn't hold back the Prince of the Sky Demon. The Prince of the Sky Demon had to destroy the Dayan dynasty before he was willing to return to the immortal domain. In desperation, Yen Ruming had no choice but to let Old He and others help the celestial demon royal family. Under the joint attack of the 4 sinners and the saints of the Demon God Palace. Even the Dayan dynasty, the strongest of the 5 followers, could not bear it. The Western Wilderness, Nanling, and Beiyuan fell one after another, and the Dayan dynasty army suffered numerous casualties. The 4 sinners directly set the headquarters of the Dayan dynasty, Dongtu. The mighty coalition forces of criminals cover the sky and the sun. There are quasi-sages and saints in every Sin family. There are also many powerful people such as virtual gods, true gods, and Taoists. Such an army of sinners gathered, even in the immortal realm, it can sweep one side, let alone in the lower realm. At the moment, in the army, Yen Ruming's figure appeared. She wore a pink dress, her snow-white face was absolutely beautiful without any flaws. The skin is as delicate as dripping powder, and the figure is extremely curvaceous. A pair of silky long snow jade legs, slender and tender, attractively coveted. She looked at the Prince of the Sky Demon. Lightly Chiyu said, "Prince of the Sky Demon, I will warn you one last word, stop now and follow me back to the immortal domain, it is still too late. If the son of the June family or other strong men of the June family arrives at that time, my demon god palace will not be able to save you." Hearing Yan Ruming's warning, the Sky Demon Prince didn't say anything yet. Beside him, a beautiful woman in black soft armor with an extremely coquettish appearance giggled and said, "Goddess, you are too afraid of that kind of gentleman, is he really that powerful?" This coquettish woman is another sinner, the princess of the Yasha royal family, and is also a goddess. But the one she admired most was the Sky Demon Prince. After all, it was the celestial demon prince who helped the Yasha royal family break the seal. Coupled with the handsome appearance of the Sky Demon Prince, Princess Yasha is naturally attracted. Upon hearing Princess Yasha's words, the corner of Yan Ruming's lips provoked a sneer. The most terrifying thing about a person is not his weak cultivation, but his short-sightedness. They didn't even know how terrifying the Emperor's son was. I can tell you that among the same generations of the desolate heaven and immortal realm, the Emperor's son can hardly find an opponent. Yan Ruming said. Hot search. Enough, Yan Ruming, you have been talking about the Prince of the June family, do you like him and fail? The Sky Demon Prince's expression sank. He originally had some thoughts about Yan Ruming. After all, such a stunning creature is a rare species. In addition, she is also the goddess of the demon god palace, with a demon emperor in her body, and she is a perfect match with the Prince of the Demon. But this Yan Ruming kept mentioning how powerful Najuan Xiaoya was, which made the Sky Demon Prince extremely unhappy. No matter how powerful the prince is, can he go to heaven again? Yan Ruming's face turned pale green after hearing the words. She kindly reminded her, but the Sky Demon Prince and Princess Yasha ignored her and even mocked her. Okay, just treat it as if I'm talking too much, I pray you don't run into him. Yan Ruming's face was cold, her figure flashed, and she escaped into the void. She will not actively participate in the war. Seeing Yan Ruming going away, Princess Yasha's bright lips curled, and both hands took the arms of the Sky Demon Prince. The full place kept rubbing against the arm of the Sky Demon Prince. Prince, don't be unhappy, the goddess is probably also frightening you, wanting you to return to the fairyland early. What kind of monarch goddess, ridiculous. Princess Yasha flattered. They have stayed in the lower realm, and naturally they have never heard of Jun Xiaoyao's name. Hee, you're right, that prince's son is a fart. The prince has the blood of the demon god, even if the prince of the monarch is as powerful as Yan Ruming said, the prince can still suppress him, the prince of the Sky Demon said proudly. Princess Yasha's flattery made him very comfortable. Prince, after this decisive battle with the Dayan dynasty, I will. Princess Yasha put her red lips close to the Sky Demon Prince, flattering. Haha, okay, then this prince will definitely make you upset. The Sky Demon Prince grabbed Princess Yasha's waist and smiled. Although this princess of Yasha is far inferior to Yan Ruming. But it's not bad for fun. Just as the Sin Tribe coalition forces rush to the capital of the Dayan dynasty. The Dayan dynasty is also fully preparing for war. Outside the royal capital, densely packed armies formed square formations, ready to go. Various formations are also pre-activated and can be activated at any time. Above the sky, several figures stand in the void, they are the powerful saints of the Dayan dynasty. The man in an imperial robe in the center is the Emperor Dayan. How is the situation on the ancient gods? Emperor Dayan asked, turning his head. A general on the side replied, the situation over there is not good, the ancient monsters, the ancient demons, betraying the Lord Shangjuan's family, the first one will take the ancient gods to take the knife, it is not bad that they can barely hold on, and wait. Let's go to rescue. Upon hearing this news, Emperor Dayan sighed deeply. Hey, the ancient demon race and ancient demon race, they knew they had bad intentions, but who gave them the courage to betray the Lord? Some spies have inquired about the news, it seems to be related to the Taiko Sacred Mountain and the Taiko royal family, and they are in contact with the Taiko royal family of Xianyu, said the general. That's it, it seems that it is the immortal royal family of Xianyu. The game with the master of the monarch www.novel.com just makes it difficult for us. The Emperor Dayan showed worry between his brows. Now the four deadly sins coalition forces are coming, and there are also the saints of the demon god palace who hide their identity. Emperor Dayan feels worried. The general on the side said with relief, "Your Majesty, don't be pessimistic. At least the younger generation has experienced war in many characters, such as the 16th prince." Hearing this, the Emperor Dayan's expression was a little relieved. His eyes also looked down, a young man in brocade. The little 16, who was originally the least valued by him, became a young hero-like figure in this war. At this moment, Fang Han, the 16th prince, had fluttering black hair and high spirits. Although the storm is coming, he is full of excitement. This time, Fang Han, I will kill the demon prince with my own hands and prove to Yinger that I am the hero in her heart. Chapter 216 Jun Xiaoyao's coldness. The Sin tribe's coalition troops are approaching the city. It's the Lord. The battle in Qianlong continent is about to start. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao in Sun Luo continent was also ready to set off. He came to Sun Luo continent before, and was originally just a transit. But because of the battle of the demon temple and the fallen god child, it was delayed for a while. Jun Xiaoyao only took a short rest for a few days before setting off again. Only this time, there was another person in their team, Yan Qingying. They stepped onto the teleportation formation of Sun Luo continent and landed directly on Qianlong continent. As soon as they arrived in Qianlong continent, they learned about the situation. The sinners had revenge, and the army of the Dayan dynasty retreated steadily. There are even other forces intervening to help the sinners. And the coalition forces of the Four Sins are also marching towards Dongtu, the capital of the Dayan dynasty. Interestingly, there are other forces who dare to help the sinners and deal with the forces of my monarch's followers. A sneer appeared on Jun Xiaoyao's handsome face. Helping the sinners and dealing with the Dayan dynasty is still secondary. The main thing is that this force seems a bit disregarding the Jun family. The majesty of the ancient monarch's house cannot be desecrated. Jun Xiaoyao, as the son of the Jun family, would never turn a blind eye to this matter. Go to the capital of the Dayan dynasty. Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's expressionless indifference, Yu, Dongxian Patriarch and others were all silent. They knew that Jun Xiaoyao's joy and anger had never been shown. Being able to show this expression is enough to explain the cold anger in Jun Xiaoyao's heart. Sin clan guys, you are going to be unlucky. Old ancestor Dongxian sighed secretly. 7 days passed. The coalition forces of the Four Sins, like a sharp knife, plunged straight into the hinterland of the eastern soil and approached the capital of the Dayan dynasty. The Dayan dynasty also made various preparations. The entire royal capital is like a steel barrier. It's just that Emperor Dayan and the others have a solemn expression on their faces, even with a trace of determination. He knows that today's Dayan dynasty is full of evils. At this moment, on the wall of the royal capital, a young girl in a lavender veil stood facing the wind. The girl's facial features are exquisite, her star eyes are like lacquer, and her nose is small. Her delicate body is very slender, her skin is white as jade, and her whole person looks beautiful, with a spirit and delicate air, just like an elf. This elven-like, beautiful and noble girl is Jun Yinger. At this moment, her little face also has a solemn color. It stands to reason that with Jun Yinger's identity, in fact, she doesn't have to play at all and stands on the front line. But being the pride of Jun's family makes it impossible for Jun Yinger to hide behind. She is the Jun family, with Jun family blood flowing in her body. Although only a humble collateral. But the sense of family honor is melted into the blood. Beside her, there was a young man in brocade clothes, looking at Jun Yinger with a gentle look. It was the 16th prince, Fang Han. Faced with the upcoming battle, Fang Han didn't panic in his heart. As for why not panic? Of course it was because Fang Han knew that he was the protagonist of the heavenly destiny of Qianlong continent. Only those with supreme luck can get the sacrificial runes of Qianlong continent. Fang Han can get it, it proves that he is destined. And will the protagonist of the Clock of Fate die so easily? Of course not. Fang Han even thought that even if the Dayan dynasty really fell, he will not die, but will rise in troubled times and become the ruler of Qianlong continent. Because of this confidence, Fang Han didn't panic at all, even looking at Jun Yinger with obsessive and gentle eyes. Feeling Fang Han's gaze, Jun Yinger frowned slightly and said, Fang Han, now that the enemy is now, we must all be prepared. This may be the most difficult battle. Inger, of course I know, but in the past battles, when did I not turn the danger into a disaster? Fang Han said with a touch of pride. When Fang Han called her Yinger, June Yinger still frowned. Fang Han used to be very cautious and polite before calling her Princess Yinger. As Fang Han showed his prominence, his strength became stronger. His character has also changed imperceptibly. Now they even start calling her Yinger directly. Although June Inger felt a little disgusted, Fang Han was right about one thing. In the previous battles of all sizes, Fang Han was indeed able to overcome danger every time, and his strength would greatly increase. I'm very pleased that you can grow up to now. It's already amazing. June Yinger said casually. She just praised it courteously. But Fang Han took it seriously, feeling happy. It's getting closer, and it's getting closer and closer to me becoming the hero in Yinger's heart. Fang Han said in his heart. In this battle, he will completely shine, let June Yinger know. He is the hero of June Yinger's heart. Just after Fang Han began to have sexual obscenities in Fang Han's heart, even after fantasizing, June Inger gave herself to herself. Rumble. The ground suddenly began to vibrate, shaking like a drumhead. Coming. Tian, the powerhouses of the Dayan dynasty, and some sideline powerhouses of the lower realm of the monarch family, each with a solemn expression. They looked around. In the distance, the sky, the horizon, and the black tide overturned. It was a dense coalition of sinners. Among them is the three-eyed spirit race like a little giant, with a third eye in the middle of the eyebrow, which can manifest all kinds of magical powers, and even release petrified light to petrify the enemy. This tribe, once in Xianyu, was also a strong race, which made chaos and was finally suppressed by the June family. In the sky, the Black-Winged Bat family and the Yasha royal family were flying. These two races are also fierce and powerful races, cruel in nature. The Black-Winged Bat tribe loves to eat blood, and the Yasha royal family has made endless killings. In the end, it was the heavenly demon royal family with a demon spirit. This clan had the blood of the demon emperor, and was extremely noble, and originally had a reputation in the fairyland. But in the end, together with the other 9 ancient tribes, the June family suppressed the lower bound. At this moment, the prince of the Sky Demon was in the camp of the Sky Demon royal family, and the glamorous Princess Yasha followed him. It has finally come to this day. www.novel.com. The Dayan dynasty suppressed the ancients for countless years, and today they can finally be uprooted. There is also the June family. I heard that there are also some June family members in this dynasty, and they all have to pay the price. The Sky Demon Prince squinted his eyes with cold eyes. They are temporarily unable to retaliate against Emperor Xianyu. If this is the case, then the family members of the Dayan dynasty should be tortured to death first to vent their anger. As for the consequences, the Sky Demon Prince believed that the Demon God Palace would definitely protect him. Because he has the blood of the Demon God, the potential is endless, and the least achievements in the future are also the supreme existence of the demon. This is the confidence and reliance of the Sky Demon Prince. Chapter 217. June Yinger shot, the Sky Demon Prince attacked, Fang Han hero rescued. The coalition forces of the Four Sins came in mighty force, and almost sealed off the capital of the Dayan dynasty. This battle is definitely a life and death battle, leaving no room for it. Emperor Dayan, I didn't expect that you, as suppressors, will also fall to where you are today. In the Sky Demon royal family, a strong saint walked out with a cold tone. For you, with the blood of sin flowing in your bones, even if you succeed today, you will not be able to withstand the anger from the Lord Shangjuan's family. Emperor Dayan said blankly. Hearing the words Lord Shengjunjia, the strong men of the Four Sinners, hatred surged in their eyes. But in addition to hatred, there is more fear and fear. That's right. They were actually a little afraid of revenge from the June family. Not to mention just these 4 sinners, the 10 sinners are united together, and they can't shake the foundation of the June family in the slightest. Don't take the June family to bluff people, they have many opponents, as well as the ancient royal family, life-restricted area, etc. The June family can't cover the sky with one hand. The saint of the Yasha royal family stood up and said coldly. They are jealous. But it is impossible to be willing to be suppressed because of fear. Therefore, the overthrow of the Dayan dynasty is an inevitable move. At this time, the Prince of the Sky Demon walked out. Why don't talk nonsense, the Dayan dynasty will be destroyed today, and those who have the blood of the June family in their bodies will also die. The Prince of the Sky Demon shot blood in his eyes, and the demon energy rose to the sky. For his words, even the saints of the Sky Demon royal family are tacitly acquiesced. The Sky Demon Prince is almost the most noble person in the Sky Demon royal family. Not only because of the blood of the demon in his body, but also because of the immortal domain demon divine palace, but also for the lower realm of the heavenly demon prince, so that the heavenly demon royal family can be broken. Therefore, the position of the Sky Demon Prince in the Sky Demon royal family is as noble as the saint. And at this moment, there was a clear and angry voice from the side of the Dain dynasty. A trivial line of sinners, it's really blatant, who will give you the qualifications to oppose my family? The person who made the noise was June Yinger. She had a pretty face and flushed with anger when she heard the words of the Sky Demon Prince. The sense of honor of June's family is one of the best, whether it is his own family or a sideline. Oh, you are. The Sky Demon Prince glanced at June Yinger, and there was a ray of surprise in his eyes. Although June Yinger is not very old, she is just like a green lotus, and her beauty is beginning to appear. This girl is more delicate and attractive than Lord Yasha. Even because of her age, she still doesn't have the perfect figure like Yen Ruming, and she has no time to look. But it is already a very attractive beauty embryo. Such a pure and graceful girl is more able to arouse the desires in a man's heart than the coquettish Princess Yasha. June's family, June Yinger. June Yinger drew out a purple long sword, fighting spirit in the crystal eyes. There is no one in the June family who is afraid of death. Haha, it turned out to be the June family, just so. The Sky Demon Prince licked his lips. He was very excited. I saw a girl who was so attractive, and she was still in the family. When it comes to abuse, it is double happiness. The identity of June Yinger June's family also happened to be the vent of the Sky Demon Prince, and used to vent his anger. Seeing the evil eyes of the Sky Demon Prince, June Yinger showed contempt and disgust. It just happened to suppress you and vent the anger of this prince. The Sky Demon Prince shot. June Yinger was not to be outdone, but also shot. The two young Tianjiao shots, and the two camps are still standing still. Although June Yinger was a sideline of the June family, she was sent to the world when she was young. But her talent and strength are definitely top in the lower realm. The sword's edge dashed across the void, and the purple sword glow overwhelmed the sky and rushed towards the Sky Demon Prince. So strong. Many princes and daughters of the Dain dynasty, as well as the young Tianjiao, were all surprised. Before June Yinger seldom shot, so they did not know that this beautiful and elf-like Princess Yinger was so strong. June Yinger's performance also surprised Fang Han slightly. Fortunately, I got the chance and my strength skyrocketed. Otherwise, I really don't deserve Yinger. Fang Han said secretly. If he had seen June Yinger with such strength before, he would definitely feel inferior. But now, Fang Han is very calm. I even feel that such June Yinger is worthy of his obsessive following. Over there, the Sky Demon Prince looked calm when seeing June Yinger's moves. He hadn't taken a shot yet, but the Princess Yasha beside him did. What about the June family? If you have any qualifications to challenge the prince, let this princess meet you. Princess Yasha showed coldness on her glamorous face. She just noticed the look of the Sky Demon Prince looking at June Yinger. Suddenly, the jealousy was overwhelming, and the jealousy suddenly grew. Her magic weapon is a black cartilage whip, which tears the air and makes a screaming sound. The two women were fighting together. The purple sword light is vertical and horizontal, and the dark whip shadow flashes. The trembling sound of metal shook the void constantly. But in such a battle, Princess Yasha is gradually falling off the wind. Finally, June Yinger looked at the timing, and a sword flashed past the Princess of Yasha. Princess Yasha looked shocked, and she wanted to avoid any more, she had no chance. Not far away, when the Sky Demon Prince saw this, his eyes sank. What a waste woman. Although the Sky Demon Prince cursed in his heart, he still shot. The demon energy swept across the sky, turned into a palm, and slapped away. The sudden move of the Sky Demon Prince caught June Yinger off guard, turned around with a sword, and hurriedly resisted. But with a bang, he was knocked out, his chest churning with blood. As for Princess Yasha, although she escaped, but that ray of sword energy still brushed her cheek. A long blood hole was drawn on her glamorous cheek, and blood flowed down. Ah, you bitch! Princess Yasha screamed. With red eyes, she rushed towards June Yinger, and the cartilage whip swung out. June Yinger was impacted by the Sky Demon Prince, and the blood had not yet recovered, so she could only resist with a sword. The cartilage whip wrapped around the long sword. Princess Yasha slammed, approached June Yinger, and slapped June Yinger severely. A bright red palm print suddenly appeared on June Yinger's white jade face. Yinger. Here www.novel.com. Fong Han sees this, stepping on it, and immediately shoots. At the same time he was delighted. Isn't this a good opportunity for heroes to save the United States? As long as he showed strong force, he rescued June Yinger strongly. Isn't he the hero of June Yinger? Thinking of this, Fong Han was even more excited, his face filled with righteous indignation, and angrily shouted, "The sinner is the sinner, it is really shameless, and this kind of despicable sneak attack can be displayed," Fong Han said as he shot. With one hand sticking out, as if a shadow of the sun and moon appeared, it directly shook the Princess Yasha into the air, vomiting blood in her mouth. Ha! The Sky Demon Prince locked Fong Han's eyes. Chapter 218. Fong Han fights the Sky Demon Prince, shockingly reversed, beaten into a dog. If it is said that the most outstanding Tianjiao on the side of the Sin clan is the Prince of the Sky Demon, then on the side of the Dayan dynasty, the most outstanding Tianjiao was the sudden rise of the 16th Prince Fong Han. The Sky Demon Prince had also heard of Fong Han's deeds. He was originally a famous silly prince of the Dayan dynasty, but in the recent war, he has completely risen to become the leader of the younger generation in the Dayan dynasty. At this moment, Fong Han took a shot and blasted Princess Yasha with a random blow, which caught the attention of the Sky Demon Prince. "Inger, are you okay?" Fong Han asked concerned. "I'm fine, thank you very much," June Yinger said. Hearing June Yinger's words, Fong Han's heart was as sweet as eating honey, very proud. But this is not enough, this kind of performance is nothing. He had to defeat the Sky Demon Prince to truly impress June Yinger. "You are the Fong Han who has risen recently." There was a faint joking expression in the eyes of the Sky Demon Prince. He is not even afraid of June Xiaoyao in the immortal territory, let alone the native Tianjiao of the lower realm. "Prince Sky Demon, stop talking nonsense, today this prince will kill you." Fong Han was eager to show, without too much nonsense, he shot directly. His palms moved out, as if turning into the shape of the sun and the moon, crushing everything. Something. The Sky Demon Prince looked slightly solemn. Of the two of them, one had the blood of the returned demon god, and the other was the protagonist of the Qianlong continent. It can be said that they are not weak. The Sky Demon Prince's blood spurted, grabbed it with his probing hand, turned into a big palm print, and pressed away. The two immediately fought together. Rumble. The sound of mana explosion is endless. Such fluctuations, let alone the young Tianjiao, even some of the older generation of strong people are slightly frightened. So strong. The princes and princes who had ridiculed Fong Han before, all closed their mouths in surprise, and they could put an egg in their mouths. They didn't expect that Fong Han would do his best to have such a powerful strength. Rao is June Yinger, and she has a hint of surprise for her moist and beautiful eyes. Her strength, looking at the lower realm, is already an absolute leader. But this Fong Han, who was also known as a trash before, is now stronger than her. This makes June Yinger puzzled. But at this moment, watching Fong Han fighting with the Sky Demon Prince, June Yinger had a slight change in his attitude. Although this figure is far from what she thinks in her mind, the hero who is fluttering in white and suppressing the world, there is still a big gap. But it did not hinder June Yinger's impression of him a little better. Of course, this change still has nothing to do with the relationship between men and women. June Yinger is not the kind of girl who will fall in love at first sight. Unless it really can completely conquer her. But in this lower realm, there should be no such character, right? At this moment, Fong Han felt a sense of joy while fighting. Those emperor brothers and sisters who once despised him are now shocked and look at him with admiration. The Emperor Dain who once coldly met him is extremely satisfied with him at the moment. Of course, it was June Yinger that delighted Fong Han the most. June Yinger looked at him with a glimmer of brilliance. Even a single trace is enough to make Fong Han happy. Great, next, I was surprised by killing the Demon Prince, boosting morale. Fong Han squinted his eyes. He also has calculations in his mind. Boom. After a collision, the Sky Demon Prince seemed to reveal an empty door. Good chance. Fong Han's eyes flashed sharply. The sun and the moon shine together. Fong Han moved his hands, and the sun and the moon seemed to have turned into a Tai Chi, emerging from his hands, blooming with endless brilliance, and powerful fluctuations in power. This is the unique knowledge he obtained from the sacrificial rune, and it is very powerful. Sky Demon Prince, die. Fang Han bombarded the Sky Demon Prince with a cheerful smile. He seemed to have seen that after he defeated the Sky Demon Prince, he was called a hero. Jun Yinger will be completely impressed by his heroic posture. However, Fang Han saw it suddenly, and the Sky Demon Prince had a flurry of playfulness in his eyes. It's so stupid, do you think you can kill this prince? The Sky Demon Prince urged the blood of the demon god. There was a bang, and the blood was overwhelming. A faintly vague phantom of the Scarlet Demon God appeared behind the Sky Demon Prince. Sky Demon shattered virtual claws. The Sky Demon Prince grabbed it with one hand, and the demon phantom behind him seemed to have also stuck out a blood-red giant claw. The giant claw directly tore the space, bringing out the cracks in the dark space. And under the powerful offensive of the Sky Demon Prince, Fang Han's Sun and Moon Tonghui move was directly torn apart. Puff! Fang Han's clothes were also torn in half, and huge blood-colored claw marks appeared on his chest. The whole person also vomited blood, flew out, and finally hit the ground severely. Deadly. This scene reversed, beyond everyone's expectations. Fang Han, who was still full of energy last moment, performed a lore. At this moment, he was naked, his clothes were torn, he was hit hard and hit the ground like a dead dog. This kind of contrast is so huge that many people from the Dayan dynasty are unable to react. Jun Yinger also hurriedly stopped looking at Fang Han. And Fang Han. The whole person is dumbfounded. Shocked. Silly. What about the protagonist's halo? If you say yes, you can kill, and become the hero of Yinger's heart. Why now, I have become like this? Fang Han himself did not react. It wasn't until the claw marks on his chest that caused severe pain that made him wake up. Fang Han's eyes immediately turned red and bloodshot. The extreme humiliation filled his heart. Even if he was severely injured, his clothes were torn all over, so embarrassed, it was a public sentence. His heroic dream was completely broken. Fang Han hurriedly struggled to get up and changed into a suit of clothes from the spatial magic weapon. Fang Han, are you okay? Don't try to be aggressive. Seeing Fang Han put on his clothes, Jun Yinger turned around and said. There was also a hint of disappointment in her heart. The figure of Fang Han fighting against the Sky Demon Prince just now gave her a vague feeling of overlap with the figure of the heroic hero in her mind. But now, seeing Fang Han's appearance, Jun Yinger realized that she really thought too much. Fang Han saw the subtle change in Jun Yinger's eyes, his heart was full of hatred, his eyes were red, and he stared at the Sky Demon Prince. You are really the stupidest person this prince has ever seen. Do you really think you can compete with me with a little chance? The Sky Demon Prince had a playful tone. In fact, Fang Han's strength is not weak, plus the sacrificial rune, if he is given time to develop, he will definitely be able to compete with the Heavenly Demon Prince in the future, and will be equal. But Fang Han found that the time to worship the gods was too short. www.novel.com he hadn't fully developed yet, so he couldn't beat the Sky Demon Prince. My strength is so rubbish, I still think of a hero to save the United States, an idiot. Jun Yinger, is this your reliance on? The Sky Demon Prince murmured and said. No, I won't rely on anyone. Jun Yinger's face turned blue. Fang Han was even more ashamed and angry when he heard this. For a man, it is an absolute shame not to let the woman he likes trust and rely on. Hee, I have a temper, I like it, this waist can't protect you, so don't blame this prince for ruining the flower. The Sky Demon Prince shot directly to suppress Xiang Jun Yinger. Chapter 219 The Palm Prince that fell from the sky, slapped the Sky Demon Prince, and palmed the knight. Stop! Fang Han roared when he saw the Sky Demon Prince attacking Jun Yinger. However, he suffered severe pain in his chest, blood was flowing, and he was hit hard, and he was unable to rescue him. Bold. The Emperor Dayan and others could not sit still. Jun Yinger is the Jun family, they can't just watch the Jun family being suppressed by the criminals. Therefore, the Dayan dynasty took a shot. At the same time, the coalition forces of the Four Sins also launched an attack. The Demon Prince's actions to suppress Jun Yinger, like a fuse, completely ignited the flames of war. At the same time, not far away in the void, there were several monster figures appearing. Among them are two men in black robes, with turbulent demon aura, exuding the aura of a demon saint. It is the demon saint who has hidden his identity. They are not easy to hide their identities from the face, so they have to help the celestial demon royal family in this way of hiding their ears and stealing bells. Of course, in terms of strength and lineup, it is natural that the Sin race wins. It's useless, June Inger, no one can save you. The Prince of the Sky Demon leaned out his palm, and the blood-colored palm prince appeared, filling the blood-colored demon energy, bursting into all directions. June Inger was shocked and backed away again and again, and the cherry was coughing up blood. Looking at the big palm prints that were suppressed like a cage. Even though June Yinger's heart is firm and her eyes are shining, she will inevitably show a hint of despair. After all, she was nothing more than a 14 or 5-year-old girl. But Fang Han, who was watching this scene, was struggling, unable to make a move. After all, he is not the hero of June Yinger's mind. It's over, next, this prince will torture you well. A perverted smile appeared on the face of the Sky Demon Prince. June Yinger's eyes revealed a ray of death. She would rather die than fall into the hands of the Sky Demon Prince and suffer all the humiliation. It's a pity that Inger's wish could not be realized. Brother, Inger has no chance to return to Xianyu to see you in this life. June Yinger closed her eyes, a drop of crystal tears quietly slipped from the corner of her eyes. At this moment, the noise of war in the surrounding world seemed to be pulled away. And in such absolute silence, June Inger suddenly heard a gentle and indifferent voice. Dare to take action against my family, what are you? Upon hearing this sound, June Yinger suddenly opened her wonderful eyes. Then, I saw the most memorable scene of her life. A magnificent golden palm print, like a golden mountain, presses down from the sky cover. Destroy the clouds in the sky, sweeping away 10 worlds and 8 wastes. The golden palm prince fell, like the same corner of the sky collapsed. Who is it? The Prince Sky Demon screamed in horror. He didn't even have time to react. Accompanied by a loud bang. The golden palm print that fell from the sky directly smashed the Sky Demon Prince's whole person into the earth. Rumble. Like a magnitude 10 earthquake, the surrounding mountains shook. On the ground, a deep pit in the shape of a palm print appeared, and a large crack spread like a spider web. Silence. Deathly silence. This sudden, a palm print from the sky directly slapped the Sky Demon Prince into the ground, without knowing his life or death. Such an impact is too shocking. Even the battlefield that just opened was frozen for a while. Some saints are all looking surprised. Tian, a white-clothed peerless figure, detached from the dust, came in the air. Like the son of a god, the descendant of an immortal. It is Jun Xiaoyao. He is fluttering in white, his hair is jet black, and his skin is carved like immortal jade. Is that a fairy? Some Dayan dynasty cultivators were all staring at it. As for June Yinger, her heart was even more shocked than ever before. At this moment, the white clothes fluttering, like a figure like a celestial being, stepping on a fairy cloud. In her mind, how similar the world-famous hero who descended from the sky, fluttering in white, and stepped on the colorful clouds. Do not. It should be said that Jun Xiaoyao at this moment is more detached than the hero June Yinger imagined in her mind. Jun Xiaoyao's Jun Xiaoyi, and this appearance, the powerful means of slap the sky-shaking demon prince, is even better than the heroic hero in her heart. June Inger's heart was instantly hit by Cupid's arrow. She is not a casual person who falls in love with anyone at first sight. But now, Jun Xiaoyao fits all her girlish fantasies perfectly. Even, it is so much better. At this moment, the appearance of Jun Xiaoyao caused the entire battlefield to fall into a static state. I read it right, the demon prince was slapped into the ground by the white-clothed young man that day. Yes, that palm print is too terrifying. What is the cultivation of the white-clothed men? After a brief dead silence, there was an uproar that broke through the sky. The entire battle was completely disrupted by Jun Xiaoyao and fell into a short halt. Who is he? On the ground, Fang Han, who was so embarrassed and covered in blood, looked stunned. Then, he saw June Inger's expression again, as if silly, the whole person was dumb. Jun Xiaoyao turned a blind eye to the expressions of surprise, or shock to everyone around him. He looked at June Inger first. Yes, it's her. Jun Xiaoyao murmured in his heart. Because Jun Wanjie had been with him before, Jun Xiaoyao was still familiar with the breath of Jun Wanjie's blood. The girl in front of me wearing a lavender gauze skirt has the blood aura of the same origin as Jun Wanjie. It also matches with age. There is no doubt that this girl is the younger sister of Jun Wanjie who fell in the lower realm. However, Jun Xiaoyao saw Jun Yinger's red and swollen face again, with slap marks on her profile. His figure was slightly vague, and the next moment he appeared in front of Jun Yinger. Jun Yinger's face blushed slightly, somewhat at a loss. When she faced Fang Han and others, she was very calm and composed. But facing the handsome white man in front of him, he was a little flustered. The heart throbbed like a deer. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and stroked Jun Yinger's red and swollen face. Jun Yinger's heart beat faster. It stands to reason that if a stranger treats her like this, it would be regarded as molesting, and Jun Yinger will definitely be angry. But now, Jun Yinger is obediently like a porcelain doll. Jun Yinger actually wanted to refuse, but Jun Xiaoyao is so handsome. And the most important thing is that Jun Yinger can feel that Jun Xiaoyao's attitude doesn't mean any molestation. Who did it? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Princess Yasha. Jun Yinger narrowed her mouth, a little aggrieved. Jun Xiaoyao stroked his palm lightly, and the fairy radiance filled. In an instant, Jun Yinger's cheeks recovered as they were before, white as jade. Fang Han, who saw this scene www.novel.com, was about to vomit blood in depression. Although he and Jun Yinger have not had any substantial relationship yet, at this moment, he feels that there is a green grassland above his head. After recovering Jun Yinger's cheeks, Jun Xiaoyao retracted his hand and turned to look at Princess Yasha. He didn't say a word, his eyes were as cold as ice, and he pressed away with one hand. The golden palm print pushed across the void, making a thunderous roar. Princess Yasha didn't even have a chance to react, so she snapped. Was crushed into fleshy flesh by golden palm prints. A palm blasted the sky demon prince into the depths of the earth, knowing his life or death. Squeezing Princess Yasha with one hand is like crushing an ant to death. Jun Xiaoyao was like a god, and shocked the quartet. Chapter 220 Suppress the Prince of the Sky Demon casually, Jun Yinger becomes a little fan, Fang Han. In this world, everyone is somewhat overwhelmed. Jun Xiaoyao's performance completely shocked their hearts. Jun Yinger's ruddy little mouth is also open and round, and her wonderful eyes show an incredible color. Princess Yasha, she was a little struggling to deal with it. But the handsome young man in white in front of the sky bombed the sky with just one hand, effortlessly. Dare to ask the sun, you are? Jun Yinger asked nervously. Idea Chinese website is the fastest. Entrusted by one person, I will take you back to Xianyu. Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. When Jun Yinger heard this, her mind shook as if thunder was roaring. She was a little lost, and tears appeared in her wonderful eyes. Has her brother finally fulfilled his promise and reached the top? Now he can even send someone to the lower realm to find her. Did your brother send you to find Yinger? Jun Yinger said excitedly. This. Jun Xiaoyao was speechless for a while and nodded slightly. Great. Jun Yinger smiled, her smile was as beautiful as a lily. She looked at Jun Xiaoyao's misty and handsome cheeks again, and she was puzzled for a while. Although she believes that her brother has become very strong. But, even his followers are so strong. At this time, there was a crash. In the deep pit of the palm print, the blood-red demon gas spewed out like a volcano. Then, a figure emerged from it, it was the Sky Demon Prince. Only at this moment, the Sky Demon Prince looked very embarrassed. His hair was disheveled, his body was covered with blood, his body was cracked, and his skin was covered with blood holes. Such an appearance makes it difficult to connect him with the Prince of the Sky Demon who was aloof before. At this moment, the Prince of the Sky Demon had become Fang Han number 2, equally miserable. Who are you, dare to sneak attack? Bloody flames burned in the eyes of the Sky Demon Prince. If it hadn't been for him to have the blood of the demon to protect him, that blow would have been enough to crush his body completely. It's not dead yet, it's fateful. Jun Xiaoyao was a little surprised. 80% of Tianjiao couldn't hold his slap. This day the demon prince, able to resist a palm of his hand, has some ways. Jun Xiaoyao didn't know that the heavenly demon prince was carrying the blood of the demon god. But even if you know, there should be no waves. Of those arrogances he dealt with, which one is not carrying all kinds of whole cards? A mere blood of a demon still cannot make Jun Xiaoyao fluctuate. You haven't answered my question yet. The The Sky Demon Prince stared at Jun Xiaoyao. Why don't this son talk nonsense with the ants? Jun Xiaoyao shot again, the golden glow bloomed, blood was overwhelming, and he killed the Prince of the Sky Demon. This son of God. The Sky Demon Prince murmured, and then suddenly recovered. His expression was unbelievably shocked, and he lost his voice. You are the son of the Jun family. The young man in white clothes in front of him, who looked like an immortal, was the gentleman's godchild that Yan Ruming said that she was extremely jealous. This sound made the quartet shocked, and then there was an uproar. The son of the Jun family, the Lord's family, is here to help. The Emperor Dayan and the others were first taken aback, and then their faces showed extreme joy. The Lord's house is finally here. And he knew that the Jun family couldn't just let a son lower the realm, he must have a guardian to follow. In this way, the Dayan dynasty will be saved. What, son of God? Jun Inger exclaimed. Yusho couldn't help covering her small mouth, her pupils widening. Although she was a collateral member of the Jun family, she was sent to the lower realm since she was a child. But she also understood what the word son means. That is the existence of her brother who can only look up to. Now, Jun Yinger came back to her senses and realized that she had misunderstood. The young man in white in front of him is not a follower of her brother at all. It is even possible that his brother is his follower. Jun Xiaoyao pushed the void horizontally with his palm, without performing any moves at all. The 3.7 billion caddies of supernatural power blessed by Shenxiang Prison Jinjin, plus the power of 70 large Luo fairy bones, is enough to push the lower realm across the vast expanse. Rumble. The void is broken, the world is turbulent. Jun Xiaoyao raises his hands, like an ancient descending to the world, destroying the world. The Sky Demon Prince's expression suddenly changed, and his pupils were extremely shocked. He finally understood what Yan Ruming's previous warning meant. Sky Demon shattered virtual claws. The Sky Demon Prince also burst out all his own power, squeezing the power of blood. The blood of the demon was surging, and behind him, a ghost of the demon was formed. The blood-colored giant claws tear the world apart and collide with Jun Xiaoyao's palm. However, boom. No suspense. Before this, the heavenly demon shattered void claws that had beaten Fang Han extremely embarrassingly, but could not stop Jun Xiaoyao even a bit. The fastest mobile phone end of ideas/L/Z/W/O/M. Jun Xiaoyao squeezed Renwang's seal, and behind him a phantom emperor appeared. The king of people prints out, Tiandishan Fu. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao seems to be the center of all things in the world, with outstanding grace, only between hands, suppressing the Prince of Heaven. No, how could you be so strong? The Sky Demon Prince's eyes were blood red, and he let out an unwilling roar. Facing Yan Ruming's warning before, he turned a blind eye to it and even made mockery. But now, the Prince of the Sky Demon finally tasted the bitter fruit of arrogance. Arrogance can be arrogant, arrogant can also be, but it depends on who it is. Jun Xiaoyao is arrogant, it doesn't matter, because he has arrogant capital. He can ignore any contemporaries. But what about the Sky Demon Prince? Does he have that capital? Demon Blood God Seal. The Prince of the Sky Demon made a seal on his hands, with a demon spirit soaring to the sky, and a seal appeared on one side, colliding with the seal of the King of the King. Boom. The sky is swaying, the stars are shaking down. The violent ripples of mana washed away. Puff. The Sky Demon Prince was blasted back again, and the ribs in his chest kept clicking, not knowing how many pieces were broken. The blood in his mouth sprayed out like no money, and the whole person fell heavily to the ground, embarrassed like a dog. 2 tricks. Just 2 tricks. The arrogant Prince Sky Demon was beaten into a dead dog at this moment. Allied forces of the 4 sins, their eyes widened, and everyone was silent. On the side of Dayan dynasty, many princes and princes also swallowed deeply. Why? How could this be? On the other half, Fang Han's whole body was absent, dumbfounded. He was crushed severely by the Sky Demon Prince before. And now, the Sky Demon Prince was suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao with 2 moves. What does this represent? It represents the gap between him and Jun Xiaoyao, such as the difference between Tianyuan and Yunmu. How can this be? I got the sacrificial rune, I am the protagonist. Fang Han was in a sluggish state. This battle www.novel.com, shouldn't it be him who made the limelight? Jun Inger's hero, shouldn't it be him? But now. Fang Han looked at Jun Inger. At this moment, Jun Inger has become Jun Xiaoyao's little fan. The splendor in a pair of brilliant eyes is so strong that it can't be concealed. The meaning of longing, yearning, admiration, and admiration cannot be overcome. Puff. Seeing Jun Inger's expression like this, Fang Han directly groaned and couldn't help but spit out blood in his heart again. The hero of the world has appeared, but it is not him at all. ****** End of part 3, see you in part 4 in the next video. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss the next parts. Thank you for watching the channel. Have a nice day.